Modu Normal University. Lin Chen, from now on we break up. Inside the classroom, Wang Bingbing's ruthless voice rang out. The surrounding classmates were in an uproar. What was happening? Was there gossip to enjoy? Oh, Lin Chen nodded. You can break up if you want. You? Lin Chen's indifferent attitude made Wang Bingbing very displeased. Don't you want to know the reason? Wang Bingbing frowned and said coldly, because you're always making empty promises. Last month you said you'd buy me a Hermes bag, but what happened? I've completely seen through you. It's better to be with Lu Bo. The day after we got together, he gave me a pair of shoes worth over 10,000. You can't even compare to a single hair of Lu Bo, you stingy bastard. After she finished speaking, the classmates were extremely shocked. Who is Lu Bo? This name sounds a bit familiar. Coincidentally, I know Lu Bo. That guy is quite ugly and only about 1.6 meters tall. How could Wang Bingbing fall for him? Are you kidding? Lu Bo's family runs a Lao Fengxiang gold shop. They're very rich. What do you think? I see, so it's about being multi-talented in wealth. The classmates discussed and couldn't help sighing that money is good. Just then a graceful figure ran into the classroom looking very urgent. Her appearance attracted everyone's attention. The girl wore a black and white JK skirt with slender and fair legs adorned with lace knee-high socks, causing many boys to fantasize. Zhou Huimin. She was a social media influencer at Modu Normal University with over 5 million followers on Douyin. So many people knew her. Lin Chen. Zhou Huimin's eyes swept across the classroom and fixed on Lin Chen. Then she hurriedly ran towards him. Quick, come with me. Can I ask what's the matter? Lin Chen looked confused. She pulled him away without saying a word. What did that mean? No time to explain. They'll tell you slowly on the way. Zhou Huimin lowered her voice. If you don't come with me, you'll definitely regret it later. Hearing this, Lin Chen fell silent. Then under the watchful eyes of everyone, Zhou Huimin pulled Lin Chen and left the classroom. At this moment, Wang Bingbing's face turned ugly. That guy. At the school gate. Now can you tell me? Lin Chen couldn't help asking. Zhou Huimin pursed her lips and asked, do you still remember Li Ziren? Li Ziren. Lin Chen felt the name was familiar, but he couldn't recall. I don't know her. Lin Chen said. You? Zhou Huimin was speechless. You slept with her and got her pregnant, and now you say you don't know her. You're such a jerk. Hearing this, Lin Chen was slightly stunned. Then he remembered something and asked, is she tall? About 1.68 meters, usually wears a dancer's bun, and once wore a Swarovski black swan necklace. That's right, you finally remember. Zhou Huimin said excitedly. Lin Chen nodded. He indeed remembered. About last winter, Lin Chen went drinking with some friends at a bar. He got drunk and somehow went to a hotel with a beautiful woman. That beautiful woman was Li Ziren. Lin Chen only learned her name later. That night was unforgettable for Lin Chen because it was very exciting. She's pregnant. Could it be my child? As soon as this thought crossed Lin Chen's mind, a voice rang in his heart. Ding, dad, system binding. Host, no need to doubt. Li Ziren's child is yours, and it's quadruplets. Option 1, go to the hospital with Zhou Huimin. Reward 500 cash, baby 4-piece, set a villa on the Bund in Modu. Option 2, refuse to go to the hospital with Zhou Huimin. Reward a full skin account for King of Glory, 10 yuan cash. Lin Chen. I actually got a system from web novels. Holy crap. AMI Lin Chen, the legendary, chosen one. 10 yuan versus a large villa, even a primary school student knows which to choose, right? Lin Chen, get in the car quickly. At this moment, the Didi that Zhou Huimin called arrived. Lin Chen snapped out of it and immediately got into the car with Zhou Huimin. Then the car drove towards the Municipal People's Hospital. Inside the hospital, when Lin Chen and Zhou Huimin arrived, Li Ziren was just being pushed into the delivery room. But at the moment she entered, Li Ziren saw Lin Chen. Her expression stirred violently. Zhou Huimin kept praying, heaven must bless. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's heart was also in turmoil and panic. He was still studying, and honestly, he hadn't mentally prepared to be a father. About half an hour later, the red light in the delivery room turned green. A female nurse pushed out a baby crib. Her gaze fell on Lin Chen, and she smiled. You are the father, right? Congratulations. Then she pointed to the crib. This is the first child, a girl weighing 5 jin and 3 liang. This is the second child, a girl weighing 5 jin and 2 liang. This is the third child, a boy weighing 5 jin and 3 liang. This is the fourth child, a girl weighing 5 jin and 1 liang. My goodness. Zhou Huimin beside could not control her excitement. Quadruplets. She had never seen quadruplets in real life. Most importantly, these quadruplets were born to her best friend, making Zhou Huimin feel like a godmother. Only about 5 jin, she asked, gazing at the babies. I remember my cousin's child weighed over 7 jin at birth. The nurse patiently explained, generally a newborn's weight between 5 and 8 jin is normal. Below 5 jin is considered low birth weight, while above 8 jin is high birth weight. As for multiples, their weight tends to be slightly lower than average, mainly due to the nutrition provided during pregnancy. Upon hearing this, Zhou Huimin nodded. So that's it. Lin Chen, I think the babies look a lot like you, especially the nose, eyebrows, and eyes. When they grow up, they will definitely be very beautiful. Zhou Huimin said with a smile. Lin Chen. They were just born, how could she tell? However, to be honest, Lin Chen thought the babies looked a bit ugly, but weren't all newborns like that. Of course, Lin Chen wasn't complaining. It was just a casual thought. He agreed with Zhou Huimin that once the babies grew up, they would be very beautiful. After all, he was handsome, and Li Xiren's beauty was unmatched. How could the babies be ugly? Alright, I need to take the babies for a checkup, the nurse said. Generally, newborns must undergo a comprehensive physical examination, measuring head circumference, weight, length, and checking for any deformities or defects. If any deformities or defects are found, the parents must be informed immediately and corrective surgery recommended. After the babies were taken for examination, Zhou Huimin and Lin Chen entered the delivery room. Both were eager to know how Li Xiren was now. Li Xiren, who had just given birth, looked extremely haggard and weak. She gazed at Lin Chen as he entered, feeling incredible. Lin Chen was also looking at Li Xiren. They stared at each other, and Lin Chen felt at a loss, not knowing what to say. Beside them, a nurse instructed, "Don't leave during the next 2 hours. The 2 hours after delivery are the peak period for postpartum hemorrhage, so you need to pay attention to the mother's condition." Lin Chen nodded in understanding. Zhou Huimin also nodded. "Okay, nurse." Subsequently, Li Xiren was wheeled into the observation room. Just then, Zhou Huimin's phone rang. "I'm okay. He'll be right there." After the call, Zhou Huimin apologized to Lin Chen. "Sorry, I have some urgent business to deal with at school. You take care of Xiren here. He'll be back soon." "Good." Lin Chen nodded. As Zhou Huimin had just left, a system notification echoed in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for the birth of your babies. A daddy gift pack has been awarded. Would you like to open it now?" Lin Chen's eyes lit up. "Open. Congratulations. The host has received 1 million for childcare. Congratulations. The host has received a top-spec Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Congratulations. The host has received a nanny knowledge database." Lin Chen was stunned, still processing. A vast ocean of knowledge poured into his mind. After digesting it, Lin Chen had become an all-around nanny. Buzz buzz. His phone vibrated. He opened it and saw a notification of 1 million funds credited to his account. Plus the previous 500,000, Lin Chen now had a fortune of 1.5 million. Moreover, this did not include fixed assets such as the Bund Villa and the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. How exhilarating. Although raising a child these days is very costly. However, with Lin Chen's current financial strength, raising 4 little money swallowers was no problem at all. 2 hours later, Lin Chen. Li Xiren woke up. "I'm here." Lin Chen, who was beside her, took her hand. "Are you in any pain or discomfort now?" "No. That's good." Lin Chen smiled, relieved. After childbirth, most mothers experience no adverse reactions within 2 hours, and after that there is usually nothing major. At that moment, a nurse pushed a baby stroller in. "Are you Li Xiren?" the nurse asked. "Yes." Li Xiren replied promptly. "The checkup is complete. The babies are all normal and healthy in every aspect." The female nurse said with a smile, pushing the stroller to the bedside so Li Xiren could see the babies. Li Xiren. This was the first time Li Xiren saw the babies, her own flesh and blood. Her joy was indescribable. May I hold them?" she asked the nurse. "Of course," the nurse said with a slight smile. "Let me do it," Lin Chen quickly interjected with a smile as the nurse bent down. "A newbie dad like you, can you even hold a baby?" the nurse teased. "Of course I can," Lin Chen laughed. Newborns have very soft bodies. Their cervical, lumbar, and thoracic spines are not yet fully developed. So when holding a baby, you must protect their cervical, thoracic, and lumbar spine. As he spoke, Lin Chen supported the baby's neck with his left hand and the bottom with his right hand, then gently lifted the baby. "Not bad. Looks like you've done your homework," the nurse said, surprised that Lin Chen was so skilled. Lin Chen smiled. "Holding a baby is so simple, you learn it just by looking." The nurse looked at him approvingly, then turned to Li Xiren. "By the way, you haven't initiated lactation yet, have you? When the babies wake up, they will need to feed immediately. If you haven't started, you'll need to work on it." Hearing this, Li Xiren's face flushed with embarrassment. What does initiating lactation mean? How do I do it?" she asked shyly. "Initiating lactation means the first time you breastfeed the baby," the nurse explained. "As for how to do it, it's simple, just rub or massage with your hands." "I see, thank you." "You're welcome." After saying that, the nurse left the ward. Walk. At that moment, the second baby in Li Xiren's arms began to cry loudly. "Is it hungry?" Li Xiren glanced at her chest. She had no milk yet. "Just rub it," as the nurse said. Lin Chen suggested from the side. Li Xiren said shyly then. "Could you turn around first?" Lin Chen. He knew Li Xiren was shy, and he understood. So he obediently turned around. 1 minute. 2 minutes. She rubbed for a full 3 minutes, but still no milk came out. She even followed Lin Chen's suggestion and had the baby suckle, but it was to no avail. But it was still useless. Lin Chen. What should we do? Li Xiren was at a loss. The second baby in her arms was crying for milk, making her both anxious and distressed. "It seems there's only one way," Lin Chen said with a smile. Looking at the mischievous smile on Lin Chen's lips, Li Xiren asked curiously, "What method?" "I'll suckle off." Li Xiren was dumbfounded. Could it really be done this way? "It has to be this way unless you want our baby to keep starving," Lin Chen said. Walk. At that moment the baby's cries persisted. Li Ziren hesitated no longer. Fine, then you do it. She thought to herself, since she had already given birth to Lin Chen's child. What was there to be shy about? Then a scene beyond words unfolded in the observation room. After it ended, Li Ziren finally had breast milk. Lin Chen's mouth was stained with milk, while Li Ziren's face flushed crimson. Fortunately, the observation room was only for their family, otherwise she would have been mortified if anyone saw. It's ready, start feeding, Lin Chen said with a faint smile. He licked the corner of his mouth, savoring the taste of the milk. This gesture only made Li Ziren even more bashful. She shot him a glare. Li Ziren had no time to mind Lin Chen. Seeing the hungry, crying baby, she immediately began breastfeeding. The little one sucked eagerly as if tasting the finest delicacy in the world. Ziren. Lin Chen. Just then Zhou Huimin returned. Lin Chen noticed the things in her hands and asked, what did you buy? Lunch, of course. Ziren hasn't even had breakfast yet. Zhou Huimin smiled, looking at Li Ziren feeding the baby. Ziren, I bought you a pork rib rice and a bowl of chicken soup. This is from my aunt's restaurant. The meat is definitely trustworthy, unlike those shady eateries. The chicken soup is made from a hen fed on grain. After you finish feeding the baby, drink it while it's hot. Zhou Huimin's thoughtfulness deeply moved Li Ziren. Thank you, Huimin. You're welcome. Who are we to each other? Zhou Huimin laughed. Pork rib rice. Lin Chen spoke up. What's wrong? Zhou Huimin asked. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. Nothing, it's just that Ziren just gave birth. Her digestive system hasn't fully recovered yet. It's better for her to eat lighter, easily digestible foods like egg custard or porridge. Ah, is that so? Zhou Huimin was surprised. She wouldn't have known this trivia if Lin Chen hadn't mentioned it. She never realized there were such considerations for a new mother. But it's fine. Just don't eat pork rib rice too often for now. Having it once or twice is okay. This chicken soup, however, is good to drink more often, Lin Chen said with a smile. Li Ziren felt a warmth in her heart. How did Lin Chen know so much? He must have done his homework while she was asleep. Thinking of this, she revealed a sweet smile. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the doting husband persona. Reward skill divine culinary arts. A system voice suddenly echoed in Lin Chen's mind. A surge of memories flooded into his brain, and in an instant Lin Chen transformed from someone who barely knew how to cook into a world-class chef. Any dish you could name, Lin Chen could make it, and with exquisite flavor. Even a Michelin 5-star chef would pale in comparison to him. The system is amazing, Lin Chen exclaimed inwardly. Ziren, what do you want for dinner? But it has to be something you can eat now. He'll prepare it for you tonight. Zhou Huimin smiled. Li Ziren looked at her, truly a wonderful best friend. She was about to speak when Lin Chen's voice rang out. Ziren, from now on, I'll take care of all your meals. The postpartum period is crucial. If your diet is poor, it could leave lasting effects on your health. Li Ziren and Zhou Huimin were both stunned. Did I hear that right? You'll handle 3 meals a day. Can you even cook? Zhou Huimin questioned, not out of disdain, but because in her experience few men could cook and Lin Chen was so young. Did he really know how to cook? Li Ziren was also puzzled, sharing Zhou Huimin's thoughts. Of course I can cook, Lin Chen said with a calm smile. Is it that surprising? Cooking is a normal skill nowadays. Don't you two know how to? His question left Zhou Huimin embarrassed. She indeed couldn't cook in her free time. She only played Honor of Kings. Lin Chen, I'd like some crucian carp soup tonight. Is that okay? Li Ziren smiled at him. Yes, it's fine. Do you eat fermented rice egg soup? It's very nourishing paired with crucian carp soup. Yes, I love it. Great, I'll prepare it for you tonight. In the following hours, Lin Chen bustled around the hospital, but with Zhou Huimin's help he managed well. Lin Chen want to come out to Heron's tonight. There are some pretty girls in black stockings. No. Lin Chen refused without a second thought. In the past, he would have gone. He used to be a regular at Heron's mainly because of the beautiful women there. But now he was a father. Li Ziren needed his care, and he had lost interest in such places. After all, he was a good man now. Whoa, you're actually not going. That's not like you. His best friend Yu Wei was shocked. Was this really the Lin Chen he knew? I'm busy. Talk later. After replying to the WeChat message, Lin Chen put away his phone and walked to a street behind the hospital. Postpartum meal centers lined the area. He chose one and entered. Welcome. The owner was a young woman with delicate features, light eyeshadow, and a sexy figure in a sleeveless dress. May I ask what dishes or postpartum meal packages you need? Our ingredients are fresh, daily, guaranteed to be very fresh. The woman Lin Meixin had a pleasant voice. Can I cook it myself? Huh. Lin Chen explained. I mean, you'll pick the ingredients, cook in your kitchen, and pack them to take away. Restaurants and eateries often had hygiene scandals. He didn't trust food made by others. Plus, with his divine culinary skills, he could guarantee his cooking was both healthy and delicious. Lin Meixin was stunned. In the years she had run this postpartum meal center, this was the first time a customer had made such a request. Don't worry, I'll pay the full price. All right, follow me. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Meixin agreed. If Lin Chen cooked himself, it saved her time. Why not? She was just skeptical. Could Lin Chen really make postpartum meals? Inside the kitchen, Lin Chen glanced around, and as expected, the hygiene was impeccable. Had there been any sanitation concerns, the other party would hardly have dared to bring him here. What ingredients do you need? There's a freezer over there, go ahead and pick what you want. Lin Meixin said. Lin Chen nodded and selected a few ingredients: crucian carp, cornflour, scallions, ginger, garlic, eggs, rice, wine. Seeing the ingredients Lin Chen had chosen, Lin Meixin was quite surprised. What dish was he planning to make? Crucian carp soup. Fermented rice wine with eggs. Aunt Wang, please go to the front hall to receive the guests. Lin Meixin said to a staff member beside her. Her postpartum care center received many meal orders, and one person could never handle them all alone. So she had hired 7 or 8 employees, to be precise, aunties who helped with the cooking. Your knife skills are impressive. Lin Meixin stood beside Lin Chen, who was scaling the crucian carp. She was dazzled by his movements. In just a few swift motions, the scales were completely removed. His actions were incredibly smooth. Lin Meixin. Why did his method of scaling fish seem so different from her own? How did you do that? What? Scaling the fish. How did you get it clean in under 3 seconds? Lin Meixin voiced her curiosity. Lin Chen smiled and said, didn't you notice I added some vinegar? Vinegar? Yes, first wipe the fish body with vinegar. Then scrape the scales in the opposite direction with a scraper. Effortless and efficient. Alternatively, you can pour boiling water over the fish, then gently scrape with a small spoon, and the scales come off easily. Lin Meixin was momentarily stunned. So that's how it was. She considered herself a skilled chef, having scaled thousands of fish, yet this was the first time she had learned this little-known trick. This handsome guy really knows his stuff. Lin Meixin's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Lin Chen. Next, after cleaning the fish's internal organs, Lin Chen proceeded to the next step, removing the slime from the fish's skin. Which bottle is the vegetable oil, eh? Lin Chen glanced at the various bottles and jars, then asked Lin Meixin. This one. Lin Meixin pointed and then asked, haven't you already cleaned the insides? Why do you need vegetable oil? Hearing this, Lin Chen gave a helpless smile. To remove the slime from the fish, of course. The slime helps the fish retain moisture, but it indirectly affects the dish's texture. So before cooking, you must add a few drops of vegetable oil to the water, then rub the fish with your hands, and the slime will wash off. Lin Meixin thought. She had never bothered with such details before. Isn't this too much trouble? Lin Meixin said. If it were her, she would have skipped these steps entirely. She had to admit Lin Chen was incredibly meticulous. Trouble? Not at all. Besides, this is a postpartum meal for my wife, so naturally, I need to be thorough. Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Lin Meixin felt as if she had been force-fed a dose of dog food. When she was recovering from childbirth, her husband spent all day playing video games. She had never received such treatment. Moreover, because her husband sat for long hours gaming, his kidney function was not what it used to be. In short, Lin Meixin was very dissatisfied with her husband, in every aspect. She used to console herself that all men were the same, but now Lin Chen had completely changed her perspective. Next, Lin Chen cut the deslimed fish into pieces, added a pinch of salt and some shredded ginger, and placed them in a clay pot to simmer over low heat. Then Lin Chen began preparing the fermented rice wine with eggs. Not bad, this dish warms the stomach and promotes blood circulation. It's excellent for postpartum recovery, Lin Meixin commented with a smile. Lin Chen thought to himself, did you need to tell me that? Actually, fermented rice wine with eggs has another effect that many people might not know about, Lin Chen said. What? Enhances bust size and prevents sagging. His words brought a flush of red to Lin Meixin's delicate face. She couldn't help but glance down at herself. Phew. Thankfully she didn't need it. Though she was 35, she had maintained her figure well, as if she had never given birth. Little brother, you really know a lot. Lin Meixin shot Lin Chen a playful glare. She had never expected to be taught a lesson by a younger man. If Lin Chen hadn't mentioned it, she would never have known that the dish had that kind of effect. Not really. Lin Chen was just joking. He had no intention of flirting with this married woman. Before long, the crucian carp soup and the fermented rice wine with eggs were ready. Lin Chen lifted the lid of the clay pot, and an intoxicating aroma filled the air. So fragrant. Lin Meixin gazed at the golden soup in the pot, its rich scent promising a delicious taste. What's wrong? Want some? Seeing Lin Meixin's eager expression, Lin Chen asked with a smile. She didn't hide her craving for the fish soup. Well, just look. It's for my wife, so I can't share any with you. Lin Chen said with a grin. Hearing this, Lin Meixin's face darkened. Oh, his wife again. Envy and jealousy surged within her. She truly envied her. A man over 6 feet tall, handsome, and able to cook. How could such a perfect man exist? A sudden thought flashed through Lin Meixin's mind, startling her. What if she were Lin Chen's wife? How much? After packing everything up, Lin Chen asked. Sigh. Lin Meixin let out a sigh, pulling herself back to reality. She returned to the hospital with the dinner. At that moment, Li Ziren was feeding the 3rd baby. As for the other 3, the eldest, 2nd, and 4th, they were lying neatly in the nearby crib, sleeping like logs. After all, they were newborns. Newborns do nothing but sleep and eat. Lin Chen. Li Ziren smiled when she saw him return. I brought you a postpartum meal. Eat it while it's hot. Did you make it yourself? Yes. Lin Chen opened the lunchbox. By then, the 3rd baby had been fed, and was sleeping peacefully in Li Xiren's arms. Let me. Knowing Li Xiren wanted to put the baby into the crib, Lin Chen quickly stood up. Be gentle, don't wake him. Okay. Lin Chen then placed the third baby into the crib with extreme care, letting him sleep beside his sisters. The baby didn't stir, and Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Li Xiren finally had a chance to eat dinner. Lin Chen, this fish soup is absolutely amazing. She took a sip of the crucian carp soup and was astonished. She had never made anything this good herself. Lin Chen was truly incredible. Good? Then drink more. If you like it, I'll make it for you often. Lin Chen said with a gentle smile. Great. Li Xiren was overjoyed. She felt incredibly lucky to have such a wonderful man by her side. Then a thought occurred to Li Xiren, and she said to Lin Chen, the babies still don't have names. How about we give them names? Name them. Great. Lin Chen immediately perked up. Normally naming children is something a family does together, consulting with elders. But unfortunately, Lin Chen was an orphan. He had no family. To be precise, Lin Chen did not even know who his family was. He grew up in an orphanage. Of course, over the past 20+ years, due to his optimistic nature, he never felt inferior about his background. Mainly because Lin Chen was too handsome. Having been pursued by beautiful female classmates since childhood, how could he feel inferior? What names do you want to give the babies? Li Xiren handed over the naming rights to Lin Chen since he was the father. Let me think. Honestly, because he suddenly became a father, Lin Chen had no preparation. So he was clueless now. It's okay, we can take our time, no rush. Seeing Lin Chen temporarily unable to come up with anything, Li Xiren smiled. Lin Chen nodded. Naming the children could indeed be deliberated over, he just didn't want to pick names too casually. Just then the fourth baby in the crib woke up. Waking up alone was fine, but the cry was so loud that it woke up the older siblings beside him. Wah, wah. The four babies crying together was no joke. Fortunately, Zhou Huimin arrived at that moment. Don't cry, godmother will hold you. Zhou Huimin cradled the second baby and patiently soothed her. Soon the second baby gradually quieted down. Meanwhile, the babies in Lin Chen and Li Xiren's arms were also lulled to sleep. Host is bonding with the babies, reward 10,000 cash. Host is bonding with the babies, reward 10,000 cash. Host is bonding with the babies, reward 10,000 cash. The system's voice echoed repeatedly in Lin Chen's mind. No way, just holding the kids and getting money. Lin Chen was utterly shocked. This was too awesome. The dad system was amazing. Hey, why is the diaper so heavy? Did they poop? Zhou Huimin suddenly spoke. She was holding the second baby's bottom, but the feeling was clearly off. You guessed right. There's a diaper by your feet. Grab one and help change the baby. Lin Chen said with a smile. Huh. Zhou Huimin was startled, then picked up a diaper from a bag at her feet. After getting the diaper, Zhou Huimin realized a problem. How do you change a diaper? She asked awkwardly, having never changed one before. I don't know either. Li Xiren was equally embarrassed, being a first-time mother with no experience. How about just putting it on like pants? Li Xiren suggested. Hearing their conversation, Lin Chen was helpless. Alright, I'll show you how it's done. Lin Chen said. He grabbed the baby's feet with both hands, lifted the bottom, and removed the soiled diaper. Then he used a tissue to wipe the baby's bottom clean. After wiping, he laid the baby on the bed, quickly placed a new diaper under the baby's bottom, and put it on. See, it's that simple. Lin Chen smiled. Just be gentle. The babies are still young, their bones haven't fully developed. As he spoke, he adjusted the diaper to make it fit comfortably. Zhou Huimin and Li Xiren were stunned. Lin Chen's movements were as if he had changed hundreds of diapers before. Lin Chen, have you been a father before? Zhou Huimin stared at him intently. Lin Chen, I've just seen others do it, don't misunderstand. Zhou Huimin didn't dwell on it as she admired him, and said, I think you have a real talent for being a dad. You won't even need to hire a nanny, you can take care of the babies yourself? I think so too. Lin Chen smiled. 3 days later. Today was the day Li Xiren was discharged from the hospital. For a natural birth, the mother can usually be discharged 48 hours after delivery. But Li Xiren had a natural birth, so she needed 3 or 4 days to be discharged. During the postpartum confinement period, you must take care of yourself. After going home, don't expose yourself to too much cold wind, don't shower with cold water, and don't eat spicy food. You may experience uterine contractions in the coming days, which is normal. If the pain is severe, come back to the hospital for a checkup. After 1 month, bring your wife and baby back for a follow-up. Also very important, you must wait at least 1 month before resuming sexual activity. The gynecology department head patiently explained. Sitting across from her were Lin Chen and Li Xiren. The two had been listening intently. When they heard the last point, Li Xiren blushed. And Lin Chen was also feeling uncomfortable. At least a month before he could touch Li Xiren again. That was too painful. Okay, thank you, doctor. Lin Chen thanked the doctor, then handled the discharge procedures for Li Xiren. You rented a place, right? Let's go to your place. Lin Chen said. Although the system had rewarded him a villa, he hadn't gone to see it yet. He would check it out when he had free time. Okay. Li Xiren nodded, then took out her phone to book a ride-hailing service. What are you doing? Noticing her action, Lin Chen asked. Calling a car, otherwise. How do we get to the rented place? Li Xiren said. Zhou Huimin interjected. One car probably isn't enough, there are 4 babies here. Don't worry, I've got it covered. Lin Chen pulled out a car key and walked toward a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, not far away. Under their gaze, Lin Chen drove the car over. Fortunately, he had just gotten his driver's license last month, otherwise, even if the system rewarded him a luxury car, he wouldn't be able to drive it. So rich. My uncle drives the same model, but Lin Chen's car is clearly a higher configuration. At least 4 million yuan starting price. Zhou Huimin was shocked. She even rubbed her eyes thinking she was seeing things. At that moment, Li Ziren was also extremely surprised. Their relationship seemed very close. She had even given birth to his children. But now Li Ziren suddenly realized how little she knew about Lin Chen. After all, they had only spent one night together. While Li Ziren and Zhou Huimin were in a daze, Lin Chen pressed a button in the driver's seat, and the back seat immediately transformed into a soft, comfortable baby bed. The already shocked Li Ziren and Zhou Huimin were dumbfounded again. Amazing. Zhou Huimin gave Lin Chen a thumbs up. The back seat could be modified like that. That was in fact, this was a modification of the system of function it already possessed. But Lin Chen could hardly claim it was the system's doing, could he? So he could only say he had modified it himself. This modification makes it so much more convenient. Li Ziren looked at him with admiration. Lin Chen, you're so clever. With this baby cushion, even 4 babies could be taken out together conveniently. I had no choice. Without this modification, we wouldn't have enough room, Lin Chen said. Then the 3 of them gently lifted the babies into the car. After settling the babies, Zhou Huimin and Li Ziren sat on either side of the cushion. Lin Chen asked Li Ziren for her current address, then pressed the accelerator. After a short while, the car slowly drove into a resettlement area. Lin Chen, I have to go back to school for class. I'm off now. Zhou Huimin gently placed the sleeping 3rd baby on the bed, glanced at the time, and said to Lin Chen and Li Ziren, if there's anything urgent or you need something, call me. Zhou Huimin turned to Li Ziren. Ziren, I'll come see you again next time. Okay, take care. After Zhou Huimin left, the sound of a baby crying loudly came from the room. Hearing the cries, Lin Chen and Li Ziren immediately went to the room. The 2nd baby on the bed had already woken up and was crying incessantly. Maybe she's hungry. Li Ziren picked up the 2nd baby, lifted her top, and began to breastfeed. Ziren, I've thought of names for the babies. Lin Chen smiled and spoke. Let's hear them, Li Ziren said expectantly. Lin Chen laughed. The eldest will be called Lin Qingyue, the 2nd Lin Kersen, the 3rd Lin Yi, the 4th Lin Yue. After hearing this, Li Ziren was very satisfied. Not bad. At that moment, a voice sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Naming the children rewards skill, peerless medical arts. Before Lin Chen could react, a vast amount of medical knowledge flooded into his mind. This system is awesome. Lin Chen marveled inwardly again. Next, Lin Chen continued to take care of the children at home. Newborn babies were relatively easy to handle. They either ate, slept, or needed diaper changes. Buzz buzz. Lin Chen's phone suddenly vibrated. He glanced at the caller ID. It was his roommate Huang Chong. Lin Chen, where the hell have you been? As soon as he answered, Huang Chong's anxious voice sounded. What's wrong? Lin Chen asked. Huang Chong said urgently, you've been absent from class for 3 days. I sent you WeChat messages, but you didn't reply. Now the class advisor knows you've been skipping class. And then, oi, Lin Chen asked calmly. Then he's been looking for you all day today. Seriously, where have you been for the past few days? You didn't reply to messages, we thought you'd disappeared. Huang Chong said somewhat exasperatedly. Lin Chen smiled and said, I definitely had something to take care of. Help me tell the class advisor that I'll go back to school tomorrow to see him. Okay. After finishing the call, Lin Chen saw that there were indeed several missed calls on his phone, all from the class advisor. Lin Chen, what's the matter? Who called? Li Ziren came out of the room holding the 4th baby whom she had just coaxed to sleep. Lin Chen smiled and said, it's nothing, just a roommate. I haven't been back to class these past few days, you know. So are you going back to class? Li Ziren asked. I plan to go to school tomorrow, Lin Chen said. And he'll talk to the class advisor about suspending my studies. What? You're suspending your studies? Li Ziren was stunned. Lin Chen actually wanted to drop out. Yes, if I go back to school you'll be overwhelmed here all alone, Lin Chen said. So I've decided to suspend my studies and stay home with you to take care of our children. Hearing this, Li Ziren felt delighted and yearned for such a life. But, won't this delay your graduation? Lin Chen patted her head. Don't say that. Of course not. It's decided, no more discussion. Li Ziren nodded. She would silently support Lin Chen's decision. The next day, after saying goodbye to Li Ziren, Lin Chen drove toward Modu Normal University. Meanwhile, at the gate of Modu Normal University. Wow. A Porsche 918. Ah, Porsche sports car is so cool. So jealous. I wonder if I'll ever get to drive a Porsche in my lifetime. The owner is getting out. Looks familiar, Lu Bo. A crowd of students, both male and female, were whispering about a Porsche 918 not far away. The car door opened, and a man who was only about 1.6 meters tall and rather unattractive got out. He wore sunglasses, looking quite arrogant. Bobo, I have to say the experience of the 918 is much better than your previous Audi Q6. A sweet, whiny voice sounded. The speaker was a fairly pretty girl. Lin Chen's ex-girlfriend Wang Bingbing. Lu Bo smiled and said, of course. That crappy Audi was only worth so much. My 918 cost over $1 million. Over $1 million. That much. Wang Bingbing pretended to be very surprised, but in fact she had long known the prices of luxury cars. Lu Bo, you're really something. Wang Bingbing hooked her arm through his, and said coquettishly, your 918 must be the best car in our school, right? Better than all the school leaders' cars. Of course. Buick. Volkswagen. Look at the junk cars those school leaders drive. Their price is lower than my purchase tax. Lu Bo said disdainfully. At that moment he felt he was the most awesome person in the entire school. Wang Bingbing became even more excited upon hearing this. As Lu Bo's current girlfriend, she naturally basked in his glory and felt extremely proud. Just as the two were chatting and laughing, Lin Chen appeared driving his limited edition Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Lin Chen pulled up in a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, instantly drawing the attention of all the surrounding classmates. Holy crap! A Mercedes G-Wagon, what a cool car. Is it really that big a deal? Just a G-Wagon, and you're all so excited. You clearly don't know cars. This G-Wagon is the Topophthalene limited edition, and its price is definitely no lower than a Rolls-Royce. Am I the only one who noticed the license plate number is 8,888? Damn, that plate alone could buy my life. In an instant, all the classmates were stunned. And this was not the most crucial part. The most crucial part was that through the car window they could see an incredibly handsome side profile. Holy shit. At that moment, all the female classmates were captivated. A man who is merely wealthy could only be said to be dazzling. Because women nowadays are too obsessed with looks. Appearance is justice. Even if you have money, they might not bother with you. But being both handsome and wealthy is different. Ask yourself which girl can resist the charm of such a CEO-like man. Isn't this an absolute slaughter? When did such a handsome big shot appear in our school? Does anyone know him? Which department is he from? While many were curious about Lin Chen's identity, Lin Chen. As Lin Chen parked and got out of the car, he suddenly heard a puzzled voice behind him. He turned around and found that the person calling him was his ex-girlfriend Wang Bingbing. At that moment, Wang Bingbing was still holding Lu Bo's arm. If it were before, Lin Chen might have felt embarrassed. But now Lin Chen was completely calm. Lin Chen. It really is you. Wang Bingbing thought she had misseen, but it was indeed Lin Chen. So this is your ex-boyfriend. Didn't you say he was a poor loser? Beside her, Lu Bo's face was extremely grim. If driving a G-Wagon made someone a poor loser, then he himself was worse than a beggar. Moreover, Lu Bo noticed the license plate number 8888 on the G-Wagon. Such license plates are usually auctioned off, and even with money one might not be able to buy one. It is no exaggeration to say that this plate number is worth more than the G-Wagon itself. Wang Bingbing was also unwilling to accept this fact. After all, she had been with Lin Chen and knew something about his abilities. Lin Chen, you're so disgusting. I never knew you were this vain before, Wang Bingbing said coldly. To save face you rented a luxury car. Is that interesting? In her view, Lin Chen must have rented the G-Wagon just to show off in front of her. So it's rented, scared me. Lu Bo patted his chest. He had thought, how could there be someone more impressive than him in this school? Renting a car like that must cost several thousand a day, right? Lu Bo said with a faint smile. I suggest you drive carefully. If you scratch the paint, you won't be able to afford it, even if you lose everything. Exactly. See this Porsche 918. My boyfriend just bought it. That's real skill. Renting a car is nothing. Loser. Wang Bingbing mocked disdainfully. Are you two done? Lin Chen glanced at them indifferently, couldn't be bothered to engage, and walked straight toward the school gate. Damn, who does he think he is, hey? Lin Chen's attitude irritated Lu Bo greatly. Wang Bingbing quickly smiled apologetically. Don't be angry, Bo. People like him, vain and shallow, will probably stay like this for the rest of their lives. Lin Chen entered the campus and went straight to find the counselor. Knock knock, come in. Lin Chen walked in confidently. The counselor named Li Qiuxing adjusted his glasses and looked at the returning Lin Chen with displeasure. Where have you been these past few days? If something came up, you should have asked for leave, right? Why did you skip class? The counselor was actually quite kind. Though angry, he didn't harshly criticize Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Mr. Li, I had an urgent matter and didn't have time to ask for leave. What urgent matter? Li Qiuxing picked up his teacup and took a sip. I became a father. Lin Chen answered truthfully. Uft. Li Qiuxing sprayed out his tea, nearly choking. Did I hear that right? You became a father? Li Qiuxing was completely stunned. Yes, Lin Chen nodded. You really became a father. You're not lying to me. What benefit would I get from lying? Seeing Lin Chen's serious expression, Li Qiuxing knew the kid wasn't lying. Besides, Lin Chen was not one to joke around. You rascal, not bad. Li Qiuxing patted Lin Chen's shoulder approvingly. He himself was 28 and still didn't even have a girlfriend. Yet his own student had already fathered a child. Indeed, comparing people makes one furious. Lin Chen was too amazing. I was true that he was getting old. The young people nowadays were simply formidable. At that moment, Li Qiuxing was deeply moved. Mr. Li, I'd like to ask you something. What is the procedure for applying for a leave of absence? Lin Chen's words brought Li Qiuxing back to reality. You want to take a leave of absence? Li Qiuxing raised an eyebrow. Lin Chen smiled and said, yes, the baby was just born. I have no time or mind to attend classes anymore. At this explanation, Li Qiuxing nodded, indicating understanding. Just write an application and fill out this form. Li Qiuxing took a form from his drawer and handed it to Lin Chen. Taking a leave of absence from college was common, so it wasn't a troublesome matter. After about 10 minutes, Lin Chen filled out the application and left the counselor's office. Buzz buzz. At that moment, Lin Chen's phone vibrated. The call was from Li Xiren. Lin Chen, where are you? The second baby is in trouble. Hearing this, Lin Chen's face changed drastically. What's wrong? I don't know. The second baby's face is very yellow, and he refuses to feed when I try to nurse him. Li Xiren said anxiously. Very yellow face. Alright, I understand. He'll be right back. Hanging up, Lin Chen ran to the parking lot, got into the G-Wagon, and drove toward the school gate. At that moment, Lin Chen's two roommates happened to be returning with takeout. Holy crap, isn't that Lin Chen? That kid is driving a G-Wagon. Am I seeing things? Lin Chen. Huang Chang shouted, but Lin Chen's mind was entirely on the baby, and he didn't notice. A dozen minutes later, Lin Chen returned to the rental apartment. Lin Chen, you're finally back. What's wrong with the second baby? Lin Chen quickly went to the baby's bedroom. He saw that the second baby's face was slightly yellow. Not too bad, but quite noticeable compared to the other three. He reached out and touched the second baby's forehead. Finding no fever, Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't a serious problem. Lin Chen, should we take the baby to the hospital? Li Xiren asked, worried. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. Bao has physiological jaundice. If it were pathological jaundice, we would need to send him to the hospital. Physiological jaundice. Li Xiren was taken aback. What kind of illness is that? Is it really not serious? It's not serious. Infant physiological jaundice is a characteristic of bilirubin metabolism, a normal physiological phenomenon during the growth of healthy infants. After hearing Lin Chen's explanation, Li Xiren breathed a sigh of relief. So it turned out to be a normal physiological condition for the second baby. She had almost been scared to death just now. How long will it take for Bao to recover? Does he need medication? Li Xiren asked. Lin Chen replied, physiological jaundice is a natural physiological phenomenon that can resolve on its own. There's no need for treatment nor medication. Just ensure proper breastfeeding. Upon hearing this, Li Xiren completely relaxed. But then Li Xiren looked at Lin Chen with a strange expression. How do you know so much? Did you study medicine? No. Lin Chen smiled. I looked it up online in advance. Li Xiren did not question this explanation. Over the past few days, Li Xiren had already noticed that Lin Chen was even better at taking care of the children than she was. If he hadn't prepared in advance, she couldn't think of another reason. After all, it was impossible that Lin Chen had actually raised children before, right? By the way, did you manage to get your leave of absence from school? Li Xiren asked. Lin Chen smiled. It's done. In the days ahead, I'll stay home with you to take care of the kids. Hearing this, Li Xiren broke into a radiant smile, overjoyed. Over the next few days, Lin Chen barely left the rented apartment except to buy groceries and daily necessities. He stayed by the side of the four babies every moment, changing diapers, soothing the babies to sleep, preparing postpartum meals for Li Xiren, doing household chores. He was the epitome of a good man. Under Lin Chen and Li Xiren's meticulous care, Bao's jaundice completely resolved and his skin returned to its normal color. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Chen was babysitting in the living room when a sudden knock came at the door. Who is it? Could it be Zhou Huimin? Curious, Lin Chen walked over and opened the door. Standing outside was a fashionably dressed woman. She appeared to be in her early 40s. Exuding an air of elegance, she clearly belonged to a wealthy background, yet she remained charming and well-preserved. You are. As their eyes met, both Lin Chen and Wu Yanfang froze. Just then, Li Xiren's voice sounded from behind. Mom. Hearing Li Xiren call her mother, Lin Chen was stunned once more. She turned out to be his wife's mother. So young. No wonder there was a faint resemblance in their features. They were mother and daughter. Hello, Auntie. Recovering his composure, Lin Chen smiled gently and addressed Wu Yanfang. Then he stepped aside to let her in. Young man, who are you? Wu Yanfang scrutinized Lin Chen, her gaze full of curiosity. Mom, his name is Lin Chen. He's my friend. Just as Lin Chen was about to speak, Li Xiren interjected. Oh. Wu Yanfang nodded thoughtfully, then looked at her daughter. Xiren, have you already given birth? Yes, a week ago. Li Xiren said with some embarrassment. Hearing this, Wu Yanfang felt a pang of regret. She had calculated that Li Xiren might give birth soon. But by the time she rushed over, she was still a few days late. Xiren, can I see my grandchildren? Mom, of course you can. Li Xiren then led Wu Yanfang into the bedroom. Inside the bedroom, on a crib, the four babies lay neatly side by side, sleeping soundly. Wu Yanfang gazed at the babies, her heart overflowing with indescribable emotion. These were her precious daughter's children. She was a grandmother now. Xiren, how many boys and how many girls? Wu Yanfang asked, unable to tell the gender since they were all in diapers. 3 girls and 1 boy. Li Xiren said, the first, second, and fourth are girls, the third is a boy. Good, very good. Wu Yanfang's smile stretched nearly ear to ear. This is best, having both a son and a daughter. Li Ziren couldn't help but smile, but then Wu Yanfang suddenly changed the subject, the one outside. Is the father of the children right? Li Ziren remained silent for a moment, then nodded. Wu Yanfang sighed, and began probing for information as if conducting a background check on Lin Chen. That said, Wu Yanfang's first impression of Lin Chen was quite favorable. After all, his outward appearance spoke for itself. An hour later, Lin Chen had finished cooking. Sweet and sour ribs, hairy crabs, spicy stir-fried bullfrog tomato, and egg soup mushroom chicken. The ingredients were ordinary, but Lin Chen had prepared a feast. You're done already. The taste is great. Wu Yanfang emerged from the room, gazing at the lavish lunch, amazed by Lin Chen's culinary skills. She had expected he could cook, but only passably, barely edible. Little did she know the presentation would be so exquisite. One glance was enough to whet the appetite and stir the stomach. Ziren, come out and eat too. Lin Chen called from the doorway. Coming right away. Li Ziren busied herself in the room for a moment, then joined them at the dining table. Ziren, these are your favorite sweet and sour ribs. Annie, try this mushroom chicken. The meat is very tender. Lin Chen actively served them, trying to lighten the mood. Delicious. Wu Yanfang's eyes lit up, or it seemed her daughter had found a good man. His cooking skills were even better than her own. In Wu Yanfang's eyes, Lin Chen's appearance and height were already impressive. And now he could cook so well. In an instant, Lin Chen began to form a perfect image in her mind. What was most remarkable was that Lin Chen was still young, just over 20. Is that so? Then have some more, Andy. Lin Chen smiled, faintly modest and polite. After the meal, Wu Yanfang stayed for a while before preparing to leave. Lin Chen, are you free for Mid-Autumn Festival? Come over with Ziren and visit me, Wu Yanfang invited with a smile. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. This was clearly the pace of meeting the future in-laws. Hearing this, Li Ziren's heart was filled with joy. She knew that when her mother spoke like that, it meant she truly approved of Lin Chen. Her beloved man receiving her mother's approval was undoubtedly a cause for her happiness. She gazed at Lin Chen with sparkling eyes, eagerly awaiting his reply. Lin Chen smiled slightly and said, certainly, Andy. They'll bring Ziren over to celebrate Mid-Autumn with you. All right, it's settled then. Wu Yanfang nodded with a smile. Lin Chen said, Andy, let me drive you back. No need, I drove here myself. After Wu Yanfang left, the sound of crying came from the bedroom again. Li Ziren immediately went to the room and picked up the crying fourth baby Lin Yue. The baby's little mouth opened and closed, clearly hungry. Don't cry, baby. Mommy will feed you now. So Li Ziren lifted her shirt and began to nurse the fourth baby Lin Yue. Watching the baby suckle hungrily, Li Ziren's gaze softened, and her pretty face radiated maternal satisfaction. Suddenly, the baby's mouth left the breast and milk began to flow from her lips, as if she were vomiting. Li Ziren had never encountered such a situation and was completely terrified. Lin Chen. Li Ziren called out urgently. What's wrong? Lin Chen, who was drinking water outside, walked in. He immediately saw the baby spitting up milk. Lin Chen, the baby is spitting up for some reason. Li Ziren said anxiously. Give the baby to me. Lin Chen extended his hands and took the fourth treasure from Li Ziren's arms. Then he gently patted the baby's back and held it at a 45-degree angle. This position allowed the milk to flow naturally into the body, reducing spit up. It's normal for infants to spit up because their digestive systems aren't fully developed yet. Remember not to feed too frequently or too much at once. You can also give the baby some warm water. Lin Chen instructed Li Ziren. Li Ziren nodded, realizing she had indeed been feeding too often. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Ding. Fatherly love like a mountain. Reward. Host. God-level painting skill. God-level painting skill. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. It seemed that no matter what he did, there was a chance to trigger a system reward. Then a surge of knowledge about painting flooded into his mind, instantly assimilated by Lin Chen. In that moment, he became a world-class master of painting. Whether it was sketching traditional Chinese, painting gouache oil, painting watercolor, or printmaking, Lin Chen was proficient in all. At that moment, perhaps influenced by the system, a powerful urge to paint surged within him. Ziren, stay home with the kids. I'm going out for a while. He gently placed the now-settled baby back into Li Ziren's arms and left the house. Minutes later, Lin Chen returned carrying a black bag, the paper and brushes he had just bought downstairs. Lin Chen, what are you doing with all that? Are you going to paint? Li Ziren was puzzled by his actions. Yeah, I suddenly felt like painting, Lin Chen said with a smile. He spread the paper on the table and unscrewed the ink bottle. Dipping the brush into the ink, Lin Chen paused briefly, then began to draw on the white paper. Li Ziren watched in silence, growing more astonished with each stroke. The way he painted was so elegant and masterful, exuding the aura of a great painter. Li Ziren had initially thought Lin Chen was just acting on a whim, doodling casually. She never expected him to be this skilled. She already knew he could cook and take care of children, but this hidden talent was a revelation. Lin Chen, what are you painting? A landscape? Li Ziren asked curiously after a while. Lin Chen smiled. Yes, just an ordinary landscape. Soon he put down his brush, revealing a vivid and lifelike landscape painting before Li Ziren. This is incredible. Li Ziren gave Lin Chen a thumbs up, full of admiration. Her eyes sparkled with awe. At that moment the intense urge to paint finally subsided after he finished. He looked at the painting before him, hardly believing it was his own work. The system is amazing. Lin Chen knew his original painting skills were atrocious, barely better than scribbles. Yet now a casual effort using only about 30% of his ability had produced such a masterpiece. Lin Chen, you still haven't told me why you suddenly wanted to paint, Li Ziren asked with a smile, finding it odd. Lin Chen laughed and explained, because I haven't painted in a long time. I wanted to get back into the groove. When the babies grow up, they'll teach them how to paint. When the babies grow up. Li Ziren rolled her eyes playfully. That's still a long way off. But imagining Lin Chen teaching the children to paint filled her with anticipation. A knock came at the door. He'll get it, Li Ziren said, walking over to open it. Lin Chen, Ziren, have you had lunch yet? It was Zhou Huimin, dressed in a JK skirt, black leather shoes, and lace-trimmed socks, her legs fair and slender. In her hand, she carried a beautiful box. Yes, we have. What's that? Mooncakes, Li Ziren asked, eyeing the box. Yeah, Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon, so I brought you some mooncakes, Zhou Huimin said gracefully, placing the box on the table. Huimin, thank you so much. You're the best. Li Ziren was deeply moved. From pregnancy to now, Zhou Huimin had always been there for her, often bringing her treats. In Li Ziren's eyes, Zhou Huimin was the ultimate best friend. Don't mention it, it's just a box of mooncakes. Zhou Huimin noticed Lin Chen tidying up the painting supplies and walked over. What are you up to, Lin Chen? Then her eyes fell on the painting and she froze. Lin Chen, did you paint this? Zhou Huimin's face showed disbelief. Her grandfather was a renowned Chinese painter and she had grown up immersed in art. Thanks to her grandfather, she had attended countless exhibitions. Although Zhou Huimin couldn't paint herself, her grandfather's influence had given her a keen eye for art. Yes, I did. Why? Lin Chen said with a smile. Zhou Huimin exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Chen, this is amazing. This painting would be worth at least 1,000,000 yuan on the market. 1,000,000? Huimin, are you joking? Li Ziren found it hard to believe, though she had to admit Lin Chen's painting was excellent. If it's really worth 1,000,000, that would be incredible. Ziren, I'm serious. Don't forget my grandfather is a painter. I've been to many exhibitions, and many paintings there aren't as good as Lin Chen's here. Yet they sell for hundreds of thousands, so I believe this one is worth at least 1,000,000. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Zhou Huimin to be so discerning. Though he had only used about 30% of his skill, it was indeed worth at least 1,000,000. Without a title, it was already valuable. If he had the reputation of a national painting master, its value would be immeasurable. You have good taste. Your grandfather is a painter? Lin Chen asked Zhou Huimin. Yes. At that moment a thought struck Zhou Huimin, and she spoke in a pleading tone. Lin Chen, I'd like to ask you for a favor, if that's okay. Help? What kind of help? Lin Chen became curious. Li Ziren likewise stared at Zhou Huimin with curiosity. Zhou Huimin said with a hint of embarrassment, it's almost Mid-Autumn Festival. I want to prepare a Mid-Autumn gift for my grandfather. He is quite fond of paintings. If I give him an excellent painting, he will be very happy, Zhou Huimin said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Chen and Li Ziren immediately understood. All right, what kind of work does your grandfather like? He'll paint one for you to give him. Lin Chen agreed without hesitation. After all, she was his wife's best friend. During his absence, it was fortunate that she had taken care of Li Ziren. Can you make a copy? I want you to copy Tang Bohush, Spring Trees and Autumn Frost. With that, Zhou Huimin searched for an image online and showed it to Lin Chen. This is the Spring Trees and Autumn Frost. My grandfather's favorite is Tang Bohush works. All right, I'll copy one for you. Lin Chen glanced at it and indicated it was no problem. Really? Thank you so much, Lin Chen. Zhou Huimin was extremely delighted. I won't let you help me for nothing. After it's finished, I'll reward you. She was a wealthy young woman, and if Lin Chen truly painted it for her, she would definitely repay him. Forget the reward. Come pick it up 2 days before Mid-Autumn, Lin Chen said with a smile. All right. Zhou Huimin nodded. Then Zhou Huimin followed Li Ziren to the bedroom to see the children. After seeing the children, Zhou Huimin left. Lin Chen, come take a look. The washing machine seems broken. At that moment, Li Ziren stood in front of the washing machine, holding a pile of clothes to be washed. Lin Chen went over to check and found that no matter how he tried, it wouldn't start. It was indeed broken. Lin Chen, maybe I should call a repairman, Li Ziren said. Lin Chen shook his head. Forget it, there's no need to fix it. We're moving to our new home. New home? What new home? Li Ziren was slightly stunned and asked. I have a villa on the Bund of Modu which has been vacant. Now we can move in there. Lin Chen smiled. Villa. Li Ziren was shocked. A villa on the Bund of Modu. It would cost at least tens of millions for one. Where did Lin Chen get the money to buy a villa? It couldn't be that his family bought it for him, could it? Li Ziren remembered that when she talked with Lin Chen the other night, he had said he was an orphan. So it absolutely couldn't be bought by his family. Li Ziren once again realized that she knew nothing about Lin Chen's financial standing. Just as she was about to ask him, Lin Chen made a phone call. Xiangzi, are you free this afternoon? Yes, what's up? Huang Chang was extremely surprised. Lin Chen actually took the initiative to contact him. Lin Chen laughed. Then come over this afternoon and help me with something. Help me move? In the afternoon, Huang Chang found the rental apartment according to the address Lin Chen gave him. Lin Chen, I think your classmate is here. Hearing the knock, Li Ziren immediately went to open the door. Hello, sister-in-law. As soon as the door opened, Huang Chang gave a simple smile to Li Ziren while being stunned by her beauty. She was too beautiful. In person she was much prettier than in the videos, mainly she had such an elegant aura. That noble and pure temperament made Huang Chang not dare to look directly at Li Ziren. Oh heavens! Could he also be granted such a beautiful wife? Xiangzi, you're here. Come over and help me move things. Lin Chen called out to Huang Chang, who snapped out of it, and quickly went to help. Actually, there weren't many things to move, but Lin Chen definitely couldn't manage alone, because Li Ziren had to take care of the 4 babies. Brother Chen, you're really amazing. Huang Chang looked at the 4 babies in the bedroom and gave a thumbs up to Lin Chen. I believe you can do it too. What if you end up with quintuplets? Lin Chen said with a smile. Huang Chang pouted, forget it. I'm from Shijiang. Do you know how high the bride price is here? Having so many kids, I won't be able to afford the bride price. I'd also have to buy a house and a car. 1 son is fine, but if there are 2 or 3, I'd probably have to borrow money to pay for their marriages. Lin Chen said helplessly. You be more ambitious. Who knows what the future holds? What if you become rich? That's true, haha. The two chatted while sorting things. Soon everything was organized. Then Li Ziren asked, Lin Chen, how are we going to get there? 1 trip doesn't seem enough. Lin Chen nodded. We'll move the stuff first, then come back to pick you and the babies up. Okay. Drive carefully, Li Ziren urged. Then Lin Chen and Huang Chang carried bags and bundles and left. Because there were quite a lot of things, they even made several trips. Brother Chen, this big G is really yours. I said I thought I saw you when you came to school that day. Sitting in the passenger seat of the big G, Huang Chang kept looking at the interior, envy appearing in his eyes. People online said be a playboy, drive a big G. If only he had a big G, then he wouldn't worry about having no girls. But envy aside, he was still clear-headed about reality. He had studied physical education in a normal university, and after graduation, he would most likely become a high school PE teacher earning a few thousand yuan a month just coasting through life. As for luxury cars like this, he would probably never have them in his life. Fasten your seatbelt. Lin Chen smiled slightly, started the car. Huang Chang fastened his seatbelt and grinned mischievously. Brother Chen, the rear space of the big G is so big, have you and sister-in-law ever? Seeing the meaningful smile on Huang Chang's face, Lin Chen knew what was on his mind. No. What a pity, such a spacious rear seat, and it hasn't been utilized. Lin Chen's mind stirred. Maybe after Li Ziren finished her postpartum confinement, he could try it with her. The Bund of Modu Villa District. Young Master Lu is taking us to see the villa. Could he be buying one? So envious. I'm stressed out about graduation and jobs. Even if I find a job, the internship salary is at most 4,000 or 5,000 a month. I didn't expect young Master Lu to be ready to buy a villa. Alas, the gap between us and young Master Lu will probably only grow bigger. Yeah. Young Master Lu, if you find a way to make money in the future, give us old classmates a hand, take us along. A group of youths about to graduate from college kept flattering a rich second generation. This rich second generation was Lu Bo. Today he had a gathering with old classmates. After the gathering, Lu Bo remembered he had a gate card for the Bund of Modu Villa District. So he thought of taking his classmates for a walk there. Of course, having a gate card for the Villa District didn't mean he owned a villa there. In fact, the cheapest villa here cost at least 50 million. His family simply couldn't afford it. He obtained the gate card through other means. Saying they were just taking a walk, he actually just wanted to show off. Don't worry, when I find a way to get rich, I'll definitely bring you all along. Lu Bo laughed with great bravado. Lu Bo, are you really going to buy a villa? Wang Bingbing, who was beside him, spoke up. Lu Bo gave an awkward smile. Of course not. The villas here cost at least 50 million, and villa no. 9 is worth over 100 million. I can't afford a villa here. I just brought you all here for a walk anyway, we're bored, right? Upon hearing this, several old classmates started flattering him again. Young Master Lu, you're too modest. I see young Master Lu must have come to preview the houses. He won't buy now, but he will definitely buy later. Exactly. How could young Master Lu not afford a villa here? Impossible. I would never believe that. The old classmates' sycophantic flattery made Lu Bo's heart bloom with joy, feeling extremely pleased. We've walked around enough, how about we go out for coffee? At that moment, Wang Bingbing, who was nearby, suggested. Everyone nodded in agreement with Wang Bingbing's idea. Indeed, no matter how beautiful the villas were, they still belonged to others. There was no point in continuing to walk around. Just as they were turning back, Lin Chen and Huang Chang approached carrying things. Lin Chen. Wang Bingbing was extremely surprised, never expecting to meet Lin Chen again here. Lin Chen was also taken aback and couldn't help remarking that the world was truly small. Meeting this pair of dogs again. Lin Chen, don't you need a villa gate card to enter? How did you sneak in? Wang Bingbing asked curiously. Lu Bo beside her was also puzzled. How did Lin Chen manage to sneak in? Are you kidding? Brother Chen lives here. Why would we need to sneak in? Huang Chang scoffed. Xiangzi, don't bother with them, let's go. Lin Chen said, walking past the group of Lu Bo, watching the two's receding figures. Lu Bo said in disbelief, did I fucking hear that right? This guy says he lives here. Needless to say, he's definitely bragging. Wang Bingbing looked incredulous. The villas here cost at least 50 million each. Even Lu Bo's family couldn't afford one. Lin Chen was an orphan, how could he possibly afford it? How about we follow him and take a look? Exactly whether he's bragging or not, we'll know by following him. One of Lu Bo's old classmates suggested. Lu Bo nodded. Alright, let's go take a look together. Because Wang Bingbing was Lin Chen's ex-girlfriend, Lu Bo had long held a grudge against Lin Chen. If he got the chance, he would definitely humiliate Lin Chen thoroughly. Next, Lu Bo and his group secretly followed Lin Chen from behind. Soon after, Villa No. 9. Seeing Lin Chen actually arrive at Villa No. 9, Lu Bo was dumbfounded. This was the most expensive villa in the area. Other villas cost at most 50 to 60 million each. Only Villa No. 9 was worth over 100 million. Brother Chun, they're following us. Huang Chang noticed people behind and quickly alerted. Hearing this, Lin Chen turned around, stared at Lu Bo and the others and frowned. Why are you following me? Lin Chen, how long are you going to keep up this act? Wang Bingbing said speechlessly. Do you know how much Villa No. 9 is worth? Don't tell me you bought this villa. Good grief, aren't you afraid of being scolded? Lu Bo taunted. When the owner comes out and sees you two sneaking around, people might think you're stealing. Ha ha ha. Lu Bo's old classmates burst into laughter. How interesting. Do you think there's a possibility they're just here to film a video? It doesn't seem impossible. Record a video, then post it on Moments or other social media. Make people think the villa is theirs so as to satisfy their vanity. Not to mention they had actually done this before. Especially when trying to pick up girls, if a girl sees you living in a villa, she'll come running to you. These people must be crazy. Huang Chang muttered. He knew Wang Bingbing, but he never expected this woman to become so disgusting now. Don't mind them. With that, Lin Chen took out the villa keys issued by the system from his pocket. Seeing Lin Chen actually take out a key, Lu Bo and the others instantly froze. A thought surged in their minds, could this villa really be his? They watched as Lin Chen inserted the key into the lock, gently turned it, but suddenly felt something was wrong. This is not the right key. Lin Chen quickly pulled the key out. Seeing that Lin Chen hadn't opened the door, Wang Bingbing and the others burst into laughter. I told you, someone so stingy in a relationship, how could this villa be his? You scared me. This guy acted like it was real. Bro, come out quickly. If you break the lock, you won't be able to afford it, even if you sell yourself. Yeah, stop pretending. I'm embarrassed for you. Even Lu Bo's old classmates couldn't help but start advising. Brother Chen, what's wrong? Seeing Lin Chen pull out the key, Huang Chang was a bit surprised. It's nothing, I just used the wrong key. He'll try another one. Because it was Lin Chen's first time here and the system had given him many keys. Lin Chen didn't know which specific key opened the door, so his first attempt naturally failed. Try this one. Lin Chen switched to another key and inserted it into the lock, but it still didn't open. This one isn't it either. Lin Chen continued to switch to the next key. Seeing that Lin Chen failed twice to open the door, Wang Bingbing thought he was completely hopeless. How pathetic. For some reason, Wang Bingbing suddenly felt a bit of pity for Lin Chen. Just because he wanted to show off in front of her and not lose to Lu Bo, he ended up playing this self-deceiving trick. This guy is beyond saving. The villa isn't yours. Even if you try 10,000 times, you won't be able to open the door. So let's just go? If this guy damages the lock, what if people mistake us for his accomplices? How ridiculous. Could this guy be an idiot? Lu Bo and his old classmates sneered one after another. Clearly none of them believed that the owner of the villa was Lin Chen. If Lin Chen was really the owner, how could he not even tell which key was which? At this moment, even Huang Chang's face looked a bit awkward. What was going on? Could it be that the villa really wasn't Lin Chen's? But soon Huang Chang shook his head. He believed Lin Chen was not that kind of person. At this point, Lin Chen had already switched to the fourth key. Take your time opening it, we're leaving. Ha ha, good luck opening someone else's door. Laughing to death. Never seen such a weirdo. After mocking, Lu Bo's group turned to leave. But just then, click. The villa door opened. At that moment, Lu Bo, Wang Bingbing, and the others felt their minds explode with a deafening roar. They turned around in unison, their gazes fixed on the villa door that Lin Chen had just opened, their hearts trembling uncontrollably. Did he open it? Is the villa really his? None was more emotionally stirred than Wang Bingbing. She had dumped Lin Chen for his poverty, only to throw herself into Lu Bo's arms. But no more than a week had passed since their breakup. First a Mercedes-Benz Big G, now a white tan villa. How could a person change so drastically in just a few days? How was this even possible? Had he been pretending to be poor all along? Lu Bo's face turned as unpleasant as if he had swallowed something foul. So the real clown was me. The other former classmates of Lu Bo who had come to mock Lin Chen were also choked into silence, unable to utter a word. So this is the white tan villa? It's absolutely luxurious. They followed Lin Chen into the villa's grand hall. Huang Chang was like a curious child, constantly looking around. He never imagined the villa's hall could be so opulent. Truly, poverty had limited his imagination. Brother Chen, how much did it cost to buy such a luxurious villa? Huang Chang asked. Yes, a lot, Lin Chen nodded. He naturally couldn't say it was a reward from the system. Then the two put down their belongings and went out. Outside, Lu Bo, Wang Bingbing, and the others had already left in shame. They'll take you back to school. You've worked hard. Lin Chen patted Huang Chang on the shoulder and smiled. Huang Chang grinned. No hardship at all, it's nothing. Broaching, you and your wife haven't had the wedding banquet yet, have you? Not yet, why? Huang Chang smiled. When the date is set, you must invite me to the banquet. Don't worry, I will. Just prepare your gift money, Lin Chen laughed. Then they chatted cheerfully all the way, and Lin Chen drove Huang Chang back to school. After dropping him off, Lin Chen drove back to the rented house to pick up Li Xiren and the babies. Xiren, is he your husband? A pretty girl with a bun hairstyle asked Li Xiren excitedly when she saw Lin Chen. Yes, Li Xiren nodded with a smile. He's so handsome. Luo Yuding's eyes sparkled as if filled with stars. She had many friends, and Li Xiren was just one of them. Yet the boyfriends of her other friends were all rather unattractive. So she often felt that those men were unworthy of her friends. But Lin Chen was the first one she had seen whose looks matched the woman's. The two were so perfectly matched, like a couple destined to be together. Xiren, your husband, is very handsome. Luo Yuding praised him directly in front of Lin Chen. Hearing her friends compliment Li Xiren was secretly delighted. Xiren, take good care of yourself during the postpartum month. After it's over, he'll come visit you again. Luo Yuding stood up. I won't disturb your moving. He'll head back now. Okay. As Luo Yuding walked past him, Lin Chen gave a polite smile, and she smiled back. Xiren, is she your friend? Lin Chen asked after closing the door. Li Xiren replied, yes, a college friend. She knew I had given birth and came specifically to see me. Lin Chen nodded and changed the subject. Everything's moved over there. Let's go now. But how do we take the 4 babies downstairs? Li Xiren looked troubled. If they carried them down one by one, someone would have to stay and watch. But once they were in the car, someone would have to stay with them inside. Though leaving them alone for a short while might not be a problem. But what if there were traffickers? The babies were too young to take any risks. Li Xiren felt helpless. She regretted not asking Luo Yuding to stay and help, then they would have enough hands. It's easy. We can just take the stroller too, Lin Chen suggested. That works, Li Xiren thought it over and agreed. Then she wheeled the 4 babies out of the room. Lin Chen negotiated with the landlord, who inspected the room and found nothing damaged. So the landlord agreed to terminate the lease and even returned the deposit. Though Lin Chen had plenty of money, now he wasn't about to waste a few thousand yuan. Be gentle, don't wake the babies. I know. Lin Chen carefully placed the babies one by one on the soft baby pads in the back seat. The pads were even softer than a sofa bed. The babies didn't wake up from discomfort. But suddenly, wah! The second baby, Lin Kersen, woke up and wailed loudly. That's how babies are. Even when asleep, they can wake at any moment. Don't cry, baby. Mommy is taking you to your new home. Don't cry. Li Xiren held the second baby and soothed her gently. Meanwhile, Lin Chen folded the stroller, which was part of the system's 4-piece set and had a collapsible design. After folding it, Lin Chen put the stroller in the trunk. Then he got into the driver's seat. By now, Li Xiren's patient coaxing had lulled the second baby, Lin Kersen, back to sleep. Let's head to our new home. Madu Whitean Villa. When they arrived, even prepared, Li Xiren was still deeply surprised. Lin Chen, I've wanted to ask you something for a long time. She asked timidly. Where did you get so much money to buy the big G and the villa? Lin Chen wasn't surprised by the question. He knew Li Xiren would ask eventually. What if I said the villa and the big G were gifts from someone else? Would you believe me? He asked with a smile. I believe you, Li Xiren said firmly. She trusted that Lin Chen wouldn't lie to her. Huh, why aren't you following the script? Then tell me who gave them to you. Li Xiren joked. Was it a rich woman? Were you kept by a sugar mommy before? Lin Chen's face darkened. Of course not. If I were kept by anyone, it would be you, the rich woman. I am not a rich woman. Li Xiren shot him a glare, slightly embarrassed. Her family's wealth was modest. Tens of millions at least. Strictly speaking, she might be a little rich, right? Okay, seriously. The money came from my investments, Lin Chen said, without a blush. He couldn't exactly reveal the existence of the system, could he? Investments? Li Xiren was a bit surprised, but didn't question it. After all, she couldn't think of another explanation. It couldn't have rained from the sky, could it? Anyway, the money was earned by Lin Chen's own ability. At that thought, Li Xiren looked at Lin Chen with deep admiration. She had discovered another shining quality in him. At that moment, she felt incredibly lucky. Over the next few days, Lin Chen and Li Xiren stayed in the villa taking care of the 4 babies. Unconsciously, the babies had been born for 10 days. Congratulations, host, for taking care of the baby on the 10th day. Daddy value 99. Congratulations, host, for taking care of the baby on the 10th day. Daddy value 99. Congratulations, host, for taking care of the baby on the 10th day. Daddy value 99. Lin Chen had just finished changing the baby's diapers when the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. He had grown accustomed to the system's occasional reminders. The so-called daddy value was the score the system awarded him each day based on his performance in taking care of the babies. The daddy value had great benefits. It could be used for lottery draws. System, check my daddy value, Lin Chen communicated with the system. Immediately, an information panel appeared before Lin Chen. Host Lin Chen. Skills top-tier nanny, divine culinary skills, divine medical skills, divine painting skills. Relationships father, mother, fiancé Li Ziren, eldest daughter Lin Xingyue, second daughter Lin Kersen, third son Lin E, fourth daughter Lin Yue. Daddy value 4396. Detected that the host's daddy value is sufficient for one lottery draw. Do you wish to start the draw immediately? Draw, Lin Chen uttered in his mind. Congratulations. You have won an antique, a night pearl. Then a green potato-sized pearl appeared in Lin Chen's hand. At first glance the pearl seemed unremarkable, but when brought close to the eyes and examined carefully one could clearly perceive the marvel of this night pearl. Good heavens, could this be the very pearl that Empress Dowager Cixi held in her mouth before her death? Lin Chen thought to himself. Then he stored the night pearl in his system backpack. Precious as it was of no use to him for now. Ziran, are you not at home? Outside, Li Ziren suddenly received a call from Zhou Huimin. Huimin, I forgot to tell you. I've moved. Moved? Where did you move to? Do you want to come over now? They'll send you the address. With that, Li Ziren sent her current address to Zhou Huimin. Lin Chen, Zhou Huimin will be here soon, Li Ziren said hurriedly as she saw Lin Chen coming out of the house. Great. Speaking of Huimin, it suddenly reminds me that I haven't started the painting I promised her, Lin Chen said. Before long, Zhou Huimin followed the address Li Ziren had sent and arrived at the Bun Villa area. Since he didn't have a gate card, Lin Chen went to the entrance in person to wait for her. Lin Chen, you really live here? Zhou Huimin thought she had navigated wrong until she saw Lin Chen at the gate. Yeah, Lin Chen said with a smile. Good heavens, I came to see the villas here before, but I thought they were too expensive and didn't buy one. Lin Chen, you're really rich. Zhou Huimin exclaimed. Of course, she didn't directly ask where Lin Chen got so much money, as that would be tactless. It's nothing, just a villa, Lin Chen said with a smile. Then Lin Chen led Zhou Huimin into the house. As soon as they got home, Li Ziren said helplessly to Lin Chen, we're out of diapers. Let's buy some next time. Next time? How about we go now? Since Zhou Huimin is here, we can ask her to watch the kids for a while, Lin Chen said. Zhou Huimin, good heavens. I just arrived, and she's already asking me to babysit. Isn't that treating me purely like a tool? Are you feeling cooped up because you haven't gone out for so long? Lin Chen asked Li Ziren with a smile. Li Ziren nodded. Yeah, but I'm still in my postpartum confinement. Can I go out? Of course you can. Lin Chen said, generally about 10 days after childbirth the body has recovered somewhat. If the weather is warm, it's perfectly fine to go out as long as you don't catch a chill. But it's the season for short sleeves now. It's almost impossible to catch a chill. Hearing this, Li Ziren's desire to go out grew even stronger. She said to Zhou Huimin, Huimin, can you watch the babies here? We'll go out for a while, at most 20 minutes, and we'll be back. But what if the babies wake up and want milk? What if they cry and want their mother to soothe them? Zhou Huimin didn't mind babysitting, but she was troubled by that thought. I just fed them, and they've just fallen asleep. They won't wake up so soon, Li Ziren said. Alright, I'll help you watch the babies, but come back soon, Zhou Huimin said. Don't worry, we will. Then Li Ziren changed her clothes and went out with Lin Chen. A few minutes later, run to shopping mall. When Lin Chen and Li Ziren appeared in the mall, they immediately attracted the attention of many passersby. No help for it. When you're good-looking, you're the center of attention wherever you go. It's hard to keep a low profile. Handsome guy, handsome guy. Suddenly, a female outdoor streamer caught up with Lin Chen from behind. What's up? Lin Chen turned around and saw the streamer holding a microphone, apparently wanting to interview him. Handsome guy, can I take a minute of your time to ask you a few questions? The streamer spoke, her gaze fixed on Lin Chen, then glanced at Li Ziren beside him, stunned by their good looks. Interviewing such a good-looking couple would definitely get high video views. Lin Chen was about to refuse, but Li Ziren asked, what questions do you want to ask? Without further ado, the streamer didn't hold back. May I ask, in the future, would you be willing to add your girlfriend's name to your property deed? The streamer asked, looking at Lin Chen with eager expectation. We're already married. Having said that, Lin Chen took Li Ziren's hand and walked inside. The streamer was left dumbfounded. Did I hear that right? Such a young and handsome guy is already married. Married so young. Lin Chen, when did we get married? Li Ziren gave Lin Chen a look, but couldn't hide the smile on her lips. We have 4 kids already. In my heart, we're already married, Lin Chen said with a smile. What, you don't want to marry me? Of course I do. Li Ziren wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's, tilted her head, and looked at him. But we haven't gotten the marriage certificate yet. That's a small matter. Well, pick a meaningful day and go get the certificate, Lin Chen promised Li Ziren. Alright. It was obvious that Li Ziren was very happy at that moment. Before they knew it, the two arrived at the shopping hall. The diapers are over there. Li Ziren pointed in a direction, then pulled Lin Chen over there. Hello, are you looking for diapers? The saleswoman greeted politely. Lin Chen looked at the shelves, then picked up a brand, and asked, how much is this brand? This is a foreign brand, relatively more expensive, 78 yuan per pack. The saleswoman added. However, this pack contains 40 diapers, which is 10 more than the usual brand. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded. Then Lin Chen said, alright, give me 100 packs. Hearing this, the saleswoman was dumbfounded. Did I hear you correctly? You want to buy 100 packs? The female sales assistant asked, incredulously seeking confirmation from Lin Chen again. Lin Chen chuckled. Yes, you don't have that many in stock, do you? Lin Chen, isn't that too many? Li Ziren, who was holding his arms, softly interjected. Stocking up at home means we won't have to come out to buy them so often. Lin Chen replied with a smile. But 100 packs at once. Isn't that a bit excessive? Li Ziren said. Not really, Lin Chen explained. Think about it, one pack has 40 diapers, and a baby needs about 10 a day. With 4 babies, that's 40 diapers a day. So one pack only lasts a single day. 100 packs of diapers may seem like a lot, but they'll only last 3 months. Hearing Lin Chen's analysis, Li Ziren found it reasonable. True, stocking up at home would save them from frequent trips to the store. Besides, diapers have a much longer shelf life than milk. Alright, well, take 100 packs. Li Ziren said to the sales assistant with a smile. Are you serious? The assistant still thought they were joking. 100 packs seemed over the top, almost like a wholesale purchase. We're serious. With 4 kids we go through diapers very quickly, Li Ziren said with a helpless smile. For kids? Good heavens. The sales assistant was genuinely stunned. This beautiful woman, who looked younger than herself, already had 4 children. How old was she when she became a mother? And Li Ziren's figure was absolutely perfect. Not a single sign of post-pregnancy change. She didn't look like a woman who'd given birth at all. Alright. Please follow me to the checkout. The assistant snapped out of her shock and smiled. Lin Chen followed the assistant to the counter to pay. Sir, the total is 8,000 yuan. Since your purchase exceeds 5,000, you've been upgraded to our VIP membership. Next time you visit, you'll enjoy a 30% discount. The assistant said cheerfully. Alright. Lin Chen nodded, then presented his payment code. With a beep, the transaction was successful. He was far from short of money. 8,000 yuan was nothing to him, causing no stir in his heart. After paying, Lin Chen thought of another question and asked the assistant, can you deliver it to my home? Of course, sir. Please leave your address and I'll arrange delivery this afternoon. Alright. Lin Chen left the address, then left with Li Ziren. There are a few luxury stores over there. Want to take a look? He held her hand, gazing at her face. Lin Chen wanted to buy something for his wife, since they rarely went out together. Besides, he had plenty of money now. Luxury stores. Li Ziren looked at the nearby shops. Some sold handbags, others cosmetics. There were jewelry stores too. But Li Ziren shook her head and smiled. Forget it. I've just given birth. I don't need these luxuries. Even if she did, she wasn't particularly drawn to them. She was a simple person when it came to material things. Despite her affluent family background, she was unlike those socialites. She never vainly pursued luxury items. It's fine. You may not need them now, but you will later. Without giving her a chance to refuse, Lin Chen took her hand and led her into a handbag store. Welcome. Several pretty sales assistants immediately approached, all in uniform, with black stockings and long legs. Ziren, pick whatever you like. Tell me which bag catches your eye. Lin Chen said with a generous air. With no other choice, Li Ziren obediently began browsing among the numerous brand-name bags. However, she directly ignored the ones with extremely high prices, tens of thousands of yuan each. In her eyes, those exorbitantly priced bags were merely attacks on intelligence. There was no need to buy such expensive ones. Li Ziren thought she'd just pick one costing a few thousand yuan. But after walking around the store, she found the cheapest bag was tens of thousands. Miss, this is the latest Chanel collection. Oh, I think it suits your temperament perfectly. This latest LV model is also a great fit for you. I've worked here for 2 years, and I've never seen a customer with such elegance. The sales assistants were promoting the bags while showering Li Ziren with compliments, making her a little shy. Lin Chen, which of these 3 bags do you think suits me best? After some selection, Li Ziren held up 3 bags for his opinion. I think they all look great. Lin Chen meant it. Li Ziren was so beautiful that even a rough sack would look good on her. No. You have to pick one. Since you like them all, well, take all 3. Lin Chen said with a casual smile, his generous words stunning the female assistants. Please pack these 3 bags. How much? Lin Chen said to the assistants. Before Li Ziren could react, the bags were already taken for checkout. That'll be 1,500 yuan in total. Beep. Payment successful. Let's go. Lin Chen picked up the bags, and led a slightly dazed Li Ziren out of the store. Watching them leave, the assistant's eyes were filled with envy. Oh heavens. Could they also get a boyfriend like that? That guy is so good to his girlfriend. I'm almost crying with envy. Who said that handsome rich men are all players? Being loved is like winning the lottery. I'm so jealous of that girl. Well, me too. Hey, why can't we meet a man like that? The sales assistants were all feeling a bit down. Li Ziren hadn't expected Lin Chen to buy all 3 bags without hesitation. She should have just picked one. But despite her slight exasperation, Li Ziren felt deeply happy inside. High heels. Want some? Lin Chen asked. No, I have plenty. Then wear them for me next time. After my confinement period ends. Li Ziren shot him a look, knowing what was on his mind. But because she loved him deeply, she was willing to comply. We should head back now. The babies will be waking up soon. Li Ziren said. Lin Chen nodded. Okay, let's go back. At the Bun Villa. When Lin Chen and Li Ziren returned as expected, the babies were already awake. The eldest Lin Qingyue and the third Lin, he had woken up while the other two were still sleeping soundly. "Wu, you're finally back. If you hadn't come soon, I would have called to urge you." At that moment, Zhou Huimin was in a fluster. With both babies awake and her lack of experience in childcare, she was truly overwhelmed. "Come, let daddy hold you." Lin Chen quickly picked up the crying third baby and soothed her gently. "They must be hungry. Huimin, thank you for your hard work," Li Ziren said, then lifted her shirt to nurse the eldest baby. "It's nothing. By the way, Lin Chen, have you finished the painting I asked for?" Zhou Huimin looked at Lin Chen and asked. "Not yet. Are you in a hurry?" "No, but the Mid-Autumn Festival is in 3 days. Then I'll finish it tomorrow, and you can come get it then," Lin Chen replied. A mere copied painting wouldn't take much of his time. "All right." With a confirmed time, Zhou Huimin felt relieved. "They'll come again tomorrow then." "Huimin, won't you stay for lunch?" Seeing she was about to leave, Li Ziren quickly called out. "No need, I have some things to take care of at school." "Okay, take care then." After Zhou Huimin left, Li Ziren suddenly remembered something. She looked at Lin Chen and asked Lin Chen, "Is your promise to my mother still valid?" "What promise?" Lin Chen inquired. "To spend the Mid-Autumn Festival at my house," Li Ziren said. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. "Of course it is. Speaking of which, I've never met your father." To be honest, he was a bit curious about what his father-in-law looked like. "My father has a very bad temper," Li Ziren said. "To be honest, I'm a bit afraid to go back." Suddenly Lin Chen remembered something Zhou Huimin had told him. Because of Li Ziren's unexpected pregnancy, Li Ziren's father had almost severed ties with her. Presumably this was the reason she was reluctant to return. "It's all right. With me here, your father shouldn't do anything to you," Lin Chen reassured her. Li Ziren was amused. "I'm not worried about myself. Oh, I'm worried about you, you fool." Worried about him. Then Lin Chen suddenly realized. The reason for Li Ziren's unexpected pregnancy was because of him, wasn't it? To put it bluntly, wasn't it his doing? So putting himself in her father's shoes, his future father-in-law's attitude towards him would undoubtedly be hostile. Thinking this, Lin Chen fell into contemplation. "What's wrong? Scared? Want to back out?" Seeing Lin Chen silent, Li Ziren teased. "No, what am I afraid of?" Lin Chen said. "After all, I'm the father of 4 babies and his future son-in-law. I believe he won't do anything to me," Lin Chen said optimistically. "I hope so." Li Ziren then thought of something else. "But since we're going to my house for the Mid-Autumn Festival, shouldn't we prepare some gifts to bring?" Lin Chen nodded. "Definitely. How could he go empty-handed to meet his future father-in-law for the first time? Especially during the Mid-Autumn Festival, it would be inexcusable not to prepare something. Does your father have any hobbies?" Lin Chen thought of giving his future father-in-law a gift and planned to start with his interests. "Let me think," Li Ziren said. "Does liking antiques count as a hobby?" Antiques. Suddenly Lin Chen thought of the luminous pearl he had drawn from the System Mall. The luminous pearl was also an antique, and an extremely precious one at that. A treasure that Empress Dowager Cixi had been enamored with. Perhaps he could just give the luminous pearl to his father-in-law. Lin Chen thought. "All right, leave the gifts to me." The next day, after changing the baby's diapers, Lin Chen remembered the painting he had promised Zhou Huimin. So in about 10 minutes, he copied Tang Bohush Spring Trees and Autumn Frost. With his divine painting skills, Lin Chen's copy was incredibly lifelike. In short, Lin Chen himself was quite satisfied. Before long, the doorbell rang in the villa's courtyard. "It's Zhou Huimin. I'm feeding the baby, go open the door for her." From the bedroom came Li Ziren's voice. "All right." Knowing Zhou Huimin had come for the painting, Lin Chen took it downstairs. "You're here early. Lin Chen, tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Have you finished the painting you promised to copy?" "It's done." Lin Chen handed the painting to Zhou Huimin, who immediately unrolled it to take a look. "Wow, amazing." Zhou Huimin thought her grandfather would be overjoyed to see this painting. "Lin Chen, thank you so much." Zhou Huimin looked at Lin Chen with admiration and gratitude. "You're welcome." Lin Chen waved his hand. "It was just a painting. Want to come in and sit?" "No, tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and I need to wrap this painting for my grandfather." Zhou Huimin smiled. "Lin Chen will come play with you another time." "All right." In a luxurious villa in Shanghai, 2 elderly men were engaged in animated conversation, occasionally bursting into laughter. Before them was a red sandalwood tea table with 2 cups of tea emitting steam. "Old Zhou, did you hear? Last month that Xiaoxiang 2 by Gu Kaiji was authenticated as genuine and sold for over 300 million. Lu Nanru spoke, his gold-rimmed glasses making his smile bloom like a chrysanthemum, giving a friendly impression. "Oh really? If it's truly Gu Kaiji's original, 300 million isn't too much." Zhou Daoji said. Gu Kaiji was a great painter of the Eastern Jin dynasty and an absolute heavyweight in the history of Chinese art. His admonitions of the instructress to the court ladies and nymph of the Luo River are considered masterpieces of figure painting. Indeed, but a painting selling for over 300 million. I'm afraid it'll never catch up in my lifetime. Lu Nanru said somewhat bitterly. He was also a renowned Chinese painter. His best work had once been snapped up by a millionaire for millions. Yet compared to the unit of a billion, millions still fell short. "Old Zhou, I see you as the one in my lifetime who might become the next Gu Kaiji." Lu Nanru took a sip of tea and smiled at Zhou Daoji. Zhou Daoji shook his head helplessly. Old Lu, stop teasing me. I'm well aware of my own abilities. Just as he finished speaking, the door opened with a sound. A graceful young girl walked in holding a scroll. It was Zhou Huimin. Grandpa, I'm back. Grandpa Lu, you're here too. Zhou Huimin exclaimed as she entered, noticing Lu Nanru seated nearby. Oh, isn't this Huimin? Lu Nanru, who often visited Zhou Daoji, had known Zhou Huimin for a long time. Haha, Huimin, come have some tea with your grandpa. What's that in your hand? Seeing the scroll in Zhou Huimin's hand, Zhou Daoji was puzzled. Grandpa, this is my mid-autumn festival gift for you. Zhou Huimin smiled sweetly, handing the scroll to Zhou Daoji. Grandpa, happy mid-autumn festival. Zhou Daoji was momentarily stunned before breaking into a joyful laugh. Every mid-autumn festival his precious granddaughter gave him a gift. This year was no exception. Good. Haha, Huimin, you're so thoughtful. Grandpa wishes you a happy mid-autumn festival too. Zhou Daoji took the painting with delight. Huimin is truly considerate and filial. Lu Nanru praised her, unable to hide his envy. His granddaughter was not as good as Zhou Huimin. After studying abroad, she hadn't returned for years. During festivals at most, she sent a brief greeting, not even a red packet. He sighed. Indeed, comparison brings pain. Grandpa, would you like to open it now? I'm sure you'll love this gift. Zhou Huimin said with a smile. Really? Let's take a look then. Zhou Daoji replied, curious about his granddaughter's present. All right. Under their gaze, Zhou Huimin unrolled the scroll. A beautiful painting unfolded before them. In the valley, spring mountains burst with green, cascading waterfalls splashed, and two scholars sat on a rock by the stream, composing poetry. Dead trees sprouted new branches, revealing the breath of spring. At the valley's mouth, a hanging waterfall flowed like silk into the stream, splashing pearls with a crisp sound. The serene and ethereal setting, enhanced by the scholars' animated conversation, exuded poetic charm. Spring trees and autumn frost painting. Zhou Daoji and Lu Nanru were deeply shaken. Is this the authentic spring trees and autumn frost? Lu Nanru's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhou Daoji was equally stunned. At first glance, it truly resembled the original spring trees and autumn frost. Could this painting really be by Tang Bohu? Zhou Daoji exclaimed involuntarily. Hearing this, Zhou Huimin laughed. Grandpa, this isn't a Tang Bohu original. It's a copy made by a friend of mine who paints. A copy. Hearing those words, both men breathed a sigh of relief. They had been startled. They had thought it was a genuine Tang Bohu. This copy is incredibly lifelike. If Huimin hadn't told us, I wouldn't have known it was a replica. Lu Nanru remarked, his eyes fixed on the painting. I agree. Which master created this copy? It's astonishingly accurate. Zhou Daoji carefully examined the entire painting, growing more amazed with each detail. The copy was superb. Without 50 years of traditional Chinese painting skill, one couldn't achieve this level. I think so too. Huimin, what's the name of your friend who copied this painting? How old are they? Zhou Daoji and Lu Nanru looked at Zhou Huimin. Well, you might not believe this, but my friend is 22 years old. His name is Lin Chen, and I'm sure you've never heard of him. Zhou Huimin replied honestly. What? 22? Zhou Daoji and Lu Nanru were dumbfounded, never expecting the master they had imagined to be so young. But on second thought, it made sense. Zhou Huimin was just over 20, so how old could her friend be? At only 22, to paint so convincingly that it could be mistaken for the original. This is a prodigy of traditional Chinese painting. Without a doubt, he will have a place in the future of Chinese art. Zhou Daoji and Lu Nanru praised endlessly. Then Zhou Daoji asked Zhou Huimin, Huimin, could you introduce us to your friend someday? Zhou Huimin was taken aback. Grandpa, are you serious? Of course I am. Zhou Daoji continued. You know your grandfather has no other passion in life besides painting. I can count on one hand the people in the art world I truly admire. Your friend is extraordinary and I'd like to get to know him. Zhou Huimin was utterly astonished. How remarkable was Lin Chen's painting? It had moved her grandfather to seek his acquaintance. Grandpa, I can do that, she nodded. I can introduce him to you when the opportunity arises. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Li Ziren were packing their things as they were about to visit her parents. Lin Chen, have you prepared the gift for my dad? Asked Li Ziren. Lin Chen replied, of course it's in that box. A box? Li Ziren immediately opened it, and indeed found a luminous pearl inside. Is this an antique? Li Ziren examined the pearl. Yes, this bead is extraordinary. It was a treasure that Empress Dowager Cixi insisted on placing in her mouth as a burial item. Lin Chen said with a faint smile. That's far too precious. But how did you come by a luminous pearl? Li Ziren eyed Lin Chen suspiciously, knowing such an antique must be priceless. A friend gave it to me. A friend? Male or female? Probably male. Lin Chen recalled the electronic voice of the system, uncertain of its gender. Probably. Fine, then it must be female. Li Ziren huffed, appearing somewhat jealous. Without a word, Lin Chen leaned in and kissed Li Ziren. MMPH. What to do when your wife is jealous? No explanation needed. Any excuse would be feeble. Just kiss her. Over an hour later, in a townhouse in a certain district of Magic City. This was Li Ziren's parents' home. Lin Chen drove, bringing his wife and children. Wu Yanfang came out to greet them as they couldn't enter the villa without a keycard. Inside, Li Ziren glanced around the living room and asked Wu Yanfang in surprise, "Dad's not home." Wu Yanfang said awkwardly, "He is in his room." Hearing this, Li Ziren felt aggrieved, as she rarely visited home, yet her father wouldn't even see her hiding in his room. What? Just then the second child, Lin Chen, burst into loud cries, interrupting Li Ziren's thoughts. Wu Yanfang asked, "What's wrong? Is the child hungry?" Lin Chen glanced at Lin Chen and said, "Probably not hungry. Likely needs a diaper change." Lin Chen then picked up Lin Chen to check, finding the diaper indeed heavy and full. He quickly fetched a new diaper from the bag and changed the little one. Li Tianhong's door was ajar, and through the gap, he caught a glimpse of Lin Chen's entire diaper-changing process. Li Tianhong thought to himself, this guy changes diapers so skillfully. Clearly he often helps care for the child. A man who frequently helps his wife with childcare can't have a bad character. That was the life wisdom Li Tianhong had gleaned over 40 years. Soon Lin Chen finished changing the diaper, and Lin Chen stopped crying. "Xiao Chen, what would you like for lunch?" "Mom will go buy it," Wu Yanfang said, looking at Lin Chen. Lin Chen was startled as she referred to herself as Mom instead of Auntie. Lin Chen felt overjoyed. "Anything is fine, oh I'm not picky." Wu Yanfang asked with a smile, "Do you eat pork intestines?" "Yes," Lin Chen nodded. Stir-fried pork intestines were a delicacy. "All right then, Mom will go buy some later." "What else do you like?" Wu Yanfang continued asking Lin Chen. Though he insisted he wasn't picky and anything would do, she persisted in having him name dishes catering to his tastes, a clear sign of how much she valued him. "Then how about some braised pork belly and lobster?" Lin Chen said reluctantly, feeling his mother-in-law was truly kind, unlike his father-in-law. Afterwards, Li Ziren and Wu Yanfang went out to buy groceries while Lin Chen stayed home to watch the children. After they left, Li Tianhong finally emerged slowly from his room. He glanced at Lin Chen sitting on the living room sofa, said nothing, and remained aloof. Lin Chen looked at his father-in-law, and though just a quick glance, his expression changed slightly. Now a skilled physician himself, Lin Chen sensed that Li Tianhong's health was not good. He took the initiative to walk toward him. Li Tianhong was brewing tea and was startled to see Lin Chen approaching. "What?" Li Tianhong frowned with displeasure. "Uncle, you don't look well. Your complexion seems unhealthy." Li Tianhong immediately grew annoyed. He ran daily, had regular checkups, and knew his own health better than anyone. How dare Lin Chen claim he was unwell? Just as Li Tianhong was about to lose his temper, Lin Chen suddenly asked, "Uncle, have you been sleeping poorly lately?" Upon hearing this, Li Tianhong's expression turned grave, and he asked suspiciously, "How do you know? Do I have dark circles or something?" Lin Chen replied, "No, it's because your complexion is dull, your spirit and energy are lacking, and you are filled with a sense of fatigue. Classic signs of insufficient sleep. Have you been feeling unwell anywhere recently?" Li Tianhong was taken aback and thought carefully. "Actually nothing much, just some discomfort in my neck, especially at night when the pain gets severe. I haven't slept well for several nights." "Didn't you see a doctor before it?" Lin Chen asked. Li Tianhong said, "Of course I did, and I visited more than one hospital." "What did the doctor say?" "The doctor said I have cervical spondylosis and could only receive conservative treatment. He gave me some medicated plasters and sent me off. But honestly, those plasters didn't help much. The pain still comes." Li Tianhong grumbled. After all, he was a multimillionaire, yet he couldn't cure a simple neck problem with all his money, which left him feeling helpless. Lin Chen stood up. "Let me take a look at your neck." "Li Tianhong, what are you trying to do?" His eyes widened as he stared at Lin Chen warily. Lin Chen said, "I've studied some medical knowledge. Maybe I can help with your neck issue." Hearing this, Li Tianhong hesitated for a few seconds before saying, "All right, take a look." Li Tianhong thought to himself, "Let's see what this kid is capable of. If he tries to fool me, he's in for it." Lin Chen moved behind Li Tianhong, and just as Li Tianhong tried to turn his head, Lin Chen held it steady. "Don't move for now. Does it hurt when I press here?" Lin Chen reached out and pressed a joint on the back of Li Tianhong's neck, then asked, "Ow, ow, kid, let go." Li Tianhong winced in pain, his expression twisting. "And here." Lin Chen gently pressed a joint higher up, and this time the pain made Li Tianhong jump to his feet. "Damn it, kid. Are you trying to kill me?" Li Tianhong hissed through gritted teeth, his tone harsh. He even wondered if Lin Chen was deliberately tormenting him. "Your condition is cervical spondylosis, compressing the nerves. It's quite serious." Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. Li Tianhong said in exasperation, "Isn't it just common cervical spondylosis?" Lin Chen said, "It's not common. If it worsens, you could experience numbness in your limbs and even high-level paralysis." At this, Li Tianhong was nearly scared out of his wits. High-level paralysis. His face twitched. "Kid, you're just trying to scare me, aren't you? Do you think I don't know about my own condition? It's not as exaggerated as you say." Hearing this, Lin Chen sighed. "Uncle, you're Ziren's father. Why would I scare you? The cervical spine is a crucial part of the body because it connects to the head. If nerves are compressed, blood supply is insufficient, leading to brain oxygen deprivation and limb numbness. Also, I felt some nodules on the back of your neck." Though the nodules themselves aren't serious, they can aggravate your condition to some extent. Lin Chen explained patiently. After hearing this, Li Tianhong fell silent. This kid talks with such coherence. Could he really know medicine? With that thought, Li Tianhong began to regard Lin Chen with more respect. I have a massage technique that can relieve your neck pain to some degree. Maybe you won't feel pain tonight when you sleep. Want to give it a try? Lin Chen smiled. After all, he was his father-in-law, so Lin Chen didn't mind lending a hand. Massage technique. Li Tianhong's mind stirred, and his expression turned cautious. Don't you trust me? Lin Chen asked with a faint smile. All right, give it a try. After all, it wouldn't cost him anything, and he could enjoy a massage. Why not? It would also be a chance to see if Lin Chen was as good as he claimed. Sit up straight. Lin Chen placed his hands on his father-in-law's shoulders and began to knead them. Ouch! Li Tianhong's eyes widened, and he immediately bristled. Kid, can't you go a bit lighter? Lin Chen sighed helplessly and had to ease the pressure. Doesn't hurt now, right? Lin Chen's lips curled into a smile. The massage technique he was using was actually one created by Hua Ta. When Hua Ta was alive, he had used this very technique on Cao Cao. It had cured Cao Cao's cervical spondylosis, earning him Cao Cao's favor and rewards. As for how Lin Chen knew this technique, it was of course thanks to the divine medical skills he had acquired earlier. Kid, your massage technique is quite something. Li Tianhong's expression softened, and a look of enjoyment spread across his face. There was no other reason. Lin Chen's massage was simply too comfortable. 100 times more soothing than Wu Yanfang's nighttime rubs. Of course I've studied medicine. Lin Chen chuckled. Li Tianhong asked, what work do you do now? Hearing his father-in-law inquire about his job, Lin Chen thought, what job? I don't have one. I'm unemployed, just staying home and taking care of the kids for now. Lin Chen said candidly. Unemployed? Upon hearing those words, Li Tianhong's expression remained calm. If it were any other father-in-law, hearing that his son-in-law was jobless would likely result in a cold glare. I happen to have a management position at my company. Want to give it a try? Li Tianhong asked. What? Lin Chen wondered if he had heard correctly. His father-in-law was extending an olive branch. How much is the monthly salary? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Li Tianhong. 50,000. 50,000. Lin Chen frowned. That's a bit low. Just by spending time with his 4 babies, he could earn tens of thousands from the system in a single day. 50,000 is still low. Li Tianhong's expression changed, and he lectured. Young man, don't be too ambitious. Haven't you heard the news? A stable monthly income of over 10,000 already surpasses 90 of the country's population. And I'm offering you a monthly salary of 50,000. Lin Chen laughed after hearing this. 50,000 is a lot, but I want to earn more to give the children the best in the world. At these words, Li Tianhong's brow softened. So that was Lin Chen's thinking. Indeed, if he wanted to give the babies the best of everything, 50,000 a month would barely suffice. After all, the most expensive can of formula costs tens of thousands. Just as Li Tianhong was pondering whether to offer Lin Chen better terms, Li Xiren and Wu Yanfang returned home. Seeing Li Xiren return, and with her parents momentarily absent, Lin Chen quietly said to her, by the way, the mid-autumn gifts we brought. Have you given them to your parents yet? Li Xiren shook her head. Not yet. How about you give them now? All right, I'll go. Lin Chen then picked up a bag and headed to the living room. Auntie, this is the mid-autumn gift Xiren prepared for you. He handed a delicate little box to Wu Yanfang. She opened it immediately, revealing a beautiful wristwatch inside. Xiao Chun, we're already delighted that you came. There's no need for gifts. A sparkle gleamed in Wu Yanfang's eyes. It was clear she adored the watch. Lin Chen smiled faintly. One thing at a time. Do you like it, Auntie? I do. Then please keep it. No need to stand on ceremony with us. With that, Lin Chen carried the bag toward Li Tianhong, who was sipping tea. Uncle. Li Tianhong's heart stirred. Could there be a gift for him as well? Uncle, this is the mid-autumn gift I prepared for you. Lin Chen handed another box to Li Tianhong. A flicker of curiosity crossed Li Tianhong's face as he blurted, what's this? Open it and see. Hearing this, Li Tianhong promptly opened the box. Inside lay a luminous pearl. Staring at it, Li Tianhong was momentarily taken aback. He then picked up the pearl and examined it closely in his hands. Not bad. Though it's merely a replica, the craftsmanship is quite commendable. Li Tianhong's face was brimming with delight. He had always cherished collecting antiques, and Lin Chen's luminous pearl hit the mark perfectly. Lin Chen, did he hear that right? His father-in-law said it was a replica. Lin Chen was suddenly baffled. Could the item head drawn from the system be fake? Damn it. With that thought, Lin Chen quickly communicated with the system in his mind. You lousy system, come out. System, what is it? Lin Chen, the luminous pearl I drew last time. My father-in-law says it's fake. System, it's genuine. Your father-in-law simply doesn't know its true value. Lin Chen. He breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle, this luminous pearl is real, Lin Chen said. At this, Li Tianhong bristled with indignation. I've dabbled in the antique world for over a decade. Do you think I lack such discernment? Or do you think this old man is easy to fool? Lin Chen was left speechless. Fine, if you think it's fake, then let it be fake. Lin Chen chose not to argue further. After all, Li Tianhong seemed to genuinely like the gift, even if he believed it was a high-quality imitation. Lin Chen returned to the bedroom. By then Wu Yanfeng and Li Ziren were amusing the babies. By the way, have the little ones been named yet? Wu Yanfeng suddenly asked. Yes, Li Ziren replied. The eldest is Lin Xingyue, the second is Lin Kersen, and the third is Lin Yi, and the fourth, Lin Yue. Li Ziren said with a smile to Wu Yanfeng. Lin Yue, Lin Yue. Wonderful, all these names are lovely. Wu Yanfeng beamed with joy. Gurgle, the first baby cradled in Wu Yanfeng's arms, suddenly laughed. Look, the eldest is smiling so sweetly. That smile from the firstborn brought an involuntary smile to the faces of Lin Chen, Wu Yanfeng, and Li Ziren alike. It was simply too heartwarming. When she grows up, she'll surely be a great beauty. Her eyes and nose, they're just perfectly formed. Suddenly a thought struck Wu Yanfeng. Oh, I must record a TikTok video of the babies. The mother-in-law wanted to shoot a Douyin video for the babies. Lin Chen naturally wouldn't say anything about it. Li Ziren had no objections either. Wu Yanfeng pointed her phone at the 4 babies and quickly recorded a video. Then she added background music and uploaded it to Douyin. Uncle, what are you doing hiding by the door? Suddenly Lin Chen noticed Li Tianhong at the doorway. He was acting suspiciously. Could he be eavesdropping on their conversation? Caught by Lin Chen, Li Tianhong's expression immediately turned stern. What's the matter? This is my home. Do I need your permission to stand where I want? With that, Li Tianhong turned to leave. Dad. The next second Li Ziren called out to him. Dad, come in. Let's chat together. Li Ziren's expression softened. Wu Yanfeng also said helplessly, Old man, your daughter is asking you to come in. Li Tianhong was about to say something, but Lin Chen pulled him inside. Uncle, you've already held your grandson. Don't you want to hold your granddaughter too? Lin Chen said with a smile. In his arms was the 4th baby Lin Yue. Just as Lin Chen finished speaking, the 4th baby Lin Yue flashed a healing smile at Li Tianhong. In an instant, Li Tianhong felt as if a beam of light had pierced through him. Of course I do. Li Tianhong finally dropped the act. Then Lin Chen gently handed the 4th baby Lin Yue to Li Tianhong. The baby didn't cry, instead fixing her lively sparkling eyes on Li Tianhong. Li Tianhong felt his heart melting, unable to suppress a smile. Seeing this, Li Ziren and Wu Yanfeng exchanged a glance and shook their heads with a smile. Uncle, now that Auntie is here and Ziren is here too, I want to sincerely apologize to you. Lin Chen suddenly spoke. Putting aside everything else about that incident with Li Ziren, it had undoubtedly caused pain to Li Ziren's parents. So Lin Chen felt an apology was necessary, even if it bruised his pride. But what did pride matter? This was his future father-in-law after all. Li Tianhong was momentarily stunned, never expecting Lin Chen to apologize to him. At that moment, any lingering resentment he held toward Lin Chen vanished completely. Dad, I want to apologize too. I had a bad attitude before. Sensing the mood, Li Ziren also bowed her head to admit her fault. It's fine, it's fine. This, however, left Li Tianhong feeling a bit awkward, because deep down he had already forgiven Li Ziren and accepted Lin Chen. Old woman, have you made lunch yet? Why aren't you in the kitchen? Li Tianhong quickly changed the subject to ease the awkwardness. Ziren, I'll make lunch. Here, hold the baby. Wu Yanfeng gently handed the eldest baby to Li Ziren and went to cook. Before long, she had prepared a meal: braised pork trotters, hairy crabs, stir-fried squid, spicy diced chicken, pickled cabbage, fish, mapo tofu. Lunch was quite lavish. Come out and eat. Wu Yanfeng called into the room. Inside, Lin Chen, Li Tianhong, and Li Ziren were chatting and laughing. Hearing that lunch was ready, Li Tianhong stood up and said, Come on, let's eat. Okay, coming. Lin Chen gently put down the eldest baby, who had fallen asleep in his arms, and waited for Li Ziren to finish before they went out together. At the table, Li Tianhong sat down casually. Glancing at the dishes, he frowned and asked, Where's the wine? Haven't you been having neck pain? How dare you drink? Wu Yanfeng rolled her eyes at him. Old woman, who told you neck pain means you can't drink? Li Tianhong looked at her. I'm in a good mood today, so I must have a few drinks. Go to the liquor cabinet and bring out my treasured wine. Wu Yanfeng had no choice but to fetch the wine. Can you drink? Li Tianhong asked Lin Chen with a smile. Lin Chen chuckled and replied, Of course. Since his future father-in-law wanted to drink, he had to accompany him for a few rounds. But the next second, Lin Chen regretted it. The wine Wu Yanfeng brought out was Matai, a baijiu. Although Lin Chen could drink, he was only used to beer and red wine. He had no experience with baijiu. Xiao Chun, this is a 60th Zanduan bottle of gold label Matai, a collector's edition. I usually don't even bring it out for guests. Li Tianhong said as he opened the bottle and poured the wine into Lin Chen's glass. That's enough, uncle, that's enough. Oh, it's not even full yet. When I was your age, I could down this much in one gulp. Ignoring Lin Chen's protests, Li Tianhong filled the glass to the brim. Lin Chen stared at the full glass of Matai, baijiu, his heart sinking. He had tried baijiu before, but it felt like fire burning his throat and chest. It was practically undrinkable. Worse still, even a small sip made him dizzy. In short, Lin Chen couldn't handle baijiu. Yet seeing his father-in-law's beaming face, he couldn't bear to spoil his mood. Cheers. Li Tianhong raised his glass. Lin Chen immediately followed suit and clinked glasses with him. Then Lin Chen took a small sip. Instantly his face contorted in pain. Good heavens, this Matai was incredibly strong. What's wrong? Is my Matai not good enough? Seeing Lin Chen's pained expression, Li Tianhong frowned. No. Just then a system notification sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Ding. Detected that the host has poor alcohol tolerance. Would you like to spend 500 daddy points to purchase the skill 1000 cups without falling? Amazing. So he could cheat like this. Lin Chen didn't hesitate and silently answered, yes. Deducting 500 daddy points. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill 1000 cups without falling. In an instant, Lin Chen became a wine connoisseur capable of drinking any liquor. His tolerance soared by hundreds of levels. It was impossible for him to get drunk. It was as if the spirit of a wine god had possessed him. Feeling the change in his body, a smile spread across Lin Chen's face. He raised his glass and toasted his father-in-law. Uncle, let me return the toast. Haha, great. Li Tianhong was overjoyed. They clinked glasses and Lin Chen tilted his head back, downing the entire glass of baijiu in one go. Excellent wine. Uncle, your gold label Matai is truly superb. Lin Chen smacked his lips, savoring the taste. Seeing Lin Chen's astonishing capacity, Li Tianhong was left utterly speechless. Good heavens, that's an incredible capacity for drink. Li Tianhong was utterly stunned, knowing full well this was strong liquor. It's often said that fine spirits should be savored slowly to appreciate their flavor. But there's another crucial reason liquor shouldn't be consumed so hastily. Drinking too fast, as Lin Chen did by downing a whole glass in one gulp, could easily lead to intoxication. Lin Chen, you should drink less. Li Ziren interjected with concern. The sight of Lin Chen draining a full 2-ounce glass of strong liquor had startled her as well. All right, darling, you'll drink less, Lin Chen said with a smile. Hearing him address her as darling in front of her parents instantly made Li Ziren blush. Mom, what are you looking at? Li Ziren noticed Wu Yanfang's eyes glued to her phone screen. Wu Yanfang smiled and said, I just posted a TikTok video of the babies. Now this video has attracted a ton of comments. Really? Let me see. Li Ziren leaned in, browsing through the comments with Wu Yanfang. Langhua Yidwa, wow, such adorable quadruplets. Xingfu Rinxing, did Ziren give birth to them? She became a mother so quickly. Dianhan Xiao Lu, congratulations. Tianrua Yoqing, first time seeing quadruplets, so amazing. Xiangwang Yujianghu, little sis, just saw your TikTok after feeding the pigs. Where have you been making money lately? Meng Feixiang, quadruplets. The babies are so cute. Shibei Nanren de Xiongfeng. You're so young to be a grandma, the babies look just like Ziren. Iyun, wow. Quadruplets, congratulations. Phage, second sis, has the baby's full month celebration passed? When's the banquet? Invite me for a drink. Bei Ai Shangwa de Nuren. Having 4 at once, Ziren is truly blessed from now on. Reading these comments, both Li Ziren and Wu Yanfang couldn't help but smile. These comments are hilarious, Li Ziren remarked. Wu Yanfang chuckled. Yeah, I never expected to become a grandmother at just 41. I suddenly feel old. The word grandmother always evoked a sense of advanced age. Li Ziren comforted her. Mom, you don't look old at all. You look like you're 30. Haha, stop trying to cheer me up. Wu Yanfang said that, but she was secretly pleased. After all, she maintained herself well, and often when she went out with Li Ziren, people mistook her for Li Ziren's older sister. Alright, enough scrolling. Let's eat, Wu Yanfang said with a smile. However, when she and Li Ziren looked up, they saw Li Tianhong's face was bright red, and his demeanor seemed tipsy. Dad isn't drunk, is he? Li Ziren was taken aback. Come on, let's have another drink. I'm so happy today. Xiaoqin, you must take good care of my daughter from now on, never. Bully her, protect her. Do you hear me? Li Tianhong slung an arm over Lin Chen's shoulder, starting to ramble incoherently. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel helpless. It seemed his father-in-law's tolerance for alcohol was poor. He had boasted earlier about drinking Lin Chen under the table, but now he was the one getting drunk first. Of course, the main reason was that Lin Chen had acquired the 1000 cups without falling skill, making him too formidable. Otherwise, he might have been the one rambling now. Uncle, you've had too much. Who's had too much? Come on, let's keep going. Li Tianhong was stubborn. Losing to his own son-in-law would be a blow to his pride. You stop drinking, Wu Yanfang urged Li Tianhong upon seeing his state. Dad, don't drink anymore. You're drunk, Li Ziren also chimed in. Who says I'm drunk? I'm not drunk. As soon as he said that, Li Tianhong swayed and slumped against the dining table. Lin Chen nudged Li Tianhong and found he had fallen asleep. Congratulations, host, for getting your father-in-law drunk on your first meeting. Reward 5000 in cash. Buzz. Lin Chen felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. If he wasn't mistaken, it was the SMS confirming the deposit of 50000. Is Dad asleep? Li Ziren was startled. He's always bragging about his drinking capacity, but when he meets someone formidable, he wilts immediately. Wu Yanfang sighed. Xiaoqin, please help him to the room to sleep. Sure. Lin Chen then helped his father-in-law to the bedroom. After laying him down, Lin Chen returned to the dining table to have lunch with Li Ziren and Wu Yanfang. Soon a day passed. Night fell. After his shower, Lin Chen lay on Li Ziren's bed. He had to admit sleeping in his girlfriend's bed on his first visit to her home felt quite novel. In the nearby crib the four babies slept like logs completely still. Just then Li Ziren entered after her shower. She was wearing a nightgown, her exquisite ethereal face and her long swan-like neck were pale and elegant. She wore slippers, her delicate white feet looking nimble and cute. Are the babies asleep? Li Ziren asked. Lin Chen nodded. They're all asleep. Then Li Ziren stood by the window, drying her hair with a towel. She had wanted to use a hairdryer, but the noise would wake the babies, so she decided against it. At that moment Lin Chen felt a surge of desire. He wrapped his arms around Li Ziren from behind and murmured lazily, "Baby. What do you think?" Lin Chen rested his chin on her fragrant shoulder. From this angle her profile was breathtakingly beautiful. Then Lin Chen's hands began to wander. My parents are still outside." Li Ziren shot him a reproachful glance and reminded him shyly. Reminded of this, Lin Chen quickly went to lock the door, then embraced Li Ziren again. There now were safe. Li Ziren. Then guided by Lin Chen, Li Ziren knelt before him, tucked her hair behind her ear, and tilted her head slightly upward. More than 10 minutes later, the sensual scene had just concluded when a knock came at the door. "Ziren," Wu Yanfang's voice came from outside. Hearing his mother-in-law's voice, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, glad he had locked the door. If she had seen what just happened. Coming. Li Ziren hurried to open the door. When the door opened, Wu Yanfang smiled and said, "Xiao Chen, Ziren, come out and have some pomelo and mooncakes." After all, it was Mid-Autumn Festival, and there was a custom of eating pomelo and mooncakes at night. "Okay, Mom." Li Ziren's expression was a bit unnatural. Then Wu Yanfang noticed something and asked curiously, "Ziren, what did you just eat? Your lips look a little swollen." Upon hearing his mother-in-law's words, Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Could she really deduce something from that? Li Ziren was also taken aback, but she quickly composed herself, striving to remain calm. "Is there? I didn't eat anything." Li Ziren touched her lips, feigning curiosity. "All right, come out later for mooncakes and pomelo," Wu Yanfang said before leaving. "Lin Chen, are my lips swollen?" Li Ziren walked toward him. Lin Chen looked closely and chuckled. "They are a bit indeed. It's all your fault. Not only were you too rough, but you also insisted on pressing my head." Li Ziren shot him a glare. Lin Chen was left speechless, for it was indeed his fault. "Baby, don't be mad." He embraced her, then suddenly thought of something. "Oh, sweetheart, I haven't discussed the bride price with your dad yet." "Bride price?" Li Ziren was taken aback. Lin Chen smiled. "Yes, I have to offer a bride price to marry you, don't I?" Hearing this, a smile crept onto Li Ziren's lips, her heart filled with sweetness. She eagerly anticipated the day Lin Chen would marry her. Marrying Lin Chen had become a recent aspiration of hers. "Then don't just talk about it, go discuss it with my dad," Li Ziren said. "By the way, you haven't told me how much bride price you'd find acceptable." She recalled often seeing news online about couples being forced apart because the bride's family demanded an exorbitant bride price. Thus Li Ziren was eager to know the amount Lin Chen could accept. "I'm fine with anything," Lin Chen said nonchalantly, as he was now wealthy. "But given the current market rate for bride prices, it should be at least 100,000 or so," Lin Chen remarked casually. Hearing this figure, Li Ziren quickly shook her head. 100,000. That's way too much. I think something like 10 to 20,000 would suffice as a token gesture. Or maybe 8. That number sounds more auspicious. What do you think, Lin Chen? Li Ziren's words left Lin Chen bewildered. Other men's wives, especially those who were family-supporting demons, would want as much bride price as possible. In this day and age, a bride price of 100,000 was quite normal. Yet Li Ziren was so considerate of him, making Lin Chen want to shout, "What a treasure of a wife." "Sweetheart, I think we should hear your dad's thoughts," Lin Chen said firmly. "No matter how much he asks for, he'll give it." Before long, Lin Chen and Li Ziren emerged from the room together. In the living room, Li Tianhong had just woken up from his nap with a pot of sobering tea before him. "Uncle, you're awake," Lin Chen said, walking over with a smile. "Yes, you rascal, your tolerance for alcohol is incredible," Li Tianhong admitted defeat jokingly. "It seems I can't drink with you anymore." "Xiao Chen, Ziren, come have some pomelo," Wu Yanfang said warmly, holding a freshly peeled ruby pomelo. "Sure, Mom, I'll help myself," Li Ziren replied with a smile. "Uncle, I'd like to discuss something with you," Lin Chen spoke up. "Oh." Li Tianhong was curious. "What is it?" Lin Chen said earnestly. "I want to marry Ziren, so I'd like to talk to you and Auntie about the bride price." "Bride price?" Hearing this, Li Tianhong and Wu Yanfang were both stunned. Then they thought indeed now that the child was born, it was time to consider marriage. It was common nowadays to have a child before marriage, but a wedding ceremony would usually follow. Wu Yanfang glanced at Li Tianhong, signaling for him to decide. Li Tianhong was silent for a moment before asking, "Do you truly want to marry Ziren, and not just because of the child?" "Of course not. I truly love Ziren. Marrying her is my lifelong wish," Lin Chen said with heartfelt sincerity. Nearby, Li Ziren, who was eating pomelo, blushed at his words. This guy, being so affectionate in front of her parents. Li Tianhong nodded. "If you're sincere, then I can rest assured in trusting Ziren to you." As for the bride price, Lin Chen was still eager to hear his father-in-law's stance on it. Li Tianhong said with a smile, forget the bride price. Our Li family doesn't have the custom of accepting one. No bride price. Lin Chen was utterly shocked. Oh my god, am I dreaming? Even Li Xiren was taken aback. She had thought her father wouldn't ask for much, but she never expected him to demand nothing at all. Not asking for a single cent was fine anyway. Her father wasn't short of money. Uncle, are you serious? Lin Chen swallowed hard. In all his years he had never heard of a father-in-law not asking for any bride price. Tell you what, when you marry Xiren, he'll give a dowry of 2 million yuan plus 2 shops in the central district, Li Tianhong said cheerfully. That's Xiren's dowry. Lin Chen was thunderstruck. Holy crap. Not only was there no bride price, but there was also a dowry of 2 million yuan and 2 shops in the central district. What kind of divine father-in-law is this? If all fathers-in-law in the world were as good as Xiren's dad, would there still be any bachelors left? Honey, what do you think? Li Tianhong looked at Wu Yanfang. She smiled. I have no objections. You decide or you'll go along with you. All right then, it's settled, Li Tianhong said to Lin Chen. Let's find a day to meet your parents and discuss the wedding banquet, hear their opinions. Hearing this, Li Xiren's expression stiffened. She was the only one present who knew about Lin Chen's family situation. Dad. She began hesitating. What's wrong? Li Tianhong looked at her curiously. Then Lin Chen spoke frankly, Uncle, I don't have parents. I'm an orphan raised in an orphanage. I don't know who my parents are, whether they're alive or dead, and I have no relatives. Hearing this, Li Tianhong and Wu Yanfang were extremely surprised. They had never imagined Lin Chen's background to be so tragic. Poor child. Li Tianhong and Wu Yanfang were kind-hearted people. Instead of looking down on him, they felt sympathy. Xiaochen, it's okay. A real man can thrive without relying on his parents. Li Tianhong said. Yes, from now on Annie's home is your home. Wu Yanfang comforted him as well. Lin Chen, how can you say you have no family? You have 4 children and you have me. We are your family. Li Xiren said, deeply moved. Hearing their words, Lin Chen was almost moved to tears. He felt that he must have saved the galaxy in his past life to deserve such a wonderful wife and such amazing parents-in-law. Xiaochen, since that's the case, I'll take it upon myself to set the date for your marriage with Xiren. Li Tianhong said, he'll ask a friend who knows feng shui to find out which day this year is most auspicious for a wedding. Fine. Lin Chen naturally had no objections. Upon hearing this, Li Xiren also nodded. By the way, have you truly considered coming to help me run the company? Li Tianhong looked at Lin Chen, genuinely hoping he would join him. Especially after learning that Lin Chen was an orphan, that desire grew even stronger. After all, he had only one daughter, Li Xiren. No matter how much wealth he accumulated, he could never spend it all in this lifetime, and he couldn't take it to the grave. In the end, everything would be left to his daughter. Thus he was eager for Lin Chen to assist him. A solution that would benefit both parties. If Lin Chen performed well, leaving all his assets to him in the future wouldn't be out of the question. Wu Yanfang chimed in. Yes, Xiaochen, would you like to consider it? As for compensation, it's negotiable. Your family, would we shortchange you? Li Tianhong declared generously. Come to my company, and it'll put you in charge of a branch factory. Wu Yanfang continued to persuade. Working elsewhere isn't easy either. Society has changed. Even college graduates struggle to find jobs. But I don't need to work. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. Don't need to work. Li Tianhong and Wu Yanfang looked at him curiously. At this point, Li Xiren explained, looking at her parents, Dad, Mom, Lin Chen is investing on his own now. He truly doesn't need a job. And we've recently moved to a new home. A villa on the Bund. The Bund Villa. Li Tianhong and Wu Yanfang were astonished, knowing that such a property cost at least 50 million yuan. Xiaochen, is this true? Wu Yanfang's expression was filled with surprise. Yes. Lin Chen felt a bit uneasy, as investing was merely a pretext. The real reason was the father system. Impressive. No wonder I noticed you driving a G-Class. At that moment, Wu Yanfang's doubts were resolved. Li Tianhong looked at Lin Chen approvingly. I didn't expect you to make a fortune through investing. No wonder you turned down my offer of a 50,000 monthly salary. At last, Li Tianhong's earlier confusion was also dispelled. Lin Chen smiled modestly. It's nothing, just luck. Still unwilling to give up, Li Tianhong urged, since you have such keen business acumen for investments, why not help me manage the branch factory? Besides, it's close to the Bund. You'd only need to check in occasionally. That way I won't have to transfer someone else to manage it. Li Tianhong's words made it hard for Lin Chen to refuse. In truth, Lin Chen had always been easygoing, especially now that the father system generated daily income. It was no exaggeration to say that he had little interest in money anymore. After all, he couldn't spend it all anyway. This made Lin Chen even more detached from worldly affairs, content to just stay home and relax. Why not enjoy a life of leisure at home, taking care of the kids with a gentle, beautiful, and shapely wife by his side? Just then the system's voice rang out. Ding. Detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, refuse the father-in-law's offer to manage the branch factory. Reward 500 yuan in cash. Choice 2, accept the offer. Reward blueprint for a divine supercar. Lin Chen's expression froze in astonishment. A divine supercar blueprint. What was that? After reading the description, he understood. It was a car that surpassed current technology by 50 years, a true black tech marvel. Once developed, this supercar would render Ferraris, McLarens, and Lamborghinis obsolete. Under these circumstances, Lin Chen didn't hesitate to choose option 2. Alright, I accept, Lin Chen said with a smile. Really? Li Tianhong's eyes lit up with joy. Then Il informed the branch factory's assistant. Find a time to visit and meet the staff there. Okay, Lin Chen nodded. Seeing him agree, Li Ziren and Wu Yanfang were also delighted. The next day, after spending one night at his in-laws' home, Lin Chen and Li Ziren planned to return to their Bund villa with the babies. Since they needed to apply for the babies' birth certificates and considering certain inconveniences, Wu Yanfang decided to accompany them. With her help in caring for the children, Lin Chen and Li Ziren would have more freedom. As for Li Tianhong, he had initially wanted to visit the Bund villa as well. But an urgent call from headquarters prevented him from coming along. At the Bund villa, Wu Yanfang gently placed the baby on the sofa, but the little one woke up and began to cry loudly. Ziren, the baby must be hungry. Why don't you nurse her? Okay. Li Ziren took the baby from Wu Yanfang, lifted her shirt, and began breastfeeding. Meanwhile, Lin Chen stayed by their side, looking after the other child. After Li Ziren finished nursing the babies, fell asleep again. Infants were always like this, either eating, sleeping, or crying. By the way, aren't you going to apply for the birth certificates? Now's a good time. You'll be done by lunch, Wu Yanfang suggested. Lin Chen nodded. Mom, please look after the babies at home. Ziren and I will step out for a while. With Wu Yanfang's experience in childcare, Lin Chen felt at ease, leaving the little ones with her. Then he and Li Ziren headed out. To apply for a birth certificate, one must go to the hospital where the child was born. It should be done promptly within the hospital's specified time frame, usually within a month of the mother's discharge. Some hospitals allow a longer period, but it's important not to procrastinate or it could cause delays. Inside the Mercedes G-Class, as Li Ziren closed the car door, Lin Chen said to her, by the way, could you give me your ID card? We'll need it for the birth certificates. Huh, my ID card. Yes, you do have one, don't you? I do, but... Li Ziren took her ID card from her bag and clutched it tightly. Then she said helplessly, but you have to promise not to look at the photo on it. Alright, I promise. Lin Chen smiled. She handed him the ID card. But as soon as he got it, he couldn't resist scrutinizing the photo. It was taken when she was 16 with 2 braids and a face that hadn't yet matured, giving her the look of a rustic country girl. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen burst into unrestrained laughter. This photo was surely his wife's embarrassing moment from the past. No peeking. You promised. Li Ziren immediately tried to snatch back her ID card, but the shameless Lin Chen trapped her neck under his arm. Then pinching her lips, he kissed her deeply. Baby, give me a kiss. Ah, you jerk. Always bullying me. Li Ziren shot him a glare, still feeling aggrieved, and playfully said, you've seen my ID photo, so now I want to see yours. Want to see my ID photo? Lin Chen chuckled. Sure, my ID is in the glove box in front of you. Li Ziren opened the glove box and indeed found Lin Chen's ID card. Why do you keep your ID in a place like this? She asked. As Li Ziren spoke, her gaze fell on the photo side and instantly her expression turned to astonishment. The Lin Chen in the photo was a quintessential sunny boy with an incredibly delicate appearance. Although young, his looks were undeniably striking. It was the first time Li Ziren had seen such a handsome ID photo. Usually ID photos make people look uglier than they are. When was this taken? She asked. Lin Chen replied, it seems to be from around junior high graduation high school years. So is it handsome? Narcissist. Li Ziren said insincerely, it's actually just average. Alright, then go find a more handsome husband. Li Ziren. Lin Chen patted her head, just kidding, silly. Always talking nonsense will hit you. Li Ziren lightly punched Lin Chen's chest, but the force was very, very gentle. Shortly after, Lin Chen drove his Mercedes-Benz G-Class to the city center hospital. Getting a birth certificate wasn't complicated, but it required waiting in a long line. Lin Chen. Suddenly a passing female nurse noticed Lin Chen waiting in line. Lin Chen looked at the nurse. She was quite beautiful and her face seemed familiar. But for a moment he couldn't recall who she was. It's me, Zhang Sini. Zhang Sini's smile was somewhat bitter as she reminded him. Instantly Lin Chen had some recollection. Oh, it's you, he said with a slight smile. This Zhang Sini was indeed his junior high school classmate. She had even been his desk mate for a semester. Back then Zhang Sini had written him love letters and confessed her feelings. Unfortunately at that time Lin Chen was clueless about love and rejected her. I felt you were familiar from afar, and it really is you, she said. Zhang Sini smiled joyfully. Lin Chen, we haven't seen each other for years. About 5 or 6 years, I guess, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Truth be told, he hadn't seen her since junior high graduation. Yes, she agreed. At that moment, looking at her junior high crush, Zhang Sini felt dazed. Are you queuing to get a birth certificate for your baby? Her tone suddenly carried surprise, as she had only noticed Lin Chen in line, but not the counter he was heading to. Could it be that Lin Chen was already a father? Yeah, getting the certificate for the kid. When did you get married? I didn't hear any news. Didn't you get into university? Did you graduate so quickly? Not married yet, but the baby is born. I see. For some reason upon hearing that Lin Chen was a father, Zhang Xini suddenly felt a deep sense of loss. Yes, she had indeed liked Lin Chen in junior high, but that was so many years ago. Yet at this moment she still felt a pang of sorrow. If it were nighttime, she would probably be overwhelmed with emotion. That's nice, she forced a smile then remembered something. Oh Lin Chen, there's a junior high reunion next month. Will you come? Class reunion. I'm not sure, it depends on whether I have time then. Lin Chen's mind was only on his wife and child. He wasn't particularly interested in any gatherings. But if he had time and was in a good mood on the day, he might consider going. Alright, I hope you can make it. They chatted for a while longer, and then Zhang Xini left. Unbeknownst to them, Li Ziren had witnessed this scene. Watching Lin Chen chatting and laughing with a beautiful nurse, she felt a bit disheartened. Not long after Lin Chen had the birth certificates for his 4 babies processed. As soon as he got back to the car, Li Ziren directly questioned, Lin Chen, who was that beautiful nurse? Do you know her from before? Which beautiful nurse? Don't play dumb, oh I saw everything. Li Ziren said angrily. Watching her jealous expression, Lin Chen found her adorable and chuckled. She's my junior high classmate, also an old admirer of mine. Admirer? Hearing that, Li Ziren stared at him with a sly smile. Oh, so you still remember an admirer from all those years ago? You must have liked her a lot. No, not at all, Lin Chen quickly defended. Tell me, how many ex-girlfriends have you had? Li Ziren's beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt helpless. The topic of exes was a real minefield, wasn't it? If he answered poorly, he'd probably be sleeping on the couch tonight. Actually, I've never had one, Lin Chen said seriously. Li Ziren, how is that possible? I don't believe you. If you've never had a girlfriend, how do you know so many tricks? And the one who's never had a relationship, okay? Li Ziren said helplessly. She truly had never been in a relationship. Lin Chen was her first man. Really, I haven't, Lin Chen said. Those tricks you mentioned, I heard them from my college roommates. I don't know anything. TCH, do you think you'll believe that? But I'm telling the truth. Alright, I won't argue with you. Just drive carefully. Back at the Bun Villa. As soon as they entered, Lin Chen and Li Ziren heard the baby crying. Mom, we're back. They walked in and saw Wu Yanfang changing the diaper for the 4th baby, who was wailing in her arms. Mom, let me do it, Li Ziren said, walking over. Wu Yanfang asked, did you get the baby's birth certificates sorted? All done, Lin Chen replied. He then went to check the bedroom and saw the other babies were fast asleep. Xiao Chen, Ziren, do you remember the TikTok video I posted of the babies? Wu Yanfang suddenly spoke, her tone excited. Yes, what about it? Li Ziren asked. That video has gone viral now. Over 1 million likes and several advertisers have privately messaged me about collaborations. It's amazing, Wu Yanfang exclaimed excitedly. Lin Chen from a distance asked, really? Let me see that video. Lin Chen remembered his mother-in-law had indeed filmed a TikTok of the babies. But he never expected it to get over 1 million likes. Here, take a look, Wu Yanfang handed him her phone. Lin Chen looked at the video she had made. On the right side of the screen, 3 sets of data were displayed. Likes 1. 55 million comments, 8.0 shares, 12000. This video has really taken off. Lin Chen was slightly surprised. Many big influencers' videos didn't even get this many likes. Then he opened the comments section to see what netizens were saying. Lin Chen, come sit by me. I want to watch too. Li Ziren said. Lin Chen nodded and sat down beside her, and together they scrolled through the netizens' comments. She and Raven both have short hair. Holy crap. Quadruplets. 666. Am not a simp. Good grief, even a donkey on a production line wouldn't dare give birth like this. Lucky star, that's way too many. First time I've ever seen quadruplets. Cheese snow leopard. I'm not well educated, all I can say is damn impressive. Little bear 3 years old this year. The babies are so adorable. They'll definitely grow up to be beautiful. Always sleepy. Who can I have 1 baby sent to me? Jojo has money to spend, harder than winning 5 million. Wishing you a lifetime of happiness. Don't bully fishy Jiangxi Louis Fei, don't eat cilantro Zaizen soft candy, come see the quadruplets, it's amazing. Hundreds of thousands of comments, all expressing their shock. Wu Yanfang, Xiao Chen, Ziren, do you think I should delete this video? Now that the video had gone viral, Wu Yanfang worried it might affect the babies and wanted to take it down. No need, Lin Chen said. This video has already been saved tens of thousands of times and deleting it now want help. Let it blow up, Mom. It's fine. Once the babies grow a bit, their looks will change completely. Li Ziren saw through Wu Yanfang's concern and said so. Wu Yanfang nodded and ultimately decided not to delete the video. Since so many people had liked it, the netizens probably meant no harm. Just then Lin Chen received a call. It was from his father-in-law. Lin Chen, do you have time now? Li Tianhong asked on the other end. Lin Chen said, what's up? If you're free, head over to the branch factory. There's a batch of orders that just came in. Come sign for me, and let the assistant meet you. Li Tianhong said with a smile. Alright, I'll head over now. Lin Chen confirmed he had time, and after ending the call told Li Ziren and Wu Yanfang. You two stay home, and take care of the babies, I'll go check on the branch factory. Okay, go ahead. Li Ziren nodded. Then Lin Chen grabbed the car keys and left. Meanwhile, at Tianhong Technology Company, a crowd of employees were buzzing with curiosity about the new branch factory manager. Just then a stunning young woman appeared holding documents with a tall curvaceous figure and wearing a sexy black OL uniform. She addressed the employees, "Sorry everyone. I know it's break time, but I just got an urgent notice from headquarters. The factory manager will be here soon, so perk up and give him a warm welcome." Xia Yuli spoke softly. Hearing her words, the employees perked up and waited expectantly. Before long, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class drove into the company, and under everyone's gaze stopped right at the entrance. Lin Chen got out of the car and was surprised to see so many people at the door. "What are you all doing?" he asked with a smile, walking toward them confidently. Xia Yuli quickly reminded everyone, "Quick! Welcome President Lin." What? He was President Lin? At that moment, every employee was stunned because Lin Chen looked no older than 20. He was so young. Younger than all of them, yet he was their boss. How could they not be amazed? "Welcome President Lin." The employees' enthusiastic voices rang out as they bowed slightly toward Lin Chen. A bit taken aback, Lin Chen quickly recovered and said with a smile, "Hello everyone. I hope we'll get along well." Hearing Lin Chen's remarks, Xia Yuli couldn't help but laugh. Since when did employees look after the boss? Was this new boss a bit dim? Then Xia Yuli dismissed the staff and accompanied Lin Chen to the office. Xia Yuli was exceptionally beautiful. Her looks and figure could rival even the campus belle, Zhou Huimin. Did my father-in-law really assign me such an attractive assistant? Lin Chen couldn't help but wonder if his father-in-law was testing him. "This is a 3 million yuan order from Qiangxing Technology. Please sign here." Xia Yuli handed a document to Lin Chen. Lin Chen skimmed through it and noticed something surprising. "Wait, do we manufacture cars?" Lin Chen asked. Since Li Tianhong hadn't mentioned it before, Lin Chen had no idea what the company's business was. But now he was astonished to discover that his father-in-law ran an automobile manufacturing company. Suddenly Lin Chen remembered the supercar design blueprint the system had rewarded him with sitting in his system inventory. Xia Yuli hadn't expected the boss to ask such a question. After a long pause, she replied, "Yes." "Why do you ask, President Lin? Can you build sports cars?" Lin Chen asked. "Sports cars?" Xia Yuli smiled wryly. "Sports car manufacturers are mostly abroad. Our company isn't that advanced. We've never built one. We do have some experience with regular cars." "Is that so? Well, how about we give building sports cars a try?" Lin Chen said with a grin, eager to take on the challenge. "Huh? President Lin, are you serious? You're not joking, are you?" Xia Yuli was startled by Lin Chen's words, surprised by how assertive this new boss was. He wanted to build sports cars right off the bat. Could the company really pull it off? It wasn't that Xia Yuli looked down on Tianhong Company, but she had worked there for a year. The company had never built a sports car before. In fact, there were no sports car manufacturers in the entire country. Cars like Porsches, Lamborghinis, and Ferraris were all imported from abroad. "Of course I'm not joking. They'll send you a document later," Lin Chen said. "Okay." Xia Yuli didn't say anything more. Shortly after, when she received the document Lin Chen had sent, she was utterly stunned. So handsome. Xia Yuli had seen sports cars before, but never one so dazzling and charismatic. She could guarantee that if this car were ever produced, it would take the entire nation and even the world by storm. Immediately after, Xia Yuli notified the procurement manager to prepare the parts needed for production. Leaving the company, Lin Chen returned to the Bund Villa. "You little rascal, you can actually smile." In the living room, Li Xiren was amusing Erbao, pinching her cheek as the baby giggled incessantly. Seeing this, Lin Chen quickly warned, "Honey, you shouldn't pinch a baby's cheek often or they'll drool easily." Is that true?" Li Xiren hastily withdrew her hand. She had only pinched because the baby was so adorable, never imagining it could be harmful. Lin Chen explained, "Yes, because a baby's facial skin is very delicate. It's best not to pinch their cheeks or be overly affectionate. Frequent pinching can easily cause drooling, which is ultimately harmful to the baby's health." Hearing this, Li Xiren was startled. She realized she must resist the urge to pinch the baby's cheeks in the future, no matter how cute she was. Gurgle. Suddenly Erbao, held in Li Xiren's arms, seemed overjoyed and burst into laughter. "Erbao seems really happy today," Lin Chen remarked. Li Xiren said, "Yes, she's been as energetic as if she'd had a shot of adrenaline, not only hyper, but laughing non-stop. I have no idea what she's so amused by." Li Xiren looked at Erbao Lin Curson in her arms. The baby grinned again, her smile incredibly heartwarming. Lin Chen, touched by her joy, pulled out his phone to capture the moment. "Hold her steady, honey. I'll take a picture of Erbao." With that, Lin Chen opened the camera and aimed at Erbao. Click. The sound rang out as he successfully took the photo. "Host has taken a photo of the baby. Reward master of photography." Lin Chen was stunned, feeling the influx of new memories into his mind, secretly astonished. This skill elevated his photography prowess by hundreds of times, incredibly powerful. "The water temperature is just right. Bring Erbao in for her bath." Wu Yanfeng called out cheerfully as she emerged from the bathroom. "Xiaoqing, you're back too. How did the visit to the company go?" "It felt good. The company is quite large." Lin Chen answered truthfully. "That's good." Wu Yanfeng nodded. Then Li Xiren took Erbao to the bathroom for a bath, but just then Lin Chen heard the doorbell ring. Lin Chen immediately went to the balcony and saw Zhou Huimin standing at the gate. Seeing Lin Chen, Zhou Huimin smiled, and waved, pointing at the gate to indicate he should come down and open it. Lin Chen, who's here? Li Ziren had also heard the doorbell and asked. Lin Chen, it's Zhou Huimin. He'll go down and open the door. Okay. Today Zhou Huimin was wearing a JK outfit, white silk knee-high socks, and black leather shoes. Her long anime-like legs were fair and straight. However, she seemed to be in a gloomy mood today, looking somewhat dejected. Li Ziren immediately sensed something was off with her best friend and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Huimin? Not in a good mood today." "A little." Zhou Huimin sat down on the sofa facing Lin Chen and Li Ziren. Wu Yanfang was in the bathroom, bathing Sambao. "What exactly happened?" Li Ziren teased. "Did you get your heart broken?" "No, I don't even have a boyfriend. How could I be heartbroken?" Zhou Huimin laughed helplessly. Then she revealed the real reason. It turned out she was an internet celebrity with over 5 million followers on Douyin. With her sexy transformation videos and innocent face, she had gained 1 million followers overnight. Many netizens called her the pure desire ceiling of Douyin. After that, Zhou Huimin grew increasingly popular, reaching 5 million followers in just 2 months. In short, Zhou Huimin was once very popular on Douyin. Why once? Because she wasn't so popular anymore. Indeed, her recent posts were mediocre and lacked traction, garnering only a few tens of thousands of likes, nothing compared to before. Watching her followers dwindle and her popularity wane, Zhou Huimin grew anxious. After all, her financial independence in college came from monetizing Douyin. Most crucially, she had come to regard Douyin as her future career. To put it bluntly, she saw Douyin as her future livelihood. That was why the decline in popularity worried her so much. If she lost this gig, she would have no choice but to return home and inherit the family business. So that's it. Li Ziren nodded in understanding. Lin Chen spoke up. If your videos are always repetitive, your fans will naturally get tired of them and find them boring. Why not try a different style of transformation? Maybe you could become popular again. Zhou Huimin exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, Lin Chen, you're so smart. You're thinking exactly what I am. Actually, I came today to ask Ziren to help me shoot a video. I'm done with transformations, I'm going to try dancing." "Dancing? Can you dance?" Lin Chen teased. Zhou Huimin said proudly. Lin Chen, are you really asking a professional dance student that?" Lin Chen Huimin is a dance major and has been learning since elementary school. After saying this, Li Ziren looked at Zhou Huimin. "I think this idea is worth a try. Are you going to shoot it here? How about the balcony? Give me your phone and make sure you shoot it well." However, as soon as Zhou Huimin finished speaking, a baby's cry came from the bedroom. "The baby's awake. Lin Chen, why don't you help Huimin shoot the video?" Li Ziren said and immediately ran to the bedroom. Lin Chen was about to follow Ziren to check on the baby, but Zhou Huimin stopped him. "Lin Chen, don't go. Help me shoot a video. They'll just dance a short segment. It'll be over quickly." "All right." Although Lin Chen was reluctant, he reluctantly agreed. Then he took Zhou Huimin's phone, and the two went to the villa's balcony. The balcony was spacious, a full 30 square meters, more than enough for Zhou Huimin to dance. "Zhou Huimin, ready. I'm going to start." At that moment, watching Zhou Huimin prepare to dance, Lin Chen felt something was off. So Lin Chen said, "Wait a moment. What's wrong?" Zhou Huimin looked at him curiously. Lin Chen suggested, "How about you dance barefoot?" "Off." Zhou Huimin was bewildered. "Take off my leather shoes and dance in white silk ankle socks." "Yeah," Lin Chen said seriously, "dancing on the floor in white socks will better accentuate your elegance." Zhou Huimin eyed Lin Chen warily and probed. "You wouldn't be trying to get a look at my feet, would you? Are you a foot fetishist?" "Don't misunderstand. I'm not interested in you." Lin Chen shook his head. "That's a relief, or Ziren would get jealous," Zhou Huimin said with a grin. Lin Chen was speechless. He watched as Zhou Huimin took off her leather shoes and stood on the floor in her white socks. "All right, I'm about to start," Zhou Huimin announced, and as the background music began, she started to dance gracefully. The moment she began, Lin Chen swiftly found the best angle, moving the camera with consummate professionalism. Soon a short video of over 10 seconds was recorded. "Lin Chen, let me see the video." Zhou Huimin reached out her hand to Lin Chen. He handed the phone back, and she opened the video, watching it intently. "Lin Chen, you shot this really well. Much better than the one Ziren took from me last time. You even know how to handle the camera angles. Impressive. Did you study photography professionally?" At once Zhou Huimin began to admire Lin Chen. Usually a Douyin video requires post-processing before being posted. Yet Lin Chen's footage needed no post-processing at all. It was naturally perfect, devoid of any superfluous shots. "I never studied it," Lin Chen said. Zhou Huimin gave him a thumbs up. "You're this professional without any training. Amazing. Photography is inherently simple. Does it even need to be learned?" Lin Chen said with a smile. Zhou Huimin rolled her eyes at him, feeling that he was showing off. "Huimin, is your Douyin video done?" At that moment, Li Ziren came out of the bedroom, holding Sibao. "It's done," Zhou Huimin said, putting her leather shoes back on. Then she turned to Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, the painting you made for me, my grandfather loved it. He said he'd like to meet you if possible. Would that be all right?" Hearing this, Li Ziren was somewhat surprised. Zhou Huimin's grandfather was a renowned master of traditional Chinese painting in the city. He actually wanted to meet Lin Chen. Did that mean Lin Chen's painting had won his approval? At this thought, Li Ziren felt a swell of pride. Her husband was simply too amazing. Sure, Lin Chen said with a smile. If he wants, he can treat me to a meal, and then we'll be acquainted. Zhou Huimin burst out laughing. Lin Chen, you really don't stand on ceremony. But it's not a bad suggestion. They'll pass it on to my grandfather. Soon after, Zhou Huimin stayed a while longer at the villa before leaving, as she had other matters to attend to. Meanwhile, Li Tianhong was attending an antique exchange event, bringing along the luminous pearl that Lin Chen had given him. Brotherly, this pearl of yours seems extraordinary. Let me have a look. A bespectacled man who resembled Ma Huateng said, and Li Tianhong handed him the pearl. Li Tianhong chuckled. It's nothing special, just a high-quality imitation, not a real luminous pearl. But even as a replica, it should be worth something. That was why Li Tianhong had changed his mind and brought the pearl to the event. It was a luminous pearl after all. Even as a mere imitation, it was still incredibly precious. Good heavens. I have a feeling this isn't a fake, but an authentic piece. After examining it for a while, Lu Sun said in astonishment. Li Tianhong shook his head. You must be joking. Look closely. It's clearly a replica. No, I'm certain it's real. President Su, come take a look at this luminous pearl. Lu Sun called out instantly, drawing the attention of all the distinguished guests present. Soon Su Ao approached with a smile. What's the matter? Su Ao, a visiting professor at the city's university, a museum historian, and of course the president of the Antique Association. In terms of appraisal skills, Su Ao was unmatched among those present. President Su, take a look at this luminous pearl. Lu Sun handed the pearl to Su Ao. Su Ao examined it closely, and gradually his pupils dilated, an expression of utter disbelief spreading across his face. This is a genuine luminous pearl. Su Ao declared unequivocally. Gasps filled the air. At these words, the assembled dignitaries were stunned. A luminous pearl. The treasure the Empress Dowager Cixi adored so dearly. Hadn't it reportedly fallen into foreign hands, collected by an American oil tycoon? How could it appear here? It seemed impossible. No one was more bewildered at that moment than Li Tianhong. This was actually a real luminous pearl. Lu Sun, tell me quickly, where did you get this luminous pearl? Su Ao asked excitedly. It's not mine. It's his. Lu Sun pointed at Li Tianhong. Su Ao turned to Li Tianhong with fervor. Brotherly, where did you obtain this luminous pearl? This. It was a gift from my son-in-law. Li Tianhong answered truthfully. Your son-in-law? Hearing this, Su Ao was taken aback, then laughed. Brotherly, your son-in-law is truly remarkable. If this luminous pearl has remained in the country without being lost overseas, it would be a national treasure. But even so, it is priceless. Indeed, if it were auctioned, it would fetch at least several hundred million, chimed in another prominent figure. Be bolder. I'd say at least $1 billion. A passerby big shot added. Brotherly, your son-in-law gave you a luminous pearl. How enviable. Another passerby big shot said, my son-in-law gave me 2 pounds of tea for Mid-Autumn Festival, the cheap kind that costs $200. Your son-in-law is far more capable. A third passerby asked, Brotherly, would you sell this luminous pearl? He'll offer 300 million. He'll bid 400 million. Suddenly, many wealthy antique collectors were eager to buy the luminous pearl from Li Tianhong at a high price. If he were strapped for cash, Li Tianhong might have hesitated. But he was far from short of money. He himself was a big shot. No, not for sale. Li Tianhong said helplessly, this is a gift from my son-in-law. How could I sell it? In an instant, everyone fell silent, though their eyes still burned with envy. After the exchange ended, Li Tianhong immediately called Lin Chen. Xiao Chen, the luminous pearl you gave me. It's actually genuine. Lin Chen replied with a smile, didn't I tell you when I gave it to you? It's the real deal. Hearing this, Li Tianhong recalled that Lin Chen had indeed said so that day. He had simply lacked the expertise to appraise it, and thinking it was a replica, refused to believe it. After ending the call with his father-in-law, another call came in. Lin Chen glanced at the caller ID Zhou Huimin. What's up? Lin Chen asked. Zhou Huimin laughed. Lin Chen, my grandfather wants to treat you to dinner tonight. Are you free? Come on, I was just kidding. Did you actually ask him to invite me? Lin Chen said helplessly, realizing his earlier comment to Zhou Huimin had been a joke. Zhou Huimin replied, it's just a meal, no big deal. The point is my grandfather really wants to meet you. Anyway, tonight at Tianyue restaurant. My grandfather and I will be waiting for you there. With that, she hung up, leaving Lin Chen no chance to refuse. Lin Chen was even more exasperated. Li Ziren, who was beside him, asked, what's wrong? Who was that? It was Zhou Huimin. She said her grandfather wants to treat me to dinner tonight, Lin Chen said honestly. Then you should go, Li Ziren said with a smile. With me and mom looking after the baby, you're free to go out. But I don't want to. To be honest, Lin Chen wasn't very interested in getting to know Zhou Huimin's grandfather. He felt that everyone was complicated. Who knew if the man had ulterior motives for wanting to meet him? It wasn't that Lin Chen was being malicious, but in today's society, one should be cautious about everything. Why don't you want to go? Li Ziren asked. Lin Chen said, because I want to stay home with you and the baby. You two are the most important to me. You smooth talker, always knowing how to make me happy. Li Ziren rolled her eyes at him, but in her heart, she felt incredibly happy. In being sincere. How is that smooth talk? Lin Chen said with a mischievous grin. But seriously, if Zhou Huimin's grandfather genuinely wants to meet you, you should go have a meal with him, Li Ziren said. Consider it doing Huimin a favor. Lin Chen nodded. At 6 in the evening, after coaxing Sanbao to sleep, he said goodbye to his mother-in-law, and Li Ziren then grabbed his car keys and left. Tianwei Restaurant. It was a 5-star hotel in the city where only the wealthy and powerful could afford to dine. After parking his car, Lin Chen had just reached the entrance when his phone rang. It was Zhou Huimin again. Lin Chen, have you arrived? Zhou Huimin asked. I just got here. What about you? Lin Chen replied. My grandfather and I are stuck in traffic. Lin Chen, why don't you go to the private room and wait for us? I think we'll be about 7 or 8 minutes, Zhou Huimin said. Sure, what's the room number? 9527. With that, Zhou Huimin said, I have to go now, Lin Chen. But, after the call ended, Lin Chen walked into the hotel lobby. Welcome. Several women in uniform bowed to him. Lin Chen. As he walked, a voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he saw a familiar face. Zhang Tao. Lin Chen, long time no see. Zhang Tao was delighted that Lin Chen remembered him. Lin Chen was surprised to run into his high school classmate Zhang Tao here. He recalled that back in the day Zhang Tao had been expelled in his sophomore year for fighting. Since then, aside from occasionally liking each other's posts on social media, they rarely chatted. But when Zhang Tao was still in school, he and Lin Chen had gotten along well. Are you here for a meal? Zhang Tao asked with a smile. Yes, Lin Chen nodded slightly. Then the two began to catch up. Through their conversation, Lin Chen learned that Zhang Tao was doing quite well now. He was the manager of this restaurant, earning a monthly salary of 50,000. By the way, Lin Chen, you must have graduated from college by now, right? Zhang Tao changed the subject. Lin Chen nodded. Though he was currently on a leave of absence, he had no intention of returning to school. So what kind of work are you doing now? Zhang Tao asked gently. I don't have a job. Zhang Tao was surprised. Lin Chen smiled. I'm a stay-at-home dad taking care of the kids. No way. You're married. Zhang Tao was even more astonished. Lin Chen said, no, the child was born, but we haven't had the wedding banquet yet. Zhang Tao understood. It was a premarital pregnancy. But in this day and age that was common, so he didn't think much of it. So you just stay home and take care of the kids every day? Zhang Tao asked. Lin Chen nodded yes. Brother, that's not right. Zhang Tao patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. We're men after all. A real man should go out and earn a living to support his family. Taking care of kids is women's work. Tell me the truth, is it that you can't find a job? No, that's not it. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. Zhang Tao had misunderstood him. Did he need to work? Not at all. All right, brother, no need to explain. I understand. Seeing Lin Chen's helpless expression, Zhang Tao felt he had guessed correctly. He remembered when he first entered society, he had faced setbacks everywhere and lived with a sense of inferiority. When former classmates who were doing well asked about his job, he was too embarrassed to answer directly. But now through his own efforts, Zhang Tao had turned his life around, earning an annual salary of 500,000. Listen, brother, why don't you come work for me? This restaurant just so happens to need a front desk manager. You can take that position. As for the pay, I'll look out for you a monthly salary of 12,000, meals and accommodation provided, plus social insurance and housing fund. What do you think, brother? It's definitely better than staying home with the kids. Zhang Tao spoke from the heart. He wasn't trying to show off. He genuinely wanted to give Lin Chen a helping hand for the sake of their old friendship. Lin Chen shook his head. Forget it, I don't need a job. This. Zhang Tao sighed, feeling a twinge of disappointment toward Lin Chen. He thought that Lin Chen must be looking down on the offer. In other words, Lin Chen had his sights set too high. Maybe this is just how fresh graduates are, they don't know how hard it is to come by a job. Zhang Tao sighed inwardly and decided not to persuade Lin Chen further. The two chatted as they took the elevator, unknowingly arriving at the 9th floor. I'm going to grab a bite, catch you later. Lin Chen said to Zhang Tao and headed toward the nearby private room, 9527. Lin Chen. Suddenly Zhang Tao ran up from behind and called out to him. What's wrong? Lin Chen asked, puzzled. Zhang Tao said helplessly, Lin Chen, you've gone the wrong way. That's the diamond member private room. The regular rooms are on the other side. He kindly pointed Lin Chen in another direction. Lin Chen glanced at the door plate 9527, it double-checked it, and said, I'm not mistaken. This is the right room. Hearing this, Zhang Tao was speechless. He thought, do you have any idea how much a meal in the diamond room costs? It would be at least 30 to 40,000 yuan. And if they ordered a few decent bottles of wine, it could easily run over 100,000. Yet here you are, a stay-at-home dad without a job. How could you possibly afford to dine in the diamond room? Of course, it wasn't that Zhang Tao looked down on Lin Chen, but as the person in charge, he knew that this room had already been reserved by a big shot. And he also knew who that big shot was. So he was absolutely certain that Lin Chen had made a mistake. Lin Chen, this room has been reserved, the guest hasn't arrived yet. Zhang Tao said exasperatedly. Think carefully, did you get it wrong? No, I didn't. It's right here. Lin Chen glanced at the number above the door again, convinced he hadn't made a mistake. Zhang Tao felt Lin Chen was beyond help. He even wondered if Lin Chen was suffering from delusions or hallucinations. But just then Zhou Huimin and her grandfather Zhou Daoji finally arrived, albeit late. Seeing them approach, Zhang Tao quickly said to Lin Chen, "Lin Chen, step aside. The owner of the room is here." With that, Zhang Tao walked over to Zhou Daoji with utmost respect, a smile on his face. "Elder Zhou, you're here." Zhou Daoji nodded slightly. Beside him, Zhou Huimin spotted Lin Chen and immediately called out, "Lin Chen! Lin Chen!" Zhou Huimin ran excitedly toward Lin Chen. "What a—" Zhang Tao was dumbfounded. An incredulous expression spread across his face. Lin Chen actually knew the granddaughter of Master Zhou. Could Lin Chen be Master Zhou's son-in-law? Watching Zhou Huimin's closeness to Lin Chen, Zhang Tao felt it wasn't impossible. How ridiculous. At that moment, a deep sense of self-mockery washed over Zhang Tao's face. Recalling the words he had just said to Lin Chen, he felt immensely embarrassed. "Young friend Lin Chen, it's a pleasure to meet you." Inside the private room, Zhou Daoji extended his hand to Lin Chen with a beaming smile, his excitement resembling that of a fan meeting an idol. "Hello, the pleasure is mine." Lin Chen smiled slightly and shook Zhou Daoji's hand. Yet the moment their hands clasped, Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed something amiss. Zhou Daoji's body seemed to have some issues. However, they quickly released their grip and Lin Chen could no longer detect Zhou Daoji's condition. "Waiter, bring the dishes." Zhou Huimin called out to the server outside, and the server went to fetch the food. "Young friend Lin Chen, you truly are as Huimin described, a man of striking appearance." Zhou Daoji looked at Lin Chen with a warm smile. However, he had learned from Zhou Huimin that Lin Chen was already married. Otherwise, he would have loved to pair Zhou Huimin with Lin Chen. Hearing this, Zhou Huimin felt a flush of embarrassment. As for Lin Chen, his heart remained calm. He had heard such praise far too often. "Young friend Lin Chen, I absolutely adore the painting Spring Tree and Autumn Frost you created for Huimin." Zhou Daoji then shifted the conversation and asked, "May I ask who your teacher is?" "Who is my teacher?" Lin Chen shook his head. "I have no teacher." Zhou Daoji was taken aback by this. He had assumed that Lin Chen's ability to paint such a masterpiece was due to guidance from a renowned teacher. After all, it was common in Huaxiao for aspiring painters to first seek out a famous mentor. But he never imagined that Lin Chen had no teacher at all. Self-taught. That painting talent was simply terrifying. At this thought, Zhou Daoji's admiration for Lin Chen deepened even further. "Excuse me, coming through to serve the dishes." Just then a waiter entered with a cart followed by a parade of exquisite dishes placed on the table: black abalone, steamed king crab, dompa pork, duck, and bean sauce stir-fried squid with chicken slices. Truly, everything from the skies, the seas, and the land was arrayed before them. "Lin Chen, my grandfather is treating us today, so eat as much as you like," Zhou Huimin said with a smile. "Sure," Lin Chen replied with a slight smile. "Elder Zhou, please help yourself." Zhou Daoji picked up his chopsticks, but his expression suddenly froze. The next second, Zhou Daoji collapsed to the floor, his face pale and his breath rapid. "Grandfather." Zhou Huimin's expression shifted dramatically as she knelt to support him. Lin Chen also crouched down, staring at Zhou Daoji's contorted face, momentarily stunned. "What happened?" "Oh no, Elder Zhou has fainted." "Hurry, call an ambulance." The waitstaff at the door were alarmed, but reacted quickly, dialing for emergency services. "What's going on?" Zhang Tao entered and saw Zhou Daoji lying on the floor, equally shaken. Could this be a viral infection? Lin Chen frowned deeply. He noticed a patch of red rash on Zhou Daoji's hand. This was clearly a symptom of a viral infection. Soon the ambulance arrived. Zhou Daoji was carried onto a stretcher and taken away. "Lin Chen, go on back. They'll treat you to a meal another day." After saying this to Lin Chen, Zhou Huimin boarded the ambulance and left with it. Ding! Detected that the host is under viral invasion. Would you like to spend 5,000 daddy points to purchase a universal antidote pill? The system's voice suddenly rang out. Good heavens! Lin Chen was startled inwardly. He knew the virus was contagious, but he never expected it to spread so quickly. He had only shaken hands with Zhou Daoji. Fortunately, he had the father system, otherwise bringing the virus home would have infected his baby and Xiren. "System, I want to make a purchase." 100 poison pill eliminates all viruses in the human body. After taking the 100 poison pill, Lin Chen felt relieved and drove his big G back home. Returning to the Bun Villa. It was exactly 8 o'clock in the evening. "Aren't you supposed to be eating? Why are you back so early?" Seeing Lin Chen return, Li Xiren asked curiously. "Xiren, Mom, please don't go out anytime soon." Lin Chen said seriously. Wu Yanfang was taken aback. "Can't go out. Why?" Just as Lin Chen was about to explain, the nearby TV suddenly switched scenes, and a female anchor's voice rang out. "We interrupt this broadcast with an urgent news flash. This afternoon, a widespread outbreak of an immune-type virus has suddenly occurred across various areas of the Magic City. Infected individuals will rapidly develop hemorrhagic fever with symptoms including stroke, difficulty breathing, hallucinations, delirium, full-body rashes, and multiple organ failure. The transmission mechanism is currently unknown, but it may spread through the air. Although the virus is terrifying, we urge everyone not to panic. Medical experts across China are already working tirelessly to study this virus, and we believe it will be conquered soon." Until effective treatment measures and methods are available, we advise everyone to avoid going out as much as possible or to wear masks if you must. With that, the urgent news flash ended. My God, how could this happen? Li Ziren was shocked, never imagining a virus would break out in the Magic City. Wu Yanfang's face also changed. No, I have to call your father. Lin Chen, is this why you told us not to go out? Li Ziren asked. Lin Chen nodded yes. When I was having dinner with Zhou Huimin's grandfather, he suddenly collapsed and started convulsing. Her grandfather was probably infected with this virus. And then, oi? Li Ziren asked with a worried expression. Lin Chen said. Then the ambulance came and Zhou Huimin went with him. Hearing this, Li Ziren silently prayed in her heart, hoping everything would be all right. After all, Zhou Huimin was her best friend, and she didn't want anything to happen to her grandfather. Mom, what's wrong? Your father's phone. It's not going through. Wu Yanfang was extremely anxious at the moment, dialing again, but no one answered. Just then Wu Yanfang's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, Zhang Kaifeng. Zhang Kaifeng was the company's secretary. Wu Yanfang naturally knew her. Sister Wu, something terrible has happened. As the call connected, Zhang Kaifeng's anxious voice sounded. What's wrong? Wu Yanfang had a bad feeling about this. Zhang Kaifeng, just now. President Li suddenly collapsed, and the company staff and I sent him to the hospital. Hearing this, Wu Yanfang's heart skipped a beat. Because Wu Yanfang had put the call on speaker. Zhang Kaifeng's words were clearly heard by Lin Chen and Li Ziren. What happened? Why did he suddenly collapse? Wu Yanfang asked with an agitated tone. The doctor said. President Li might have been infected with an immune-type virus. Zhang Kaifeng replied. Immune-type virus. Hearing those words, Lin Chen and Li Ziren felt a wave of dread. Wu Yanfang nearly collapsed, her phone slipping from her hand to the floor. Mom. Lin Chen caught her just in time. Mom, don't worry, trust me, Dad will be fine. Lin Chen comforted her. Having acquired divine medical skills, even though he was unfamiliar with the so-called immune virus, Lin Chen was still confident he could conquer it. He just hadn't expected that even his father-in-law had been infected. It showed just how terrifyingly fast the virus spread. Ziren Xiaochen, take care of the baby. I'm going to the hospital. Seeing his mother-in-law about to leave, Lin Chen quickly spoke up. Let me go instead. It's dangerous outside with the virus. Lin Chen. Li Ziren said worriedly. Lin Chen smiled. I'll wear a mask. I'll be fine. You stay home and take care of the kids, don't worry. Meanwhile, in the Magic City, inside a secret biological laboratory. Annihilate it all, let everything be destroyed. A young man laughed heartily. His name was Jiang Lin, a chemistry enthusiast. Buzz. Just then Jiang Lin's phone vibrated. He glanced at the caller's name and eagerly answered. Before the other person could speak, Jiang Lin excitedly said. Charles, did you see that? The entire Magic City has almost fallen. Soon the virus will spread across the whole country. Your plan to enslave China is about to come true. Charles, hearing this, praised him with satisfaction. Jiang Lin, I've seen the reports from China. You've done an excellent job this time. However, this level isn't enough. You need to spread it in other cities too for a greater effect. Of course I know. Jiang Lin chuckled. Don't go back on your promise after this is done. I want to become a U.S. citizen and get $1 billion. Not a single dollar less. Of course, we Americans are always very trustworthy. Charles laughed. Jiang Lin, after our cooperation concludes successfully, America welcomes you. After the call ended, Jiang Lin was overwhelmed with excitement beyond words. Oh, America, my dearest America. Blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauties, island villas, $1 billion. The breath of freedom. Soon I will join my beloved America. While Jiang Lin was lost in his fantasies, the internet had already erupted into chaos. The outbreak of the immune virus had plunged netizens nationwide into unprecedented panic. How terrifying, my neighbor was just taken away covered in red rashes. I've seen pictures of the infected too, it's absolutely horrifying. Why is such a terrifying virus broken out? What's going on? Is this Resident Evil? My 2 daughters are infected too, I feel like dying right now. It's over, is this the apocalypse? The apocalypse? Don't scare me, my dad owns a leather factory, we have plenty of money, and I'm still a virgin. Please don't let it be like this. Countless netizens were discussing fervently. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had arrived at the hospital. Due to the virus, everyone, doctors, patients, and their families, was wearing masks. After all, the virus spread through the air, and wearing a mask was the best solution. After making a phone call to inquire, Lin Chen found Li Tianhong's ward. Seeing his father-in-law's lifeless state, Lin Chen's heart immediately tightened. Based on his judgment, Li Tianhong might not survive another 2 days. What should he do? An idea surfaced in Lin Chen's mind, and he promptly sought out Li Tianhong's attending physician. The doctor, surnamed Su, was a middle-aged man with a slightly balding head who appeared honest and kind. I have a way to eliminate this immune virus. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Dr. Su thought his ears were playing tricks on him. Young man, are you joking? Lin Chen shook his head and said seriously, they'll give you a prescription. You develop this medicine. By the way, do you know who the patient lying in the bed is to me? Dr. Su asked doubtfully, who is he to you? He's my father. Lin Chen said with a straight face. If you don't believe me, once the medicine is made, you can test it on my father first. Dr. Su was taken aback. Was this what people online called a dutiful son? In his 20 years of medical practice, he had experimented on many lab mice, but this was the first time he had encountered someone willing to use their own father as a test subject. However, thinking it over, since the man dared to use his own father as a lab mouse, he must be full of confidence and certainty. After all, no one would joke with their own family member's life, especially over such a life-or-death matter. Seeing Dr. Su silent, Lin Chen knew he was wavering and began to press his advantage. Finally, after Lin Chen's earnest persuasion, the kind-hearted Dr. Su agreed to Lin Chen's request. Thank you. You definitely won't regret your decision, Lin Chen said with a smile. Dr. Su pursed his lips, thinking to himself, I hope so. In truth, this was a very risky endeavor. The main reason Dr. Su agreed to Lin Chen was that he had first looked at the prescription Lin Chen had written. After all, Dr. Su was a physician. Although Lin Chen's method was profoundly complex, he could still understand some of it. He knew it wouldn't endanger the patient's life. Only under these circumstances did Dr. Su agree to administer this medicine to Li Tianhong. After a short while, incredible. Absolutely incredible. It actually works. The immune virus has been completely eradicated. Inside the ward, several medical experts, including Dr. Su, stood before Li Tianhong utterly astonished. In less than half an hour after administering the medicine, the virus in Li Tianhong's body was completely eliminated. The red rashes covering his body had all vanished. Everything returned to normal. He was fully recovered. Dr. Su, you're amazing. The whole nation will be thanking you this time. Such a harmful virus to humanity easily solved by Dr. Su. Truly a great deed. Could Dr. Su be the reincarnation of Hua Tuo? His colleagues flattered him one after another, which made Dr. Su feel quite uneasy. Because only he knew the truth. The conquest of the immune virus had nothing to do with him. The person the whole nation should thank was Lin Chen. Next, the Shanghai Municipal People's Hospital immediately collaborated with a pharmaceutical factory to mass-produce the 100 poisons pill. According to the data available, so far over 100,000 patients had been infected with the immune virus. And this number was still skyrocketing. Therefore, it was essential to manufacture a sufficient quantity of the 100 poisons pill. Subsequently, the hospital posted an announcement online. Thanks to the efforts of our hospital's Dr. Su Hongji, we have made a major breakthrough in conquering this immune virus. Currently, a patient infected with the immune virus after taking the specific medicine developed by Dr. Su Hongji is about to be discharged fully recovered. Our hospital is now cooperating with Guotai Pharmaceutical Factory to mass-produce this specific medicine for the immune virus. We believe that within the next 10 days the immune virus will be completely eradicated. As soon as this announcement was released, the entire internet erupted in excitement. Countless netizens felt a glimmer of hope, their tension and anxiety easing. Dr. Su is incredible. Whoa, my grandpa is saved. My husband is saved. Everyone should bow to Dr. Su, he's truly great. Is there anyone who knows the truth? Is this announcement real or fake? Could it be just to comfort us? It's real. My mom was quarantined in the hospital where Dr. Su works, and she's already been discharged. Amazing. Dr. Su Hongji is truly China's savior. Instantly, countless netizens began praising Su Hongji online. Another day passed, and both Li Tianhong and Zhou Huimin's grandfather were fully recovered and discharged, society further stabilizing. With the advent of the 100 toxin pill, the number of infected patients was steadily decreasing. Most crucially, every patient who took the 100 toxin pill developed antibodies upon recovery, preventing reinfection. At the Bun Villa, this virus is truly terrifying. I felt like I was about to die, but after taking that pill my body recovered immediately. That Dr. Su is really amazing. Li Tianhong spoke with lingering fear. Beside him, Wu Yanfang, Li Ziren, and Lin Chen listened intently. By the way, Xiaochen, did you properly thank Dr. Su when I was discharged? Li Tianhong asked Lin Chen. Thank him. Lin Chen thought to himself that Su fellow should be thanking me instead. No, I forgot. Hearing this, Li Tianhong said nothing more. It's fine, I'll thank Dr. Su in person later. Just then the doorbell rang. Lin Chen went to the balcony and saw it was Zhou Huimin again. He'll go open the door, it's Zhou Huimin. He went down to let her in and brought her upstairs. It turned out Zhou Huimin was worried that Li Ziren might have caught the virus, so she came specifically to see her. You said after sending your grandpa to the hospital you were also infected? Lin Chen asked after hearing her story. Yes, this virus is truly terrifying. Less than an hour after sending my grandpa to the hospital, I started developing red rashes. Then I had trouble breathing and passed out. When I woke up, the nurse immediately gave me the special medicine and I was fine. Speaking of this, Zhou Huimin was filled with admiration. The Dr. Su who developed the special medicine is amazing. He saved both my grandpa and me. I just wonder if Dr. Su is single. If he is, I might want to marry him. Lin Chen. Haha, have you even met Dr. Su before? Saying something like that, teased Li Ziren. No, Zhou Huimin fantasized, but he saved my life. If he's handsome and single, I'd totally pursue him. They chatted and laughed when suddenly the TV switched to a breaking news segment. Hello everyone, I'm Chun Li from Mango TV. Chun-Li held a microphone and smiled. Yesterday Dr. Su, who developed the treatment for the immune virus at the Shanghai Central Hospital, garnered massive attention online. Many female netizens even declared they wanted to marry Dr. Su. Now I will represent the people to interview this viral doctor and hear about his journey in developing the 100-toxin pill. Hearing this, everyone in front of the TV perked up, including Zhou Huimin and Li Ziren, their attention drawn to the screen. The scene shifted, and Chun-Li appeared in the office of the People's Hospital. This is our Dr. Su. Chun-Li smiled at Su Hongji. Dr. Su, please say hello to everyone. Hello everyone, I'm Su Hongji, a cardiopulmonary physician at Shanghai Central Hospital. Su Hongji smiled at the camera. Since masks were no longer needed, everyone could clearly see Su Hongji's face. So, still want to marry him, teased Li Ziren. On screen, Su Hongji appeared to be in his 30s with a very ordinary appearance. Zhou Huimin. I don't think he's ugly. Of course, compared to Lin Chen, he can't match up. But his medical skills are top-notch, which is something Lin Chen lacks. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel exasperated. Why am I being dragged into this again? Haha, because you're handsome. Lin Chen grew even more helpless. Did being handsome mean he had to be compared to others? Just then, Chun-Li on screen asked Su Hongji. Dr. Su, can you tell us about the situation at the hospital when the virus first broke out? Su Hongji said, when the virus first erupted in just one afternoon, the hospital received over 5,000 infected patients. We ran out of beds, and every infected patient's life was hanging by a thread. The turning point came at 9 a.m. the next day when we administered the 100-toxin pill to the first infected patient. Within just half an hour, the virus in the patient's body vanished completely. 3 hours later, they were fully recovered. Even Su Hongji himself found it incredible. Chun-Li continued. Dr. Su, netizens have hailed the 100-toxin pill as a miracle drug. Do you agree? I do, Su Hongji replied. Because today I discovered that the 100-toxin pill is not only effective against the immune-type virus outbreak, but also cures other viral infections. For instance, a patient with viral hepatitis, a type of viral infection, was also cured after taking the 100-toxin pill. Therefore, I believe the 100-toxin pill has the power to cure all viral diseases. So calling it a miracle drug is not an exaggeration. Chun-Li nodded, thoroughly satisfied with this response. One last question, Dr. Su. Could you share the journey behind your development of the 100-poison pill, as she inquired with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Su Hongji paused for a few seconds before replying. In truth, I was not the one who created the 100-poison pill. What? This answer stunned everyone present. Dr. Su, did I hear that correctly? You weren't the one who developed the 100-poison pill? Chun-Li asked in bewilderment. Su Hongji shook his head. No, it wasn't me. It was a patient's family member, a divine physician named Lin. At these words, the audience grew restless. After the interview concluded, a single question lingered in nearly every viewer's mind: who exactly was this young man named Lin? Alas, this batch of netizens isn't up to par. They still haven't uncovered any information about this divine physician Lin. It must be that divine physician Lin is too low-key. Do you know why you can't find anything? Because divine physician Lin is from our great Hanming nation. Get lost. Everything is from your great Hanming nation, huh? You bastards are truly disgusting and shameless. What's with the third-floor troll from Hanming? Did eating too much kimchi rot your brain? Meanwhile, inside a secret laboratory in Modu, Jiang Lin stared at the online reports, nearly losing his mind. How is this possible? How can this be? Damn it. Jiang Lin gritted his teeth. He never imagined that the virus he had spread would be conquered overnight. Who was this Lin, and how did he possess such immense capability? Just then Jiang Lin's phone rang. Glancing at the caller's name, it was Charles. Charles, please give me another chance. Jiang Lin pleaded humbly. We can still develop a more potent virus variant. I beg you grant me one more opportunity. Forget it. Charles replied, deeply disappointed. From now on, our partnership is officially terminated. You won't receive a single dollar. With that, Charles hung up. Jiang Lin tried calling back frantically, only to find that Charles had already blocked him. Such hatred. Jiang Lin clenched his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, consumed by an overwhelming fury. It's all because of this Lin. Because of him, his dream of obtaining American citizenship had been shattered. Jiang Lin vowed to take revenge on Lin Chen, and soon a scheme for retribution formed in his mind. Inside an ordinary apartment. Haha, excellent. I'm an expert at this sort of thing. Rest assured, it'll ruin his reputation. A young man laughed heartily. Named Lu Yun, he was a blogger on Douyin with millions of followers. Just moments ago, Jiang Lin had contacted him, offering 500 to post a video defaming Lin Chen. Blinded by greed, Lu Yun eagerly accepted the deal. The immune virus outbreak from 2 days ago was actually a massive conspiracy. Lu Yun began recording a video, his voice brimming with conviction. Why do I call it a massive conspiracy? Think about it carefully. Didn't the cure for the virus appear far too quickly? The development of any new drug typically requires months or even years of clinical trials before it's applied to patients. Yet the cure for the immune virus emerged overnight. That defies all logic. Therefore I believe the 100 poison pill was likely developed long ago. And the immune virus was also created by this so-called divine physician Lin. His goal was to sell the 100 poison pill and profit from the national crisis. As soon as the video was posted, it skyrocketed to the top of the trending list. The comments section exploded with netizens flooding in with remarks. What the hell? Profiting from a national crisis? That can't be true. Divine physician Lin is actually that kind of person. Oh my god. Was I too naive? Was this all a conspiracy? I agree with the blogger, if the cure came out too fast, it's completely illogical. What a load of nonsense about divine physician Lin. I've suspected him all along. Support the police in investigating this Lin. Absolutely, an investigation is necessary. I also find this too suspicious. Soon the video grew increasingly popular, sparking widespread debate. Eventually it caught the attention of the Modu police. Likewise, the Modu police found the rapid emergence of the cure too extraordinary and decided to launch an investigation. Partly, it was to appease the netizens. Since the police didn't know the identity of the divine physician Lin, either they immediately contacted Su Hongji. Gao Tianliang Dr. Su, in your interview you mentioned that the 100 poison pill wasn't your creation, but that of a divine physician named Lin, correct? Su Hongji: yes, Officer Gao. Gao Tianliang continued, how much do you know about this divine physician Lin? At this, Su Hongji fell silent. He understood that the police were using him to trace back to Lin Chen. He had also seen Lu Yun's Douyin video the previous night. Officer Gao, do you also believe that the immune virus was developed by divine physician Lin? Su Hongji asked. Gao Tianliang replied, that's something we'll need to investigate thoroughly to determine. Officer Gao, I can't vouch for much else, but the creator of the immune virus absolutely cannot be divine physician Lin. Su Hongji stated with unwavering certainty. Why? Officer Gao couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. Why are you so certain? Su Hongji replied, because the blogger in that video claimed that divine Dr. Lin was profiteering off the national crisis with the 100 toxin pill. But in reality, after divine Dr. Lin gave me the prescription, he never contacted me again. In other words, we manufactured and sold the medication to the infected while divine Dr. Lin didn't receive a single cent from it. So that short video blogger was completely slandering and framing him. It's utter nonsense. After hearing Su Hongji's words, Gao Tianliang was slightly taken aback. It seemed it really was a misunderstanding. Dr. Su, I understand. Thank you for providing this information. No problem. Su Hongji waved his hand. Subsequently, Gao Tianliang left with his team of officers. The next day, Gao Tianliang traced the IP address and found Wang Yun. Sorry, you are suspected of deliberately spreading rumors online. Please come with us. Wang Yun was dumbfounded, never expecting things to turn out this way. He immediately fell to his knees and begged for mercy. Officer, I've been wronged. This wasn't my intention, someone bribed me to do it. Who bribed you? Gao Tianliang demanded coldly. Wang Yun replied, a stranger online. Then he directly implicated Jiang Lin. He even presented the chat records between him and Jiang Lin on the spot. After reviewing the records, Gao Tianliang spent 2 days and nights investigating and finally located Jiang Lin's address. Almost there. Inside the laboratory, Jiang Lin was researching a variant of the immune virus, preparing to continue his plan to enslave China. But just then the door to his lab was pushed open and a large group of police officers rushed in. Freeze. Jiang Lin was instantly stunned. What the hell was going on? Well, you created the virus, didn't you? And you dared to slander others. Gao Tianliang glanced at the various experimental instruments, his expression turning cold. Take him away. At the Bun Villa, unbeknownst to them, the 4 babies had already reached their full month, and Li Xiren had also completed her postpartum confinement. That day, Li Tianhong and his wife returned home, while Lin Chen went out to buy groceries. Only Li Xiren was left at home to take care of the children. While she was feeding the baby, the doorbell suddenly rang outside the courtyard. Li Xiren went to the balcony and saw several police officers standing outside the gate. Instantly, a sense of foreboding arose in her heart. Because when the police come knocking, it's usually nothing good. Ding dong. Seeing no one come out, the officers rang the doorbell again. At that moment, Li Xiren snapped out of her thoughts. She gently placed the sleeping baby in her arms onto the sofa. Then she went downstairs to open the door for the officers. Hello, is this the residence of Mr. Lin Chen? Gao Tianliang was first struck by Li Xiren's beauty, then spoke politely. Yes. Li Xiren nodded, puzzled. What's the matter? Is Mr. Lin not at home right now? No. Hearing this answer, Gao Tianliang felt a pang of disappointment. He had hoped to meet Lin Chen and get to know this divine doctor up close. Unexpectedly, he wasn't home. I'm here on behalf of the Shanghai Police Department to present a pennant to Mr. Lin Chen, to thank him for his great contribution during the immune virus incident. Gao Tianliang handed the pennant to Li Xiren. Since Mr. Lin is not home, please accept it on his behalf. At that moment, Li Xiren was a bit bewildered. Contribution. When had Lin Chen ever contributed to this matter? She lay beside him every day and didn't even know about it. Okay, thank you. After coming to her senses, Li Xiren smiled and took the pennant. You're welcome. After saying this, Gao Tianliang left with his officers. Upon returning, he immediately instructed his subordinates to post a news release on the Shanghai Police Weibo account. After investigation, the short video posted by Douyin blogger Wang Yun's viewpoint constitutes intentional defamation and has been dealt with through administrative detention. The true creator of the immune virus, a male named Jiang Lin, 28 years old, virus variant strains were found in his lab, with conclusive evidence, has been arrested. Further investigation confirms that the developer of the 100 toxin pill is indeed Divine Dr. Lin. As soon as this news was released, it immediately topped Weibo's trending list. Countless netizens flocked to comment. Holy crap, a virus variant. Thank goodness they caught this Jiang Lin. The guy's a total lunatic. Creating a virus for no reason. Could this madman be a spy? Hope the police thoroughly investigate this Jiang Lin. He seems like a 50 grand traitor. Where are all those who doubted Divine Dr. Lin? Come out and apologize now. Divine Dr. Lin, I'm sorry. Divine Dr. Lin, I was wrong. Guess we need to be more rational when following gossip. We almost wronged Divine Dr. Lin. Well, my heart goes out to Divine Dr. Lin. He's the hero who saved us. In an instant, public opinion online took a massive turn, and the defamatory video posted by Wang Yun was deleted by the police. Naturally, Lin Chen was unaware of the online commotion. At that moment, he was returning home with large bags of groceries. As soon as he set down the bags, Li Ziren eagerly asked, "Honey, tell me the truth. Is there something you're hiding from me?" "No, there isn't." Lin Chen was taken aback. "Why do you ask?" "Just now the police brought you a pennant thanking you for your contribution during the virus incident." Li Ziren pointed to the pennant nearby, looking at Lin Chen curiously. Seeing the pennant, Lin Chen immediately understood. The police must have discovered that he was the developer of the 100 toxin pill. He wasn't surprised at all. He gently tousled Li Ziren's hair and said with a smile, "Babe, didn't I tell you? The 100 toxin pill was developed by me." What? Li Ziren was stunned, finding it hard to believe. When she first heard it, she thought Lin Chen was joking, so she didn't take it seriously. She never imagined it was actually true. "Honey, you're amazing." Instantly, Li Ziren's beautiful eyes were filled with admiration for Lin Chen. "It's nothing. By the way, dear, has your aunt left?" Lin Chen asked with a mischievous grin. "Huh, yes, it's over." Li Ziren shot Lin Chen a glance and pouted. "You naughty man, what are you up to now?" Half an hour later, a fierce and exhilarating battle came to an end. Lin Chen reclined on the sofa while Li Ziren nestled in his arms, a look of utter contentment on her face. "Honey, let's give the babies a bath later," she said. "We haven't bathed them in a few days." "Alright, I'll go run the hot water first." Lin Chen then rose from the sofa and headed to the bathroom. He turned on the water heater, filling the bathtub with hot water. At the same time, he also switched on the bathroom's air conditioner, though it was the height of summer and there was no real need for it. The babies' constitutions were delicate, and a chill from bathing could be disastrous. Of course, Lin Chen didn't set the temperature too high, keeping it at a comfortable level. With a soft coo, Li Ziren pushed a stroller containing the 4 babies into the bathroom. Indeed, they used the stroller to bring the babies and saving the trouble of carrying them one by one. "My little treasures, Mama and Papa are going to give you a bath. Are you happy?" Li Ziren teased the babies playfully. Initially, the babies were delighted, but upon seeing the bathtub, a shadow of fear fell over them. They pouted, their faces filled with dread. "Who wants to go first?" Lin Chen asked with a smile. At that moment, the 4th baby, Lin Yue, let out a wail and began to cry outright. "4th treasure, you're up first then," Lin Chen said cheerfully. 4th treasure was speechless. "Daddy, are you a demon? I'm crying here, and you still want me to go first? Boo-hoo. 4th treasure, that trick doesn't work anymore. There's not a single tear. You little drama queen." Li Ziren couldn't help but smile. 4th treasure was a true little drama queen, especially fond of fake crying. Her masterful acting had fooled both her and Lin Chen several times before. Trying the same old trick again, they naturally wouldn't fall for it this time. The next moment, the stripped-down 4th treasure was gently placed into the bathtub by Lin Chen. 4th treasure was terrified. Water was so scary. Why did people have to bathe? It was horrible. "See, your little sister is brave enough to bathe." Lin Chen smiled at the other babies in the stroller. "Alright, it's your turn now." Then 1st treasure, 2nd treasure, and 3rd treasure were all undressed by Lin Chen and Li Ziren and gently lowered into the bathtub. The water in the tub was not deep. It only reached about up to the babies' bellies. So even if a baby suddenly slipped in the tub, there was no risk of drowning. Of course, even so, Lin Chen and Li Ziren were still very cautious, careful not to let the babies inhale any water. Ding! Congratulations, host, for bathing the babies. Reward skill, great scientist. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Great scientist. Just as Lin Chen was feeling a bit bewildered, a vast amount of scientific knowledge flooded into his mind. In an instant, Lin Chen became the world's greatest scientist. No matter the scientific challenge, Lin Chen had a solution. If he wished, he could break through any technological bottleneck in an instant and go on to win the Nobel Prize. This reward is too powerful, Lin Chen marveled. However, despite acquiring this skill, he had no interest in becoming a scientist. As he was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. "Honey, can you see who's calling?" Lin Chen asked. His phone was lying nearby closer to Li Ziren. Li Ziren glanced at the caller's name and said, "It's Xia Yuli. She's the assistant at your father's branch company. Might be something important." Lin Chen said, wiping his hands dry and taking the phone. "Boss, the sports car you wanted, we've built it." Xia Yuli's voice was excited as the call connected. So fast. Lin Chen was slightly surprised by the manufacturing speed. After all, it had been only a little over 2 weeks since he gave Xia Yuli the sports car design blueprints. "Good'll come to the company in a bit. We'll be waiting for you at the office." Lin Chen then hung up. "Honey, I need to go to the company after we finish bathing them," Lin Chen said. "Okay." Li Ziren nodded. She naturally wouldn't stop him from going to work. After all, his father's branch company was now under Lin Chen's management. At Tianhong Automobile Trading Company, a striking black-purple sports car, incredibly sleek and dazzling, was parked at the entrance. This was the supercar the company had manufactured based on Lin Chen's blueprints. "Not bad, it's very stylish." Lin Chen walked around the sports car, looking fairly satisfied. "President Lin, if we launch this sports car, how much should we sell each one for?" Xia Yuli asked. Lin Chen replied calmly. "That should be based on the manufacturing cost." "What was the cost to build this car?" 500,000. Xia Yuli said. 500,000. Honestly, Lin Chen was a bit surprised. A cost of 500,000 per unit was quite high. He knew that even the manufacturing cost of a Ferrari was only around 3 to 400,000. Of course, a Ferrari couldn't compare to this sports car in every aspect. So a slightly higher cost seemed normal. "Let's sell it for 1 million, Lin Chen said, stunning everyone. Xia Yuli and the 2 workers nearby were dumbfounded by the price. Only 500,000 in profit. "Boss, did I hear that right? Sell it for 1 million. Xia Yuli asked in astonishment. "Do you know how much a Ferrari sells for?" Lin Chen, "Of course I do, several million. Our manufacturing cost is higher than a Ferrari's, and we outperform them in every way, and we're only selling it for 1 million. Xia Yuli was completely baffled. The price was far too low. In her opinion, it should be sold for at least around 3 million. It wasn't that she was overly ambitious or greedy. She simply believed this sports car was fully worth that price. Lin Chen laughed. 1 million may seem like a smaller profit, but do you know how many Ferraris are sold in our country each year? Only a few hundred. The truly wealthy aren't as numerous as we imagine. If we sell it for 1 million, it may seem like we earn less, but the number of units we sell will definitely be higher than Ferrari. The most crucial point is that we can build a better reputation and become a company with integrity, which will bring endless benefits in the future. Remember our slogan, strive to make it possible for every Chinese person to afford a sports car. As Lin Chen finished his speech, Xia Yuli and the other employees present were utterly stunned. What did it mean to have vision? This was true vision. Xia Yuli never imagined that someone as young as Lin Chen could possess such depth of thought and foresight. "All right, boss, let's sell it for 1 million then." After settling on the price, Lin Chen said to Xia Yuli, "Give me the car keys, they'll take it for a test drive." Upon hearing this, Xia Yuli handed the keys to Lin Chen. Once he had the keys, he got into the sports car. With a roar, the car emitted a thunderous rumble as Lin Chen sped away. In the central commercial street, an incredibly flashy sports car drove by, drawing frequent sidelong glances from passersby. "Holy crap. Everyone, look what a cool sports car. Awesome, another rich kid out showing off. What brand is this car? How come it looks unfamiliar? To be honest, this is my first time seeing this model. It feels even cooler than Ferraris, Porsches, or McLarens. If you don't know, just ask. Does this car cost tens of millions?" The onlookers murmured among themselves as they watched Lin Chen's sports car. At the entrance of the Magic City Research Institute, as Lin Chen drove past, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure. Zhou Jie. Hearing his name called, Zhou Jie turned his head and saw Lin Chen. Lin Chen. Seeing Lin Chen in the sports car, Zhou Jie was quite surprised. Then Lin Chen parked the car to the side and walked towards Zhou Jie, who was sitting on the steps. Zhou Jie was Lin Chen's childhood friend. They had known each other since elementary school and had kept in touch over the years, maintaining a close bond. "Not bad, bro. Haven't seen you in a while, and you're already driving a sports car." Zhou Jie patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, genuinely envious. "It's nothing," Lin Chen said with a smile. "What are you doing sitting at the entrance? With that look, you haven't been dumped, have you?" Lin Chen noticed Zhou Jie's poor mental state, as if he hadn't slept for days. Therefore, he concluded that Zhou Jie must have encountered some trouble, otherwise his spirits wouldn't be so low. "No, it's just work stuff," Zhou Jie replied with a resigned smile. "Work?" Lin Chen noticed the Magic City Research Institute behind him. "Are you working at the Research Institute now?" "Yeah." "Nice, congratulations," Lin Chen said. He clearly remembered that Zhou Jie's childhood dream was to become a scientist. It seemed Zhou Jie's dream had come true, and Lin Chen genuinely felt happy for him. "Thanks," Zhou Jie said with a faint smile. "Though I don't know how much longer it'll last here. If I can't make it, I'll tag along with you in the future," Zhou Jie said with a hint of self-mockery. Lin Chen was puzzled. "What do you mean? Isn't being a scientist a stable job? Can you even get laid off?" Bro, you don't know. I've run into a tough problem." Then Zhou Jie poured out his troubles to Lin Chen. After listening to Zhou Jie, Lin Chen finally understood why he was so down. It turned out he had been working on a scientific experiment recently. If successful, it would solve a major scientific challenge, the law of quantum entanglement. But the result was obvious: the experiment had failed. Half a year's worth of effort had all gone to waste. This failure had shattered Zhou Jie's morale, driving him into a state of self-isolation. The law of quantum entanglement might never be proven in this lifetime. Since I can't prove it, what's the point of staying here? Zhou Jie gritted his teeth. However, Lin Chen's expression turned strange. Quantum entanglement. He knew this one. Because Lin Chen had acquired the great scientist's skill, proving quantum entanglement was as simple as solving elementary math problems for him. With that in mind, Lin Chen said to Zhou Jie, "Bro, trust me, this law will be cracked by you." Zhou Jie knew Lin Chen was just comforting him and forced a smile. "He'll send you a file later, it should help you out," Lin Chen added. Zhou Jie didn't take it seriously, thinking it would just be some auxiliary materials. But when he got back and opened the file Lin Chen sent, he was completely stunned. It was the method to prove quantum entanglement. The more Zhou Jie read, the more shocked he became, occasionally exclaiming in amazement. If games had cheats, then the file Lin Chen sent was the ultimate cheat for quantum entanglement. Although the results needed experimental verification, his intuition told him that following the detailed steps would yield a high success rate. Lin Chen is incredible. Zhou Jie was profoundly shaken. At the same time, he was extremely curious. How did Lin Chen know all this? Was he a scientist? Or had he obtained a file from somewhere else? Without dwelling on it, Zhou Jie immediately contacted his supervising professor to start the experiment. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was at home taking care of the kids when his father-in-law called. "Xiao Chen," I asked around. "October 3rd is an auspicious day for a wedding. How about you and Xiren hold the banquet that day?" Li Tianhong said with a hearty laugh. Lin Chen nodded. "Sure, Dad. Let's do it that day." After exchanging a few more words with Li Tianhong, Lin Chen hung up. At that moment, he suddenly realized they were about to get married, but he and Li Xiren hadn't registered their marriage yet. A day later. "Lin Chen, didn't you say you were taking me someplace fun?" In the car, Li Xiren looked at him curiously. Lin Chen pointed in a direction. "Look, it's over there. The Civil Affairs Bureau." Li Xiren was taken aback, never expecting Lin Chen to bring her to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Chen said with a smile, "Honey, since we're getting married soon, how about we get the certificate today?" "Huh?" Li Xiren suddenly panicked. "What's wrong? Don't you want it?" Lin Chen was startled by her reaction. "Of course not. I haven't put on any makeup." Li Xiren shot him a glare. This guy bringing her to register without warning, and Shed left the house without makeup. What if the photo turned out ugly? Girls, no matter how beautiful or fit, often have some appearance anxiety. Li Xiren was no exception. "Honey, you're already beautiful enough. You don't need makeup at all," Lin Chen said with a smile. No, I have to put on some lipstick." Fortunately, there was a lipstick left by Li Xiren in the car. She immediately took it out and applied it while looking at the car mirror. As she did, she said, "Honey, I think we should go back first. To register, we need both household registers. I didn't bring mine." Lin Chen, upon hearing this, placed his hand on her shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, honey, I brought yours out." Saying this, he produced 2 household registers like a magician and waved them before her eyes. Li Xiren. "Honey, how do you have my family's household register?" Li Xiren asked curiously. "Your father gave it to me last time. I forgot to mention it to you," Lin Chen said with a smile. Li Xiren nodded, realizing her father had already given the household register to Lin Chen long ago. What surprised her was that she had no idea about it. Woo. It seemed her father was truly eager for her to marry. Lost in thought, Li Xiren finished applying her lipstick and then got out of the car with Lin Chen. At the Civil Affairs Bureau. "Hello, would like to register for marriage." Lin Chen, holding Li Xiren's hand, addressed the staff at the counter. The staff member was a young woman. When she looked up and saw Lin Chen and Li Xiren, her first thought was they are an absolutely perfect match. Stunning. She had worked here for 3 years and had processed marriage certificates for countless couples. Yet those couples were either with an unattractive man or a plain woman. She had even seen many balding middle-aged men in their 40s registering marriage with beautiful women in their 20s. In short, couples on the same level of attractiveness were exceedingly rare. But Lin Chen and Li Xiren instantly captivated her. Especially Lin Chen. If she hadn't rubbed her eyes, she would have thought she was looking at Daniel Wu. "Hello. May I ask if you have brought your respective ID cards and household registers?" The young lady snapped back to reality and asked with a smile. Lin Chen replied, "Yes, we have." The lady asked, "Is the groom over 22 and the bride over 20? Lin Chen answered, "Yes, they are." The lady then inquired, "Do you have 3 2-inch front-facing color photos of the couple together? The photos need to have a uniform background color." "Off." Li Xiren said, "Do we need to prepare photos first?" "We didn't bring any. It's fine if you don't have them." The lady smiled and said, "We have a photographer here who can take some for you." With that, she pointed in a direction. Lin Chen looked over and indeed saw some people queuing for photos. "Okay, thank you." Thus, Lin Chen had to take Li Xiren to get their photo taken first. After the photo session, Lin Chen and Li Xiren returned to the counter. "Hello, please fill out this application form." The lady handed them a marriage application form. It took Lin Chen and Li Xiren a few minutes to fill in the information on the marriage application form. Afterward, the lady checked the information and, finding no issues, smiled at them and said, "Here is the medical examination form. You can go to the local women's and children's hospital for a premarital checkup. Of course, the premarital checkup is voluntary. If you choose not to go, you can take a couple's photo here and receive your marriage certificate," the lady said with a smile, holding the examination form. Premarital checkup. Lin Chen and Li Ziren exchanged a glance. To be honest, since their child was already born, there was absolutely no need for a premarital checkup. Generally, such checkups are done to rule out infectious diseases or hereditary conditions in the other party, such as infertility or viral hepatitis. But neither Lin Chen nor Li Ziren had any of those issues, especially Li Ziren. Her first time had been with Lin Chen. She was, so to speak, perfectly pure. Therefore, Lin Chen felt there was no need for a checkup at all. Li Ziren thought the same as Lin Chen, believing that since they already had a child, a premarital checkup was unnecessary. Li Ziren said, "We choose not to have the checkup." Lin Chen added, "Yes, let's just take the photo." No sooner had they spoken than a conversation between another couple rang out nearby. A plain-looking honest man and a heavily made-up refined woman. The refined woman said, "Darling, let's skip the checkup like them. It's a waste of time." The honest man hesitated for a moment. "Maybe we should just do it." Unexpectedly, the refined woman flew into a rage. "Fine. Don't you love me? Don't you trust me? No, don't misunderstand. Forget it. If we have to do the checkup, then we're not getting married." The refined woman glared at the honest man and stormed off viciously. The honest man stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what he had done wrong. "Honey, let's go take our photo." Lin Chen silently mourned for the poor guy, then took Li Ziren, who had been watching the drama, and left. "Honey, why is everyone wearing white shirts? Is it a rule to wear white shirts for getting the certificate?" Li Ziren asked. She noticed that almost everyone queuing for photos was in white shirts. "There's no such rule. White shirts probably just match the background better. But it's fine. We look good in casual clothes too," Lin Chen said with a slight smile. Li Ziren nodded. Although she wasn't wearing makeup today, she wasn't dressed dowdy either. She had her hair in a bun, wore a light yellow dress, and a pair of black leather shoes. Her outfit was simple, yet it couldn't conceal Li Ziren's cool and elegant aura. Soon it was Lin Chen and Li Ziren's turn for the photo. "That guy's wife is really beautiful. Why are all the beautiful wives taken by other men? Is it because I'm not worthy? If my wife were that pretty and had that figure, I'd slap myself if we ever fought." The men queuing behind them, captivated by Li Ziren's beauty, thought to themselves. Their own girlfriends stood beside them, but at that moment they suddenly felt their partners weren't as appealing. Comparison is odious. That couple is incredibly good-looking. Even the photographer let out a sigh of admiration. But soon he raised his camera and began to shoot. The photo session was done in a minute. Next, Lin Chen handed the photos to the young lady at the counter. "Congratulations." The lady stamped the marriage certificates and said with a smile, "Wishing you 100 years of happiness and eternal union." "Thank you," Lin Chen and Li Ziren said almost in unison. "You're welcome." As the lady watched their retreating figures, her heart yearned. When would she ever meet him? At the Magic Capital Research Institute. Upon receiving the documents sent by Lin Chen, Zhou Jie immediately rushed to the laboratory and began experiments with Professor Yang Xianqing. "We've succeeded. We've finally succeeded." Standing before various instruments, Yang Xianqing looked at the experimental results, tears of excitement streaming down his aged face. 10 years. He had been researching quantum entanglement for a full decade. Did anyone know what he had endured during these 10 years? Every night he dreamed of conducting experiments on the laws of quantum entanglement. He longed for the day he could finally prove the existence of quantum entanglement. It wasn't just about benefiting humanity. He also wanted the entire world to know that Chinese scientists were no weaker than those from any other nation. And so a decade passed in dedicated research. Over these 10 years, Yang Xianqing failed countless times, eventually growing numb and despairing. But today, thanks to the method provided by Zhou Jie, he finally succeeded. "Zhou Jie, we did it. Do you see?" Yang Xianqing exclaimed with overwhelming excitement. "From now on, your name will echo throughout the scientific community. You will become one of the world's most renowned scientists, leaving a legacy that lasts for generations." Zhou Jie, immersed in the immense joy of their successful experiment, barely heard what Yang Xianqing said. Subsequently, Yang Xianqing immediately published the news of the confirmed quantum entanglement law on the Institute's official account. The announcement quickly drew widespread attention from independent media. Soon it was continuously shared and commented on by netizens. In no time, major online platforms scrambled to report the news. Weibo Magic Capital Research Institute confirms the law of quantum entanglement. Jihu, the confirmation of quantum entanglement. How will it reshape the global landscape? Bilibili, the process of proving quantum entanglement. This video will absolutely blow your mind. You see, oh my god. After quantum entanglement was confirmed, a group of mad scientists did this in the lab. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Li Ziren had already returned home. "Mom, have the babies been awake all this time?" Li Ziren asked Wu Yanfang. "They woke up, but I managed to coax them back to sleep," Wu Yanfang replied, softly glancing at the crib nearby. Li Ziren nodded. She had to admit having her mother's help made caring for the babies much easier. Later, with nothing else to do, Li Ziren sat on the sofa, scrolling through Douyin. Suddenly she came across a video, and exclaimed in shock, "Honey, hurry over here." "What's wrong?" Lin Chen was drinking water, and walked over with his cup. "Honey, look, am I seeing things? Has the law of quantum entanglement been confirmed?" Li Ziren showed Lin Chen a Douyin video. Lin Chen took a look. It was indeed news about the confirmation of quantum entanglement, and it was released by an official media outlet. This undoubtedly signified its authenticity and authority. Lin Chen then noticed the words Magic Capital Research Institute in the video. Without a doubt, Zhou Jia must have followed his method and solved this scientific problem. "Honey, you're not mistaken," Lin Chen said with a smile. "That's wonderful." Li Ziren genuinely rejoiced at this scientific advancement. The confirmation of quantum entanglement proves that God doesn't play dice with the universe. Our lives aren't predetermined. We can live however we choose, and what we believe shapes our reality. Li Ziren said joyfully. "Impressive. You seem to know quite a bit about physics," Lin Chen remarked with a smile. Li Ziren lifted her chin proudly. "Of course. In high school I was a top student in physics." "Oh really?" Lin Chen teased, ruffling Li Ziren's hair, before suddenly pulling her down onto the sofa. Their eyes met, and a spark of desire ignited between them. But Li Ziren suddenly remembered that her mother was still in the bedroom. "Honey, let's go to the room downstairs," Lin Chen suggested, reading her thoughts. "Mum." Li Ziren's cheeks flushed, and her legs suddenly felt weak. Half an hour later the storm of passion subsided. Li Ziren went to the bathroom to freshen up. Meanwhile, Lin Chen received a call from his assistant Xia Yuli. "Boss, great news." Xia Yuli exclaimed excitedly. Lin Chen chuckled. "What good news?" "The Tianhong sports car we developed has only been on the market for a few days, and it's already being snapped up by over a dozen supercar clubs. On top of that, many car enthusiasts are extremely interested in our Tianhong sports car. Orders have already exceeded 10,000. At this rate, the company's future is limitless." Xia Yuli said with great delight. "That's good to hear," Lin Chen replied calmly. To be honest, this outcome was within his expectations. After all, the sports car's design was a product of the system. Its aesthetics, performance, and cost-effectiveness were all undeniable. Any discerning business or customer would surely be drawn to the Tianhong sports car. "Boss, may I make a suggestion?" Xia Yuli asked. "Go ahead," Lin Chen said. "We could hire a celebrity spokesperson to endorse our sports car. It would greatly enhance our promotion. Right now, the Tianhong sports car's main weakness is that too few people know about it. With a celebrity endorsement, it would gain immense popularity. We could even turn the Tianhong into a renowned brand and take it global." Xia Yuli laid out her suggestion earnestly. Lin Chen nodded. "Your idea is good. We do need to promote it. But as for hiring a celebrity spokesperson, let's forget about that." It was not that Lin Chen held any prejudice against popular celebrities. Rather, in the current entertainment industry, one celebrity after another was falling from grace faster than the last. Today one would be cancelled, and tomorrow another would be embroiled in scandal. In such a prevailing trend, Lin Chen believed that hiring celebrity endorsers was not an optimal choice. A hefty endorsement fee could ultimately lead to more loss than gain. "Well, boss, I'm just making a suggestion. The final decision is yours," Xia Yuli said. Lin Chen replied, "All right, I'll give proper consideration to the partner regarding the endorsement matter." Xia Yuli responded with a mum. Subsequently, the call with Xia Yuli ended. "Honey, Huimin is here. I'll go open the door," Li Ziren suddenly said. Lin Chen went to the entrance and saw Zhou Huimin outside the courtyard. Zhou Huimin seemed to be in a good mood today. She followed Li Ziren into the villa's living room with a radiant smile. "Lin Chen, Ziren, do you have time tonight?" Zhou Huimin asked with a smile. Li Ziren inquired, "What's up?" "Nothing much, just wanted to treat you both to a meal and properly thank you, Lin Chen." Zhou Huimin looked at Lin Chen with a beaming expression. "Thank me?" Lin Chen asked curiously, "What are you thanking me for?" "Lin Chen, do you still remember the Douyin video you filmed for me last time?" Zhou Huimin asked. "I remember." Lin Chen's memory wasn't that poor. That video went viral. It has over 100 million views now. I've gained nearly 3 million followers during this period, all thanks to that explosive video. And now my Douyin followers are almost at 10 million. Really? Congratulations. You'll be a big influencer now. Li Ziren genuinely felt happy for Zhou Huimin. It's all thanks to Lin Chen, his filming was exceptional. Zhou Huimin got back to the point. "By the way, do you two have time tonight?" "Ziren, it's been ages since we went out for hot pot, boohoo. I have to take care of the baby, so I probably won't have time," Li Ziren said helplessly. "Zhou Huimin, if you truly want to thank me, how about helping me with a favor?" Lin Chen suddenly spoke up. "What favor?" "If I can help, I definitely will." Zhou Huimin said. "It's nothing much. I just want you to endorse and promote my company's new sports car. Consider it helping with an advertisement." Lin Chen said with a smile. Nowadays, the influence of internet influencers was on par with that of popular celebrities. Some particularly viral influencers even had more sway than celebrities. After all, many former big stars had joined Douyin for live streaming and product promotions. In terms of product promotion, influencers were by no means inferior to celebrities. Therefore Lin Chen felt that instead of spending a fortune on celebrity endorsements, it would be better to have Zhou Huimin as the endorser. Coincidentally, Zhou Huimin had just become popular on Douyin again, with her followers surpassing 10 million. Endorse a sports car. Li Ziran and Zhou Huimin were both taken aback. Yes, what do you think? If you feel it's a loss, I can compensate with an advertising fee, Lin Chen said, looking at Zhou Huimin. No, that's not what I meant. Just an ad. I'll definitely help you shoot it. Zhou Huimin agreed without any hesitation. Honey, what sports car does the company have? Does my dad's company have a sports car? Li Ziran asked skeptically. Originally there wasn't one, but I had the employees build one last time, Lin Chen said with a smile. Li Ziran was astonished. So the sports car was designed by Lin Chen. When would you be available to shoot? Lin Chen asked Zhou Huimin. Zhou Huimin thought for a moment. How about now? I happen to have time at the moment. Alright, let's go now, Lin Chen nodded. Honey, I want to come too. I want to see what the sports car you designed looks like, Li Ziran said. Tianhong Automobile Trading Company. Lin Chen drove the G-Class, bringing Li Ziran and Zhou Huimin there. Yuli. Upon seeing Xia Yuli, Li Ziran quickly called out. Ziran. Boo-hoo, it's been so long since I last saw you. Clearly Xia Yuli and Li Ziran already knew each other, given that Li Ziran was the boss's daughter. And this is... Xia Yuli looked at Zhou Huimin. Although she had some interactions with Li Ziran, it was her first time meeting Zhou Huimin. She's my good friend, my bestie, Li Ziran quickly introduced. Xia Yuli's expression turned understanding, and she smiled at Zhou Huimin. Hello, I'm Xia Yuli. Zhou Huimin replied with a smile. The two exchanged greetings and got acquainted. Honey, is this the sports car you designed? It's so cool. Li Ziran noticed the Tianhong sports car parked not far away and hurried over to admire it. She had often ridden in sports cars since childhood. Li Tianhong's family owned a Porsche. However, the sports car Lin Chen designed was exceptionally stunning. Its body lines were flawless, like a meticulously crafted work of art, leaving the Porsche far behind. Honey, you're amazing. Li Ziran's admiration for Lin Chen reached new heights. This sports car is impressive. Zhou Huimin's gaze was also captivated by the Tianhong sports car. She asked Lin Chen, how much does this sports car cost? I want to buy one. How about this, you endorse and shoot an ad for me, and I'll give you one for free, Lin Chen said. It wasn't arrogance, though as long as the ad was successful, even giving Zhou Huimin a car wouldn't result in a loss. Great, you said it. Zhou Huimin hadn't expected Lin Chen to be so generous and nodded with repeated delight. Boss, is she the endorser you brought? While Zhou Huimin was admiring the sports car, Xia Yuli asked Lin Chen in a low voice. Lin Chen smiled. Yes, a Douyin influencer with 10 million followers. What do you think of her as an endorser? I think it's a great idea. Xia Yuli replied without hesitation. She was well aware of the influence of internet influencers. Moreover, Zhou Huimin's looks and figure were impeccable, making her more than qualified to endorse Tianhong automobiles. Most importantly, hiring a popular celebrity would cost at least tens of millions in endorsement fees. But by having Zhou Huimin as the endorser, Lin Chen saved the company a substantial amount of money. Lin Chen, should we start shooting now? Zhou Huimin walked over to Lin Chen. By the way, you haven't told me how to shoot it yet. As a major influencer, she had taken on many ads. However, it was her first time shooting an ad for a sports car. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, just shoot a video of you driving the sports car, then getting out to introduce it. Oh, I almost forgot. Do you know how to drive? Lin Chen suddenly realized this was a crucial question. If Zhou Huimin couldn't drive, the ad concept would need to change. Of course I do. I've had my driver's license for 3 years, and it's not like I've never driven a sports car before. That's good. Lin Chen nodded and tossed the car keys to Zhou Huimin. Let's start shooting now. Boss, should we have the company's photographer come over? Xia Yuli asked. Lin Chen replied, no need, I'll shoot it myself. When it came to filming, perhaps only a director of Zhang Yim's caliber could rival Lin Chen. Thus, Lin Chen intended to handle everything personally to ensure this endorsement video achieved the most perfect effect. Huimin, be careful driving. Li Ziran cautioned, knowing Zhou Huimin's somewhat careless nature. Don't worry, Ziran, it's not like I can't drive. With that, Zhou Huimin pulled open the sports car door and plopped down into the driver's seat. Inserting the key and starting the engine, her series of movements were quite adept. The Tianhong sports car immediately roared with a thunderous sound. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had already begun filming from the side. Drive a stretch, first keep the speed at 20 km/h, so I can keep up. Okay. Zhou Huimin gently pressed the accelerator, and the Tianhong sports car slowly started moving. Xia Yuli, Li Ziran, and a few company executives watched from a short distance away. Alright, slow down, slow down. Lin Chen followed for a while. The next scene should have been the car decelerating and Zhou Huimin stepping out. But then an accident occurred. Zhou Huimin mistook the brake for the accelerator, and the car suddenly surged forward at breakneck speed, accelerating to 80 km/h. Xia Yuli was stunned. Li Ziran was stunned. At that moment, everyone present was utterly dumbfounded. Huimin, stop. Hit the brakes. Li Ziran shouted, trying to alert Zhou Huimin. Yet Zhou Huimin herself was in shock, her mind a complete blank. Her legs felt as heavy as thousands of pounds, completely unresponsive. A few seconds later, bang! With a deafening crash, the sports car Zhou Huimin was driving slammed into the wall, gouging a massive hole into the thick barrier. Oh my god! Lin Chen, Li Xiren, Xia Yuli, and the other staff hurried over from behind. I am actually fine. In the car, Zhou Huimin wore an expression of utter disbelief. Looking down, she saw a blue airbag enveloping her entirely. That airbag had saved her life. Zhou Huimin raised her head and gazed at the shattered wall, thinking how terrifying it was. If not for the airbag, she would surely have died. Huimin, are you alright? As the crowd approached, they saw her completely unharmed and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for the airbag. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. I'm sorry I accidentally stepped on the accelerator instead of the brake. Zhou Huimin felt a pang of guilt, blaming her own carelessness. As long as you're safe. Lin Chen comforted her. He was likely the only one present who hadn't been overly worried about Zhou Huimin. After all, he had designed the car, and he knew it best. With the airbag, there was no way Zhou Huimin could have been harmed. I'd better get out first. Zhou Huimin said, still shaken. However, at that moment, a company employee suddenly exclaimed, the front isn't even damaged. What? Li Xiren, Xia Yuli, and the others immediately turned their gazes to the car's front. To their astonishment, the front of the Tianhong sports car wasn't wrecked, it was merely dented a little. Everyone was stunned. How could this be possible? At that speed, the car had crashed into a wall. It had even created a huge crater in the wall, yet the car itself was barely damaged. Was this really a sports car? Are you sure it's not an armored vehicle? Holy crap. Even the company's automotive engineers were shocked. If this had been any other sports car crashing into a wall at that speed, it would have been totaled. Honey, what is this sports car made of? Why can't it be wrecked? Li Xiren touched the car's head, finding it incredibly hard, made of some unknown material. Lin Chen explained, the car's exterior is made from heavy metal materials like steel plates and cast iron. It's absolutely nothing like ordinary sports cars. Its impact resistance should be 10 times that of other sports cars. Lin Chen shared the information he had obtained from the system. 10 times. Good heavens. Everyone present was utterly convinced this sports car was truly remarkable. This car is definitely going to be a huge hit. That was the thought shared by everyone present. Not to mention its other superior features, just this level of safety. What other car on the market could compare? Can you still film? Should be fine, right? Lin Chen asked, looking at Zhou Huimin. Yes. Zhou Huimin nodded. She was perfectly fine. Alright, go get a new car, have this one sent for repairs. Lin Chen instructed a subordinate. Half an hour later, the promotional video for the Tianhong car was finally finished. After adding some subtitles and post-production, Zhou Huimin immediately uploaded the video to Douyin. Within just one night, bolstered by the account's massive traffic, the video went viral. Over 1 million likes and tens of thousands of comments. Holy crap, this sports car is so cool. How much does it cost? The headlights, the lines, the overall aesthetics. It totally obliterates Ferrari. I heard this car is only 1 million, and it's a domestic brand from our Huaxia. No way. 1 million. Such a sleek sports car for just 1 million. Truly a conscientious brand. Support domestic products. My McLaren suddenly doesn't feel so appealing anymore. 1 million. I have to get one for my husband. 666. The lady above is a wealthy woman. Rich lady, are you still looking for a husband? M1. 8 meters tall, good in bed, with an 8-pack. I was planning to buy a Porsche 911, but after seeing this car's looks, I need to reconsider. After reading all the comments, I just want to ask, does anyone know where I can buy this car offline? Following this, promotion orders for the Tianhong sports car kept surging. In just 1 week, total sales exceeded 10,000 units. Lin Chen's personal worth also rose accordingly, with the Tianhong branch's profits even surpassing those of the parent company. Ha ha ha, I knew putting you in charge of the branch was the right choice. At the Bund Villa, Li Tianhong looked at Lin Chen with eyes full of admiration. This son-in-law never ceased to bring him surprises. He felt immensely proud and honored to have a son-in-law like Lin Chen. He even believed that under Lin Chen's leadership, Tianhong Company could become a Fortune 500. Therefore, Li Tianhong made a major decision. Xiao Chen, now that the Tianhong sports car is selling like hotcakes, how about we expand our scale? Merge the two companies and register a new one. You'll be the company's president, holding the largest share, and he'll be your deputy. What do you think of my proposal? Li Tianhong asked, eagerly awaiting Lin Chen's response. Hearing this, Lin Chen felt both flattered and overwhelmed. Was his father-in-law implying he wanted to hand over the company he had founded and toiled over for half his life entirely to him? Lin Chen spoke helplessly. Dad, are you sure? Tianhong is the fruit of your life's labor. Precisely because it is my life's work, I wish for it to become even better. Li Tianhong said with heartfelt sincerity. Alright, it's decided. From now on, you are the helmsman of Tianhong. Lin Chen was quite reluctant, but it was hard to refuse such earnest kindness. In the end, he could only reluctantly agree. Over the next couple of days, Lin Chen found time to take Li Xiren to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup. A postpartum checkup 1 month after delivery is essential, primarily to examine the recovery of the uterus. Moreover, since Li Xiren had a cesarean section, it was necessary to check the healing of the incision, the lochia, and milk secretion to see if everything had returned to normal. When the results came out, the doctor informed Lin Chen that there were no issues, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Afterward, he brought Li Ziren back home. Once home, Lin Chen spent some time with the baby before receiving a call from Xia Yuli. President Lin, today marks the establishment of the Tianhong Group. You need to come to the company for a meeting. Xia Yuli said. Alright, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Lin Chen said to the baby in his arms, Sweetheart, Daddy needs to step out for a bit. You play with Grandma for now. Goo. The baby made a sound, its meaning unknown. Yet from the baby's expression, a hint of reluctance was evident. Then Lin Chen handed the baby over to Wu Yanfang and left. At the Tianhong Group, Xia Yuli was at the entrance to welcome Lin Chen. As soon as he arrived, a throng of reporters suddenly appeared. The reporters surged forward frantically, and the security guards at the door could barely hold them back. Hello, we are reporters from Moda New Weekly. May we ask you a few questions? A female reporter spoke, addressing Xia Yuli. Sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry. Xia Yuli did not wish to engage with them. Just 1 minute of your time. Are all Tianhong Group employees this aloof? Yeah, we've come all this way, can't you cooperate a little? The reporters began to morally coerce her, encircling Xia Yuli and refusing to back down. Considering the company's image, Xia Yuli hesitated for 2 seconds before saying, Fine, you have 1 minute. The female reporter, having achieved her goal, beamed and immediately asked, What is your response to yesterday's online allegations about brake failure in Tianhong sports cars? Brake failure. Every step of our sports car production is strictly monitored. How could there be brake failure? Xia Yuli had initially thought these reporters were genuine, but upon hearing this question, she realized they were clearly there to cause trouble. Seeing that Xia Yuli had been drawn into the topic, the female reporter continued, Relevant news reports have already been published. This is not a baseless claim. Not baseless. Which news report has covered this? Show it to me, Xia Yuli retorted. At this point, the other party deliberately evaded the question. As a senior executive within the company, what are your views on this matter? Xia Yuli was momentarily stumped. Because no matter how she answered, she would essentially be acknowledging the existence of safety issues with the sports car. The best course of action was to say nothing. Just as Xia Yuli was struggling to find a way out, a figure suddenly approached. Turning her head, she saw Lin Chen's face. Sorry, we have a meeting to attend shortly, and cannot accept interviews at the moment. Lin Chen said coldly, and without another word he instinctively took Xia Yuli's hand and quickly strode away. Hey! A large group of reporters gave chase, but were soon intercepted by the company's security personnel. Next time you encounter such interviews, don't bother engaging. Holding Xia Yuli's hand, Lin Chen ran into the company lobby. He looked at her and said, Arguing with unscrupulous reporters is futile, it only makes things worse. Xia Yuli voiced her concern, but if we ignore it, won't it harm our company's image? People online will say we're putting on airs. Lin Chen said calmly, It's fine. Let's just focus on running our company well. Why bother with outside opinions? That makes sense. Xia Yuli found the reasoning sound. Oh dear, why had she been so foolish earlier? Fortunately, Lin Chen had pulled her away, or it might have been difficult to manage. In truth, Xia Yuli had a gentle disposition. She wasn't a strong-willed career woman. She felt that if she agreed to an interview, she should see it through properly before leaving. Just then Xia Yuli suddenly became aware of something. She looked down, and her pretty face instantly flushed crimson. Because Lin Chen was still holding her hand. Where are you taking me? Being held by a man for the first time, Xia Yuli felt quite embarrassed, especially with so many company employees watching. Sorry. Lin Chen immediately released Xia Yuli's hand, his expression unusually awkward. His first thought was, good thing my wife isn't here, or if she saw this. It's okay. Xia Yuli showed a beautiful smile as if the incident had never happened. If it had been any other man holding her hand, she might have felt disgust, or even resistance. But for some reason, being held by Lin Chen brought her an involuntary sense of happiness. Oh my! Could it be that she was developing feelings for Lin Chen? Xia Yuli suddenly felt her cheeks burning, her heart racing. Oh dear, he's her boss and a married man at that. Xia Yuli, can you stop overthinking? Xia Yuli took a slight breath, trying to suppress the thoughts within her. Lin Chen's attention was focused ahead, otherwise he would surely have noticed her face burning with a deep blush. By the way, when does the meeting start? Lin Chen changed the subject at this point, as the atmosphere had grown somewhat awkward. Xia Yuli replied, Oh, it's about to start. I've already notified the company's top management. They should all be arriving soon. All right. Lin Chen said nothing more, and the two walked side by side until they reached the conference room. A quarter of an hour later, the meeting proceeded as usual without any incidents. After Lin Chen had given his instructions, he directly declared the meeting adjourned. Shortly thereafter, he drove home. Upon returning home, Lin Chen had just seen Li Ziren when she joyfully rushed over and said, Honey, did you know? The big star Han Jiyun just posted a Weibo specifically thanking you. Han Jiyun. Lin Chen chuckled and asked, Why would he thank me on Weibo? Lin Chen had heard of Han Jiyun. He was once one of the most popular stars in the treasure island of Huaxia. He had played Duan Yu in the Demigods and Semi-Devils and released several hit songs. Besides that, Han Jiyun was also a renowned young racing driver who had won world championships. In short, Han Jiyun was famous in various fields. Even Lin Chen, who didn't pay much attention to celebrities, had heard of him. Li Ziren smiled and said, "Honey, just look at his Weibo post, and you'll understand. Let me show you." With that, Li Ziren took out her phone and found the Weibo post by Han Jiyun. Han Jiyun wrote, "Today I took my son to the mall in my Tianhong sports car. Unexpectedly, a large truck rear-ended us. Fortunately, the airbags were effective and my son and I are fine. The rear of the car only had a slight dent. Among all the sports cars I've driven, the Tianhong not only offers the best driving experience, but also impresses me the most with its safety. Here, I want to give a thumbs up to the Tianhong sports car and its designer. Awesome." Below the post was a picture of the rear of the Tianhong sports car after the collision. "Wow, are you sure it was a truck that hit you? This shell is too tough, right? Rear-ended by a truck and it didn't get totaled. Awesome. Thumbs up for the Tianhong sports car. This quality is simply unbeatable." This morning the media was slandering Tianhong, saying it had safety issues. I just want to ask, is there any sports car safer than the Tianhong? It feels like the Tianhong sports car saved Han Ziyan's life. Seeing this post, I quietly opened a car buying app and ordered a Tianhong sports car. Below the post were tens of thousands of fan comments. Because of Han Ziyan's post, the Tianhong sports car even topped Weibo's trending list, sparking widespread discussion among netizens. For a time, the Tianhong sports car became popular again, with sales continuously rising. I finished reading. Lin Chen returned the phone to Li Ziren. "This post is great. It's like free advertising for us." Mom. Li Ziren nodded and said, "Honey, did you buy the hairy crabs? They'll go make lunch." Okay. In their daily life among Lin Chen, Li Ziren, and his mother-in-law Wu Yanfang did most of the cooking, followed by Li Ziren. Lin Chen had originally planned to cook lunch himself, but since Li Ziren wanted to do it, he let her. Then, having nothing else to do, Lin Chen returned to the room to play with the baby alongside his mother-in-law. The baby was now over a month old. In just 1 month, the baby learns many things, such as being able to slightly control head movements. When lying down, they could also lift their head a little and turn it from side to side. Moreover, babies start to notice their amazing little hands. They would occasionally raise their hands and bring them to their mouths. "Debeo, come here, daddy wants to hold you." Debeo Lin Qingyue seemed very happy. Lying in bed, her big sparkling eyes darted around as if looking at something. Then Lin Chen picked her up. Once held, Debeo's little mouth opened and closed, and then she revealed a heartwarming smile. She even raised her amazing little hand to touch Lin Chen's face. "Haha, Xiaochen, when the baby gets a bit bigger, she'll probably start grabbing people," teased his mother-in-law Wu Yanfang, who was playing with the third baby nearby. Lin Chen chuckled, gently tapped Debeo's nose, and said dotingly, "Baby, grow up fast so daddy can take you all out to play." Ding host's fatherly love is like a mountain. Reward 1 martial arts card. The system's voice suddenly sounded. "Mom, hey, race the baby. I'm going out for a drink of water." "Okay." Lin Chen handed Debeo to Wu Yanfang and walked outside. "System, I want to use the martial arts card." Lin Chen silently uttered in his mind. Immediately, he felt a strange energy rippling through his limbs and bones, warm and very comfortable. However, this sensation soon disappeared. Lin Chen felt his entire body brimming with power. Even several dozen grown men would be no match for him. This is a great reward. Lin Chen showed a satisfied expression. For no other reason, he was now over 100 times stronger. If he ever encountered real trouble in the future, he could protect his family well. After lunch, Li Ziren was beside the babies feeding them. Lin Chen suddenly remembered their wedding preparations. According to the customs and mode, the groom usually buys the bride 3 pieces of gold jewelry, bracelets, necklaces, and rings. Although Li Ziren had already given birth to his children, that didn't mean Lin Chen would think less of her. What needed to be bought, he would still buy. What other women had, Li Ziren must also have. So after the babies fell asleep, Lin Chen took Li Ziren to the mall. "Honey, what are you going to buy for me?" Li Ziren asked curiously, holding Lin Chen's arm. Lin Chen had only said he was taking her shopping, but hadn't mentioned what. "The 3 pieces of gold jewelry. We're getting married soon, so I want to buy you some gold and silver accessories," Lin Chen said with a smile. "Honey, but I don't like wearing gold and silver." Li Ziren shook her head and said helplessly. Many women might be interested in gold and silver jewelry, but Li Ziren wasn't. She even found wearing these things troublesome. "How about we just buy a ring and skip the rest?" Li Ziren suggested. Seeing that Li Ziren genuinely disliked those things, Lin Chen didn't insist any further and followed her wishes. "All right, then let's buy rings." "Mum." Li Ziren nodded adorably, revealing a sweet smile. Then she affectionately linked arms with Lin Chen, and the two of them walked together to the rings section of the mall. However, as soon as they arrived, they saw a crowd gathered ahead, apparently witnessing an argument. "Someone is stealing. Please help." A beautiful saleswoman was desperately clutching a man's clothing. The man was extremely tall, nearly 2 meters in height, with blonde hair and blue eyes, clearly a foreigner. In the foreigner's hand was a diamond, which, according to the saleswoman, he had stolen. "Hey, how can you steal something?" Just then a warm-hearted young man stepped forward. The foreigner replied disdainfully, "None of your business." This remark directly infuriated the young man. "Damn, it's so arrogant." Without another word, he lunged at the foreigner, grappling with him in an attempt to retrieve the diamond. "Get lost." The foreigner shoved the young man forcefully, sending him sprawling to the ground. The young man was no match for him. After all, the foreigner was nearly 2 meters tall, while the young man was just over 1.7 meters. His height put him at a severe disadvantage, so naturally he couldn't win. You get lost too. The foreigner pushed the saleswoman, who let out a cry and fell to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Then, clutching the stolen precious diamond, the foreigner arrogantly walked away. The onlookers were mostly middle-aged women and elderly ladies who, aside from voicing their condemnation and calling the police, could do nothing to help. Ugh, how disgusting. How can there be people like this? Li Ziren complained incessantly. Stealing something and walking away. Wasn't that no different from a robber? Honey. Before she could finish, she realized Lin Chen was already walking toward the foreigner. Stop, Lin Chen said coldly, blocking the foreigner's path. Huh. The foreigner glared at Lin Chen, arrogantly speaking fluent Chinese. You want a medal too, boy? Lin Chen replied icily, leave the item behind. Huaxia is not a place where you can run wild. You're asking for death. With that, the foreigner attacked Lin Chen. He had trained in boxing and was well-muscled. Although Lin Chen was 1.8 meters tall, he still appeared slender and frail compared to the nearly 2-meter-tall foreigner. If it were before Lin Chen obtained the martial arts initiation card, he truly wouldn't have been able to defeat this burly foreigner. But now, Lin Chen dodged the foreigner's attack, and with a backhand slap to the face sent him sprawling, teeth scattering across the floor. The diamond. Lin Chen walked toward him step by step, speaking calmly. The foreigner was genuinely terrified. Who would have thought such a young man could be so formidable? He immediately raised the diamond in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen snatched the diamond, then released his grip on the foreigner. Seizing the opportunity, the foreigner fled in a panic. Remembering that someone had already called the police, Lin Chen decided not to pursue him. Thank you. Thank you so much. Handing the diamond back to the saleswoman, she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. She was on the verge of tears, as she was just a sales assistant. If such a precious diamond had been stolen, her boss would surely hold her accountable for negligence. You're welcome. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Just then Li Ziren came over and wrapped her arm around his. Honey, you're amazing. It was the first time Li Ziren had seen Lin Chen engage in a fight, and she never expected him to be so formidable. Instantly, her sense of security soared to the skies. By the way, are you hurt? As a concerned wife, Li Ziren immediately began checking Lin Chen's body anxiously. I'm fine. I just dealt with a foreigner. Lin Chen smiled lightly and said to Li Ziren, darling, let's pick the rings. With that, he took Li Ziren's hand and led her to the counter filled with rings. See which one you like. Li Ziren's eyes scanned the glass counter, and soon her gaze was drawn to a particular ring. Miss, you have excellent taste. This ring is called the Heart of Eternity. The crystal on it is crafted from the finest South African diamonds, which have been a favorite of Western royalty for centuries. And the Heart of Eternity is the only one of its kind in the world, representing the purest and most unique love. Seeing Li Ziren's gaze linger on the Heart of Eternity, the sales assistant immediately introduced it. Li Ziren asked, how much is this diamond ring? 57 million. The moment the number was spoken, Li Ziren was taken aback. It was simply too expensive. Miss, this diamond ring is indeed a bit pricey. It's the most expensive ring in Modus history. But trust me, it's absolutely worth the price. Seeing Li Ziren's hesitation, the sales assistant quickly added, and she was being sincere. The Heart of Eternity carried profound significance and was made of genuine materials, so it was worth every cent. We'll take a look at something else. Li Ziren gave an awkward smile and quickly averted her gaze. Just then Lin Chen's voice rang out calmly. Well, take the Heart of Eternity. With that, he pulled a card from his pocket. No, honey, this is too expensive. Li Ziren felt a pang of reluctance. Although Tianhong sports cars were selling while the Tianhong Group had just been established and had already invested a considerable amount of money, in Li Ziren's eyes the diamond ring was far too costly, and she had seen news online suggesting that many diamond rings were just a tax on foolishness. She believed there was no need to buy such an expensive one. Lin Chen looked at her with affectionate indulgence and said, it's fine as long as you like it. What's the point of making money if not to spend it on family? This wasn't just any diamond ring. As long as he could afford it, and as long as Li Ziren liked it, no matter how expensive it was, he would buy it for her without a second thought. Hearing Lin Chen's words, the sales assistant was utterly envious. As long as you like it, what a romantic phrase. What kind of divine husband was this? And she could tell that Lin Chen meant it from the heart, not just sweet talk. But Li Ziren wanted to say something more, but Lin Chen directly addressed the sales assistant. Hello, I'll take this diamond ring. Please wrap it in a box for me. Certainly. The sales assistant nodded repeatedly, carefully packed the ring, handed it to Lin Chen, and said, sir, please swipe your card this way. Beep. After paying, Lin Chen handed the diamond ring to Li Ziren. Darling, let's go. Looking at the ring her husband had bought her, it would be a lie to say Li Ziren didn't feel happy. Sometimes women are like that. They say they don't want something, but when you insist on buying it for them, they end up loving it and feeling truly blessed. The two spent over an hour at the mall, essentially taking care of all the preparations needed for the wedding, during which Li Ziren also tried on several wedding gowns. Lin Chen selected a white suit for himself as well. For a wedding, these items are indispensable. In short, the preparations were exceedingly intricate, and the couple hadn't even taken their wedding photos yet. However, Lin Chen planned to make up for the wedding photos later, as the shooting locations might be out of town, and currently the children were still young and needed care, making it difficult to leave home. Li Ziren had no objections to this. Though as a woman she dreamed of taking wedding photos, she understood their current constraints. Yes, they could make up for it later. As for the wedding banquet, Li Tianhong would handle it, so Lin Chen didn't need to worry. The two sat in the car ready to head back. Li Ziren opened a box of strawberries she had casually bought at the mall. She took a bite and said, "These strawberries are so sweet." Lin Chen smiled and replied, "If they're sweet, you should eat more." Li Ziren didn't like to indulge alone, as she pinched a strawberry with her slender fingers and brought it to Lin Chen's lips. Honey opened wide. Instead of immediately opening his mouth, Lin Chen gazed at her lovely face and said earnestly, "But right now, I don't feel like eating strawberries." "My." Li Ziren tilted her head. "Then what do you want to eat? They'll go buy it for you." Lin Chen remained silent, simply staring at her. "What's wrong?" Under his gaze, she seemed to grasp his meaning, and a blush crept across her beautiful face. The next moment, without a word, Lin Chen leaned in and kissed her. Sometime later at the Bun Villa, Lin Chen and Li Ziren returned home, where Li Tianhong had also come by to discuss the wedding banquet arrangements. Normally, the groom's family would be fully responsible for wedding arrangements, but since Lin Chen was an orphan with no family, Li Tianhong had to take charge. As they were discussing the wedding plans in the most opulent estate in Shanghai, "Miss, according to the latest news, the young master is getting married in 5 days." A guard approached a stunningly beautiful woman and reported cautiously. The woman turned her head, revealing a face of breathtaking beauty that captivated the soul. Her long jet black hair cascaded down, tied with a colorful ribbon, and her figure was equally flawless, truly perfect. "All right, you may leave now. I understand." Her voice was crisp and melodious. "Yes." The guard promptly withdrew from the hall. "My handsome little brother getting married without even inviting your sister. How heartbreaking." The woman felt a pang of complaint, but she couldn't blame him. He likely didn't even know she existed. She murmured to herself, "Since that's the case, he'll just have to show up uninvited." In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. This was the day of Lin Chen and Li Ziren's wedding. At the Bun Villa, a crowd had gathered, and the best man and bridesmaids were in place. The best man was one of Lin Chen's close old classmates, while Li Ziren's bridesmaids were her good friends, including Zhou Huimin. The 4 babies were being looked after by Wu Yanfang, as Lin Chen and Li Ziren were too busy to tend to them. After all, today the babies weren't the stars, their parents were. "All right, it's about time. Let's head to the hotel now," said one of Lin Chen's groomsmen. Zhou Huimin interrupted with a smile. "Hold on, you think you can just take our bride away like that? Lin Chen, haven't you forgotten something?" Lin Chen was a bit bewildered, having no experience with weddings at all. Was there still a step he had missed? "Chen, you need to kiss her foot. You haven't kissed the bride's instep yet." Lin Chen's groomsman Wang Chong promptly reminded him. Lin Chen then realized, right, I almost forgot about that. With that, Lin Chen knelt on one knee. Before him on the sofa sat Li Ziren, beaming with joy, her pretty face brimming with love for Lin Chen. She even lifted her foot to meet his gesture. A pair of flawless jade-like feet lay before Lin Chen's eyes, clad in silver-white high heels and sheer stockings. Without a second thought, Lin Chen pressed his lips to Li Ziren's instep. His wife's feet were fragrant, and he found nothing unseemly about it. In fact, he felt this ritual was entirely a reward for himself. After the kiss, the room erupted in applause and cheers from the bridesmaids and groomsmen. "Honey, come, I'll carry you on my back." Lin Chen crouched down with his back to Li Ziren, following the tradition that the groom must carry the bride out. Without hesitation, Li Ziren climbed onto his back. Then Lin Chen stood up, hoisting her up and adjusting her weight. Half an hour later, Lin Chen and Li Ziren arrived at the hotel in the wedding car. By then, many of the guests, their classmates and friends, had already gathered. In the hotel lobby, at the table for collecting monetary gifts, the person recording the gifts was Li Tianhong's elder brother, Li Changfeng. "Brother Tianhong, congratulations," said a middle-aged man who bore a slight resemblance to Jack Ma. He was a good friend of Li Tianhong's, and after exchanging pleasantries, he pulled out a thick stack of cash and said to Li Changfeng, who was recording, "Wang Defa 10,000. Wang Defa placed the 10,000 yuan gently on the table, and Li Changfeng promptly picked up his pen to record the amount and name in the gift registry. By now, Lin Chen and Li Tianhong moved in elite circles, and the guests were all influential figures, each worth at least several million. Of course, most of Lin Chen and Li Ziren's classmates were exceptions, being students. They weren't wealthy, so their gifts were typically a few hundred yuan. But the other guests were different, with gifts starting at 5 figures, 10,000, 20,000, even 30,000. The most generous guest even gave 88,000 as a wedding gift. He was a business partner of Tianhong Group and a company CEO. "Lin Xiener 100 million, announced a middle-aged man in a tang suit, exuding an air of authority. "How much?" Li Changfeng was stunned, wondering if he had misheard. The surrounding guests and Li Tianhong were equally dumbfounded. Had they just imagined it? Lin Chen 100 million, the man in the Tang suit repeated. As his words faded, 9 burly bodyguards strode in, each carrying a large suitcase. They placed the suitcases before Li Chongfeng, and the man in the Tang suit nodded. The bodyguards then opened the cases, revealing stacks upon stacks of 100 yuan bills. 9 large suitcases in total, 100 million yuan. Li Chongfeng was stunned. Li Tianhong was stunned. All the guests who noticed the scene were utterly dumbfounded. Heavens! So much money. 100 million. Just as a wedding gift, 100 million. How much must he be worth? 100 billion, or a trillion? Damn, even Ma Huading might not be this generous. Who is it? Who is this Lin Chen? That name sounds like a woman's. Could she be a hidden wealthy woman of our Hua kingdom? Otherwise, how have we never heard of her? Some guests immediately began whispering among themselves. Li Tianhong stared in shock at the 100 million in the suitcase, swallowing hard. Li Chongfeng also took a long time to recover. Excuse me. Please write down Lin Xian'er's name and the gift amount. The man in the Tang suit spoke with a smile. Li Chongfeng finally snapped back to reality, picking up the pen and writing, his hands trembling. Li Tianhong meanwhile was speculating about the other's identity, for he had never heard the name Lin Xian'er. Then only one possibility remained. This guest named Lin Xian'er was invited by Lin Chen. Could she be Xiao Chen's friend? But how could Xiao Chen know such a wealthy friend? Casually giving a 100 million wedding gift. Her net worth was simply unimaginable. It must be at least 100 billion to start. Tianhong Sports Cars was indeed selling well now, and Lin Chen's worth should exceed 1 billion. But compared to 100 billion, it was still not on the same level. Thinking this, Li Tianhong immediately went to the second floor and found Lin Chen chatting and laughing with his classmates. Xiao Chen, come here a moment. Li Tianhong waved at Lin Chen, speaking. Hearing this, Lin Chen smiled, said a few words to his classmates, and walked over to Li Tianhong. Dad, what's up? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Li Tianhong asked directly, Xiao Chen, who is Lin Xian'er to you? What Lin Xian'er? Lin Chen laughed in confusion. I don't know that person. Lin Chen's answer took Li Tianhong by surprise, leaving him bewildered. He didn't know Lin Xian'er. How could that be? If he didn't know her, why would she casually give a 100 million wedding gift? Dad, what's wrong? Seeing the strange expression on Li Tianhong's face, Lin Chen grew even more curious. Xiao Chen, someone named Lin Xian'er just gave you a 100 million wedding gift. Li Tianhong did not hide it, and told Lin Chen about the matter. Upon hearing the amount of the gift, the smile on Lin Chen's face instantly froze. A wedding gift. 100 million. Damn. Lin Chen found it hard to believe. Really? This is too insane. Li Tianhong said, really? If you don't believe me, come downstairs with me and see. 9 big suitcases, all filled with cash. Alright, let's go. Subsequently, Lin Chen followed Li Tianhong downstairs. Arriving at the gift registration area, Lin Chen indeed saw 9 large suitcases. Each suitcase was packed full of stacks of 100 yuan bills, dazzling to the eyes. At that moment, Li Chongfeng was having the suitcases closed. Leaving them open was too ostentatious. People might think they had just robbed a bank. Li Tianhong glanced around and asked Li Chongfeng, Brother, where is that man in the Tang suit? Li Chongfeng said he left. Left? Li Tianhong was puzzled. He's not staying for the banquet. Li Chongfeng shook his head helplessly. He said he was just delivering the wedding gift on behalf of Lin Xian'er, not attending the wedding himself. Listening to their conversation from the side, a bitter smile crept across Lin Chen's lips. He had roughly guessed Lin Xian'er's identity. The Lin family. This Lin Xian'er must be a member of the Lin family. First, she happened to share the surname Lin. Second, across the entire Huaxia, only a super first-class family like the Lin family could casually hand over 100 million as a wedding gift, as if it were a joke. Wait. Suddenly Lin Chen realized a problem and asked Li Chongfeng, Uncle, what did you just say? Li Chongfeng repeated, before that person left, he said he was delivering the wedding gift on behalf of Lin Xian'er, not attending the banquet himself. Lin Chen said, alright, I understand. Then his gaze swept across the tables of guests, sensing that Lin Xian'er was also among them. However, after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find Lin Xian'er, because there were simply too many guests. A full 60 tables were seated with several more floors above. It was impossible to find her in a short time. More importantly, he was the center of attention today. How would it look if he skipped toasting and chatting with the guests to wander around searching for someone? Lin Chen, what are you looking for? Just then a familiar voice rang out. It was his college roommate, Huang Chong. Damn, Lin Chen, you look incredibly handsome today. Lin Chen, what are you searching for? Come have a few drinks with us. The other 2 roommates chimed in. Hearing his roommates calling him Lin Chen, could only smile helplessly and temporarily give up his search. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor of the hotel, in a sparsely populated hall, a large baby carriage held 4 infants watched over by Wu Yanfang. Before long, a group of beautifully dressed young women approached. Among them, one stood out with an entirely different aura. Noble, aloof, breathtakingly beautiful. Are you all Ziran's classmates? Wu Yanfang asked with a smile. Yes, yes. The girls answered in unison, then crouched by the baby carriage, holding the baby's tiny hands and playfully teasing them. So adorable. Their little hands can actually grab me. They'll definitely be stunning when they grow up. This is my first time seeing quadruplets. It feels so magical. I'm getting engaged soon too. I hope I can catch some of Zran's luck. I want hope for quadruplets, but at least give me twins. The girls spoke one after another, their pretty faces filled with affection for the babies. One even took out her phone to take pictures with them, utterly thrilled. Wu Yanfeng kept smiling warmly. After all, they were Li Zran's good friends and classmates, so she naturally wouldn't say anything to discourage them. Auntie, this one is a boy, right? Suddenly the most beautiful girl spoke up. Wu Yanfeng nodded. Yes, this is the third child, the only boy. The beautiful girl requested. Auntie, may I hold the third child? Wu Yanfeng laughed. Of course you can, but he cries easily and is very shy with strangers. He might start crying when you pick him up. As she spoke, Lin Chen gently lifted the third child from the baby carriage. Surprisingly, the third child, Lin, he did not cry. Not only did he not cry, but he also stared unblinkingly at Lin Chen, seemingly curious. You silly little one, Lin Chen softly tapped the tip of his nose and thought to herself, grow up quickly so you can call me Annie. As if finding Lin Chen intriguing, the third child raised his tiny, curious hand trying to grab her. However, his little hand couldn't reach her, so Lin Chen voluntarily lowered her head. The baby's hand brushed against her face, ticklish, and a smile bloomed on Lin Cen's lips. It's about time. Holding the third child, Lin Chen turned her head to look out the window. Outside, the weather was fine with a clear autumn sky and a refreshing breeze. It was a perfect day, yet suddenly, bang, 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 brilliant, colorful fireworks shot into the sky, drawing the gaze of every passerby below. These were subtitle fireworks launched into the air by royal salutes costing 100,000 each. As the fireworks scattered, the sky became a breathtaking spectacle. Any snapshot could serve as a phone wallpaper. Then the drifting fireworks formed a sentence in the sky, one that made every onlooker gasp in awe. Lin Chen and Li Zran, a blissful marriage. Peace and joy. The appearance of this subtitle scene stirred envy among many hotel guests and passersby within a 500-meter radius. So romantic. While this girl Li Zran must be so happy. I wondered why I was trudging through hardship. Turns out someone else is living the good life for me. This old servant wholeheartedly blesses this wealthy couple. Honey, when we get married, let's do subtitle fireworks like this too. It's so romantic. We can't afford it. This kind of subtitle fireworks, which can create a nighttime visual effect in broad daylight, costs at least a few million. Say others are born in Rome while I was born a beast of burden. I'm so envious I could cry. Many passersby captured the scene on their phones and happily posted it on Douyin Weibo and their moments. Honey, did you prepare this surprise for me? It's so beautiful. Li Zran was on the verge of tears, leaning blissfully against Lin Chen's chest. At that moment, she felt she was the happiest woman in the world. Lin Chen wrapped an arm around Li Zran. Although the subtitle fireworks were not his doing, and he didn't know who had prepared them, he didn't foolishly admit it. He didn't want to spoil the tender atmosphere between them or shatter the sweetness in Li Zran's heart. An hour later, the wedding feast ended. Lin Chen had drunk a lot, but thanks to the unfailing sobriety skill he acquired from the system, he remained sober. After the banquet, he began helping to send Li Zran's relatives back. Was on the way back to the Hilton Hotel, Lin Chen's phone suddenly vibrated. He glanced at it. A text from an unknown number. Meet me at the Tianyue Hotel entrance later. Lin Chen ignored it, assuming it was a wrong number, and continued driving. But soon another message came. Oh, and Lin Chen, when you come to the hotel, please bring me a pack of sanitary pads. What the hell? Lin Chen was utterly exasperated and couldn't help replying, who are you? The person knew his name, so they must know him. Asking him to bring sanitary pads. Dream on. Lin Chen's face twisted in disgust. He didn't even plan to go. Seriously, on his wedding day, he was supposed to meet another woman at a hotel. But it seemed the other person had read his mind. Another text arrived, you must come. If you don't, you'll definitely regret. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. Who the hell was this? Driven by an intense curiosity, he decided to meet this person. 10 minutes later, at Tianyue Hotel, Lin Chen parked his car to the side and strode directly toward the entrance. Lin Chen. Suddenly a voice tinged with excitement rang out. Lin Chen felt a tap on his shoulder. He immediately turned around, and upon seeing the unfamiliar beauty before him, he was utterly stunned. She was breathtakingly gorgeous. Among all the beauties Lin Chen had encountered in his life, she could easily rank in the top 2. Who are you? Was it you who sent that message? Lin Chen stepped back 2 paces, eyeing her warily. He had thought it was someone he knew, but instead it was a complete stranger, a stunning woman he had never seen before. Since you're so smart, why don't you guess who I am? Lin Chen said with a smile, noting how handsome Lin Chen was up close. Truly worthy of being her own little brother. You wouldn't be Lin Chen, would you? The name immediately sprang to Lin Chen's mind. Yes, call me sis. Lin Cen's face lit up with joy and anticipation. A question mark slowly formed in Lin Chen's mind. What are you thinking? Call you sis. Why don't you call me bro instead? But I really am your sister. Lin Chen said helplessly. Old Mo must have told you about your true identity, didn't he? Did he mention that you have a biological sister in the Lin family? Lin Chen was taken aback. Could she really be his biological sister? He asked skeptically, so the 100 million gift money and the sky lantern display, you arranged all that? Lin Chen chuckled, yes. Women love romance. Sky lanterns are so romantic. I bet Xiren was very moved, wasn't she? By the way, little brother, you don't think your sister's gift was too little, do you? Lin Chen said with a resigned sigh. She had only learned about Lin Chen's wedding yesterday and had just 100 million in cash on hand. After all, with mobile payments being the norm, she didn't keep much cash around. Otherwise, she would have even given 10 billion. For the Lin family, for her, money was just a string of numbers. No, not at all. Lin Chen shook his head, then asked curiously, so did you go into the hotel for the banquet? How did you get in? I told the security no one without an invitation was allowed. Seeing Lin Chen's serious expression, Lin Chen found it amusing. Little brother, because Hyman is one of our Lin family's properties. The security guards are Lin family protectors. Why would I be restricted from entering a hotel my own family owns? Lin Chen was speechless. Well, he had nothing left to say. The Lin family again. It seemed the Lin family was truly formidable. Even Hyman Hotel, the best in Shanghai, was one of their assets. Handsome little brother, where's the sanitary pad I asked you to bring? Didn't bring it. Why not? You're not my wife, so why should I bring it for you? Lin Chen said matter-of-factly. Lin Chen was at a loss for words, unable to find a retort. Lin Chen asked calmly, you call me here. What do you want to say? Lin Chen said seriously, the new year is almost here. When it comes, bring Xiren and the kids back to the Lin family for the annual gathering. Both father and grandfather really hope you'll come back. Lin Chen fell silent. To be honest, he didn't feel much attachment to the Lin family, and wasn't keen on going back, but he did want to meet his biological relatives from this world. After a few seconds of consideration, he said, I'll think about it. We'll see when the time comes. Alright, take your time. Oh, and add me on WeChat, so we can keep in touch. Lin Chen showed her WeChat QR code, and Lin Chen didn't hesitate. He pulled out his phone and scanned it. Little brother. Bye-bye. Your sister has to go now. You should head back too. Although Lin Chen felt a bit reluctant, she was already content to have seen Lin Chen this time. Besides, she had other matters to attend to, and was leaving Shanghai soon. Alright, bye. Stay safe. Lin Chen waved his hand. Then Lin Chen got into a black Maybach, and quickly drove out of his sight. Back at the riverside villa, Li Xiren had no idea about Lin Chen's meeting with Lin Chen, assuming he had merely escorted their relatives home. Wow. As soon as they entered, the sound of a baby's crying filled the air. Lin Chen went to the bedroom, and saw his mother-in-law picking up the third treasure, Lin Yi, from the crib. Noticing that Lin Yi's diaper was bulging, Lin Chen said to his mother-in-law, it's probably time for a change. Wu Yanfang touched it, and replied yes. Without a word, Lin Chen took a fresh diaper from the bag beside him, and helped his mother-in-law put it on. At that moment, Li Xiren entered carrying the second treasure, Lin Kersen, in her arms. Lin Chen looked at the sleeping baby, and remarked, Kersen is asleep again. Li Xiren gazed helplessly at the little one in her arms. Yes, she's been sleeping for so long. Last night, she slept for over 10 hours. It's really too much sleep. Honey, do you think Kersen has hypersomnia? Hearing his wife's worry, Lin Chen chuckled, and explained, no, a one-month-old baby is naturally like this, in a half-asleep state. Some babies can even sleep up to 20 hours a day. It's perfectly normal. Don't worry, it's not hypersomnia. Li Xiren felt much reassured. Over the following hours, Lin Chen stayed home, taking care of the babies as dusk slowly fell. At 11 o'clock at night, after the children had been lulled to sleep, Lin Chen said to Li Xiren, honey, how about wearing a JK uniform? Li Xiren shot him a shy glare. I'm over 20, and you still want me to wear JK every day. Annoying. Yet despite her words, her actions were telling. She opened a wardrobe filled entirely with JK skirts and various white and black stockings. Years ago, back in her freshman year of college, Li Xiren had fallen into the JK circle, buying many JK uniforms. She rarely wore them now, feeling she had aged, and that such attire was meant for 18 or 19-year-old girls. But ever since she started living with Lin Chen, she was often coaxed into wearing them again. Following Lin Chen's selection, Li Xiren changed into a JK uniform she had never worn in front of him before. The thin white stockings barely reached her thighs, exuding an irresistible charm. The next day at 6:30 in the morning, Lin Chen was awakened by the second treasure's cries. With a baby, there was no sleeping in. Li Xiren was also roused as she immediately picked up the baby and went to the living room to feed her. In the days that followed, life for Lin Chen and Li Xiren was relatively peaceful. Before they knew it, the babies were nearly 2 months old. One day, while changing the baby's clothes in their room, Lin Chen heard a notification ding. Congratulations to the host for changing the baby's clothes. Reward skill fashion design. A flood of information poured into Lin Chen's mind, and in an instant, he became the world's greatest fashion designer. Honey, the baby's clothes seem a bit short. Let's go buy new ones in a couple of days, came Li Xiren's voice from behind. Although the babies were only 2 months old, their growth was remarkably rapid. Clothes from a month ago were already too small. Thus they had to buy new clothes every so often. Li Xiren's words reminded Lin Chen. Lin Chen considered how troublesome it was to buy clothes outside, especially since he had to purchase 4 sets at once. A tiring thought. Why not start a company dedicated to producing clothes for the babies? He never would have thought of this before, but now he could design the clothes himself and dress the children in them. Lin Chen was confident that the children's clothes he designed would surpass any others both in quality and style. Filled with renewed energy, he said, "Honey, I need to take care of something. You look after the babies." He then went to the adjacent bedroom and booted up the desktop computer. Subsequently, Lin Chen downloaded a software application essential for a fashion designer. Over 10 minutes later, he designed dozens of sets of infant clothing covering all 4 seasons, exquisitely beautiful with novel and stylish patterns. Establish a subsidiary company dedicated to producing these infant garments. Lin Chen contacted his assistant Xia Yuli via WeChat, compiling the designed children's wear into a document and sending it to her. Within seconds, Xia Yuli saw the message and was astonished by Lin Chen's words. "Mr. Lin, are we expanding into other industries so soon?" Xia Yuli inquired. "It is normal for a large company to diversify, much like Septwolves, which sells both belts and apparel. It's not an expansion into other industries, though I want you to help produce these children's clothes for my babies to wear," Lin Chen replied. Xia Yuli was even more stunned. Good heavens! Establishing a subsidiary just to make children's clothes for his babies. What kind of divine father was this? How extravagantly indulgent. It was unimaginable how fortunate those babies were to have such a father. If not for Lin Chen being married, she would have wanted to bear his children. But alas, Lin Chen was a devoted and faithful man, his heart entirely with his family. Such a pity. She had no chance. Xia Yuli thought with deep regret, then shook her head and asked Mr. Lin, how soon do you need the designs? Whenever, but as soon as possible. Though the babies were not in urgent need of clothes, Lin Chen was eager to see the fruits of his design. Understood, Mr. Lin. Upon reading this, Lin Chen ignored Xia Yuli, left the bedroom, and returned next door to join Li Ziren in caring for the babies. At the Magic Capital Research Institute, Yang Qingxian was ecstatic, having received an email from the United Kingdom today. The law of quantum entanglement had won the 2022 Nobel Prize in Physics. The Nobel Prize in Physics. Upon learning this, Yang Qingxian nearly leaped for joy. For every scientific researcher, winning the Nobel Prize is the ultimate aspiration. It is the highest honor, bringing glory to one's ancestors. Although it was not he who confirmed quantum entanglement, but his student Zhou Jie, yet Yang Qingxian felt immensely proud and overjoyed. After all, he was Zhou Jie's mentor. How would others speak of him then? Look, he is the mentor of the Nobel laureate in physics. How impressive. A mentor capable of nurturing a Nobel-winning student must be extraordinary too. Thus, this was an immensely glorious matter for Yang Qingxian as well. "Teacher, why did you call me over?" The laboratory door opened, and Zhou Jie entered with a puzzled expression. "Do you know? You have won the Nobel Prize in Physics." Yang Qingxian stated directly, his voice filled with deep gratification. What? Zhou Jie was taken aback. He had won the Nobel Prize. Was he really that accomplished? Quantum entanglement. You confirmed the law of quantum entanglement. This year's Nobel Prize is certainly yours. Seeing Zhou Jie's confusion, Yang Qingxian quickly explained. So that's it. Zhou Jie suddenly understood, but the problem was. Just as he was about to speak, Yang Qingxian interjected, "At the end of next month is the award ceremony. I will accompany you to the UK to receive the prize." Though the prize money is modest, only 6 million, the status and influence this award brings are beyond any monetary measure. To put it bluntly, what is this paltry sum? The name Zhou Jie will resound across the world, making you a great scientist on par with Einstein. Yang Qingxian spoke with fervor, primarily due to his excitement. However, Zhou Jie's face did not show the expected smile. He hesitated, then said solemnly to Yang Xuanqing, "Teacher, I need to confess something. I hope you won't be too disappointed." "What?" Yang Qingxian frowned. "What is it?" "Actually, the one who confirmed the law of quantum entanglement was not me." Who wouldn't want such an award? Zhou Jie certainly did. Yet if he took credit for this achievement, he would be nothing but a hypocrite, for it was Lin Chen who had truly verified the law. After hesitating for a few seconds, Zhou Jie confessed the truth to Yang Qingxian. Yang Qingxian was stunned. He had always believed that Zhou Jie was the one who confirmed the law of quantum entanglement, never imagining someone else was behind it. "Who is it?" he asked urgently. "A close friend of mine," Zhou Jie replied honestly. "He gave me the method to verify the law. The award belongs to him, so I don't wish to accept it." Yang Qingxian sighed heavily, filled with regret. But then he asked, "This friend of yours, is he Chinese?" "Yes," Zhou Jie answered. "That's good then." Yang Qingxian breathed a sigh of relief. It would be fine as long as he was Chinese. If he were a foreigner, he would have been devastated. If Yang Qingxian remembered correctly, no Chinese scientist had ever won the physics prize before. Now at last one had emerged. "Then inform your friend and tell him the news," Yang Qingxian said. Zhou Jie nodded and immediately contacted Lin Chen. On the other end, Lin Chen was also astonished to learn he had won the award. It had been an unintentional act, yet it earned him such a prestigious honor. After much persuasion from Zhou Jie, Lin Chen reluctantly agreed to accept the grand prize. At that moment, Lin Chen was in the bedroom taking care of the babies when Li Ziren tapped him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Honey, let's go out for hot pot tonight. Zhou Huimin is treating us." "Huh?" Lin Chen chuckled. Why is she suddenly inviting us to hot pot for no reason? I don't know, she replied. But she said she'll bring her boyfriend along, probably wanting us to meet him. Li Ziren smiled as she spoke. When Zhou Huimin first told her about the relationship, Li Ziren was quite surprised. She knew that Zhou Huimin had high standards when it came to finding a boyfriend. He had to be handsome, at least 1.8 meters tall, and financially well off. After all, Zhou Huimin's own conditions were exceptional. She would never settle for someone who didn't measure up in every aspect. She has a boyfriend. That's great, Lin Chen said with a smile. To be honest, he hadn't seen Zhou Huimin in a while. He was curious about what kind of boyfriend a campus belle and wealthy heiress like her would end up with. That evening, leaving the 4 babies with his mother-in-law Wu Yanfang, Lin Chen drove his big G to Haidaleo with Li Ziren. Zhou Huimin and a man had been waiting for some time. Zhou Huimin was wearing a beautiful little dress, paired with leather shoes and short white socks, exuding a pure, yet alluring charm. The man, aside from being 1.8 meters tall, was not particularly handsome. Standing next to Zhou Huimin, he seemed utterly mismatched. His demeanor resembled that of a flashy youth, and he wore a pair of poorly made AJ sneakers that looked like knockoffs from Pinduoduo. Damn, that woman is gorgeous. Is that her boyfriend? He's not even as handsome as me. Sigh, another good cabbage ruined by a pig. Man, I've smoked a whole pack of Huazi and still can't figure out where I lost. Many passers-by glanced at Zhou Huimin and the man, their faces filled with frustration. What a foolish beauty. This man doesn't deserve you. Still, they kept their thoughts to themselves, not daring to say anything to their faces. Huimin, why aren't your friends here yet? Niu Junxing asked impatiently. They had been waiting for half an hour, and Zhou Huimin's 2 friends still hadn't arrived. They're coming, don't rush. Suddenly, Zhou Huimin spotted Lin Chen and Li Ziren approaching. She took Niu Junxing's arm and walked over to greet them. Huimin, Li Ziren called out sweetly as she saw her. The 4 of them met at the entrance. Then Niu Junxing's gaze fell on Li Ziren, and his eyes went wide. Damn, this girl is stunning. The key was that Li Ziren's figure exuded more allure than Zhou Huimin's. Niu Junxing had long known from Zhou Huimin that Li Ziren was a mother, and indeed a woman who had given birth, was different. Especially since Li Ziren wore a floral dress with flat shoes, her beautiful legs sheathed in captivating flesh-colored stockings. Though Zhou Huimin also wore them for him, Li Ziren's figure was undeniably superior. In short, Niu Junxing was instantly mesmerized, his lecherous expression unmistakable. Sensing his lascivious gaze, Li Ziren frowned, her first impression of him plummeting to the depths. Lin Chen, Ziren, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend Niu Junxing. Zhou Huimin, arm in arm with Niu Junxing, introduced him with delight. She seemed quite fond of him, and there was even a hint of admiration in her tone. Lin Chen. Li Ziren. Lin Chen was even more surprised than Li Ziren. This guy was actually Zhou Huimin's boyfriend. To be honest, this fellow wasn't much to look at. With a sharp face and a shifty demeanor, he didn't seem like a good person, though he was tall, probably around 1.85 meters. Lin Chen hadn't expected Zhou Huimin's taste to be so poor, but he naturally refrained from commenting. After all, to each their own. If he had won her over, perhaps he had other redeeming qualities. Hello. Like Li Ziren, Lin Chen offered Niu Junxing a polite smile. Let's go in and eat hot pot. Waiting for you all has made me a bit hungry. Zhou Huimin patted her stomach, and the 4 of them entered the restaurant, found a seat, and sat down. Since Zhou Huimin was treating, she immediately took out her phone to scan the menu and order. Lin Chen, Ziren Junxing, what would you like? She ordered a dual flavor broth base, and then asked everyone. Li Ziren, tripe and lamb rolls, anything else is fine. Lin Chen, I'm easy, anything works. I'm easy too. Niu Junxing wasn't picky, having food was good enough for him. Alright. Seeing everyone so indifferent, Zhou Huimin had to order herself. Being a bit of a spendthrift, Zhou Huimin ordered a lot without even looking at the prices. She ordered almost every side dish with 7 or 8 plates of lamb rolls just for Li Ziren. Brother, where do you work? The awkward atmosphere prompted Niu Junxing to initiate a conversation with Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled and said, I stay home and take care of the kids. Taking care of kids, eh? Niu Junxing immediately looked down on Lin Chen. A grown man staying home to raise children. Wasn't that laughable? Yet despite his disdain, he didn't show it. Instead, he hypocritically praised, that's great, staying home with the kids. I envy you. Unlike us office workers working day in and day out and barely making any money. Niu Junxing's words made Zhou Huimin roll her eyes at him. Just shut up, will you? She wasn't angry, believing his words were mere modesty. After a week of dating, she had a fair understanding of his job. And what do you do? Lin Chen asked in return. Me. Niu Junxing replied without hesitation, it's nothing special. I work at the Magic City Research Institute. The Research Institute. So you're a scientist. Li Ziren was surprised. Niu Junxing looked so disreputable, yet he worked at the Research Institute. No wonder he could win over Zhou Huimin. A scientist. I'm not worthy of that. I'm just an ordinary research enthusiast. Niu Junxing humbly added. Lin Chen, Ziren, do you know who won this year's Nobel Prize in Physics? Zhou Huimin suddenly spoke with a mysterious smile. Li Ziren glanced at Niu Junxing's expression and boldly guessed, could it be your boyfriend? Yes, Zhou Huimin said, beaming with pride. In truth, Niu Junsheng's looks weren't her ideal type. The main reason she had accepted his pursuit was because he had won the Nobel Prize. Zhou Huimin's grandfather had been a scientist, and she had always admired scientists since childhood. She thought they were amazing and cool. Now she had finally gotten a scientist boyfriend. Hearing this, Lin Chen found it amusing. He finally understood how Niu Junsheng had won Zhou Huimin over. She wasn't too bright, and had truly been deceived. Hey Huimin, why did you have to say that? It's nothing. Niu Junsheng's voice rang out, feigning modesty. Despite his words, he was inwardly thrilled. He had pulled it off. He reveled in the feeling of showing off. With this trick, Niu Junsheng had slept with countless women. Soon Zhou Huimin would be next, as she had already agreed to a hotel rendezvous this weekend. At the thought, Niu Junsheng could barely contain himself. He glanced at the beautiful Zhou Huimin, his desires stirring. Just wait until the weekend. I'll have my way with you. As a bit of a pervert, he had already prepared uniforms and whips. He planned to thoroughly discipline Zhou Huimin. Just then Niu Junsheng received a call. Hello, what? All right. They'll be right there. Seeing this, Zhou Huimin asked, what's wrong? Sorry, the research institute called. I have to go back now. Niu Junsheng made up an excuse on the spot. He actually owed 2 months' rent. The landlord had just threatened to throw his things out if he didn't pay up. So Niu Junsheng had to rush back. Oh, well, go ahead then. Zhou Huimin, seeing his urgency, understood. Excuse me, we'll have dinner another time. With that, Niu Junsheng grabbed his phone and left. After he was gone, only Lin Chen, Li Ziren, and Zhou Huimin remained. Sorry, he's been busy lately. He won the Nobel Prize, and many important people want to meet him every day. Zhou Huimin apologized to them. Hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. This Zhou Huimin was truly lovesick. She might be counting money for Niu Junsheng, even as he sold her. Li Ziren also sensed something amiss, and asked, Huimin, how long have you been dating your boyfriend? Not long. Zhou Huimin calculated, almost 10 days now. Only 10 days. Do you know him well? Li Ziren said worriedly. He'll be blunt. Did he really win the Nobel Prize? Have you been to his workplace? She was direct, perhaps because Niu Junsheng's leering at her figure had disgusted her. He said so. But I've seen his ID, and he does work at the research institute. He probably isn't lying to me. Zhou Huimin smiled. He also told me he's going to England next month to receive the Nobel Prize, and he'll take me along. I see. Li Ziren looked thoughtful, but helpless. She could tell her good friend was completely smitten. As a close friend, she hated to see this, especially since there were so many scumbars around, making it easy to be deceived. Just then Lin Chen's voice rang out calmly. Zhou Huimin, have you given yourself to him? What? Zhou Huimin was taken aback, wondering if she had heard correctly. I asked, have you given yourself to him? Lin Chen repeated. At this, Zhou Huimin's pretty face flushed instantly. She shot Lin Chen a glare. How could he ask such a private question? Even Li Ziren was stunned. She never expected Lin Chen to suddenly ask Zhou Huimin such a private question, and she shot him a glare. Was this something you could just ask? However, to be fair, Li Ziren was also curious whether her best friend had given in. Not give it to him, then give it to you. Zhou Huimin smiled mischievously as she stared at Lin Chen. She was actually quite experienced herself, often engaging in risque banter with Li Ziren in private. So she wasn't particularly averse to such intimate questions. Wait, you actually gave it to him? Lin Chen asked in shock. Of course not. Zhou Huimin rolled her eyes at Lin Chen and said indignantly, we've only been together for 10 days, how could I be that quick? In reality, on the 3rd day of her relationship with Niu Junsheng, he had already proposed having sex, even asking her to wear a bunny girl outfit. Zhou Huimin was actually a girl who lacked a sense of security. She felt the pace was too fast, and planned to wait longer before giving in. After all, she was still a virgin, and didn't want to give herself away too casually. Good you didn't give in. If you had, I would have really scolded you. Hearing Zhou Huimin's reply, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. What do you mean? Zhou Huimin asked, confused. Nothing. Lin Chen thought for a moment, but chose to remain silent. In truth, he wasn't the type to meddle in others' romantic affairs. You can't wrap fire in paper. Lin Chen had reason to believe that sooner or later Zhou Huimin would discover the truth, so he opted for silence. After finishing the hot pot and returning home, Wu Yanfang was playing with the babies. The little ones were now nearly 3 months old and could already roll over. Xiaoqin, you're back. Seeing Lin Chen approach, Wu Yanfang smiled gently. Mom, go take a rest. They'll look after them for a while. Lin Chen offered considerately, noticing she seemed tired. Alright, I'll go get a glass of water. Wu Yanfang said as she stood up, but her expression suddenly turned strange. Achoo. She sneezed heavily, touched her nose, and looked at Lin Chen with a hint of embarrassment. Mom, do you have allergic rhinitis? Lin Chen recognized it at a glance. Wu Yanfang rubbed her nose and said helplessly, yes, allergic rhinitis. I've had it for 7 or 8 years now. Every time this season comes, I can't stop sneezing. Allergic rhinitis really is uncomfortable. Uncomfortable is an understatement, Lin Chen said. Sometimes it gets so bad I even get nosebleeds. By the way, Xiaoqin, you don't have it, do you? Me? Lin Chen shook his head with a smile. Of course not. Good. This disease is truly tormenting, and it can't be cured. Wu Yanfang sighed, and then slowly went to get some water. Allergic rhinitis is an immune-related condition, and currently there is indeed a lack of effective treatments in the medical market. Many medications such as various nasal sprays only provide temporary relief and are prone to recurrence. However, this was not a difficult problem for Lin Chen. In the afternoon, he went out and bought some Chinese medicinal herbs. When Li Xiren saw him bringing back a bunch of herbs, she asked curiously, "Honey, why did you buy Chinese medicine? Are you sick?" Her tone was filled with deep concern. Lin Chen laughed and said, "No, this is for your mom." "For my mom?" Li Xiren was taken aback. "What's wrong with her?" "She has allergic rhinitis. I happen to know a prescription that works very well for it." Lin Chen smiled. Li Xiren nodded, understanding now. Soon after, Wu Yanfang came downstairs. Lin Chen told her about buying the Chinese medicine and advised her to start brewing and drinking it that night. However, Wu Yanfang sighed. "Xiao Chen, it's useless. I've drunk so much Chinese medicine before, and it didn't help at all." Lin Chen replied with a smile, "Mom, this is a folk remedy. I have a friend who had the same allergic rhinitis, and he was cured with this prescription." "Is that true? It's been cured?" Wu Yanfang found it hard to believe. She still remembered a doctor once telling her that allergic rhinitis could only be managed, never cured. But since she had already bought the herbal medicine, it would be a waste not to try it. So she decided to give it a shot. That evening, Wu Yanfang took the herbal medicine prescribed by Lin Chen with a tentative heart. The next morning, she woke up to find her nose no longer stuffy. In the past, she would sneeze 7 or 8 times in a row upon waking, but this time not a single sneeze came. Is this medicine really that miraculous? Wu Yanfang was slightly startled. The fresh air rushed into her nostrils, making her realize for the first time how crisp the morning air could be. "Mom, how do you feel? Is your nose more comfortable?" When Wu Yanfang walked into the living room, Lin Chen, who was playing with the second child on the sofa, immediately asked, "Much better. Xiao Chen, this herbal remedy of yours is amazing." Wu Yanfang looked at her son-in-law with admiration. Lin Chen smiled and said, "In at most 3 days your allergic rhinitis will be completely cured." "Really?" Wu Yanfang was stunned for a moment, then a surge of joy filled her heart. Could it be that she would finally be free from the torment of rhinitis? That day, Lin Chen stayed at home taking care of the kids and didn't go anywhere. In the evening, he suddenly received a call from his college roommate Yi Wei. "Lin Chen, are you free tonight? Let's grab some barbecue together." Lin Chen initially wanted to refuse, but then he realized he hadn't really hung out with his college roommates since graduating. So he nodded and said, "Sure, where?" "Mailin ancient town around 7 o'clock. You have to come, it won't be any fun without you." Yi Wei chuckled. "Okay, I'll be there." After the call ended, Lin Chen told Li Xiren that he was going out for barbecue with friends that evening. Li Xiren didn't say much, only reminding him to come back early. That evening, Victoria barbecue. "Lin Chen, over here." His roommate Huang Chong waved at him, and Lin Chen walked over with a smile. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Lin Chen gave an awkward smile. He had been delayed by 20 minutes because the fourth child, Lin Yue, had been crying loudly when he was about to leave, so he had to put her to sleep first. "No worries, you're here now. We thought you might stand us up." Everyone laughed, the atmosphere lively. Then Lin Chen noticed a girl sitting next to Yue dressed in a JK uniform and black stockings. She was quite beautiful. If a perfect score was 100, she would rate a 90, and her figure was also impressive. Of course, Lin Chen only glanced at her before looking away. He wasn't that kind of person. "Lin Chen, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend Jingjing," Yue said with pride in his voice. It was clear he was very satisfied with his new girlfriend. Lin Chen strongly suspected that the real reason this guy was treating everyone to barbecue was to show off his new girlfriend, not for the food. "He's so handsome, like Daniel Wu." Li Jingjing was deeply impressed by Lin Chen's handsome face. She had seen many handsome men, but someone as attractive as Lin Chen was rare. Of course, she only thought he was good-looking if she had no other intentions. After all, there were so many handsome men in the world. She couldn't possibly fall for everyone she met, could she? "Boss, 1 whole roasted lamb, and some kidneys and bull penis. And make sure you pick a big lamb." Yue called out to the owner. The owner smiled and replied, "Coming right up." "Lin Chen, how have you been lately?" "Pretty good." Lin Chen smiled, and they began to chat happily about old times. They talked about their recent lives and old classmates. Enjoying the autumn breeze and drinking cold beer, it felt absolutely wonderful. Lin Chen, Huang Chong, Yue. Suddenly a surprised female voice rang out. All eyes turned to see a stylishly dressed, exquisite beauty carrying a Chanel handbag with flesh-colored stockings paired with boots epitomizing the urban chic. "Zhao Mingyue." Huang Chong exclaimed in surprise, instantly recognizing the beauty as his college classmate, Zhao Mingyue. Prompted by Huang Chong, Lin Chen also suddenly recalled Zhao Mingyue. In their freshman year, Zhao Mingyue, Lin Chen, and Yue were all in the same major in class. But in her sophomore year, she transferred to another major. Their interactions had been limited, but Yue and Huang Chong remembered her vividly because she was the prettiest girl in the class during freshman year. She often wore black stockings to class, enchanting all the male students. What's more, Lin Chen had pursued Zhao Mingyue during his freshman year. She was the first girl he had ever actively pursued in his life. However, Zhao Mingyue looked down on Lin Chen for being poor and an orphan and rejected his advances. In Zhao Mingyu's view, what good was Lin Chen's good looks? He couldn't even afford to buy her a Chanel handbag. What use was such a boyfriend? There weren't many materialistic girls in college, but Zhao Mingyue was refreshingly pragmatic. You're having barbecue. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you all here. As old classmates, Zhao Mingyue gave a slight smile, not putting on airs. Yeah, quite a coincidence. Goddess Zhao care to join us for a few drinks? Huang Chong, that flirt, invited her with a cheeky grin. Zhao Mingyue smiled, lightly glanced at her watch, and seeing it wasn't too late said, all right, I'll join you for a few drinks. With that, she sat down beside Huang Chong directly across from Lin Chen. Looking at Lin Chen before her, Zhao Mingyue couldn't help but marvel. He seemed even more handsome than before. She wondered how he was doing now. Lin Chen, I heard from former classmates that you've dropped out. Where are you working now? Zhao Mingyue fixed her beautiful eyes on Lin Chen, asking curiously. Lin Chen smiled and said, not working. I'm at home taking care of the kids. Taking care of kids? Zhao Mingyue blurted out, you're a stay-at-home dad. No. Zhao Mingyue shook her head, then exclaimed in shock, kids. Are you married now? After rejecting Lin Chen's pursuit back, then she had deleted his WeChat. So she had no idea about the posts of his wife and children on his moments. She didn't know he was married now. Goddess Zhao, your information is out of date. Lin Chen now has 4 kids. Huang Chong laughed. Zhao Mingyue, 4 kids? Oh my god. Lin Chen was the father of 4 children. The handsome guy who once pursued her was now married with children. Though she had no strong feelings for Lin Chen, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of wistfulness. Lin Chen, is what Huang Chong said true? Are you now? Zhao Mingyu's gaze fell on Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled and said, yes, I'm married and have children. He felt nothing for Zhao Mingyue now. True, he had once actively pursued her, but that was 3 years ago. So facing Zhao Mingyue again, Lin Chen's heart was calm and his expression was composed. Congratulations, that's wonderful. Zhao Mingyue said with a smile, then changed the subject. Lin Chen, I've heard that raising a child now is very expensive. If you're at home with the kids, who earns the money to support the family? Does your wife go out to work while you stay home full-time? Zhao Mingyu's tone carried a hint of surprise. If that were the case, wouldn't Lin Chen be utterly useless? Not at all, Lin Chen said. My wife and I don't have to work. Zhao Mingyue was momentarily stunned. Both of them didn't work. That must mean they were living off their parents. Yes, definitely mooching off their in-laws. She knew that Lin Chen was an orphan without parents. What did this imply? If they were truly freeloading, it meant they were sponging off the wife's parents. Oh my god. Zhao Mingyue felt her worldview shatter. She never imagined Lin Chen could be such a lazy, good-for-nothing man. A grown man with capable hands and feet refusing to work and instead living off his in-laws with his wife. How pathetic. And the most pitiful ones were undoubtedly the 4 children. Having such parents was truly tragic, and the thought of it filled her with sympathy. Instantly, her impression of Lin Chen plummeted to the lowest point. It seemed that rejecting his pursuit back then was the most correct decision she had ever made in her life. If she had married him, what kind of marital life would she have endured? Lin Chen, of course, was oblivious to Zhao Mingyue's thoughts, so otherwise he would have been utterly bewildered. Tell us about yourself, Goddess Zhao, Huang Chong asked curiously. You should be interning now, right? Where are you working? Me? I just quit last week, so I'm not working yet, Zhao Mingyue replied with a smile. But I've already received an offer for a deputy manager position at a large company. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll probably go for the interview tomorrow. Wow, deputy manager. Impressive. Goddess Zhao will follow you, then let me cling to your coattails. Everyone chimed in with flattery. That's just how friends chat, always teasing and complimenting each other. A large company. Which one? Faced with Yi Wei's question, Zhao Mingyue smiled and said, they'll keep the company name a secret for now, you'll find out in due time. After all, it's still uncertain whether he'll get the job, though I'm quite confident. Everyone nodded in understanding. Alright, I should head back to sleep now. You guys keep chatting. Zhao Mingyue stood up, glanced at her watch. It was already 9:30, and figured it was about time to leave. Take care on the road, Goddess Zhao, Huang Chong said, then continued chatting with Yi Wei and Lin Chen over barbecue. Around 10 o'clock, Lin Chen announced he had to go home, too, knowing that Li Ziren was surely waiting for him in bed. Drive safe, bro. Sure, let's hang out next time. Back in the car, Lin Chen checked his phone and gasped. Over 50 missed calls. All from his wife. He glanced at the time again. It was already 11:30 p.m. Damn. Without a moment's delay, Lin Chen started the engine and sped off toward home. 11:30 wasn't terribly late, but ever since he started living with Li Ziren, even if he went out in the evening, he always returned before 10 p.m. Because every night before sleep, Li Ziren needed Lin Chen's caresses and kisses. So usually by 11 p.m., Lin Chen was already lying beside her. But now with so many missed calls from his wife and not a single one answered, and him coming home so late, she must be really worried. At home. At this moment, Li Ziren was extremely anxious because it was nearly midnight and Lin Chen had not yet returned, which made her very worried. Ziran, hasn't Xiaochen come back yet? Her mother-in-law, having just finished bathing the triplets, carried them into the bedroom while asking. Not yet, Li Ziren said with a worried expression. Mom, do you think Lin Chen might have encountered some danger outside? It shouldn't be right. Hearing Li Ziren's words, Wu Yanfang also began to feel concerned. In the past, Lin Chen had always been the perfect stay-at-home husband. He rarely went out at night, focusing entirely on taking care of the children at home. But now it was almost midnight and Lin Chen was still out eating barbecue. Did you call him? I did, but it didn't go through. No one answered. Huh. Wu Yanfang's expression immediately turned serious. Let me try calling. It won't work, Mom. I've called dozens of times. I think I should go out and look for him. Li Ziren was extremely worried, afraid that Lin Chen might have met with some danger outside. As they were talking, the door to the villa hall suddenly clicked open. It was Lin Chen returning. Honey, Mom, sorry for coming back so late. Lin Chen said apologetically. He could tell from the expressions of Li Ziren and his mother-in-law that they had been worried about him. Why are you only coming back now? Li Ziren walked over and lightly punched Lin Chen on the chest with her little fist, paired with her coquettish expression, which was quite adorable. But she was genuinely angry too. Calling Lin Chen over 50 times without any answer would make anyone upset. Xiaochen, why are you so late? What have you been up to? His mother-in-law Wu Yanfang asked curiously. I ran into something on the way back. Lin Chen confessed directly. What happened? Li Ziren and Wu Yanfang demanded almost in unison. It's Zhou Huimin. Lin Chen then recounted in detail how he had encountered Zhou Huimin being kidnapped on his way home. When she heard that her best friend had nearly been sexually assaulted, Li Ziren was very angry, but not particularly surprised. She still remembered the lecherous look in Niu Junsheng's eyes when he first saw her, a leering expression that clearly marked him as a bad person. This is absolutely lawless. Wu Yanfang was also deeply distressed. She knew her daughter's best friend well, though in fact Zhou Huimin had left a very good impression on her. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also very sensible and polite. Every time she saw Wu Yanfang, she would call her auntie, which was very endearing. But she never imagined that Zhou Huimin would suffer such a fate. In this society, pretty girls really have it tough. Wu Yanfang couldn't help but sigh. Don't worry, Mom. I will definitely protect Ziran. Lin Chen seized the opportunity to say with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Ziren rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. This guy really knew how to take advantage of the situation. Still, she felt very happy inside. After all, which girl doesn't enjoy sweet talk? And it's something you never tire of hearing. What about me? Wu Yanfang blurted out, her expression as if to say, don't I need protection too? I am also an 18-year-old girl. Lin Chen knew the answer to this question. After all, women are always 18. Of course, Mom needs protection too. He'll protect the whole family. Lin Chen said with a smile. That's more like it. Wu Yanfang beamed with joy. Xiaochen, go take a shower. It's already midnight. Wash up and get to bed early. All right. 7 or 8 minutes later, Lin Chen had finished his shower. Seeing Lin Chen back in the bedroom so quickly, Li Ziren was already used to it. Only after living with Lin Chen did she realize how fast men could shower. Usually it only took a few minutes, never more than 10. According to Lin Chen himself, his shower routine was to wash his hair first, then apply body wash all over, rinse off, and he was done. Honey, are the babies asleep? You can see for yourself. Li Ziren said flatly. Lin Chen. What's wrong, babe? Are you angry? Sensing the slight coldness in Li Ziren's mood, Lin Chen immediately smiled, sat down beside her, and wrapped his arms around her. Don't call me babe. Li Ziren said huffily, coming back so late. I'm angry. Huh? Lin Chen chuckled. Are you really angry? Yes, so you'd better appease me. A hint of slyness flickered in Li Ziren's beautiful eyes. If you don't, you're sleeping on the couch tonight. Lin Chen. Then babe, how would you like me to appease you? Lin Chen said with a doting expression. Li Ziren thought for a moment, tilting her little head. How about you tell me a bedtime story? A bedtime story? All right. Lin Chen nodded. He thought it was something serious, but it was just that. Okay, go ahead. Li Ziren sat up straight, staring seriously at Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen began with a smile. Once upon a time, there was a prairie called the Green Prairie. There was a wolf named Cousin Wolf. Stop. I grew up watching Pleasant Goat. Tell a different story. Li Ziren was speechless. Did he really think she had no childhood? Babe, it's not that cartoon you're thinking of. Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Just let me continue. Then go on. Li Ziren said, curious to see what kind of twist Lin Chen could come up with. Lin Chen continued. To eat the fat sheep, Cousin Wolf went on a diet every day. Finally, after 3 months, he went from 100 pounds down to 50. With his slender body, he slipped right through the iron gate of the sheep village. And then, oi? Li Ziren asked curiously. Lin Chen smiled. Then he easily ate the sheep. Li Ziren. And that's it. Li Ziren was a bit stunned. It's that simple. Yep, Lin Chen said. How did he eat them? Li Ziren was curious. Lin Chen hadn't explained the process. Just like this. As he spoke, Lin Chen's wolf-like claws reached for Li Ziren's forbidden zone. Li Ziren's pretty face instantly flushed red, realizing belatedly that she had been tricked by Lin Chen again. Then various positions ensued one after another. The next day, because of the previous night's exertion, Lin Chen didn't wake up until nearly 10 in the morning. Thoughtful Li Ziren to let Lin Chen sleep while had taken the babies to the living room when they woke up. After all, the babies could sleep anywhere in their cribs. Still in bed, Lin Chen didn't rush to get up, but checked his phone. It was then that Lin Chen saw the messages his assistant Xia Yuli had sent him the previous night. President Lin, the baby clothes you asked me to make are ready. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised by the message. So fast. He had to admit this assistant was highly efficient. It hadn't been long, but she had already set up the branch company and finished the baby clothes. However, Lin Chen also knew that this was the power of money. Tianhong Group's accounts currently held several billion in liquid assets. With money, everything gets done quickly. Alright, I'll come over now. Just as Lin Chen was about to get out of bed, he suddenly realized he didn't know the location of the branch company. Although he was the nominal boss of Tianhong Group, he had delegated many tasks to Xia Yuli, acting as a hands-off manager. As a result, Lin Chen was unaware of many aspects of Tianhong. Send me the address of the branch. Lin Chen messaged Xia Yuli. Soon Xia Yuli sent the address. Then Lin Chen informed Li Ziren that he was going to the company and drove off. At Tianhong Apparel Company, Zhao Mingyue was feeling nervous. She was here today to interview for the position of deputy manager at this newly established company. If she passed the interview, she would earn a monthly salary of 50,000. 50,000. A monthly salary of 50,000 was enough to surpass 99% of the country's working class. In these past 2 years, when various industries were struggling, a salary of 50,000 a month was incredibly enviable, and Zhao Mingyue was determined not to miss this opportunity. After entering the company, she stood at the entrance of the building, constantly adjusting her mindset. After all, a good mindset was very important and could be the key to passing the interview. Just then, Lin Chen parked his car and walked toward the company entrance. Lin Chen. Suddenly, Zhao Mingyue saw Lin Chen approaching and was taken aback. Why was Lin Chen here? Similarly, Lin Chen was also very surprised to see Zhao Mingyue. Why was she here? However, Zhao Mingyue's next words left Lin Chen completely bewildered. Are you following me? Zhao Mingyue speculated boldly. Don't you think you're overthinking this? Lin Chen was speechless. Him following her. What a joke. But Zhao Mingyue was convinced that Lin Chen was following her. If he wasn't, why would he be here? Could it be that he was also here for an interview like her? But wasn't he a stay-at-home dad living off his wife? Would someone like that come out to work? So that couldn't be the reason. Zhao Mingyue boldly guessed that perhaps after sharing a couple of drinks last night, Lin Chen still harbored feelings for her. Thus, he was looking for another chance to confess his love to her. Thinking this, Zhao Mingyue couldn't help but sigh and asked Lin Chen, does your wife know you're following me? Lin Chen. Zhao Mingyue looked at Lin Chen with some disdain. Lin Chen, we will never be together. Not to mention you're married now. Even if you were single, I would never be with you. Because I look down on people who have no ambition and live off their families. In my opinion, the most important thing for a man is to have a career. Career success is paramount. You may be handsome, but can you rely on your looks to make a living? No, you can't. Forget it. They'll pretend this whole following thing never happened. If your wife finds out that you still like me even after marrying her, she will be very sad. Go back and stop following me. Zhao Mingyue said earnestly. Are you crazy? Lin Chen was utterly speechless. Was this one of those overly self-confident, delusional fairies you see online? She was incredibly conceited. Why are you swearing at me? Zhao Mingyue's expression changed, but Lin Chen ignored her and quickly walked into the office building. Seeing this, Zhao Mingyue also quickly composed herself. Her immediate priority was the interview. When Lin Chen arrived at the office, Xia Yuli, dressed in an OL uniform, walked in carrying a bag. President Lin, take a look at these baby clothes. They were all made according to your designs. Xia Yuli took out several sets of baby clothes from the bag. They were very stylish and came in various styles. Not bad. Lin Chen was very satisfied. He couldn't wait to see the babies wearing these clothes. They would surely look adorable and cute. By the way, President Lin, a few beauties have come for the deputy manager interview. Would you like to go and handle it? Xia Yuli said with a smile. Lin Chen shook his head. You can take care of that. I'm about to head home. But President Lin, I have a stomachache. I need to go to the restroom. Xia Yuli rubbed her stomach, looking helpless. Alright, I'll go check it out. Lin Chen reluctantly stood up and walked to the interview hall. Upon arriving at the interview hall, Lin Chen saw several candidates who had been waiting for a while, 3 women and 1 man. Come on in one by one, Lin Chen said to them, and then sat down in the adjacent office. Soon the first candidate entered. It was a man. Hello, I graduated from the Shanghai Vocational and Technical College of Industry. My major was engineering technology. During college, I served as the president of the street dance club, so I am confident I can handle this job. Lin Chen. Next. 2 minutes later. All 4 candidates were eliminated by Lin Chen, because either their majors didn't match or they had no work experience. For an ordinary position, Lin Chen might have given them a chance. But this was a deputy manager position, a senior management role in the company. If just anyone could become a senior manager, how could the company survive? So this is where the interview is. I finally found it. At that moment, Zhao Mingyue finally arrived a bit late. She walked into the interview room out of breath, but when she saw Lin Chen sitting in the chair, she was stunned. Lin Chen, why is it you? Lin Chen was also extremely surprised. Zhao Mingyue was here for an interview. Suddenly Lin Chen remembered that last night during the barbecue, Zhao Mingyue had said she had an interview at a large company today. So the large company she was talking about was his own company. What a coincidence. Here for an interview. Please have a seat. Lin Chen smiled slightly, his expression calm and composed, as if meeting Zhao Mingyue for the first time. You're the interviewer for this company. Zhao Mingyue couldn't believe it. Aren't you a stay-at-home dad? Don't you take care of the kids at home? Yes, but did I ever say I didn't have a job? Lin Chen found it amusing. It was all just this woman's imagination. He didn't even bother to explain. Hearing Lin Chen say this, Zhao Mingyue belatedly realized that she had indeed misunderstood. Taking care of kids at home didn't mean he didn't have a job. Lin Chen, I didn't expect you to be the interviewer for this company. Suddenly Zhao Mingyue felt 10 times more confident about getting the position. She flashed a fawning smile at Lin Chen. Since you're the interviewer, I guess I don't need to go through the interview, right? Just let me be the deputy manager directly. In Zhao Mingyue's view, Lin Chen, who had once liked her so much and was an old classmate, would surely give her a backdoor pass. Sorry, please go through the normal interview process. Lin Chen said with a faint smile, taking responsibility for the company and unwilling to grant her any favoritism. You? Lin Chen's answer caught Zhao Mingyue off guard. Why wouldn't he give her a backdoor pass? Had he stopped liking her? The thought made her deeply uncomfortable. Fine, let's do it the normal way then. Zhao Mingyue gritted her teeth, confident in her preparations for the position. As long as Lin Chen didn't deliberately make things difficult, she believed she would pass. Then Lin Chen asked directly, are you familiar with garment craftsmanship? Zhao Mingyue was taken aback. What garment craftsmanship? Lin Chen replied calmly, textile materials, knitting, weft knitting, things like that. Her expression flickered almost imperceptibly as she thought, what is all this? But clinging to hope, she forced a smile. Knitting and weft knitting. Of course I know them. How could I apply for a job at a garment company without understanding such things? Zhao Mingyue even turned the tables, acting as if Lin Chen was belittling her. Lin Chen smiled faintly. All right, good that you know. Let me test you. Lin Chen casually clicked on the computer before him, pulling up an image of a weft-knitted sweater. Then he asked Zhao Mingyue, do you think this sweater is knitted or weft-knitted? Zhao Mingyue was instantly bewildered. Knitted or weft-knitted? She couldn't tell the difference at all. But she ventured a guess, it must be knitted. After all, it was a sweater and most people would assume it was knitted. Zhao Mingyue thought the same. You're wrong. This is a weft-knitted sweater. It seems you know nothing about the garment industry. Lin Chen smiled faintly, then said, sorry Miss Zhao, I believe you're not fit for this position. My apologies. What? Zhao Mingyue couldn't believe she had been dismissed just like that. In an instant a surge of fury welled up within her, making her face twist in anger. She felt Lin Chen was deliberately making things difficult for her. She had come to interview for a deputy manager position and he was testing her knowledge of garment craftsmanship. Lin Chen, isn't it just because I rejected your pursuit? Zhao Mingyue sneered. Do you have to be so petty and make things hard for me? A mere interviewer like you, who do you think you are to act so high and mighty? Forget it, I'm not going to stoop to your level. Anyway, I'll look down on people like you for the rest of my life. With that, Zhao Mingyue stormed off, though not truly leaving. In the hallway, she happened to run into Xia Yuli, who was returning from the restroom. Seeing Xia Yuli's office attire, she assumed this beautiful woman must be a high-ranking executive. So Zhao Mingyue approached politely and asked, excuse me, is your boss in the office? Indeed, Zhao Mingyue believed her interview failure was solely due to Lin Chen's deliberate sabotage. With her talents, she was certain she could have passed. So she planned to find the company's boss and request another chance. After all, Lin Chen was just a lowly interviewer with no real decision-making power. If she could speak to the boss, she might still get the job. A position with a monthly salary of 50,000. Zhao Mingyue was determined to fight for it, by any means necessary. You're looking for our boss. Yes, I want to interview with him. Just then Xia Yuli spotted a figure downstairs. Lin Chen, who was about to head home. Sorry, but our boss has already left. As she spoke, her phone rang, and she quickly answered. Hello, okay. He'll be right there. Xia Yuli hurried away, leaving Zhao Mingyue dumbfounded. What? He's gone. She hadn't expected the boss to have left just like that. Zhao Mingyue looked down and saw Lin Chen's figure. But she didn't think much of it. After all, the boss Xia Yuli mentioned couldn't possibly be Lin Chen, right? I'll forget it. He'll come back tomorrow. Somewhat deflated, Zhao Mingyue reluctantly left the building. Watching Lin Chen walk dozens of meters ahead, her anger flared up again. She quickened her pace, intending to catch up and give him a piece of her mind. However, Lin Chen had already reached the security booth. When the two security guards saw him, they bowed slightly and chorused, President Lin. Hearing this, Zhao Mingyue was stunned. The security guards called Lin Chen President Lin. Was Lin Chen the boss of Tianhong Garment Company? Wait. Sir, was that person who just left the company's boss? Zhao Mingyue hurried over and asked the guard in astonishment. One guard replied, Yo, what's the matter? Oh, nothing. Zhao Mingyue forced a smile, struggling to accept the truth. Then as she stepped out of the main entrance, Lin Chen drove past her in a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. A Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Zhao Mingyue caught a glimpse of Lin Chen's profile through the window, and her expression shifted again. This car must cost millions. The G-Class was a renowned high-end model in the Mercedes-Benz lineup. Typically, if you weren't born with such a car, you might never have one in your lifetime. Zhao Mingyue stood rooted to the spot, watching the G-Class disappear into the distance, her heart filled with regret. Back at home, seeing Lin Chen return with a bag, Li Ziren, who was feeding the baby, was curious. Honey, what did you bring? Lin Chen smiled. These are clothes for the babies. Didn't you say last time that the clothes we bought last month were getting a bit small? So you went out to buy clothes just now? Li Ziren asked curiously. No, these were made by the branch office. Lin Chen chuckled and confessed. I designed them, and the company made them. No way. You can design clothes too. Li Ziren was stunned. They can't be ugly, can they? Li Ziren suddenly became excited. Quick, honey. Let me see those clothes. Lin Chen handed her the bag. As she pulled out each piece of infant clothing, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Wow, these clothes are absolutely gorgeous. Li Ziren could already imagine how adorable the babies would look in them. Honey, you're amazing. You can even do fashion design. She hugged Lin Chen, adoringly speaking with a playful innocence. But honey, how do you know fashion design? Li Ziren realized something was off, knowing that Lin Chen's college major wasn't in this field. Lin Chen couldn't very well admit it was thanks to the system. So he brushed it off, saying, I learned it online. Fashion design is simple, oh don't overthink it. Besides, I just drew the designs, the company employees made the clothes. You're still amazing. In Li Ziren's eyes, Lin Chen was the most talented man in the world. Especially in design, he was exceptionally gifted. After all, the Tianhong sports car was also designed by Lin Chen, and now he had created such stylish children's clothing. Lin Chen changed the subject. Honey, why don't we try these on the babies and see if they fit? Li Ziren said, I think they should fit. Then the two went into the bedroom and picked up the cheerful eldest baby, Lin Qinghua. Do you like the clothes Daddy made for you? Li Ziren held up a yellow children's outfit and waved it in front of them. Ahaya, ahaya, ahaya. The babies all made sounds, especially the first, second, and fourth babies, who broke into heartwarming smiles. They seemed to love the clothes. Seeing this, Li Ziren and Lin Chen exchanged knowing smiles and began dressing the babies one by one. Of course, it was just a fitting. The new clothes would be put on after the baby's next bath. Xiao Chen, what is it, Mom? Mother-in-law Wu Yanfang entered the room, beaming with joy. Wu Yanfang said, Xiao Chen, you know what? After taking your herbal medicine, I feel my allergic rhinitis is completely cured. Lin Chen smiled upon hearing this. Really? That's great. He was genuinely happy that his mother-in-law was finally free from the torment of rhinitis. Li Ziren also said, really, Mom? Your allergic rhinitis is really cured. She knew her mother had rhinitis, often needing to blow her nose and sneezing uncontrollably at willow fluff and dust. She hadn't expected Lin Chen's folk remedy to actually work. Wu Yanfang beamed. Yes, now I finally feel my nose is back to normal. My right nostril was blocked for years, and now it's clear. Xiao Chun, this remedy of yours is incredible. I have a bold idea. Why don't we turn this remedy into a medicinal product? A medicinal product? Li Ziren was taken aback. Mom, you mean making it into pills or something and selling it on the market? Exactly, that's what I mean. Wu Yanfang laughed. If this rhinitis medication hits the market, it'll sell well and benefit the people. After all, I once saw a survey that said there are over 300 million rhinitis patients in our country. I think it's worth a try. Lin Chen felt his mother-in-law's idea was a good one. It could not only generate substantial profits, but also benefit the people. It was a win-win situation. Of course, Lin Chen agreed because he thought the idea was feasible, as he was already financially free. Personally, Lin Chen had little interest in making more money. The key was benefiting the people and allowing Tianhong Group to expand into more fields, becoming a larger and more influential company. That was what Lin Chen wanted to see. Wu Yanfang said, but that would probably require setting up a new pharmaceutical branch, which seems a bit troublesome. I don't think it's troublesome, Li Ziren said with a smile. Once the babies are a bit older, I can help manage those branches. All right, it's settled then. Wu Yanfang made the decision on the spot. She was actually a businesswoman before Lin Chen took over. Tianhong Shi and Li Tianhong had built the company's empire together. Then Lin Chen wrote down the herbal ingredients on a piece of paper. Wu Yanfang took it and immediately contacted Li Tianhong. Over the next few days, Lin Chen stayed home, taking care of the babies. In the evenings, he and Li Ziren would go to the mall for some time alone. When bored, he played games at home. When in a good mood, he would cook lunch. Whenever inspiration struck, Li Ziren was always by his side. In short, he lived a very homebody and leisurely life. He felt fortunate that he didn't have to be like many people in the world, rushing off to work every day at the sound of an alarm. At home, Lin Chen could sleep in as late as he wanted. How free. No need to wake up early at all. No need to go out to work for money. No need to kowtow to anyone. Every day, he spent time with his 4 babies, watching them grow little by little. This was the life Lin Chen had always dreamed of, and it had come true. Ding! Congratulations, host, for playing songs to the babies. Reward Music Master. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Lin Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected that playing I Have a Little Donkey for the Babies would trigger the system. Instantly, a flood of information surged into Lin Chen's mind. In the blink of an eye, he became a master in the field of music. Lyric writing, composition, singing. Lin Chen was now a master of all. Suddenly, an intense desire to create an original song welled up inside him. Lin Chen immediately dashed to the next room, turned on the computer, and began composing an original song. In less than 10 minutes, he had created a song, which he titled Extraterrestrial Object. He sang it once himself, felt it was decent, recorded it, and casually uploaded it to a music streaming app. Of course, Lin Chen was just doing it for fun out of boredom, with no expectations of it becoming popular. After uploading the song, he returned to the bedroom to continue taking care of the babies. 3 hours later, many users on the music app discovered Lin Chen's Extraterrestrial Object. Extraterrestrial Object. The name is a bit lame, it doesn't sound like a good song at first glance. That was the users' first impression. They all thought the song wasn't great. But after listening to a sample, their opinions changed dramatically. Holy crap, what kind of heavenly song is this? It's way too good. Such a romantic song. I almost got fooled by the title. The lyrics are like poetry. The creator is incredibly talented. So good. So good. I've listened to it on repeat over a dozen times. It's addictive. At first I didn't understand the meaning, and now I am the meaning. While hearing this song, I suddenly miss my ex-boyfriend. Me too. I miss my ex-girlfriend. Zhou Shui, you're the taste of salt I've experienced. Funny, my wife is also named Zhou Shui. Why is everyone talking about exes? Am I the only one in the comments without one? I'm 22 and haven't even held a girl's hand. Where did you guys find your partners? So good. So good. I'm voting this as Song of the Year. Soon Extraterrestrial Object surged into the top 10 of the hot chart amid skyrocketing popularity. Meanwhile, Ma Dahua, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Hong Kong, had his assistant Chen Feng notice the song on the streaming app. Chen Feng was curious, is there a bug in the app? How can a song with a title like this break into the top 10 on the hot chart? Driven by intense curiosity and confusion, Chen Feng clicked on Extraterrestrial Object. Then the beautiful intro played, and Chen Feng's expression gradually shifted to one of shock. This song was simply too beautiful. The melodious tune and the magnetic voice instantly drew Chen Feng in, leaving him utterly captivated. Overwhelmed by curiosity, he wondered who the master behind this masterpiece could be. So he clicked on the page to check the creator's name. For Treasures at Home. Undoubtedly, this was not the original singer's real name, but rather a casual nickname. However, as an assistant to a celestial king, Chen Feng knew almost every singer in the nation, yet he had never heard of one called 4 Treasures at Home before. Chen Feng then searched online, but found no information about 4 Treasures at Home whatsoever. Could it be a new singer? A newcomer who had just stepped into the circle, an unknown artist? With this thought, a sudden idea struck Chen Feng to buy the copyright of this song. Then he could give it to the celestial king Ma Dahua to perform. Ma Dahua was about to hold a concert in the mainland, and was precisely in need of a great song. Chen Feng immediately dialed Ma Dahua's number and informed him of the matter. Upon hearing his assistant extol the song as a divine melody, Ma Dahua was filled with doubt. So he opened the music app his assistant had mentioned and listened to the song titled Extraterrestrial Guest. After listening, he felt an urge to worship. Calling it a divine melody was no exaggeration. After all, Ma Dahua had been in the industry for decades, known by almost everyone in the nation. He had won Best Actor Awards, Golden Melody Awards, and was the only one among the 4 heavenly kings still active. He was about to hold a concert in the mainland, but unfortunately he lacked a good song. Although his old songs were excellent and classic, his fans had grown tired of hearing them repeatedly. Now that he had discovered such a beautiful song, Ma Dahua shared the same thought as his assistant Chen Feng to buy its copyright. When the time came, he would sing it at the concert, and the fans would surely love it. Brother Ma, what do you think? Should we buy the copyright? Yes, Ma Dahua said. First, send a private message to the original singer to see if he wants to sell it. If he does, no matter the cost, we must secure the copyright. Alright. At home. At that moment, Lin Chen was playing with the 4 babies on the sofa. Suddenly, the 3rd baby burst into tears, looking utterly pitiful. Beside him, Li Ziren said with deep concern, "3rd baby, what's wrong?" Lin Chen guessed maybe it's because he's lying next to the mischievous 2nd baby, and his eye accidentally got bumped. He noticed the 3rd baby, Lin blinking repeatedly, his helpless expression seeming to say, "Baby's eye hurts so much." "It's okay, 3rd baby. Daddy will blow on your eye." Lin Chen picked up the 3rd baby and blew gently into his eye, as if blowing away a speck of sand. Since the baby was still very young, rubbing the eye was not advisable. This was the only way to soothe the discomfort. In truth, it was indeed the 2nd baby, Lin Kersen, who had moved her body and accidentally grazed the 3rd baby's eye with her foot. Of course, the graze was not serious, but young children are very sensitive to pain and will cry at the slightest discomfort. "Alright, baby, stop crying." Lin Chen gently comforted him, and soon the 3rd baby stopped crying, though he still looked a little aggrieved, his mouth opening and closing. Seeing this, Lin Chen and Li Ziren smiled helplessly. Then congratulations to the host for blowing on the baby's eye. Reward skill Fishing Grandmaster. The system's reward was suddenly triggered. Fishing Grandmaster. Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly, thinking what a useless skill this was. However, the next second, as a surge of memories flooded his mind, his perception was overturned. There was so much intricacy in the seemingly ordinary act of fishing. Fish could be caught like this. Although this skill was not immediately useful, Lin Chen felt it might come in handy later. Coming back to his senses, he heard Li Ziren ask, with a smile, "Honey, do you think the babies will fight when they grow up?" Lin Chen chuckled and said, "Of course they will. Haven't you seen other families with 2 kids often fighting? With our 4 children, once they're a bit older, they'll probably turn the house upside down. Fights among kids are inevitable." Li Ziren nodded and asked with interest, "Honey, let me ask you, if the babies fight when they grow up, who would you side with?" "I wouldn't side with anyone," Lin Chen replied with a smile. "They'll scold whoever is at fault. I won't play favorites. Education from childhood is crucial. Whether it's a son or a daughter," Lin Chen treated them equally. If there was something wrong, he would correct it to cultivate the right values in the babies. "What if our son falls in love early?" Li Ziren suddenly changed the topic. "A son falling in love early?" Lin Chen smiled. If his son had a puppy love, wouldn't that be just like him in his youth? So Lin Chen said, "I'd definitely let him be. These days early romance is quite normal." Li Ziren then asked, "What if our daughter falls in love early?" Hearing this, Lin Chen's smile instantly faded. "I'd break her legs and forbid her from leaving the house. At her age, what's there to talk about love? Doesn't she have to study?" His answer made Li Ziren burst into laughter. She shot him a glance and said, "Humph, you say you're not biased, but you're a total girl dad. Admit it." Lin Chen was helpless. How could he compare his mischievous son to his sweet, caring little princess? But a girl dad. He supposed he was indeed one. Today, Li Tianhong came over. He had been busy lately because the Tianhong sports cars were selling incredibly well with orders pouring in. And Lin Chen was a hands-off boss. Although he was nominally the president of Tianhong Group, Li Tianhong handled most of the company's affairs. Lin Chen rarely even visited the group. Of course, Li Tianhong never complained because he knew that the children were the most important thing to Lin Chen. "Come, let Grandpa hold you. It's only been a few days, but you seem to have grown a lot." Li Tianhong picked up the third baby, his face full of affection. However, the third baby seemed unwilling to be held by his grandfather, struggling in his arms. The third baby suddenly raised his tiny hand, and just as Li Tianhong wondered what he was doing, slap. The third baby landed a big slap on Li Tianhong's face. Ouch! Li Tianhong was stunned, not expecting the baby to hit him. His heart ached instantly. What was going on? Was Grandpa really that unlikable? "Third baby, how can you hit Grandpa?" Li Ziren was speechless. She hadn't expected the baby to suddenly hit someone, leaving her at a loss. If he were a bit older, she would have spanked him. "Old man, have you been drinking again?" At that moment, Wu Yanfang caught a scent and looked at Li Tianhong with disdain. "No wonder the third baby hit you. You reek of alcohol." "Do I?" Li Tianhong lowered his head and sniffed himself. He did indeed smell of alcohol. On his way over, Li Tianhong had a few drinks with a business partner. He hadn't expected this to cause trouble. No wonder the third baby hit him. The strong smell of alcohol was unpleasant for anyone, let alone a small child. So Li Tianhong handed the third baby back to Li Ziren and said helplessly, "Ziren, you hold him." Li Ziren nodded and took the baby. Just then Lin Chen walked into the bedroom. Seeing Lin Chen, Li Tianhong immediately smiled and said, "Xiao Chen, the weather is so nice today, and I happen to be free. How about we go out for a stroll? Or maybe go fishing?" "Fishing?" Lin Chen said with a smile. "Sure, but do we have fishing rods at home?" "Yes, I have 2 rods in the trunk of my car along with bait cans and everything else." As an avid angler, Li Tianhong always kept his fishing rods in the trunk ready for a spontaneous trip with friends whenever he had free time. "As long as we have rods, shall we go now?" "Yes, let's go now. The kids can stay with Ziren and your mother." Neither Li Ziren nor Wu Yanfang objected to the two going fishing. In fact, Wu Yanfang even urged Li Tianhong to catch plenty of fish for a full fish feast that evening. Then Lin Chen and Li Tianhong set off. In the car, Li Tianhong called his fishing buddy, who was also a CEO of some company, usually with plenty of free time and nothing much to do. A single call from Li Tianhong was enough to summon him. Several dozen minutes later, Lin Chen and Li Tianhong arrived at an artificial lake. The environment was splendid, with a dedicated pier for fishing already bustling with anglers. "Brotherly," a voice rang out, and a man who bore a slight resemblance to Jack Ma appeared, holding a fishing rod in one hand and a creel in the other. His name was Luo Diwang, the fishing buddy Li Tianhong had called. "Brotherly, is this the son-in-law you mentioned last time? Truly a fine-looking man." Luo Duong praised Lin Chen. He reminisced about his own youth when he was as handsome as Lin Chen, followed by adoring fans wherever he went. But now at 50, seeing such a handsome Lin Chen, he was reminded of his own wild and carefree younger self. Time waits for no one." Li Tianhong chuckled. "Yeah, I've been waiting for you for ages. I thought you were going to stand me up. Brotherly, how about a little competition?" Luo Duong suddenly suggested with a grin. They had often competed to see who could catch more fish, with wins and losses evenly matched, their skills about equal. "All right, what's the wager?" Li Tianhong accepted without hesitation. Luo Duong perked up instantly and chuckled slyly. "If you lose, treat me to a big health spa this weekend." Hearing those 3 words, Lin Chen found it amusing and glanced at his father-in-law. Sensing Lin Chen's knowing look, Li Tianhong quickly explained to him. "Xiao Chen, don't misunderstand. The big health spa your uncle Luo mentioned is the legitimate kind. Not what you're thinking." Lin Chen was a bit confused. "I didn't say anything." Luo Duong also laughed. "That's right, it's legitimate. Don't get the wrong idea. Your father and I are upright men. Lin Chen nodded, leaning toward believing it was a proper spa. After all, his mother-in-law was still young and beautiful, well-maintained. His father-in-law wouldn't dare to stray, would he? Li Tianhong then asked Luo Diwang, and if you lose? Are you kidding? Lose? Luo Duong smiled. Tell you what, you've had your eye on my mountain and river painting for ages. If I lose, I'll give it to you. Li Tianhong's composure cracked instantly. You mean it? Of course, with our bond would I fool you. Deal? Then it's settled. Don't you dare back out if you lose. Li Tianhong was overjoyed as if the painting was already his. Luo Duong chuckled to himself, his expression saying, as if I could lose to you. Just wait to treat me to that spa. Xiaochen, your old man's fishing skills are no joke. Watch and learn. At the pier, Li Tianhong boasted, proudly showing off in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen just smiled. He had recently received a system reward in the entire world who could match his fishing prowess. His father-in-law was putting on airs in front of him. But out of respect, Lin Chen said nothing, letting him save face. Hee, big fat fish, be a good one, and bite the hook. Luo Duong was just 2 meters away, staring at the water's surface, rubbing his hands together in eager anticipation. Meanwhile, Li Tianhong opened the bait and hooked the bait onto the telescopic rod and cast it toward the water. After that, he waited patiently, occasionally chatting with Lin Chen. Suddenly, got one. Luo Duong jerked his rod sharply, and a plump grass fish broke through the water, successfully caught. Damn, Li Tianhong thought, how the hell did you catch one so fast? But he kept his expression calm and collected. He couldn't lose face or his competitive edge. Huh? Luo Duong laughed joyfully. The grass fish he caught was small, maybe only half a pound, but it counted. In the end, it was about quantity, and he was already one ahead. Luo Duong recast his line and waited contentedly. Time ticked by. Got one. He lifted his rod again, and another small grass fish was hooked. Lin Chen felt helpless. Luo Duong had already caught 2, while his father-in-law had yet to see even a nibble. His father-in-law's fishing skills were lacking. Li Tianhong was growing anxious, staring at the placid water in frustration. Little fish, just bite the hook. After another 10 minutes or so, Luo Duong had a bountiful harvest, catching 7 or 8 small fish. Li Tianhong had finally caught 2 small ones, but that was it, far behind Luo Duong. Brotherly, I think I've got this in the bag. Luo Duong said smugly. Get ready to treat me to that big spa this weekend. We'll book 100,000 yuan VIP room and have a few pretty girls give us massages. Ha! Don't get cocky. There's still 40 minutes left. Who wins is still up in the air. Li Tianhong was annoyed by Luo Diwang's smugness, but he couldn't deny he was way behind. His luck was terrible today. He was probably going to lose. At that point, Lin Chen couldn't stand it anymore. He sighed and said, Dad, let me take over, or you'll lose. You? Li Tianhong nodded. Fine, you go ahead. Since he was about to lose anyway, letting Lin Chen try couldn't hurt. Of course, Li Tianhong had no expectations. He didn't know Lin Chen's skill level, but it probably wasn't better than his own. After all, he was a seasoned angler, passionate about fishing for 5 or 6 years. How could a young man compare? Luo Duong had no objections to Lin Chen taking over. He was already confident of victory, believing no one could turn the tide. Young man, have you ever fished before? He casually asked. Lin Chen cast his line with a smile. Rarely. Last time was as a kid. Luo Duong nodded. Indeed, how many young people fish these days? They were mostly dating or gaming. Just over a minute passed. Suddenly Lin Chen felt the rod tremble. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly lifted it. A hefty grass fish weighing at least 2 pounds burst through the water. Li Tianhong stared in awe. This son-in-law of his might actually have some skill. Holy cow. Seeing this, Luo Duong narrowed his eyes. This young man had some skill. However, he believed Lin Chen was just lucky. After all, catching a fish in just over a minute, what else could it be? But soon Luo Duong would learn what it meant to be proven wrong. 2 minutes later, Lin Chen caught another large bream. 3 minutes later, another bass. Beside him, Li Tianhong was utterly stunned. In just 5 or 6 minutes, Lin Chen had caught 3 fish. With the same fishing rod and the same hook, why could Lin Chen keep reeling them in? As for himself, he couldn't manage it at all. Wasn't this too discouraging? Young man, not bad. Luo Duong praised, his expression finally turning serious. Once or twice could be chalked up to luck, but Lin Chen had already caught 3 in a row. This couldn't be explained by luck alone, it was pure skill. Then, just like Li Tianhong, Luo Duong stared fixedly at the hook in front of Lin Chen. As they wondered, the fishing rod began to tremble violently again. Another fish on the line. Li Tianhong and Luo Duong exclaimed instinctively. Xiaochen, reel it in quickly, don't let the big one get away. Li Tianhong urged. No rush, Lin Chen said, sensing this was a hefty one. Bigger than the 2-gene grass carp. When reeling in a big fish, one must never rush. Never underestimate a big fish's struggle, it can easily snap the line. Of course, unless your line is exceptionally strong. Lin Chen calmly reeled in, and soon a plump, struggling wild yellow croaker burst from the water. Oh my god, a wild yellow croaker. Luo Duong was dumbfounded. Li Tianhong was also shocked. They never expected Lin Chen to catch a wild yellow croaker. With its tender flesh and rich nutrition, it sold for at least several hundred yuan per gene in the market. Holy cow, what luck catching a wild yellow croaker. Luo Duong was utterly convinced, his gaze toward Lin Chen, filled with admiration. I heard someone over there caught a yellow croaker. Really? That amazing. Let's go check it out. Instantly the nearby anglers were drawn over. They gathered around Lin Chen to gawk at the yellow croaker he had caught. Holy crap, it really is a yellow croaker, young man, you're awesome. It must weigh about 3 Gene, right? You could sell it for a few thousand. Young man, are you selling this yellow croaker? I'd like to buy it to nourish my sister-in-law. A bespectacled fat man spoke to Lin Chen, wanting to purchase the fish. Sure, take it, Lin Chen said with a faint smile. But Li Tianhong grew anxious. Hey Xiao Chen, don't sell it. It's not easy to catch a yellow croaker, why give it away? It's fine, just one yellow croaker. I can catch more, Lin Chen said confidently. See, here comes another one. Feeling the rod tremble, Lin Chen smiled faintly and slowly began to reel in. Indeed, it was another yellow croaker. Holy shit. Everyone present was stunned again, feeling an urge to worship Lin Chen. They had seen skilled anglers, but never one this skilled. Master, you're incredible. I bow down. Young man, do you have any fishing secrets? Share them with us. Master, can you teach me to fish? I can pay tuition. The onlookers all spoke up, eager to learn Lin Chen's amazing fishing skills. However, Lin Chen just smiled. No secrets, just watch me fish. Time ticked by. In the end, Lin Chen had caught 4 yellow croakers, 3 or 4 grass carps, and some bass. Luo Duong looked at the fish in Lin Chen's basket, all large, and then at his own puny catch, almost bringing him to tears. Old pal, you lost. Get ready to hand over the landscape painting. Huh? Li Tianhong laughed heartily, thrilled. Fortunately, his son-in-law was so skilled, or he would have lost. Though Luo Duong was unwilling, he had no retort since their bet didn't forbid switching people. Don't gloat, you only won thanks to your son-in-law. Luo Duong rolled his eyes. But Li Tianhong retorted smugly, then why don't you have such an impressive son-in-law? This left Luo Duong speechless. What shamelessness. Li Tianhong won a landscape painting, so his mood was naturally buoyant. Plus they had caught so many fish, a truly bountiful haul. Then he and Lin Chen returned home. Wow, so many fish. And even yellow croakers. Wu Yanfang was astonished. Li Tianhong chuckled. How about that, dear? Impressive, right? Impressive, impressive. Suddenly Wu Yanfang sensed something odd. Usually Li Tianhong only caught 1 or 2 fish on his outings. Never this many. Old man, you didn't catch these fish, did you? Xiao Chen caught them. Faced with Wu Yanfang's sharp gaze, Li Tianhong grew nervous and coughed. Well, I had some part in it. Some part. I bet these 2 smallest fish are yours. Wu Yanfang shot him a glance, then beamed at Lin Chen. Xiao Chen, you're amazing catching so many fish. Lin Chen just smiled and said nothing. Later he went up to the 2nd floor of the villa to check on the children when his phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello. Hello. I'm Ma Dehua. Hearing this, Lin Chen hung up immediately. Which idiot was pretending to be Ma Dehua, taking him for a fool? Ma Dehua was such a big star, did he think he hadn't heard of him? But soon the person called again. Lin Chen ignored it and blocked the number. Honey, who was that calling you? Li Ziren, who was changing the diaper of their 4th child, asked curiously. It's nothing, probably a scam call, Lin Chen said casually, putting away his phone and going over to help. Honey, watch the kids for a bit, I'll go hang the laundry. Li Ziren stood up and Lin Chen nodded. Okay, go ahead. After Li Ziren left, Lin Chen made the 4th child in his arms laugh heartily, while the other 3 babies slept like little pigs. Just then his phone rang again. Another call from an unknown person. In fact, after realizing Lin Chen had blocked him, Ma Dehua called using his assistant Chen Feng's phone. Hello, is this Mr. Lin? Ma Dehua spoke politely. Lin Chen said flatly. Yes, what's up? Well, Mr. Lin and Ma Dehua, you might find it hard to believe, but I swear I'm not deceiving you. Please don't hang up, though I have an important matter to discuss with you. Ma Dehua was extremely humble, afraid Lin Chen would hang up again. Lin Chen frowned. I'm curious, how did you get my number? Ma Dehua replied with utmost sincerity, from a music streaming app. Didn't you upload a song called Extraterrestrial Object there? My assistant sent you a private message, but you didn't reply. So I contacted a platform staff member and got your number. I hope you don't mind. Lin Chen's expression cleared. So that was it. He had indeed uploaded a song called Extraterrestrial Object on a platform a couple of days ago. As for how the staff got his number, he had registered an account on the platform, leaving a record. Disclosing user information without permission was illegal. But after all, Ma Dehua was a big star, so it was understandable that the staff would sell him out. Lin Chen chose not to dwell on it. He was now convinced the caller was Ma Dehua. The voice matched. So Lin Chen asked, what do you want from me? Hearing this, Ma Dehua said seriously, Mr. Lin, I'd like to know. Can you sell me the copyright to your song Extraterrestrial Object? Just as expected, Lin Chen's face revealed a look of anticipation, confirming his suspicion that they wanted to purchase the copyright. Seeing Lin Chen's silence, Ma Dehua promptly said, Mr. Lin, how about this 5 million, and you sell me the copyright to this song? He was unaware that Lin Chen was the president of Tianhong Group, with a net worth no less than his own as a superstar, assuming he was merely an ordinary person. 5 million was undoubtedly an astronomical sum for an ordinary person. Thus in Ma Dihua's view Lin Chen could not possibly refuse. Yet the next second Lin Chen directly declined. I'm sorry but I have no intention of selling the copyright to this song. Ma Dihua was utterly surprised and embarrassed upon hearing this. He couldn't sell it. Was it because the offer was too low? So he quickly added Mr. Lin 100 million. How about 100 million for the copyright? This song is very important to me. Ooh, I have a concert next week. I hope Mr. Lin can do me this favor. Ma Dihua pleaded with a hint of humility. After all, even a superstar was human, willing to set aside pride for something they desired, which was perfectly normal. Yet Lin Chen remained unmoved. 100 million. He truly couldn't care less about that amount. It wasn't a matter of money. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, did you say you have a concert next week? Yes. Ma Dihua quickly replied. Lin Chen said, how about this? I won't sell you the copyright, but I'll allow you to use it for commercial purposes, just once at your concert. Mr. Lin, are you serious? Ma Dihua was so excited he thought he might have misheard. Lin Chen said, yes, you heard correctly. Instantly Ma Dihua was filled with gratitude. Mr. Lin was such a kind person. Mr. Lin, thank you so much. From now on I owe you a favor. No need. Lin Chen said indifferently, if there's nothing else let's leave it at that. Alright, nothing else. Thank you Mr. Lin. Then Lin Chen hung up and continued to focus on taking care of the baby. Meanwhile Ma Dihua, who had been hung up on, felt extremely frustrated. What kind of person was Mr. Lin? It was the first time he felt his fame was utterly worthless. After spending some time with the child, the sky had unknowingly darkened. At 7 in the evening, the family enjoyed a harmonious dinner with an abundant spread, hairy crabs, sour fish soup, steamed sea bass, and delicious sweet and sour spare ribs. While eating, Li Tianhong suddenly remembered something. By the way, Xiren, tomorrow is your uncle's birthday. We'll go to his place tomorrow evening to celebrate. Li Xiren said, oh, and then asked, are we all going? Yes, we'll bring the kids too. It's just a simple dinner, and we'll come back. Li Tianhong said, and no one objected, especially Lin Chen. In fact, Lin Chen had a good impression of Li Changfeng. He had written the wedding vows when Lin Chen married Li Xiren. After lunch, Li Xiren and Wu Yanfang washed the dishes in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Li Tianhong and Lin Chen watched TV while playing with the babies on the sofa. At 11 in the evening, after a passionate night together, Lin Chen and Li Xiren fell asleep in each other's arms. Time passed to the next afternoon. It was the birthday of Li Xiren's uncle Li Changfeng. Around 4 o'clock, Lin Chen and the others arrived at Li Changfeng's home. Yuding, your sister is here. Go entertain them. Li Changfeng's wife Zheng Xiuhong said from a doorway. Oh, okay. Li Yuding got up from the bed. Beside her sat a trendy young man scrolling through Douyin. He was Li Yuding's new boyfriend, named Lu Haowen. Haowen, my sister's family is here. Let's go out and hang out. Li Yuding said. Lu Haowen was deeply engrossed in Douyin and looked a bit annoyed. But he put away his phone and nodded. Alright, let's go. I'm curious to meet your sister who got pregnant before marriage. When they came out, Lu Haowen immediately noticed Li Xiren sitting on the sofa. Wow, she's gorgeous. Much prettier than Li Yuding. Too bad she's married. Is that her husband next to her? That guy is quite handsome. Yuding, is this your boyfriend? Wu Yanfang asked with surprise, and everyone's attention turned to Lu Haowen. Yeah, he is. Li Yuding said a bit shyly. Hello, aunt. Lu Haowen smiled politely and greeted Wu Yanfang, giving off a gentlemanly and courteous vibe. Wu Yanfang smiled back, and then Li Yuding and Lu Haowen sat down on the nearby sofa. Lin Chen and Li Xiren remained silent, focusing on the baby carriage in front of them, watching the baby's movements. At that moment, Li Changfeng brought over some fruit. Yuding, since you haven't found a job yet, why not ask your uncle if there's a suitable position at his company? Zheng Xiuhong casually mentioned beside Li Changfeng. Hearing this, Li Yuding immediately looked at Li Tianhong and asked with a smile, Uncle, if I come to work at Tianhong Group, how much salary can you offer me? The directness made Li Tianhong a bit awkward. Ahem. The company currently needs a financial accountant. You studied accounting in college, right? Li Yuding nodded. Yes, uncle. How about this? If you really want to work at Tianhong, I'll offer you a monthly salary of 30,000, okay? Li Tianhong said. The usual salary for an accountant at Tianhong Company was only 7 or 8,000 a month. Yet he offered Li Yuding 30,000, already considering family ties. But Li Yuding showed a disdainful expression. Only 30,000 a month. I have a bachelor's degree. Is that all it's worth? She was quite upset, thinking Li Tianhong looked down on her. With only 30,000, who would want to work there? She'd rather stay at home. Well, Li Tianhong was at a loss for words. Suddenly the atmosphere became very awkward. You think 30,000 is too little? Do you know the national average salary? Zheng Xiuhong couldn't help but feel exasperated. Her daughter was naive, but she herself understood. It was her own spoiling that had led to Li Yuding's arrogant personality. 30,000 is definitely too little. I'd rather work at Haowen's family company. Li Yuding said triumphantly. Haowen told me last time that if I work at his place, he'd pay me 200,000 a month. 200,000. When this salary was mentioned, Li Tianhong and Wu Yanfang were somewhat astonished. They looked at Lu Haowen, wondering if this young man was a rich second generation. At that moment, Lu Haowen was extremely embarrassed. He was indeed a rich second generation and had said those words to Li Yuding. But he wasn't foolish. What 200,000? That was just empty talk to please Li Yuding at the time. His only goal was to sleep with her. Li Yuding was thrilled by his words, and that night they went to a love hotel. Yes, I did say that. Lu Haowen recovered and said with a smile. Then he deliberately shifted the awkward topic. By the way, did you know? Ma Dehua is coming to Magic City next week for a concert. What? Hearing this news, Li Tianhong and Wu Yanfang couldn't stay calm. The reason was simple, they were both fans of Ma Dehua, especially Li Tianhong. In his youth, he not only imitated Ma Dehua's hairstyle, but also his dressing style. In short, he deeply admired Ma Dehua, a fan for over 20 years. Really? He's coming to Magic City for a concert? Li Tianhong was thrilled. Lu Haowen chuckled and said, yes, I even grabbed 2 tickets to take Yuding to the concert. Hearing this, Li Yuding felt very happy. Li Tianhong was envious and quickly asked, is it still possible to grab tickets now? I want to go to his concert too. Me too, me too. Wu Yanfang also expressed her desire to go. But then Lu Haowen's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over them. Ma Dehua's concert tickets were all sold out yesterday. All ticket channels are closed. If you want to hear his concert, you'll probably have to wait until next year. What? All the tickets are sold out. Li Tianhong felt a deep sense of regret upon hearing this. Wu Yanfang was equally disappointed. After all, Ma Dehua rarely held a concert in Shanghai, and missing this opportunity might mean waiting until next year, as Lu Haowen had said. Dad, Mom, do you want to go to Ma Dehua's concert? Just then Lin Chen's voice rang out calmly. Li Tianhong smiled. Yes, Xiao Chen, do you have a way? He'll take you there then. Lin Chen nodded. He had Ma Dehua's phone number, and Ma Dehua owed him a favor, so getting a few tickets shouldn't be a problem. However, Lu Haowen found Lin Chen's words amusing. Bro, did you not listen to what I said? The tickets are all sold out. How are you going to take Uncle and Auntie to the concert? Li Yuding was also speechless, thinking Lin Chen was bragging. Initially, she had a decent impression of Lin Chen, given his handsome appearance. But his words now made her dislike him. That's not your concern. I have my ways. Lin Chen said flatly. Lu Haowen shook his head helplessly. In any other setting, he would have mocked Lin Chen. But with so many elders present, he couldn't appear petty. That would be uncouth. So he said meaningfully, that's good. Then Uncle and Auntie can enjoy the concert. Li Yuding added sarcastically, Lin Chen, I hope I'll see you at the concert next week. Suddenly an awkward atmosphere enveloped Li Tianhong and the other elders. Zheng Xiaohong quickly changed the subject, not wanting to ruin the pleasant occasion, especially since the two families had always been on good terms. At 8 in the evening, Li Changfeng's birthday banquet finally ended. Lin Chen had wanted to leave earlier, but had to stay for the birthday cake. Afterward, Lin Chen drove home with his wife and children. Once home, Li Ziran asked Lin Chen, honey, can you really get tickets to Ma Dehua's concert? I should be able to. That's good. Li Ziran sighed with relief. Li Yuding's sarcastic remarks about Lin Chen had bothered her, as Lin Chen was her husband. She had held back only out of respect for the elders. Don't worry. Feed Debeo, as she seems hungry. Lin Chen gently stroked Li Ziran's face and said softly, okay. Then Li Ziran obediently went to nurse the baby. Meanwhile, Lin Chen went to the villa's balcony and dialed Ma Dehua's number. It was just past 8, so Ma Dehua wouldn't be asleep yet. When he saw Lin Chen's call, he perked up. Mr. Lin, it's me. Lin Chen said calmly. You said you owe me a favor. Can you give me 4 tickets for your concert next week? Ma Dehua was slightly stunned. Mr. Lin wanted to attend his concert. For tickets, was he bringing his family? Suddenly Ma Dehua felt a surge of excitement. Mr. Lin, the tickets for my concert are all sold out. I have none left. But just come directly. No ticket needed. They'll personally escort you in. Ma Dehua said generously. Alright, that's settled then. After the call, the ticket issue was resolved effortlessly. Time flew, and soon the concert day arrived. That evening, Lin Chen drove his big G, taking his father-in-law, mother-in-law, and Li Ziran to the concert venue. As for the 4 babies, Lin Chen asked Zhou Huimin to look after them. The concert would last at most an hour, and they'd return afterward. Xiao Chen, how do we get in? Standing at the entrance, Wu Yanfang asked anxiously. Many ticket checkers stood at the gate. Entry required a ticket. Uncle Andy. Just then a voice rang out. It was Lu Haowen and Li Yuding. Lu Haowen hadn't expected Lin Chen to actually show up, bringing Li Tianhong's family. Li Yuding was also surprised. Had Lin Chen really gotten tickets? Yuding? Seeing them, Li Tianhong smiled gracefully. Li Yuding asked curiously, Uncle, do you have tickets? Oh no. Li Tianhong looked embarrassed. They indeed had no tickets. Lin Chen had said he knew someone. Hearing this, Li Yuding and Lu Haowen breathed a sigh of relief. Coming here without tickets. Were they planning to listen from outside? Lu Haowen and Li Yuding exchanged glances, both thinking the same, and smirked. They knew Lin Chen was bluffing. The tickets were sold out. How could he still get them? Who did he think he was? Lu Haowen stared at Lin Chen, his gaze mocking, though he said nothing. Uncle, don't worry. They'll record some videos and share them in the group. Li Yuding added, making Li Tianhong and his wife even more uncomfortable. The concert's about to start. We'll head in first. Li Yuding said, smugly clinging to Lu Haowen's arm as they walked toward the entrance. Just then Lin Chen's phone rang. He answered. Chen Feng's voice came through. Mr. Lin, are you at the gate? Brother Ma has some urgent business and asked me to escort you in. I'm here. Come over. Okay, please wait a minute or two. The call ended. Xiao Chun, was that your acquaintance? Wu Yanfeng asked. Lin Chen nodded. Yes, he'll be here soon to take us in. Great. Li Tianhong and Wu Yanfeng smiled excitedly. They didn't doubt Lin Chen's impressive connections as he was the president of Tianhong Group. Knowing staff at the concert venue was normal. Honey, are you cold? Lin Chen wrapped his arm around Li Xiren's waist and asked affectionately. Today Li Xiren wore a floral dress with flesh-colored stockings and small leather shoes. The stockings were thin, so Lin Chen worried she might be cold. The temperature had dropped a bit. Honey, I'm not cold. Li Xiren shook her head, innocently snuggling into Lin Chen's embrace. Are you Mr. Lin? Just then a man in a suit about 30 approached Lin Chen. It was Chen Feng. Not knowing Lin Chen, he had to ask first. Yes. Lin Chen said flatly. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's face lit up with a warm smile. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Lin. My apologies. Chen Feng said cheerfully. Mr. Lin, please follow me. He'll take you inside. The four of them followed Chen Feng, passing through without hindrance into the venue. At that moment, Li Yuding and Lu Haowen were taking selfies, planning to post on social media to show off their attendance at the Superstars concert. But suddenly, Lu Haowen's smile faded as he spotted Li Tianhong's family. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Am I seeing things? Honey, look. Your uncle's family is coming in. Lu Haowen exclaimed in surprise, pointing toward Li Tianhong. Li Yuding followed his gaze and was utterly stunned. How could this be? Didn't they have no tickets? How did they get in without tickets? Lu Haowen felt a sting of humiliation. Wasn't entry supposed to require tickets? How were they allowed in without them? Could they have sneaked in? Li Yuding speculated, convinced that must be it. With the crowd so immense, they must have slipped in while the ticket checker was momentarily distracted. How disgusting. Instantly, Li Yuding's face turned sour, a wave of jealous fury surging within her. Just then a security guard passed by, and she grabbed him, whispering something in his ear. After ushering Lin Chen's family into the venue, a staff member hurriedly approached Chen Feng. Upon hearing the staff's words, Chen Feng said apologetically to Lin Chen, I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I need to handle an urgent matter. He'll be right back. With that, Chen Feng followed the staff member away. Lin Chen and his family were about to find seats when a tall, burly security guard in uniform appeared before them. Excuse me, we've received a report. Please show me your entry tickets. The guard spoke sternly. Huh. Instantly, Li Tianhong, his wife, and Li Xiren were all taken aback. Show tickets. Did they need to show tickets after already entering? Seeing their silence, the guard's face revealed a look of smug certainty. Just as I thought. You sneaked in, the guard said coldly. Sorry, but without tickets you'll have to leave. Hearing this, Li Tianhong and the others all turned to Lin Chen. Xiao Chen, what's going on? The mother-in-law was utterly perplexed. What was happening? They were let in only to be kicked out now? It's okay, Mom. Please sit down. Lin Chen calmly pulled out his phone, dialed Chen Feng's number, and explained the situation. Seeing this, a bad feeling suddenly surged in the guard's heart. Could this kid have connections? Sure enough, just seconds after Lin Chen hung up, Chen Feng came rushing over, fuming. Manager Chen. The guard's face paled. Who told you to harass them? Chen Feng's expression was grim as he scolded the guard. I was just responding to a report that they had no tickets. The guard said pitifully. Mr. Lin and his family are VIP guests invited by King Ma. Why would they need tickets? Apologize immediately. Chen Feng was genuinely furious, relieved he had arrived in time to avoid offending Lin Chen. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, please forgive me. The guard quickly bowed and apologized. With a monthly mortgage of 3500 and 2 children to support, he couldn't afford to lose this job. It's fine. Lin Chen waved his hand, choosing not to dwell on it. Mr. Lin, let me escort you to your seats. Follow me. Chen Feng then led Lin Chen and his family to the front row. Xiao Chen, do you know King Ma? Wu Yanfeng asked timidly as soon as they sat down, while Li Tianhong and Li Xiren looked at Lin Chen with curiosity. Initially they thought their entry was due to Lin Chen's connection with Chen Feng. But Chen Feng's reprimand of the guard made it clear that wasn't the case. Yes. Lin Chen nodded, not hiding the truth. It's indeed because of King Ma that we were able to get in here. Instantly, all three showed expressions of astonishment. Li Tianhong and his wife were shocked. Heavens. Their son-in-law was acquainted with King Ma. That was incredible. Although he was the CEO of Tianhong Group and held some social standing, King Ma was from the entertainment world. 2 completely different circles. Honey, how do you know King Ma? Li Xiren asked curiously, with Li Tianhong and his wife also looking at Lin Chen, awaiting an explanation. Lin Chen smiled and said, well, it's a long story. Meanwhile, seeing that Li Tianhong's family hadn't been thrown out, but instead seated in the front row, Lu Haowen and Li Yuding were utterly baffled. What was going on? They were bewildered and deeply frustrated. Soon the stage lights blazed to life and the crowd erupted in cheers as Ma Dehua appeared. Oh! Screams filled the venue, mostly from women, but men too, all waving light boards and glow sticks. King Ma! King Ma! The atmosphere reached a fever pitch as the background music began. Ma Dahua smiled, gently raised the microphone, and started singing. He performed several classic songs, leaving the fans utterly enchanted. Finally, it was time for the finale. The last song he'll sing is called Visitor from the Stars. Many of you may have already heard it online. Ma Dahua smiled at the audience. Before I sing it, I want to thank the original songwriter Mr. Lin Chen. As the words fell, Chen phone behind the scenes quickly signaled the cameraman to focus on Lin Chen. In an instant, Lin Chen's handsome face appeared on the concert's LED screen. Oh! Countless girls screamed, some covering their mouths in disbelief. That guy is so handsome. No way the original singer of this song is this good looking. He's younger and better looking than me and more talented. So annoying. I've listened to Visitor from the Stars dozens of times, and this guy is the original singer. No way. The young man is really handsome. Suddenly King Ma doesn't seem as appealing. At this moment, no one was more bewildered than Li Yuding. She had also heard Visitor from the Stars on a music app. It was very popular. But she never imagined Lin Chen was its original singer. No wonder their family got in without tickets and was seated in the front row. In that moment, Li Yuding recalled her words at the entrance and felt utterly ridiculous. Lu Haowen also felt a burning sting on his face. So Lin Chen hadn't been bragging that day, he had just been completely unaware of Lin Chen's abilities. Not only had he written a hit song, but he was also already acquainted with King Ma. How laughable. Lu Haowen sneered at himself, recalling his contempt for Lin Chen, feeling like a complete fool. A few minutes later, Ma Dahua finished singing Visitor from the Stars, and the concert officially ended. All the fans began to file out. Xiao Chen, amazing. The song you wrote is fantastic. Wu Yanfang praised with lingering excitement. Honey, you secretly wrote such a beautiful song without telling me. Boo-hoo. You have to sing it to me when we get home. Li Ziran playfully punched Lin Chen's arm, snuggling close to him. Li Tianhong also felt immense pride. His idol singing a song written by his son-in-law. Haha, what a thrill. As the family was laughing and making their way out, Ma Dahua suddenly caught up from behind. Mr. Lin, please wait. What's wrong? Lin Chen turned around, curiously looking at the heavenly king who had caught up to him. Meanwhile, Li Tianhong and his wife had stars twinkling in their eyes. Nothing, Mr. Lin, I just wanted to thank you in person. Ma Dahua smiled gently and spoke. On stage, he was a heavenly king star under the spotlight. Off stage, he was approachable, especially when he smiled, exuding a sense of warmth. Lin Chen gave a faint smile. Heavenly King, you're too kind. At that moment, Li Tianhong excitedly asked, Heavenly King Ma, I've been your fan for 20 years. Can I take a photo with you? Wu Yanfang also beamed with delight. Me too, me too. Is that okay? Ma Dahua could tell that Li Tianhong and his wife were likely Lin Chen's parents. He naturally wouldn't refuse. In fact, he rarely turned down any fan's request for a photo. Let's take a group photo then, Ma Dahua said with a smile. And so Li Tianhong and his wife successfully met their idol, took a photo with him, and were utterly thrilled. Of course, Li Tianhong and his wife knew that their success in meeting the star was entirely thanks to their son-in-law, Lin Chen. They grew fonder of him with each passing day, feeling that he was a treasure who constantly brought them surprises. In the following days, Lin Chen stayed home, taking care of the baby, barely going out. But one afternoon, Lin Chen suddenly received a call from Zhou Jia. Lin Chen, tomorrow is the day to go abroad and receive the Nobel Prize in Physics. Get ready. The flight is at noon tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, my teacher and I will pick you up at your place. Hearing this, Lin Chen frowned. I don't recall agreeing to accept the award, did I? Come on, bro. Don't be like that. This is the Nobel Prize in Physics. Zhou Jia paused, then asked, You're not really planning to skip it, are you? So let me think it over. Lin Chen looked troubled. Going abroad would mean days without seeing his wife and child, which would be more agonizing than a knife wound. Don't think it over. That's settled. They'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Click. Zhou Jia hung up before Lin Chen could refuse. Lin Chen was about to say something, but found the call ended, leaving him even more helpless. Honey. Just then Li Ziran rushed out of the bedroom, happily hugging Lin Chen, her body pressed tightly against his. Honey, do me a favor. Li Ziran tilted her head, her eyes fixed on Lin Chen's profile. Lin Chen smiled. What favor? Li Ziran grinned. A childhood friend of mine is about to arrive at the airport in Shanghai. Can you pick her up for me? Lin Chen asked. The one you mentioned before studying in Australia. Yes. Li Ziran asked timidly. Honey, she might not have a place to stay when she first gets back to Shanghai. She might need to crash at our place for a few days. Is that okay? Li Ziran sought Lin Chen's opinion. If he disagreed, she wouldn't bring her friend home, no matter how close they were. Lin Chen had no objection. The villa was spacious with plenty of rooms. He wasn't that petty, especially since it was his wife's good friend. Sure, it's just for a few days. Lin Chen agreed directly. Afterward, Li Ziran showed Lin Chen a photo of her friend, and he went to pick her up. Shanghai Airport. It was bustling with crowds. A stunningly beautiful woman, dressed fashionably and exuding extraordinary elegance, walked out of the airport with her luggage. Her name was Zhang Meiqi, standing at 1.7 meters tall. Her long, slender legs were clad in fishnet stockings and boots, her figure rivaling that of a world-class model. The men around couldn't help but glance at her, though it wasn't their fault. Zhang Meiqi was indeed breathtaking, her beauty on par with any female celebrity. Are you Zhang Meiqi? A handsome man approached her. It was Lin Chen. Yes. Zhang Meiqi's features were cold and her voice was icy. You're Xiren's husband, right? Here, take my luggage. She handed her suitcase to Lin Chen as if issuing a command. Thus Lin Chen formed his first impression of her arrogant. Of course he said nothing and silently took the suitcase. Since he had come to pick her up, helping with the luggage was no big deal. Where's your car parked? Zhang Meiqi asked. Lin Chen replied, not far ahead. This time he hadn't driven the G-Class, but a Tianhong sports car produced by his own company. After placing the suitcase in the trunk, Lin Chen and Zhang Meiqi got into the car. Then Lin Chen started the engine. On the road, Zhang Meiqi frowned and asked, this sports car is from my best friend's family company, right? Yes, Lin Chen said. Zhang Meiqi continued. I heard from my friend that you're now the CEO of Tianhong Group. Nominally, yes, Lin Chen replied flatly. Oomph. Zhang Meiqi sneered inwardly. She had seen many men like Lin Chen, fortune hunters, in real life. With poor personal circumstances, but benefiting from a woman's favorable background, they got a chance to change their fate. She wondered what spell he had cast on her friend's family to make uncle and aunt hand over their hard-built Tianhong. The thought infuriated her. In her view, her friend deserved a wealthy second-generation heir. Not necessarily a hugely wealthy one, but at least someone from a family that owned a company. That would be a proper match. What did Lin Chen have? Besides good looks, what else made him exceptional? Zhang Meiqi was very pragmatic, and after being exposed to capitalist thinking abroad, she had become even more so. It was precisely because she had been abroad that she knew nothing of Lin Chen's achievements and believed he had married above his station. What are you doing? Suddenly Lin Chen slammed on the brakes, startling Zhang Meiqi. It's my little brother. Quick, stop the car. Lin Chen, having spotted her brother on the road, hurriedly told the driver to stop. That was why Lin Chen had to brake abruptly, or they would have rear-ended her. Little brother, what a coincidence. Where were you? Lin Chen stepped out of her Topophyline Rolls-Royce and bounced over to Lin Chen, lively and cheerful. Lin Chen was surprised to run into his sister. I went to the airport to pick up a friend, he answered honestly. But Lin Chen didn't even glance at Zhang Meiqi. She wasn't interested. Her big, beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin Chen. Little brother. Long time no see. How have you been? She affectionately ruffled his hair. This scene was particularly jarring to Zhang Meiqi. She recalled that long ago Li Xiren had mentioned that Lin Chen was an orphan with no blood relatives. So who was this beautiful sister now? Zhang Meiqi speculated a possibility: role-playing. For instance, many men nowadays liked having their girlfriends call them daddy. This Lin Chen probably had some kind of sister complex. And Lin Xian naturally couldn't be his real sister. There might be an improper relationship between them. Oh my god, how disgusting. Thinking this, Zhang Meiqi felt sorry for her friend. What would her friend think if she saw this? She would surely be heartbroken, wouldn't she? Encountering Lin Xian was purely a coincidence. After exchanging a few words, she quickly departed, citing other matters to attend to. Once she had left, Lin Chen restarted the Tianhong sports car. The journey was silent. They arrived at the Bun Villa. Xiren. Zhang Meiqi alighted from her sports car and excitedly approached Li Xiren. The weather was pleasant. Li Xiren had brought the babies out to bask in the sunlight in the villa's courtyard. Seeing Zhang Meiqi, Li Xiren was overjoyed. The two were childhood friends who hadn't seen each other in a long time. Meiqi, long time no see. You've become even more beautiful. Oh Xiren, so have you. And you've kept your figure so well after giving birth. As the two women reminisced, Lin Chen quietly carried Zhang Meiqi's luggage into the living room. Xiren, is this your baby? My god, quadruplets. They're so miraculous and adorable. Zhang Meiqi crouched by the stroller, gently holding the hand of the second baby. Her expression was one of sheer surprise and delight. At that moment, the four babies stared at Zhang Meiqi with their big sparkling eyes, as if fascinated by her. The third baby, Linny in particular, had a curious expression that seemed to ask, who is this beautiful lady? They're so well-behaved it makes me want to get married and have kids. Zhang Meiqi gazed at the babies with tender eyes, a hint of emotion in her voice. Li Xiren chuckled, then go for it. With so many people chasing after you, finding a husband to have kids with shouldn't be a problem. Not in a hurry. I'm not ready for a relationship right now. Zhang Meiqi replied with a smile. Though she claimed she didn't want a relationship, the truth was she hadn't found her ideal partner yet. Her ideal man was incredibly handsome, wealthy, and treated her exceptionally well. So far she hadn't encountered such a man. Still, Zhang Meiqi believed she would find him eventually. After all, she had the qualifications: a wealthy heiress, a Ritterese student with looks, and a figure that rivaled any celebrity. Alright. Li Xiren didn't press further, respecting her best friend's decision to perhaps have her own reasons. Honey, can you take the babies upstairs? Meiqi and I want to chat. Seeing Lin Chen emerge from the villa's hall, Li Xiren said with a smile. Sure. Lin Chen walked to the stroller and wheeled it away. Soon only Zhang Meiqi and Li Xiren remained at the courtyard entrance. Xiren, what do you really think of your husband? Zhang Meiqi asked abruptly. Li Xiren was taken aback. She sensed a deeper meaning behind the question. Why do you ask? She inquired, puzzled. Recalling the intimate scene between Lin Xian and Lin Chen, Zhang Meiqi blurted out, Xiren, do you want the truth? I think your husband is quite unreliable. Li Ziren was stunned again. Lin Chen unreliable. She knew her husband best. If Lin Chen were unreliable, she thought then no man in the world could be considered reliable. Meichi, don't say that. My husband is wonderful. Li Ziren spoke with a blissful expression. Sigh. Zhang Meichi sighed inwardly, convinced her friend was deeply in love and blind to reality. She couldn't understand what was so likable about Lin Chen, a mere fortune hunter. If Lin Chen were devoted, she'd have nothing to say. But on the way she had clearly seen him being affectionate with another beautiful woman. Could her own eyes be deceiving her? Li Ziren then prepared a room for Zhang Meichi, who settled into the Bun Villa. In the evening around dinner time, Zhang Meichi suggested eating out, but Lin Chen thought it unnecessary. How about we eat at home? Restaurant food is just so-so. They'll cook dinner. Hearing this, Zhang Meichi grew annoyed. You cook? How good could your cooking be? He had handed over the entire Tianhong group to you. Surely you can afford a meal out. Let's eat out. I want to go out, and it's my treat. Zhang Meichi emphasized the words my treat, as if retorting Lin Chen's stinginess. All right, honey. Let's eat out tonight. Li Ziren conceded helplessly. Fine. Lin Chen nodded. Since his wife agreed, he would go along. They left the 4 babies with Li Tianhong and his wife. Lin Chen drove the 2 women to a luxurious restaurant in Shanghai, where a single meal cost at least several thousand yuan. Hello, welcome. A hostess in black stockings bowed slightly and led them to a private room. Hey, race the menu. What would you like? A waitress approached with a menu. Zhang Meichi said bluntly, I don't need the menu. Just bring us all your signature dishes. The wealthy heiress was indeed extravagant. Right away. The waitress hurried off. Lin Chen and Li Ziren sat opposite Zhang Meichi, both silent, the atmosphere heavy. Lin Chen glanced down at his shoes, a gesture Zhang Meichi found distasteful. How is this what men are like? His wife is right there, and he's still checking out my legs. Zhang Meichi thought, pulling her legs back. She was wearing fishnet stockings, and her legs were indeed alluring. The food arrived quickly. Li Ziren and Zhang Meichi started chatting while Lin Chen seemed like an extra. After about 10 minutes of eating, a surprised voice rang out, Zhang Meichi. Everyone looked toward the door where a tall, thin man stood. His face was slightly swollen and sallow, and though he was decent-looking, Lin Chen could tell at a glance that his body had been ravaged by indulgence. Su Jiqiang. Zhang Meichi was astonished to run into her high school deskmate, Su Jiqiang here. Her face lit up with surprise. Are you eating here too? Su Jiqiang smiled. Yeah, right in the next room. What a coincidence. You're back from abroad. Yeah, just got back today. Awesome, long time no see. Want to come to my room for a few drinks? Sure. Zhang Meichi immediately stood up and said to Li Ziren with a smile, Ziren, I'm going next door to have a few drinks with them. You guys can head back first if you're done. They'll take a cab home later. Well, Li Ziren was at a loss for words, but Zhang Meichi had already gone to the next room. Forget it. Let's finish up and head back first. Lin Chen said nonchalantly. Li Ziren nodded. After they finished eating. On their way out, Li Ziren called out to Zhang Meichi in the next room. But Zhang Meichi was having a great time drinking with Su Jiqiang and several other men, saying she'd return later. Seeing this, Li Ziren and Lin Chen had to go back to the Bun Villa first. At 11 in the evening, Zhang Meichi still hadn't returned. Li Ziren had a bad feeling. Honey, can you go pick up Meichi? I'm a bit worried about her. Honey, please go pick up Meichi. I'm a bit worried about her. Hearing his wife's anxious words, Lin Chen nodded. All right, you go to sleep first. They'll go to the restaurant and check on her. With that, Lin Chen stepped outside, got into his car, and drove off. Meanwhile, inside the private room, a group of men were laughing raucously, spouting lewd and vulgar remarks, their gazes all fixed on a beautiful woman slumped unconscious in a seat. This woman was none other than Zhang Meichi. She had just drunk a glass of wine and then immediately collapsed into a coma. Because Su Jiqiang had added something to the wine. Young Master Su, this woman is truly a gem. Tonight we brothers are in for a treat. A lecherous man with a sharp face, a pointy mouth, standing just over 5 feet tall and sporting a mouthful of yellow teeth, snickered. Closed the door to the private room. Su Jiqiang reminded them, and immediately someone shut the door. Then the men's eyes fell greedily upon Zhang Meichi. They prepared to take turns with her. But just then a knock sounded from outside. Who is it? A man went to open the door. The moment it cracked open, Lin Chen discerned the situation inside, and with a fierce shove kicked the door wide. Ouch! The man was struck hard, and a large bump immediately swelled on his forehead. What do you think you're doing? Su Jiqiang and the others eyed Lin Chen warily. But Lin Chen didn't waste words on them. With 1 punch per person, he knocked down Su Jiqiang and his entire gang. Realizing Lin Chen's formidable skills, the group scrambled away in utter panic. Looking at the unconscious Zhang Meichi, Lin Chen sniffed the air and knew at once that she had been drugged. It was a potent aphrodisiac laced with sleeping pills. Zhang Meichi would first fall into a deep slumber, and upon waking would degenerate into a wanton creature with only one thing on her mind. No, I absolutely cannot take her home. It might frighten the family, Lin Chen thought to himself. Over 10 minutes later, at a hotel in Shanghai, Lin Chen used his own ID to book a room for Zhang Meichi. Then he went downstairs and bought a box of acupuncture needles, using them to administer a few pricks to Zhang Meiqi. Acupuncture was the best method to expel the drug's effects. After finishing everything, Lin Chen left decisively, leaving Zhang Meiqi alone to sleep. However, Lin Chen didn't notice that while he was administering the needles, Zhang Meiqi had briefly woken up in a daze. That night, Zhang Meiqi had an incredibly vivid dream. She dreamed of being intimate with Lin Chen, experiencing an unprecedented sense of physical and emotional fulfillment. When she woke up, she immediately realized the dream had been real, because she felt a faint sensation in a certain part of her body and her fishnet stockings were torn. Lin Chen. Zhang Meiqi clenched her teeth, her beautiful eyes seeming to spit fire. She believed that Lin Chen had raped her last night, because she vaguely remembered drinking wine, getting drunk, and then being taken away by Lin Chen. At the hotel, she had woken up groggily and clearly saw Lin Chen's face. Zhang Meiqi was on the verge of a breakdown. She never imagined that her best friend's husband would do such a thing to her. Lin Chen, you beast. At the Bun Villa. When Lin Chen woke up, he received a call from Zhou Jia reminding him that he needed to go claim an award. So he told his wife about it. Upon hearing the news, Li Xiren was utterly stunned. She never expected her husband to achieve such a dazzling honor. She helped Lin Chen get ready, and he left home. The very next day after Lin Chen departed, Zhang Meiqi returned to the Bun. It took Zhang Meiqi an entire day and night to finally come to terms with this painful truth. The next day, she resolutely decided to return, determined to pull her best friend out of the abyss and reveal Lin Chen's true colors to her. Meiqi, why didn't you answer my call yesterday? And where did you go? Didn't Lin Chen come to pick you up? Li Xiren asked curiously. At this moment, Zhang Meiqi looked rather drained. She directly changed the subject and asked, "Where's Lin Chen?" Li Xiren told her the truth, and upon hearing it, Zhang Meiqi's expression froze instantly. A beast in human form like him can win such a prestigious award. Zhang Meiqi blurted out. She could no longer hold back. She never imagined that Lin Chen, this despicable creature, would dare boast such a lie to her best friend. What an absurd falsehood. Only her best friend would believe it. Why are you cursing my husband? Li Xiren's face darkened as she glared angrily at Zhang Meiqi. Zhang Meiqi instinctively wanted to reveal how Lin Chen had assaulted her, but after a moment of hesitation, she chose not to speak. Because she could sense that Li Xiren loved Lin Chen far too deeply. If she blurted it out directly, Li Xiren would surely be unable to bear the truth, possibly suffering a mental breakdown or even doing something rash. What would become of her 4 adorable babies then? Thus, after a second of hesitation, Zhang Meiqi decided not to say it outright. Xiren, he lied to you. There's no way he could have won such a sacred award. Zhang Meiqi declared confidently. Lied to me? Impossible. He wouldn't lie to me. Li Xiren shook her head. Meiqi, do you have some prejudice against my husband, or is there a misunderstanding? Xiren, if you don't believe Lin Chen lied to you, I can prove it, Zhang Meiqi said, forcing herself to stay calm. Coincidentally, my cousin used to work at a research institute. Whether Lin Chen really verified that law, I can find out with just one phone call. Then call. Li Xiren was certain Lin Chen wouldn't deceive her. Zhang Meiqi took out her phone, scrolled through her contacts, and found a name. Then she dialed his number. Soon, under Li Xiren's watchful gaze, the call connected. Zhang Meiqi immediately spoke. Brother Yin, I want to ask you something. What is it? You resigned from the research institute last month, right? Then do you know the name of the person who verified the quantum entanglement law? Of course I do. It's Zhou Jia. Brother Yin replied without hesitation. Though he was no longer part of the institute, having worked there, he was well versed in internal matters. Moreover, Zhou Jia was his former colleague. However, since he had resigned, he was unaware of subsequent events. Thanks, Brother Yin. Zhang Meiqi hung up and immediately said to Li Xiren, did you hear that? The person who verified the quantum entanglement law is named Zhou Jia. It's not Lin Chen at all. He lied to you. He lied to you. Those 4 words struck Li Xiren's heart like a thunderbolt. Did he really lie to me? At that moment, Li Xiren frowned deeply, repeatedly questioning herself. But soon she shook her head firmly. Impossible. Yesterday, I saw with my own eyes the people from the research institute coming to pick him up. And last night, he sent me pictures of a foreign city at night, so he couldn't have lied to me. Hearing this, Zhang Meiqi found it absurd. Xiren, are you naive, or just pretending? You can find countless pictures of foreign nightscapes online with a simple search. Yet Li Xiren still shook her head. I don't believe my husband would lie to me. It was the same refrain. She knew her own husband best. Although she hadn't spent much time with Lin Chen, Li Xiren believed she understood him thoroughly. Sigh. What do I have to say to make you believe me? Zhang Meiqi felt Li Xiren was beyond saving. Lin Chen, you beast, what spell have you cast on my best friend to make her trust you so blindly? Xiren, since you still don't believe me, I have no choice but to show you this. Zhang Meiqi opened her phone and logged into a website. What's this? Li Xiren leaned in. Zhang Meiqi explained. It's a live streaming site broadcasting the Nobel Prize award ceremony. Hearing this, Li Xiren's interest was piqued. The award ceremony. Wouldn't she get to see Lin Chen's glorious moment on stage? But the live stream hasn't started yet. It's about to. And so the two of them fixed their gazes on the screen, watching the ceremony unfold. The screen showed a grand hall filled with many foreigners, both Americans and Britons, but not a single Chinese person. Zhang Meiqi was certain Lin Chen wasn't among them. She firmly believed that a beast like Lin Chen could never attain such supreme honor. She wanted Li Ziren to see with her own eyes that Lin Chen had deceived her. As the camera panned over the audience revealing only foreigners with no sign of Lin Chen, Li Ziren's expression grew subtle. What was going on? Why were there only foreigners? Could it be that Lin Chen really wasn't there? Had he truly lied to her? But why wasn't he shown on camera? For a moment Li Ziren's heart was in turmoil. They watched quietly for over 10 minutes, until suddenly the scene shifted. An elderly British man in formal attire stood on stage and began to speak. The already silent hall grew even quieter. The livestream comments were flying by rapidly. Who is it? Old man, just announced it already. Damn it, I've been watching for 2 hours, and you're still dragging it out. The comments kept urging. The elderly British man opened the document in his hand on stage, glanced at it a few times, and then solemnly began his announcement. Even though he spoke in English, both Li Ziren and Zhang Meiqi heard the name Lin Chen. Then Lin Chen suddenly appeared with a camera focusing on him. His face showed up on the live stream. Zhang Meiqi's phone nearly slipped from her hand as she stood there dumbfounded. Zhang Meiqi pinched her thigh hard. Am I dreaming? The winner of the physics prize is really Lin Chen. How is this possible? How could this be? Meanwhile, Li Ziren, seeing Lin Chen ascend the stage in a suit to receive the award, also breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, trusting my husband was the right choice. Meiqi, can you tell me honestly, why do you hold such a grudge against Lin Chen? Li Ziren asked, immensely curious. She could sense Zhang Meiqi's resentment, as if she particularly despised her own husband. Had Lin Chen somehow offended her? It's nothing. Zhang Meiqi found it hard to accept this reality. Besides, even if she was proven wrong, so what? Did that change the fact that Lin Chen had forced himself on her last night? Just because he won this award, was she supposed to forgive him and see him in a new light? Impossible. She gritted her teeth and said, Ziren, I'm stepping out for a bit. Meiqi. Meanwhile, overseas, Lin Chen was delivering his acceptance speech according to procedure. Of course, he just said a few words casually, and then stepped down from the stage. Mr. Lin Chen, may I take a photo with you? A handsome American man in his 50s approached Lin Chen and politely requested. His name was Musk. Tesla was just one of his many companies. He was also the current richest man in the world. Of course. Lin Chen nodded. Then Musk opened his camera and stood happily beside Lin Chen. They both looked at the lens and smiled slightly. Click. A photo of the world's richest man and a great scientist was thus captured. After the photo, Musk immediately shared it on Twitter, garnering countless likes from netizens. Following that, other foreigners continuously came up to Lin Chen asking for photos. Lin Chen agreed to almost all of them, as he could see these foreigners genuinely admired him. An hour later, holding the trophy, Lin Chen returned to the arranged hotel, exhausted both physically and mentally. The thought of soon returning home to see his wife and children filled him with immense joy. Even going on stage to receive the award hadn't excited him this much. Just then a knock came at the door. Lin Chen opened it to find Zhou Jie and Yang Xianxing standing outside. Perfect timing, I was just about to ask you, when are we going back? Lin Chen spoke. It was 2:30 in the afternoon, and he was eager to return to his country. Yang Xianxing smiled and said, tomorrow morning's flight, of course, we'll go back tomorrow morning. Lin Chen asked, is there anything else to do? No. Yang Xianxing replied. All right, then I'll buy a ticket and go back alone tonight. Saying this, Lin Chen opened his phone and checked for tonight's flights. Hey, Mr. Lin, why are you in such a hurry to go back? Is there an emergency at home? Yang Xianxing asked, puzzled, sensing Lin Chen's eagerness to return. Lin Chen said, no, there isn't. Yang Xianxing chuckled, then it's fine. I thought you had an urgent matter. Since you're abroad, you should experience the local customs and culture. Yeah, Lin Chen, I know a small tavern nearby with plenty of beautiful women from a warrior nation. How about we go there for a few drinks? Zhou Jie said with a smile, sharing Yang Zhuangqing's thought of having some fun before heading back tomorrow morning. Not interested. Lin Chen had long heard about the beauty of women from that warrior nation, but in his heart Li Ziren would always be the most beautiful. You guys go have fun. He'll buy a ticket and go back tonight. Lin Chen insisted. He just found a flight at 5 in the afternoon that would land in China at midnight, so he booked a ticket without hesitation. This? Zhou Jie was even more baffled. Lin Chen, why are you in such a hurry to go back? Because I need to go home and take care of the kids, Lin Chen explained. Take care of the kids. Yang Xianxing and Zhou Jie exchanged glances, both thinking Lin Chen was an oddball. What kind of man is this? Why are his wife and children always the only things on his mind? At midnight, a plane slowly landed at the Magic City airport. After leaving the airport, Lin Chen immediately hailed a taxi and headed home. The Bun Villa. At this time, Li Ziren was having trouble sleeping. Although it was already midnight, she felt no drowsiness at all. Because of what happened with Zhang Meiqi today, although she didn't know why Zhang Meiqi hated her husband so much, she knew Zhang Meiqi must have misunderstood Lin Chen. Click. Just then Li Ziren heard the sound of the door opening outside, accompanied by footsteps. She knew that Li Tianhong and his wife had gone back to their hometown to stay overnight. Could it be a burglar? Thinking of this possibility, Li Xiren's heart suddenly tightened. She glanced at the sleeping babies in the stroller beside her, and her expression turned serious and cautious. Honey, are you asleep? Lin Chen called out while knocking on the door, but his voice was not loud. He knew the babies were surely asleep at this hour and was afraid of waking them. It's Lin Chen. Her husband was back. Hearing the voice, Li Xiren was overjoyed. She quickly went over and opened the bedroom door. Husband. Lin Chen was about to speak when Li Xiren threw herself into his arms. Lin Chen fondly stroked Li Xiren's head, surprised that his wife was still awake so late. Honey, didn't you say you were coming back tomorrow? Why did you come back in the middle of the night? Nestled in Lin Chen's arms, Li Xiren looked up and asked. Lin Chen's sudden return was a huge surprise. Because I missed you so much, my darling. Lin Chen pinched Li Xiren's cheek. Li Xiren rolled her eyes at him. How cheesy. But she loved hearing it. Have you showered? No. Then go shower now. It's late, wash up and get to bed. Li Xiren pulled away from Lin Chen's embrace. The unpleasant events of the day were all forgotten. Shower. Lin Chen's mind stirred. He placed his hand on her waist and said with a smile, Honey, will you wash me? Hearing this, Li Xiren playfully punched him, gave him a coy glance, and then they entered the bathroom together. The next day, the sun shone brightly, the sky was clear, a beautiful day. Lin Chen woke up at 8, but didn't get up immediately. He lay in bed scrolling through Douyin. Suddenly he came across a clip of himself receiving the award overseas. The video had over 3 million likes and hundreds of thousands of comments. Lin Chen skimmed through the comments. They were mostly praising him. Sigh, it looks like going out will be troublesome from now on. Lin Chen felt a headache coming on. He didn't want fame, but his face was already exposed online. It wasn't hard to imagine that as soon as he stepped out, passers-by would recognize him, causing a lot of trouble. Honey, come eat breakfast. Li Xiren's voice rang out from outside. Today she had simply tied her hair into a ponytail and wore a loose-fitting camisole dress, looking gentle and beautiful. Suddenly, Li Xiren remembered yesterday's events and was filled with confusion. When Lin Chen came out of the room, she asked directly, Honey, did something unpleasant happen between you and my best friend? Hearing Li Xiren ask this, Lin Chen felt curious. Nothing unpleasant happened. Honey, why would you ask that? Lin Chen looked at Li Xiren with suspicion. Had something happened at home while he was abroad for the past 2 days? Really? Li Xiren recalled what Zhang Meiqi had said yesterday, which clearly indicated she disliked Lin Chen. Moreover, after leaving she never returned and didn't reply to messages. Honey, did she say something bad about me? Lin Chen frowned and asked. Li Xiren sighed and told Lin Chen about what happened when Zhang Meiqi came to the house yesterday. After hearing it, Lin Chen was also baffled. Logically, since he saved her, shouldn't she be grateful? Why did she hold a grudge against him? Or did Zhang Meiqi secretly desire to be passed around by Su Jiqiang and his group in the private room? And by saving her, he had spoiled her fun. If that were the case, then he was indeed wrong for rescuing her. Forget it, honey. Let her be. I didn't offend her anyway, Lin Chen said nonchalantly. Li Xiren nodded. She naturally trusted her husband, but she still found the matter very strange. Inside a hotel room, Zhang Meiqi took a photo from her bag. The picture showed 2 7- or 80-year-old girls, both looking spirited and adorable. Upon closer inspection, it was easy to see that one of the young girls resembled Li Xiren, and the other resembled herself. Staring at the photo, Zhang Meiqi quietly sank into memories of that year. When she was about 7, she was playing by the river and accidentally fell in. Just as she was about to drown, a pair of hands pulled her ashore. That savior was Li Xiren. From then on, they became the best of friends, going to school together every day, returning home together, sharing each other's secrets, and growing up side by side. In the blink of an eye, over a decade had passed. Zhang Meiqi still remembered Li Xiren's childhood, wished to be happy for the rest of her life. Happy. Perhaps on the surface, she seemed happy. But Zhang Meiqi knew that marrying a man like Lin Chen had completely ruined Li Xiren's life. She wasn't truly happy. She had only been deceived by Lin Chen, living under his hypocritical facade. Recalling what Lin Chen had done to her, something so beastly and unforgivable. He didn't deserve to be her best friend's husband. Finally, after a fierce internal struggle, Zhang Meiqi made a decision. One that would leave everyone stunned. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Li Xiren. Xiren, come pick me up at the hospital. At that moment, Li Xiren was cleaning the house when her phone rang. It was a message from her best friend Zhang Meiqi. Xiren, come pick me up at the hospital. Below was the location of a certain hospital not too far from her home. What happened? Why are you at the hospital? Li Xiren sent the message, but Zhang Meiqi didn't reply. Honey, I'm going out for a bit. Li Xiren said, somewhat worried, to Lin Chen, who was putting their eldest child to sleep nearby. Lin Chen asked, what are you going out for? Li Xiren replied, to pick up Meiqi. She said she's at the hospital and wants me to get her. How about I go? No, we'll go, Li Xiren said, knowing her best friend had a prejudice against Lin Chen and preferred not to send him. Alright, drive safe then, Lin Chen said without overthinking, reminding her. Okay, honey. Then Li Xiren grabbed the car keys and left. On the way, she thought that since Lin Chen was back now, if there was any misunderstanding about him, it could be cleared up soon. Little did she know, shortly after Li Xiren left home, a figure appeared at the villa entrance. The courtyard gate was unlocked and she walked in easily. At that moment Lin Chen had just put the child to sleep and came downstairs for tea. Seeing the figure before him, Lin Chen was utterly surprised. You deliberately sent Xiren away. Lin Chen was taken aback looking at Zhang Meiqi before him, immediately realizing this. Yes, because there are things she shouldn't hear. Zhang Meiqi walked over step by step, finally stopping about 2 meters away from Lin Chen. Lin Chen asked indifferently, what is your purpose? Zhang Meiqi didn't beat around the bush. Divorce Xiren. You like me, don't you? Leave her, and he'll be with you. Saying this, she unbuttoned her top. In her eyes, a beast like Lin Chen, whose mind was only filled with such things, would surely agree happily right. However, Lin Chen's answer left her momentarily stunned. Are you crazy? Lin Chen had never been so speechless in his life. How could such a cliché thing happen to him? Sorry, I'm not interested in you. Lin Chen. Zhang Meiqi's emotions flared up. How long are you going to keep pretending? Pretending? What have I pretended? Lin Chen frowned, confused. That night 2 days ago you took advantage of me when I was drunk, brought me to a hotel, and raped me. Now you don't dare to admit it. Are you even a man? Zhang Meiqi's gaze was terrifying, as if she wanted to tear Lin Chen apart. Sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. Lin Chen was utterly exasperated. He had indeed taken Zhang Meiqi to the hotel that night, but only to remove the drug from her system. After that he left. He never expected her to mistakenly believe he had raped her. If he had known, he really shouldn't have saved her. A classic case of the farmer and the snake. Get out of here. I think you really need to see a doctor for your head, Lin Chen said, unwilling to deal with such a person. Lin Chen, I've given you a choice. Do you really want me to call the police? Go ahead. Let's see who ends up arrested. Fine, you forced my hand. Enraged, Zhang Meiqi called the police. Upon hearing her reason for reporting, the police took the matter seriously and immediately launched an investigation. Just then Li Xiren returned home. On the way, she had received a call from Zhang Meiqi claiming Lin Chen had raped her. Li Xiren felt as if the sky was falling. Her only thought was, how could this be? How could Lin Chen do such a thing? When she got home, she was about to confront Lin Chen when a police car arrived at the villa. Several officers got out, entered the courtyard, and approached Lin Chen. Mr. Lin Chen, a report has been filed against you. Please cooperate with our investigation. Mr. Lin Chen, we have received a report against you. Please cooperate with our investigation, the leading officer said expressionlessly. Sure, Lin Chen replied calmly, willing to cooperate. As the saying goes, a clear conscience laughs at false accusations. Why should he be afraid? Honey. At that moment Li Xiren hurried over. Lin Chen guessed what she wanted to ask and smiled reassuringly. Darling, you must believe me. I didn't do such a thing. I believe you. Li Xiren nodded solemnly. She had always trusted Lin Chen, but she wondered why Zhang Meiqi would slander her husband. At this thought, Li Xiren grew furious and bombarded Zhang Meiqi with messages demanding an explanation. She couldn't understand why her best friend had suddenly changed so drastically. The current Zhang Meiqi frightened her. Lin Chen was taken away for police investigation. However, after only about an hour at the police station, the officers released Lin Chen due to lack of evidence. Why did you let him go? Inside the station, watching Lin Chen walk away, Zhang Meiqi broke down and confronted the police. Miss, based on the surveillance footage we retrieved from the private room in the hotel, including footage from hidden cameras, we found that you have misunderstood Mr. Lin, one officer said in a gentle tone. Misunderstood? Misunderstood him? How is that possible? Are you shielding him because he's rich? Zhang Meiqi's face changed. She had clearly seen that person in the room was Lin Chen, and when she woke up her fishnet stockings were torn. Miss, if you don't believe us, please come and take a look at the surveillance footage yourself, another officer said, gesturing to a computer in front of him. Without a word, Zhang Meiqi walked over. The officer clicked the mouse, and the video began to play. In a private room, Zhang Meiqi was playing drinking games and laughing with a group of men. The atmosphere was lively. Suddenly her expression froze. From the surveillance angle, she could clearly see Su Jiqiang pulling something from his pocket. While Zhang Meiqi was distracted by the game, Su Jiqiang slipped the substance into her glass. How could this be? Zhang Meiqi couldn't believe her eyes. Her old classmate, whom she hadn't seen in years, had drugged her. Unsurprisingly, the unsuspecting Zhang Meiqi drank the spiked wine and soon passed out. Immediately the room filled with lewd laughter and vulgar remarks. Zhang Meiqi clearly heard Su Jiqiang suggesting they take turns with her. Then Su Jiqiang roughly tore her fishnet stockings. Oh my god! Zhang Meiqi couldn't help covering her mouth. She now realized she had likely misunderstood Lin Chen. She forced herself to keep watching. A knock sounded at the door. Someone went to open it, but the door was pushed open forcefully. It was Lin Chen. He knocked out each of the men with a single punch, sending them fleeing in panic. Then he carried the unconscious Zhang Meiqi away. This is the surveillance from the private room. Now let me show you the footage from the hidden camera in the hotel. The officer played another video. The scene shifted. For some reason, Lin Chen brought her to a hotel. He placed her on the bed, then left briefly. He returned shortly holding a box of silver needles. Seeing this, Zhang Meiqi was astonished. Lin Chen knew traditional Chinese medicine. Could it be? He was trying to save her. Lin Chen inserted a few needles into her body in less than 10 seconds. Then something unbelievable happened. After the acupuncture, Lin Chen left. He didn't even touch her body. He simply walked away. Mr. Lin never came back after that. You slept alone in the hotel until the next morning. So you have misunderstood Mr. Lin. On the contrary, I think you should thank him. He saved you. The officer said with a sigh. Yes. I should thank him properly. Zhang Meiqi felt as if all her strength had drained away. A bitter self-mocking smile crept onto her lips. How ridiculous. Lin Chen hadn't assaulted her. Instead, he had saved her. And how had she repaid him? Not only had she misunderstood him, but she had also gone to Li Ziren to slander him, trying to expose his true colors. It was utterly deranged. She had even stubbornly believed that Lin Chen wasn't good enough for her best friend. But was that really true? Lin Chen was handsome, skilled, knowledgeable in medicine, and humble. Li Ziren had often praised him. He could cook, clean, take care of children. He was a perfect homemaker. Li Ziren considered herself lucky to have married a man like Lin Chen. Even when she herself had offered to satisfy his desires, Lin Chen had remained indifferent. It showed how devoted he was to Li Ziren. Moreover, Lin Chen's achievements were dazzling. He had won the Nobel Prize at such a young age. It was hard to imagine a more perfect man. She suddenly recalled the first time she saw Lin Chen at the Magic City airport. Back then she had arrogantly ordered him to carry her luggage. Without a word, Lin Chen had silently helped her. Now she realized that it wasn't cowardice on Lin Chen's part. It was because he was genuinely kind and couldn't be bothered to argue with her. Zhang Meiqi felt that if she had taken the time to truly understand Lin Chen, she would have fallen madly in love with him. But because of her prejudice and misunderstanding, she had lost even the chance to be his friend. At this thought, Zhang Meiqi felt as if she had lost something precious in her life, and she wept. Lin Chen himself. Back at home, after Li Ziren had figured everything out, she felt deeply sorry for Lin Chen. She hadn't expected that asking him to pick up her best friend would land him with such an unwarranted blame. Forget it, dear, you don't need to blame yourself. Let's just let this matter pass. Lin Chen said nonchalantly, though he was slightly annoyed. He didn't show it. He didn't want to bring any negative emotions to his wife. In his eyes, his wife should be happy every day, enjoying life and having fun. Having fun. Suddenly Lin Chen remembered it had been a while since they last went shopping together at the mall. So he spoke up, dear, after my parents arrive tonight, how about we go out for a stroll? Yes. Li Ziren's face lit up with joy. Girls always love going out for a walk after dinner, especially with the one they love. Next, Lin Chen played with the 4 babies on the living room sofa. The babies were now over 3 months old and had started to crawl a little. Lin Chen casually turned on the LCD TV, which automatically played an animated series, Super Beast Armor. His original intention was to make the living room livelier. But he didn't expect the babies to stare at the TV without blinking, whether intrigued by the novelty of the screen or captivated by the show. Ding. Host babies are watching TV. Reward skill Beast Tongue. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Beast Tongue, as the name suggested, was the language of animals. In an instant, Lin Chen could understand what any creature on Earth said. Outside the window, 2 little birds were chirping. Lin Chen could tell they were flirting. The male bird said to the female, I have lots of bugs at my place. Come back to my nest tonight. The female bird shyly replied, sure. It's not about the bugs, oh, I just want to sleep at your place. This reward is quite interesting. Lin Chen smiled to himself. From now on, being able to understand animal speech would certainly be amusing. Before long, Li Tianhong and his wife arrived, bringing good news. The rhinitis pill had been developed and successfully launched. Xiao Chen Ziren, look at these netizen comments. They're all praising our rhinitis pill. Wu Yanfang opened a Douyin video showing many comments below. Boo-hoo, I'm allergic to cold air and cotton. My allergic rhinitis finally has a cure. Haven't bought it yet. Any big shot netizens tried the rhinitis pill? Does it work? Upstairs, I've personally tested it. It absolutely works. I've had rhinitis for 7 or 8 years, tried countless meds, both Chinese and Western, and almost opted for surgery. Thank goodness I didn't. Now the rhinitis pill has cured me. Wow, is that for real? So miraculous. I bought a box yesterday and took it last night. I feel much better today. No sneezing in the morning and no blood streaks in my mucus. I feel completely healed after just 2 days. Highly recommend this med. It's only 19 yuan a box, such a conscience price. This med saved my life. People without rhinitis have no idea how torturous this illness is. All comments were filled with praise and astonishment, not a single negative review. Clearly this med had truly helped rhinitis patients. Lin Chen smiled at this. Though he wasn't a saint, seeing so many rhinitis patients cheer for this med gave him a sense of accomplishment. After all, the formula came from him. After dinner, Lin Chen and Li Ziren arrived at a large shopping mall. The 4 babies were left with Li Tianhong and his wife. Miss. Suddenly a woman holding a microphone approached them, accompanied by a cameraman. Lin Chen immediately recognized this as another Douyin blogger filming a video. What's the matter? The woman older than her calling her miss made Li Ziren a bit awkward. Are you two a couple? Can we interview you with a few questions? The female blogger asked. No, we're married, Li Ziren corrected. The blogger was momentarily surprised, not expecting Lin Chen and Li Ziren to look so young, like college students, yet already married. Married young. The blogger sighed inwardly but quickly asked, hello, do you mind if your husband doesn't put your name on the house deed? The question made both of them a bit awkward as they already owned a house. A large villa. Of course not. Li Xiren shook her head. The blogger asked again, when was the last time you kissed? Lin Chen was speechless. Hearing this, he instinctively wanted to drag Li Xiren away, finding the interview too boring. But Li Xiren smiled and said right now. With that, she tiptoed slightly and kissed Lin Chen on the lips. Wow. The blogger's face lit up with surprise and passers-by were stunned. Damn, just out for a stroll, and I get fed dog food. What did I do wrong? But they were so envious. Especially some men who had never been kissed by a girl first, they were green with envy. Beautiful, proactive, and wearing stockings. Truly the perfect partner is always someone else's. Lin Chen was also caught off guard by Li Xiren's sudden kiss, and he couldn't help but smile. Honey, let's go. Li Xiren linked arms with Lin Chen and was about to leave, but the blogger called out, wait a moment. Thank you for accepting our interview. You can pick any one-piece figurine from these. Really? Li Xiren glanced over the figurines, which included Luffy, Zoro, Doflamingo, Boa Hancock, and more. She finally chose a Nami figurine, finding it pretty. Lin Chen said nothing. Whatever made his wife happy was fine. Next, Li Xiren linked arms with Lin Chen, and they happily strolled through the mall. Honey, I want stinky tofu. Honey, I want taro bubble milk tea. Honey, I haven't had grilled sausages in ages. Buy me a few, please. These sausages are all made of starch. It's fine, I love starch sausages. Alright, my treasure, I'll buy them all. They wandered around the mall, bought some snacks, and then grabbed daily necessities like sanitary pads. Honey, there's a pet shop here. Let's go in. Li Xiren pulled Lin Chen into a pet store. Hello, welcome. The female shop owner greeted them with a warm, friendly smile. Lin Chen scanned the store, seeing many small pets, mostly cats and dogs. Honey, why don't we get a dog for the house? When we go for walks at night, we can take it out for a stroll. Li Xiren asked Lin Chen, what do you think, honey? Excellent. Lin Chen found the suggestion quite agreeable. The villa indeed had a doghouse and a cat house, but they had never been utilized. Hearing their conversation, the shop owner immediately began her introduction. Li Xiren crouched before the golden retriever, stroking its fur, and found it rather pleasant. As Lin Chen's gaze swept over the various breeds of dogs, these puppies began to speak naturally in animal language, which only Lin Chen could understand. Suddenly, as Lin Chen's eyes fell upon a husky, the dog made such an arrogant remark. This dog was rather insolent. The husky declared with extreme arrogance, its head held high, its canine eyes glaring at Lin Chen. What are you looking at, foolish human? Are you worthy of scrutinizing me? Honey, what do you think of this husky? Lin Chen remarked. Li Xiren immediately walked over and crouched beside him in front of the husky. Li Xiren stroked the husky's fur and smiled. Not bad, this husky is quite good looking. To be honest, when I was in college, I thought about raising a husky. As if understanding her words, the husky said smugly, you have good taste. I am the most superior dog in the entire world. Understanding the husky's words, Lin Chen found the dog increasingly amusing. How about we buy it? I think that's a good idea. Lin Chen nodded and asked the shop owner, how much is this husky? The shop owner said, this husky is of the Siberian husky breed. The price is 13,000. Since it's a puppy, the price is a bit higher, but we will include a dog cage, a leash, and 3 months worth of dog food. Lin Chen said without hesitation, alright, I'll take it. Please scan the QR code here to pay. The shop owner pointed to a QR code on the wall. Lin Chen opened his WeChat, scanned it, and transferred 13,000 yuan. Here is your receipt. Please take care. A staff member then put a leash on the husky. The husky was reluctant and even tried to resist, but ultimately succumbed to the staff member's authority. After securing the leash, the staff member led the husky out of the cage and handed the other end of the leash to Li Xiren. Huskies like to run around. Make sure to keep a firm hold on the leash when you take it out, the staff member reminded with a smile. We will. Li Xiren led the husky, finding it novel and fun to interact with this breed for the first time. Subsequently, she and Lin Chen left the pet store together. Honey, let's give the husky a name. Li Xiren suggested happily as she walked the dog. Lin Chen nodded and asked, honey, what name do you want to give it? He left the naming rights to his wife. Let me think what would be a good name. Li Xiren studied the husky, finding it looked increasingly unintelligent. Suddenly her eyes lit up. Honey, how about we call it Bin Silly? What do you think of that name? You're the silly one. Your whole family is silly. You're infuriating me. Before Lin Chen could speak, the husky expressed strong objection, stopping dead in its tracks, staring at Li Xiren with a haughty look full of resistance. Seeing this, Li Xiren was slightly taken aback and said in surprise, it seems the husky doesn't really like that name. How about we call it Moi? Lin Chen suddenly thought of a name. As expected, upon hearing this name, the husky was delighted, jumping around on the spot. This name is not bad. It suits my dignity. It seems to really like this name. Seeing the husky's reaction, Li Xiren found it both amusing and surprising, thinking the dog was incredibly perceptive, almost like it had become a spirit. But since it liked the name so much, Moi it would be. Back at home. Moi, this is your home now. Li Xiren led Moi to the doghouse. The doghouse was at least 10 square meters, exquisitely built with a soft blanket. A villa indeed, even the doghouse was this luxurious. What a beautiful house. Is this really my home now? Moi was captivated by the beautiful house for the first time. It had always lived in a cold iron cage at the pet store, never in such a warm nest. It immediately scurried into the doghouse, enjoying the warmth of its new home, even rolling around inside. Seeing this, Li Xiren smiled warmly and poured some dog food at the entrance of the doghouse. The famished Moi immediately came out to eat. These owners are too kind. Im almost moved. Moi gobbled up the dog food. Although it ate this dog food every day, eating it inside the doghouse of this grand villa made it taste even more delicious. Moi, you have to be good at home. No destroying things, no biting people, no. Li Xiren stroked Moi's head, giving it some instructions. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the villa, Lin Chen checked his phone and saw that his college counselor had sent him several messages. Lin Chen, Principal Lu suddenly came to see me just now. He asked for your phone number. Principal Lu might have something to discuss with you. Keep an eye on your phone. After reading the messages, Lin Chen felt puzzled. Principal Lu was the principal of Magic City Normal University. The problem was that he had already taken a leave of absence and no longer went to school. What could he want? As he pondered, Lin Chen's phone rang. Is this Lin Chen? A middle-aged man's voice sounded. Lin Chen said, "Yes, are you Principal Lu?" Yes. Lin Chen, congratulations on winning the Nobel Prize in Physics. I only found out yesterday from the news. You're incredible, a true pride of our Magic City Normal University. Principal Lu began with a flattering tone, which made Lin Chen feel quite awkward. Principal Lu, is there something you need from me? Lin Chen got straight to the point, asking with confusion. Of course there is something. Principal Lu dispensed with pleasantries and got straight to the point. Lin Chen, I would like to invite you to become a visiting professor at our alma mater and the day after tomorrow to give a physics open class to some of the faculty and students. In Lu Ziyuan's view, although Lin Chen was a Nobel laureate and had gained a certain status worldwide, he was still a student at Shanghai Normal University and not even a graduate yet. Inviting him back to hold the title of visiting professor and give an open class seemed like something Lin Chen would not refuse. However, Lin Chen's answer caught him completely off guard. Sorry, Principal Lu, I might not have the time. What are you busy with? I need to take care of the kids. Principal Lu was momentarily stunned but then laughed and said, that's a small matter. Let your wife handle it. No, my wife can't manage them all by herself. How about I come and help you? That's probably not necessary. Lin Chen, do you really not have the time? Faced with Lin Chen's polite refusal, Lu Ziyuan was still unwilling to give up. Lin Chen fell silent for a moment. It wasn't that he truly had no time, he simply didn't want to go. A visiting professor title might be appealing to others, but to Lin Chen it meant nothing. As for giving lectures, Lin Chen was even less inclined. He had never been one to seek the limelight. Lin Chen, how about this? I understand that due to your suspension you haven't received your diploma from the school yet, have you? Lu Ziyuan spoke, intending to use another approach to persuade Lin Chen. Yes, so what? Lin Chen asked calmly. Lu Ziyuan smiled and said, suspension is not a dropout. If you still want this diploma, you'll need to return to school for another year of study. I'm guessing you don't want to come back to study now, right? That's right. Lin Chen nodded. Lu Ziyuan was correct. He would never return to repeat his senior year, no matter what. How about this? If you agree to come back and give a 40-minute physics open class, they'll give you the diploma directly. No need to return for further studies. Lu Ziyuan, eager to secure Lin Chen's presence, was even willing to bypass the rules at the risk of being reported. Really? Lin Chen's interest was piqued. Lu Ziyuan said seriously, absolutely. I am the principal, and I personally stamp the diplomas. Do you think I don't have that authority? To be honest, Lin Chen was tempted. After all, he had studied for over 3 years for that diploma. Moreover, his tuition fees had been earned through hard labor. For the 5,000 yuan annual tuition, Lin Chen had spent summer breaks working in an electronics factory, tightening screws, enduring 2 shifts, eating poorly, surrounded by middle-aged women. A truly unbearable environment. Yet Lin Chen had persevered for 2 months. What for? Wasn't it to afford an education? True, he no longer lacked money and was financially free for life. But that diploma had once meant the world to him. To simply abandon it now would indeed be a pity. After a few seconds of consideration, Lin Chen said, all right, I agree. But I won't be a visiting professor. They'll just give the 40-minute open class. Lu Ziyuan's face lit up with a smile. Fine, just the open class it is. The call ended shortly after. Honey, who was that on the phone? Li Xiren's voice sounded from behind. She had been listening nearby for a while, but hadn't interrupted Lin Chen. It was the principal of Shanghai Normal University. Lin Chen told her everything about the conversation. Then you should go back and give the open class. It's only 40 minutes anyway, Li Xiren said after hearing it all. Lin Chen nodded. That's what I think too. It won't take much of my time. Mom, honey, can you get me a diaper? It looks like the 4th baby has peed again. Time passed, and soon it was the next day. Today was the day Lin Chen had agreed to return to his alma mater for the open class. He woke up at 8, ate breakfast prepared by Li Xiren, and drove to Shanghai Normal University. After he left, Li Xiren suddenly remembered something very important. In her WeChat group of close friends, she sent a message. Ladies, my husband's birthday is next month. Any ideas for a surprise or gift? I need good suggestions. That's right. Lin Chen's birthday was approaching. Li Xiren had never given a gift to a man before, and this was her first time preparing a birthday present for Lin Chen. She wasn't sure what to give. Of course, she had some ideas of her own, but she also wanted to hear her friends' opinions. Zhou Huimin, wow, Lin Chen's birthday's coming up. Luo Yuding clothes, shoes, a belt. Yi Zihan, does your husband have any hobbies? You could pick a gift based on that. Fang Yuan, how about giving him a fifth baby? Li Ziren, you want me dead? My quadruplets are only 3 months old, how dare I have a fifth? Zhou Huimin, haha, why not make him a birthday cake yourself? Lin Chen seems like a simple man. Yi Zihan, Huimin's idea is great. Fang Yuan, I agree too. Li Ziren had already thought of Zhou Huimin's suggestion herself. She would bake Lin Chen a birthday cake and prepare another gift. As for the gift, she hadn't decided yet, but as for the cake, I need to find a cake shop to learn first. Yes, that was settled. With that thought, Li Ziren felt overjoyed and began cleaning the house cheerfully. Meanwhile, Lin Chen drove back to his alma mater, Shanghai Normal University. After parking, he walked along the campus paths surrounded by young women with fresh, pretty faces and stylish outfits. As a normal university, the male-to-female ratio was 2:8, a paradise for guys. Finding a girlfriend was easy for men, while women faced greater difficulty in finding partners due to the scarcity of males. Lin Chen. Suddenly a voice called out as he walked. Turning around, he saw a girl with a lovely figure and face accompanied by a man wearing glasses. Li Shuyun. Teacher Wang. Lin Chen was genuinely surprised. Li Shuyun had been his high school classmate, and like him, she had enrolled at Shanghai Normal University after graduation. Teacher Wang's full name was Wang Zitao. He had been Lin Chen's high school physics teacher. Lin Chen, long time no see. Wang Zitao naturally had some impression of Lin Chen as student from his high school days. During the first year of high school, Lin Chen's physics grades were the lowest in the entire class. Later, because his physics was too poor, Lin Chen found it difficult to continue in the science track and decisively chose the liberal arts stream when the time came to specialize. Yes, Teacher Wang, why are you here? Lin Chen was quite surprised. Wang Zitao was his high school physics teacher. Why would he be appearing here? Lin Chen, don't you know? Teacher Wang later earned a master's degree through self-study and is now a physics professor here. Li Shuyan explained. Upon hearing this, a look of delight spread across Wang Zitao's face. From a high school physics teacher, through diligent self-study, he had now become a physics professor at a prestigious 211 university. What an inspiring story this was. Lin Chen, I heard you've taken a break from your studies to get married. Is that true or false? Suddenly recalling something, Wang Zitao inquired of Lin Chen. Lin Chen replied, yes, I am indeed already married. Hearing Lin Chen's answer, Wang Zitao comforted him. Getting married early is fine too. Look at me, your teacher, am 30 years old and still not married. Of course, while he said this in his heart, he felt a pang of pity for Lin Chen. To abandon one's studies for the sake of so-called love and get married. How foolish was that? In his own 20s, he too had been a brave warrior charging for love. But what was the result? When it came time to discuss marriage, his future mother-in-law demanded a 50,000 yuan bride price and a new house in the city center. Lacking the money, Wang Zitao could only helplessly break up with his girlfriend. Of course, after the breakup, Wang Zitao did not degenerate. Instead, he continuously worked hard to improve himself. From a physics teacher in a small city, he earned a position as a physics professor at a 211 university through self-study. His perspective had undergone a change. A man must have money before getting married. However, everyone had their own thoughts, so he naturally wouldn't say anything to Lin Chen. After all, Lin Chen was already married. He couldn't tell Lin Chen to get a divorce and advise him that making money at this age was most important, could he? So Lin Chen, do you just stay home and take care of the kids every day now? Li Shuyun asked at this point. Lin Chen smiled and said yes. Alas. Li Shuyun also let out a sigh of regret. So young, just over 20, and already staying home every day to care for the children. Didn't he need to work? Was Lin Chen's wife the one going out to work? Anyway, between a couple, one person always had to go out and earn money, right? It was impossible for both to stay home and take care of the children. If both stayed home, where would the income come from to raise the child? Rely on parents for money. That would be too pathetic. In Li Shuyun's heart, she had silently labeled Lin Chen as a failed man. Of course, she would never say this to his face, as that would embarrass him. Staying home with the baby every day is actually good. Babies need companionship. It's good for their physical and mental health. Li Shuyun comforted him. Lin Chen nodded yes. By the way, Lin Chen, are you going to the physics open lecture? Li Shuyun, thinking Lin Chen didn't know about it, excitedly told him, did you know? This year's Nobel laureate Professor Lin is coming to our school to give a physics open lecture. Lin Chen, do you want to come with us to hear Professor Lin's physics open lecture? This opportunity is a rare find. Wang Zitao also said, it just so happens your physics grades were pretty poor. Listening might help you. Hearing their words, Lin Chen smiled. If they knew that the Professor Lin they were talking about was him, how interesting would their expressions be? Of course, Lin Chen didn't say it out loud, because even if he did, they wouldn't believe him. Let's go and take a look together. As it happened, Lin Chen also needed to go there for the open lecture. Shortly after, the three of them arrived at a multimedia classroom. At that moment, every seat in the classroom was filled. All the physics students and physics professors from the entire university were gathered together. All were there just to hear the physics open lecture by Professor Lin, the Nobel laureate in physics. They thought the same as Li Shuyun. For a big shot of that level to condescend to teach here was a rare and invaluable opportunity. Moreover, it was free. Listening to a Nobel laureate's lecture without paying naturally led to a packed house. I heard that Professor Lin is quite young, only in his 20s. Wow, really? If that's true, I need to touch up my makeup. Hearing her best friend Fang Yuan's words, Yi Zihan immediately took a small mirror and a lipstick from her handbag, then began carefully applying a beautiful shade of lipstick in front of the mirror. Since she was sitting so close to the front, she naturally wanted to leave a good impression on Professor Lin. Of course, she also had a little secret hope. What if Professor Lin took a liking to her? With her stunning campus beauty-level looks, it wasn't impossible. Lin Chen. As Lin Chen, Li Shuyun, and Wang Zitao were walking, suddenly the voice of Principal Lu Ziyuan rang out. Principal Lu. Seeing the principal approach, Li Shuyun and Wang Zitao both put on fawning smiles. However, Lu Ziyuan didn't even glance at them. He excitedly said to Lin Chen with a smile, "I've been waiting for you for a long time. I thought you weren't coming." "Principal Lu, how could I not come after promising you?" Lin Chen replied with a slight smile. "The open lecture won't start for a while. How about having some tea in my office first?" Lu Ziyuan invited warmly. "All right." Lin Chen nodded and was then invited by Lu Ziyuan for tea. Watching their departing figures, Li Shuyun and Wang Zitao were stunned. What's going on? Why is the principal so polite to Lin Chen? Li Shuyun and Wang Zitao exchanged glances, a look of surprise evident in their eyes. However, they didn't dwell on it, thinking that Principal Lu had some other matter with Lin Chen. Then the two of them entered the multimedia classroom. "When is Professor Lin coming?" "The class starts in 10 minutes. Wait a bit longer." Amidst the murmurs around them, Li Shuyun and Wang Zitao found seats in the second row. Finally, 10 minutes later, under the gaze of the crowd, amidst the anticipation of several hundred people in the entire classroom, a handsome figure entered from outside and walked towards the podium at the front. His pace was unhurried, his demeanor calm and effortless. It was Lin Chen. Instantly, Yi Zihan and Fang Yuan were dumbfounded. Holy cow! Wasn't this their best friend Li Ziren's husband Lin Chen? On the day Li Ziren and Lin Chen got married, Yi Zihan and Fang Yuan had been bridesmaids, so naturally they recognized him. Wow, just wow. Ziren's husband is actually that Professor Lin. So amazing. Boo-hoo. I'm so envious. Yi Zihan couldn't help but exclaim. It seemed her makeup touch-up was in vain because Lin Chen was already married, and to her own best friend no less. Fang Yuan was also extremely envious. Why could her best friend find such a perfect husband while she couldn't? Why? At this moment, the most shocked people were undoubtedly Li Shuyun and Wang Zitao. Seeing Lin Chen on stage, their jaws nearly dropped, especially Li Shuyun, whose mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. "Lin Chen, why is it you?" Li Shuyun and Wang Zitao were both stunned. But then Li Shuyun quickly regained her composure and shouted to Lin Chen on the stage. "Lin Chen, get down quickly. Professor Lin will be here any moment." Wang Zitao also spoke up. "Lin Chen, what are you doing? If you stand on the podium, where will Professor Lin stand when he arrives? He'll get angry. Come down now." Although they had no idea why Lin Chen had walked up to the stage. At that moment, Li Shuyun and Wang Zitao were both anxious for Lin Chen. "I am the Professor Lin you're talking about," Lin Chen declared. In the classroom, some students had already seen Lin Chen's photo online and knew he was this year's physics prize laureate. But those who knew nothing about this year's Nobel laureate were utterly shocked by Lin Chen's words. Is this really this year's physics prize winner? He's so young and handsome. Why does he look so familiar? Is he also a student at this university? I'm smitten. Such a handsome guy. I wonder if he's single. Instantly, many girls became starry-eyed since Lin Chen appeared to be around their age. With so few male students in a normal university, a handsome man of Lin Chen's caliber was extremely rare. "Lin Chen, what on earth are you saying?" Li Shuyun was speechless, even suspecting Lin Chen had taken the wrong medicine that day. Just then another figure appeared at the door, Principal Lu Ziyuan. Seeing him enter, Li Shuyun thought helplessly, "It's over. We're going to lose face. The principal must be here to kick Lin Chen off the stage." Wang Zitao thought the same, already imagining the scene that would unfold. Lu Ziyuan held a microphone and said apologetically to Lin Chen, "Professor Lin, I almost forgot. I took the microphone from this classroom last time." As he spoke, he plugged the microphone into Lin Chen's equipment, patted him on the shoulder with a smile, and said, "Professor Lin, please continue your lecture, continue." Then Lu Ziyuan promptly withdrew. A wave of shock washed over the room. Hearing the principal's address for Lin Chen, Li Shuyun was dumbfounded. How could this be? How was it possible? Lin Chen was the physics prize winner that so many admired, the very Professor Lin here to teach their public class. Wang Zitao was also stunned. If Lin Chen was the professor giving the lecture, did that mean Lin Chen was the one who won China's first physics prize? The worst physics student in their class had claimed the physics prize that shook the nation. Good heavens, this was too surreal. "Teacher Wang, I checked online. It's true. Lin Chen is this year's physics prize winner. I found his information," Li Shuyun said with a bitter smile, showing Wang Zitao her phone. Wang Zitao glanced at it, feeling his mind go blank, still finding it hard to believe. At that moment, both of them regretted looking down on Lin Chen. If only they had checked online earlier, they wouldn't have made such an embarrassing mistake. On the stage, Lin Chen was naturally unaware of Li Shuyun and Wang Zitao's inner turmoil. He first greeted the students with a smile, then asked, "Classmates, if you have any questions about physics, feel free to ask me." Lin Chen had acquired the great scientist skill from the system. Without exaggeration, he understood everything related to physics. "Professor Lin, if our spaceship could exceed the speed of light, could we travel back in time?" "Professor Lin, do you think light is a wave or a particle?" "Professor Lin, how do you view the concept of Schrödinger's quantum cat?" "Professor Lin." Soon many physics enthusiasts and science lovers bombarded Lin Chen with questions. Lin Chen answered each question with ease, leaving the students fully satisfied and genuinely admiring him from the bottom of their hearts. Even Wang Zitao began to realize the gap between himself and Lin Chen. No wonder he won the physics prize. Wang Zitao couldn't help but sigh. Lin Chen's mastery of physics far surpassed his own university physics teachers by countless times. What made it even more ironic was that Lin Chen had once been his worst-performing student in physics. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Hearing it, Lin Chen smiled at all the students and said, "All right, class dismissed." Then he strode toward the door, eager to return home. Meanwhile, Li Xiren was not at home. She was at a nearby cake shop, a modest space of about 50 square meters with 4 or 5 employees. "Excuse me, is the owner here?" Li Xiren timidly asked the cashier at the front desk. "Over there." The clerk pointed in a direction and called out, "Aunt Wang, someone's looking for you." Aunt Wang, a middle-aged woman of striking beauty, was handcrafting a cake. "What's the matter? Can I help you?" Wang Zhehui asked Li Xiren curiously. "Hello. May I learn to make cakes here?" Li Xiren said awkwardly, since most people came to order cakes, not to learn. Hearing Li Xiren's words, Wang Zhehui was momentarily taken aback. Before she could respond, Li Xiren added, "I want to ask you to teach me for free. I can pay tuition." Wang Zhehui quickly smiled and said, "Of course you can." "Really?" Li Xiren's face lit up with joy. "Really? But from the looks of it, you're not just trying to learn a skill, are you?" Wang Zhehui could tell from Li Xiren's attire and demeanor that she was from a wealthy family. Li Xiren's t-shirt was a Gucci brand worth over 2,000 yuan. Besides, a rich young lady wouldn't simply learn a trade for no reason, since she had no need to make a living from it. "Let me guess. Is it someone's birthday soon? A family member or a friend? You want to make a cake for them yourself, but you don't know how, so you came to learn it." Wang Zhehui gazed at Li Xiren with a knowing smile. Caught off guard, Li Xiren nodded sheepishly. "You're right. It's my husband's birthday coming up." "It's because my husband's birthday is coming up." Upon hearing Li Xiren's words, Wang Zhehui and the other shop assistants couldn't help but sigh. So this is love. How wonderful. There was no need to guess. It was clear that the beautiful woman before them deeply loved her husband. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to this shop specifically to learn how to make a birthday cake for him with her own hands. One must understand that learning to bake a cake is no easy task. It's not as simple as one might imagine. Besides, birthday cakes like this could easily be bought ready-made from the store. Yet Li Xiren chose to learn, wanting to craft a cake for her husband herself. In her eyes, this was the only way to truly express her feelings. How enviable, lamented the only male employee in the shop. Why couldn't he ever meet such a wonderful girl? He had been in relationships before, but every woman he encountered was materialistic, constantly demanding he buy things for them, prone to irrational tantrums, and treating his efforts as if they were deserved. It had gotten to the point where he was now afraid to even date. Where had it all gone wrong? Was he simply not worthy of meeting such a good girl? "All right, you can learn here. I can teach you," Wang Zhehui said with a gentle smile. In Li Xiren, she saw a reflection of her younger self. Unfortunately, that young man had ultimately let her down. She hoped the sincere heart of the beautiful woman before her would not be betrayed. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had returned home. "Mom, where's Xiren?" Lin Chen asked Wu Yanfang, who was busy in the kitchen. Wu Yanfang chuckled and replied her, "She's probably gone to Huiman's place to hang out." "I see." Lin Chen didn't think much of it, assuming Li Xiren had indeed gone to Zhou Huiman's house. At that moment, Lin Chen remembered the husky Emosia he had bought yesterday. He searched the dog bed and the surrounding area. There was no sign of Emosia. Where has that damn dog run off to? So Lin Chen began searching the entire villa. A few minutes later, he finally found Emosia by the villa's swimming pool. But then Lin Chen was taken aback. He saw a small white female dog crouching next to Emosia. How did Lin Chen know it was a female dog? Because it was the neighbor's dog, and Lin Chen had seen it many times before. The female dog was now nestled in Emosia's arms. Clearly the two dogs were flirting. Good grief, on the very first day home, he's already charmed the neighbor's dog. A dog's hearing and sense of smell are sharp. As Lin Chen approached, Emosia suddenly turned around and saw him. "Damn, you nearly scared me to death." Instantly, Emosia was filled with guilt, feeling as if he had been caught cheating. The white female dog, seeing Lin Chen, was so frightened that she bolted away, since Lin Chen wasn't her owner, and she feared he might hurt her. "Human, you scared away my new bride. Apologize now." Seeing this, Emosia glared at Lin Chen with intelligent dog eyes, even raising his front paws as if ready to fight him. Slap. Lin Chen, who understood animal language, gave Mosia a light smack on the head. Of course the force was gentle, he only wanted to teach the damn dog a lesson, lest he become even more arrogant with indulgence. Woof! Human, how dare you hit me? Mosia immediately started barking, though he was actually speaking just in a language ordinary people couldn't understand. What of it? Lin Chen gently pulled Mosia's ear, causing the dog to yelp in pain and beg for mercy. Ow ow ow. Master, please spare me. Don't be so cocky from now on. I can understand everything you say, got it? Behave yourself. Lin Chen let go and gave him a lecture. No way you can understand me. Looks like Master is no ordinary person. Suddenly Mosia began to admire Lin Chen. It was the first time he had met a human who could understand his speech. Glancing at Mosia, Lin Chen then ignored him and returned to the villa. At that moment the second child, Lin Kersen, was crying loudly in Wu Yanfang's arms. Mom, why is the baby crying? Lin Chen hurried over. Seeing Lin Kersen crying so fiercely, his heart ached. Wu Yanfang said helplessly, I don't know either. I was cooking in the kitchen and suddenly this little one started crying. I think she might have woken up and wants milk. And where is Xiren? Why isn't she back yet? Is she staying for lunch at Huiman's? Lin Chen smiled and said, Mom, let me hold the baby. You go cook. All right. Then Lin Chen took the second child from his mother-in-law's arms. My little darling, don't cry. Lin Chen held Lin Kersen, gently coaxing her as he paced back and forth in the living room, but it was useless. Lin Kersen cried pitifully, and seeing her like this, Lin Chen knew she wanted milk. But he had no milk to give. She was only 3 months old, and there was no baby formula at home. Since Li Xiren's milk supply had always been ample, they hadn't considered starting formula for the babies. After all, how could formula compare to the nutrition of breast milk? So Lin Chen took out his phone and called Li Xiren. Honey, where are you now? On the other end, Li Xiren instinctively wanted to tell the truth. But she realized that if she did, Lin Chen would surely ask questions when she got home. And then the surprise of making him a birthday cake with her own hands would be ruined. So Li Xiren had to concoct a white lie. She smiled and said, I'm at Zhou Huiman's place. What's up, honey? When will you be back? Lin Chen said, the baby is hungry and needs milk. Okay, honey, I'll be right back. Li Xiren nodded. After ending the call with Lin Chen, she checked the time. It was almost 1130. She said to Wang Jiahui, Aunt Wang, I need to go now. He'll come back another time. All right, drive safely. Wang Jiahui said with a smile. Okay. Then Li Xiren got into her car and drove home. Meanwhile at home, Lin Kersen was still crying, looking at Lin Chen with her big teary eyes, her pitiful expression breaking his heart. Kersen, mommy will be right back. Don't cry. Lin Chen whispered soothingly, his gaze suddenly falling on a new toy car on the sofa. This toy car was brought home by Li Tianhong last time. He planned to let the babies play with it when they were a little older. Kersen, look at this car. Isn't it amazing? Lin Chen picked up the toy car and shook it in front of Lin Kersen. In an instant, Lin Kersen's face lit up and she stopped crying. Her big adorable eyes were fixed on the toy car, utterly fascinated. Seeing this, Lin Chen immediately placed the toy car in Lin Kersen's hands. Of course, the baby was only a little over 3 months old and couldn't hold it on her own, so Lin Chen had to support her tiny hands. This finally stopped Lin Kersen from crying. She raised her tiny, wondrous hands and began to touch the toy car. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding. Host has let the babies play with the toy car. Reward skill: super driving. Superhuman driving. What kind of skill was this? As a surge of information flooded into Lin Chen's mind, in an instant he became an old hand, or more accurately a god behind the wheel. Whether it was a train, an airplane, or any other vehicle, Lin Chen could drive them all with effortless mastery. Yet the most significant enhancement was in his car driving skills. It was no exaggeration to say that if Lin Chen were to compete against a world-class racer, now he could effortlessly dominate them. This skill isn't so bad after all, he mused. Lin Chen nodded. Amid his thoughts, the sound of a car horn echoed from the courtyard. He knew his wife had returned. Sure enough, after parking the car, Li Xiren immediately entered. Honey, come and feed Kersen. Lin Chen smiled softly. Li Xiren gently took the second child from his arms. Then she lifted her shirt and began nursing the baby in front of Lin Chen. The little one latched on eagerly, a look of contentment spreading across its face. Darling, why do you smell of cake? Lin Chen's keen senses detected the scent in the air. Oh, I had a piece of cake at Huiman's place, Li Xiren replied, naturally not revealing that she had been learning to bake, lest it spoil the surprise. I see. Lin Chen didn't dwell on it and rose from the sofa. Honey, you'll go check on the other babies in the bedroom. All right. In the following days, Lin Chen's life was relatively uneventful, while Li Xiren spent every spare moment at the cake shop learning to make pastries. Gradually, Lin Chen began to notice something amiss. Li Xiren went out every day. When he asked, she claimed she was helping her father Li Tianhong with the branch company's affairs. Lin Chen didn't overthink it, as he trusted her completely. Another 2 days passed. One afternoon, Li Xiren, as usual, left the cake shop after an hour of practice. However, as she headed toward the parking lot, a group of people suddenly took notice of her. Holy crap, boss. Look, a stunner. A lackey with dyed hair patted his leader and gestured excitedly. Boss, check her out, she's a total goddess. Alerted, Lin Chen turned and saw Li Ziren step into his view. So beautiful. In an instant, Lin Chen was transfixed, unable to move. As a notorious playboy from a wealthy family in Modu, he had lost count of the women had been with. Web celebrities, flight attendants, even some entertainment stars, all of whom had grown tired of. His standards were naturally high, and he didn't fancy just any random woman. But the moment he saw Li Ziren, Lin Chen nearly drooled. She was so exquisite, so elegant, a rare beauty indeed. He had to have her. Let's go have a chat with her. Lin Chen strode decisively toward Li Ziren, his lackeys following close behind. Unaware she was being targeted, Li Ziren pulled out her car key and unlocked the door of her Tianhong sports car. She slid into the driver's seat. Just as she was about to drive off, Lin Chen and his men blocked the car ahead. Hey there, beautiful, let's add each other on WeChat. Lin Chen leered, his gaze lasciviously fixed on Li Ziren. Li Ziren furrowed her brow and refused. Sorry, I'm already married. Married? That caught Lin Chen and his lackeys off guard. She looked so young, barely over 20. They hadn't expected her to be married. How even better. I like married women, Lin Chen chuckled lecherously. He was a true chow at heart, always preferring other men's wives. The more forbidden, the more thrilling and satisfying. What did you say? Li Ziren was stunned. Why wasn't he backing off after learning she was married? Why wasn't he following the script? Beautiful, are you giving me your WeChat or not? Lin Chen reached through the window, attempting to harass her. Don't touch me. Li Ziren recoiled instinctively. Since she came of age, no man other than Lin Chen had ever laid a hand on her. She wouldn't let Lin Chen do so. It disgusted her. Oh, come on, beautiful. You're married, why play the innocent little bunny? Can your husband satisfy you? Honestly, I'm way better than him in that department. Want to give it a try? Huh? Lin Chen and his lackeys burst into lewd laughter while Li Ziren panicked. Having been sheltered her whole life, she had never faced such a situation. She quickly pulled out her phone and sent Lin Chen a voice message. Honey, save me. Then she shared her current location. Move aside, or I'll call the police. Li Ziren clutched her phone, trying to threaten Lin Chen. Call the police. Go ahead. The Long family rules all of Modu. Lin Chen boasted arrogantly, and indeed, he had every reason to be cocky. His family, the Longs, was one of the top clans in Modu with assets in the trillions. Richer even than Ma Huateng. Beautiful, I suggest you don't be ungrateful. Sending a message to your husband. Think Long Go is scared of him. Two lackeys chimed in with rude remarks. Lin Chen grinned slyly. If your husband shows up, even better. He'll beat him until he's obedient and willingly hands you over to me, ha. You. Li Ziren was furious. She tried to call the police, but Lin Chen snatched her phone away. Meanwhile, at home, Lin Chen was looking after the kids when he saw Li Ziren's message and location. His expression shifted dramatically. He rushed to the garage after a quick word with Li Tianhong and his wife. Hey Xiaochen, where are you off to in such a hurry? They had never seen Lin Chen so frantic. He had always seemed so zen-like, indifferent to everything but his family. But now, what had him so agitated? He'll explain when I get back. Lin Chen's voice trailed off as he sped away in his car. On the road, he ran red lights and pushed the speed to 120 km/h. Holy crap, speeding through a commercial street. This kid's asking for death. Damn, he almost hit me. Going that fast. Is he drunk? Call an ambulance. Lin Chen's reckless speed drew curses from passers-by. Yet Lin Chen still felt it was too slow. He floored the accelerator, hitting 160 km/h. To put it in perspective, the maximum speed on a highway is 120 km/h, but Lin Chen was doing 160 on a crowded street. Speeding was one thing, but at this speed in a commercial area, hitting someone seemed inevitable. Yet Lin Chen didn't hit a soul. Thanks to the superhuman driving skill he acquired from the system, he was like a god behind the wheel, calm and safe despite the extreme speed. To save time, Lin Chen drove against the traffic. Up ahead, a large truck barreled toward him. Honk, honk. The truck driver frantically hit the horn and brakes, his mind blanking. This was at a collision was imminent. But Lin Chen sharply turned the wheel, tires screeching against the asphalt. Adrift. With a sleek drift, he avoided the truck. Holy shit. Inside the cab, the truck driver broke out in a cold sweat as he watched the Mercedes speed away. Meanwhile, Li Ziren, whose phone had been snatched, devised a plan. You want my WeChat? Fine, I'll give it to you. She figured she could just add him and delete him later once she got away. But Lin Chen laughed heartily. Sorry, beautiful, I've changed my mind. I want to take you to a hotel right now, ha. Scram. Li Ziren was genuinely enraged. Lin Chen's lewd remarks were nothing short of an insult to her. Haha, pretty girl, come out here. With that, Lin Chen reached his arm through the car window, attempting to drag her out. But just at that moment, Lin Chen, who had been speeding all the way, finally arrived in time. He got out of his car and immediately spotted a group of men surrounding a Tianhong sports car. And inside that Tianhong sports car was none other than his own wife. At that instant, a surge of fury rushed into Lin Chen's heart. His wife being sexually harassed by others. No man could ever tolerate such a thing. Honey. Seeing Lin Chen, Li Ziren called out excitedly. Lin Chen turned his head, but the very next second a heavy fist slammed into his face, sending him flying backward with a single blow. That punch carried considerable force from Lin Chen, who had already stepped onto the path of martial arts. The blow left Lin Chen bleeding from all 7 orifices, collapsing to the ground unconscious, his life hanging in the balance. You actually dared to lay hands on young Master Long. You're finished. The yellow-haired lackey could hardly believe it. Having followed Lin Chen for years, and relying on the power of the Long family, they had run rampant in Modu, always bullying others. Yet now Lin Chen had been beaten, and beaten severely. Lin Chen paid no heed to the man's words. His eyes were fixed solely on Li Ziren. Are you okay, honey? I'm fine, honey. Li Ziren opened the car door, stepped out, and threw herself into Lin Chen's arms, her face still filled with lingering fear. Don't be scared, honey. I'm here. At that moment Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that his wife was unharmed, or else he would have ground these men to dust. Young Master Long. Young Master Long. Several lackeys gathered around the unconscious Lin Chen, panicked. What the hell are you standing there for? Call an ambulance. Right, call an ambulance. Just as one of the lackeys pulled out his phone to make the call, Li Ziren and Lin Chen had already driven off in their respective cars. 10 minutes later. At home. Honey, I'm a bit worried about you hitting that man. Li Ziren said anxiously. That person seems to have quite a background. It's fine. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Don't worry, he'll handle everything. Mom. Li Ziren felt much more at ease. Besides, even if his background was formidable, so what? He was the one who had harassed her, first provoking them. And Lin Chen had only acted to protect her, a natural response as her husband. Even if the police came, the fault would lie with the other party. With that thought, Li Ziren let go of the matter entirely. Just then Li Tianhong and his wife rushed out, anxiously asking what had happened. Lin Chen and Li Ziren didn't hide anything and told them the truth. How despicable. People like that should be arrested and thrown in jail. Li Tianhong said furiously. As a father, he was naturally enraged that his daughter had nearly been molested. Lin Chen said calmly, Dad, I gave that man a beating. It's all settled now. Good hit. People like that deserve a beating. Li Tianhong fully approved of Lin Chen's actions, and Wu Yanfang also thought he had done the right thing. As a man, one must cherish and protect one's wife. Even if he suffered some bullying himself, he could never let his wife endure any harm. Clearly Lin Chen had done just that. Next, Lin Chen went upstairs to the 2nd floor of the villa to look after the child, casually turning on the TV. On the TV, a racing competition was being broadcast. The S12 Racing League Global Finals. A showdown between a South Korean racer and a Chinese racer, full of excitement. Lin Chen watched with keen interest while holding the 4th child in his arms. He was now something of a racing god himself. He naturally understood such racing programs. Soon, the racers representing their respective countries appeared. The commentator enthusiastically introduced them. First, he introduced the South Korean racer, Kim Min-jun, 22 years old. He had debuted at 17 and won the first Racing League World Championship for South Korea. In the following years, he had amassed countless awards, big and small, with remarkable achievements. He was practically a champion collector, a figure worthy of being recorded in the annals of the Racing League. The Chinese racer on the other side was a rising star from the past 2 years, Li Yuanhao, 3-time champion of the Racing League MSI competition. Equally formidable, he could be considered the top racer in China. Unfortunately, he had never won a world championship. If he could defeat Kim Min-jun today, then Li Yuanhao would become only the 2nd Grand Slam player in Racing League history. When the camera switched to Li Yuanhao's image, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. Isn't that my middle school classmate? When he first heard the commentator mention Li Yuanhao's name, Lin Chen hadn't connected the two. After all, there were many people with the same name in this world. But to his surprise, this Li Yuanhao really was his middle school classmate. I never thought after all these years had become a professional racer. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. Come to think of it, he and Li Yuanhao had gotten along quite well back in middle school. Li Yuanhao liked chasing girls and often asked Lin Chen for advice. And he was one of the few old classmates Lin Chen still occasionally kept in touch with after middle school graduation. So Lin Chen hoped he would win and defeat this South Korean racer. I declare the S12 Racing League Finals officially started. On the TV screen, the host shouted passionately. Then Kim Min-jun and Li Yuanhao each got into their race cars lined up behind the same white line. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, the 2 cars shot out like arrows from a bowstring. Wow! Everyone can see that Li Yuanhao has a very fast start, currently in the lead. It's the first curve. Kim Min-jun is still behind. Drift. Li Yuanhao executes a beautiful drift, gaining over 10 meters on Kim Min-jun. The crowd erupted in cheers, mostly from Chinese spectators. As Chinese, they naturally hoped Li Yuanhao would win this world championship. And with Li Yuanhao in the lead, it gave Chinese viewers hope for victory. However, Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly, because he could see a gap in their driving skills. Kim Min-jun's driving technique was clearly superior. The reason Li Yuanhao was in the lead was that Kim Min-jun was deliberately letting him. Sure enough, just over 10 seconds later at a corner, Kim Min-jun executed a stylish drift and overtook Li Yuanhao. Kid, I was just letting you have the lead earlier. Did you really think you had it made, eh? A cold smirk curled at the corner of Kim Min-jun's mouth as he spun the steering wheel, leaving Li Yuanhao far behind. A few minutes later, Kim Min-jun unsurprisingly claimed the championship. Damn it. Li Yuanhao clenched his fists in bitter frustration, having come so close to catching up. Though securing the runner-up position was impressive in his eyes, it was utterly worthless. For only the champion is etched into history, no one remembers the second place. His old classmate had lost the world championship, and Lin Chen naturally felt a pang of regret for him. Just then Li Tianhong rushed upstairs and said to Lin Chen, "Xiao Chen, trouble's here. Traffic police have come to the house looking for you." Traffic police. Lin Chen suddenly recalled that to save Li Ziren he had sped down the main road and run several red lights. It was only natural for the traffic police to track him down now. "They must be here to personally hand me a ticket," he said. With that, Lin Chen spoke, and then carrying Sibao followed Li Tianhong downstairs. In the first-floor living room of the villa stood several traffic police officers. As Lin Chen had guessed, they had come to issue him a citation. Speeding on a commercial street and running red lights demanded severe punishment. Mr. Lin. Yet upon seeing Lin Chen, the lead officer was utterly stunned. "You know me?" Lin Chen felt a flicker of confusion at the man's reaction. "Mr. Lin, how could I not recognize you?" The officer gazed at Lin Chen with adoration. "When you received the physics award abroad, I watched the entire live broadcast. Amazing. Mr. Lin, you're my idol." The police chief's voice trembled with excitement, like a fan meeting their hero. His stern demeanor instantly dissolved into a warm smile directed at Lin Chen. "Mr. Lin, may I take a photo with you?" Just as Lin Chen was about to respond, the chief eagerly added, "Well, of course." Lin Chen chuckled, never expecting the man to be his fan. A pleasant surprise. "Am I really this famous now?" The chief then opened his phone's camera, stood beside Lin Chen, and they took a selfie together. A photo with a physics laureate. The officer was overjoyed, already planning to post it on his moments. Witnessing this, Li Tianhong, his wife, and the two other officers were stunned. What was going on? Weren't they here to issue a ticket? Li Ziren, however, remained composed, for she had long known Lin Chen was a physics award winner. After the photo, the chief returned to reality. "Mr. Lin." He began, his tone now hesitant. Lin Chen, sensing his predicament, smiled and said, "Just follow the procedure. Impose whatever penalty is due." With Lin Chen's words, he graciously gave his fan an easy way out. In the end, Lin Chen had 6 points deducted from his license and was fined 200 yuan. The video of Lin Chen's high-speed driving was also posted on the public account of the Shanghai Police Department. Their original intention was to warn others against speeding and running red lights. Unexpectedly, just a few hours later, the footage was reposted on Douyin. Thanks to Douyin's intelligent algorithm, the video quickly went viral, naturally drawing countless netizen comments. "Holy crap, that's insane. Wow, daring to speed like that on a commercial street with drifting. Is he a professional racer? Gotta say, true masters are hidden among the people. Is this the god of Akina? So skilled that drift was incredibly tight. Must have scared the truck driver. Hey, I think he's better than Li Yuanhao. His driving could even rival Kim Min-jun. Above ID, even say he's stronger than Kim Min-jun. I agree. If this boss had competed in the S12 finals, the championship would never have gone to Korea. Anyone with big balls know who the owner of this Mercedes is. What a shame. S12 just lost to Korea, and our country's true racing god didn't compete. Such a pity." The video grew increasingly popular, and by the next day it had already garnered over 1 million likes. Comments numbered in the hundreds of thousands. It even made its way onto Weibo, capturing the attention of countless netizens. Meanwhile, in Waxia's capital, Beijing, inside a luxurious hotel, Kim Min-jun had just woken up and opened his phone, pulling up the video of his match against Li Yuanhao from the previous day. "Let's see how the Chinese netizens praise me," Kim Min-jun thought. Having won the championship so stylishly, surely the Chinese fans admired him, right? If the Mercedes god had replaced Li Yuanhao, the championship would definitely be China's. Kim Min-jun's face darkened. Mercedes god? Who's that? What a pity. The championship should have belonged to us Chinese. It just proves our country's true racing god didn't compete, otherwise Kim Min-jun would surely lose. After seeing that Mercedes owner's drift, I feel Kim Min-jun's skills are just so-so. I used to think Kim Min-jun was the world's best, but now I believe the Mercedes god is superior. What the hell? After scrolling through the comments, Kim Min-jun was dumbfounded. What's going on? I just won a world championship. Shouldn't everyone be praising me? Who the hell is this Mercedes owner? Utterly bewildered, he then followed the netizens' trail and found the so-called Mercedes owner's video. He carefully watched the footage, his brow furrowing. He felt it was just average. How was it better than him? Just a flashy drift. But he could drift too. This is so ridiculous. Kim Min-jun couldn't help but grumble. In his view, Chinese netizens were the epitome of sore losers. Disgusting. Truth be told, the taunting had provoked him, igniting his competitive spirit. An idea immediately surged in his mind. That idea was to race this Mercedes owner, to prove he was the world's best driver, and to slap the faces of those sore loser Chinese netizens. With that in mind, Kim Min-jun quickly registered a Weibo account and composed a post, "Hello everyone, I am Kim Min-jun. First, I'm delighted to have won the championship in yesterday's S12 finals of the Racing League. I was originally planning to return to Korea today, but I just saw a video online. A Mercedes owner speeding over 100 miles per hour on a commercial street. I'm sure many of you have seen it too. To be honest, I truly admire his driving skills. I believe he must be an exceptionally talented racer. So if anyone knows who this Mercedes owner is, I hope netizens can share the info or DM me directly. Because I really want to have a race with him." As soon as Jin Min-jun posted this Weibo update, it immediately shot to the top of the trending list. What? Jin Min-jun actually challenged the Mercedes owner to a race. Damn, I'm suddenly getting excited. What's going on? Countless netizens in China were electrified. In their eyes, the reason the S12 Racing League Championship had been seized by South Korea was that China had sent Li Yuanhao as its driver. If the Mercedes owner had taken the track, he might not have lost to the Koreans. Thus, Chinese netizens were fervently eager to see a showdown between the Mercedes owner and Jin Min-jun. However, there was one pressing issue: who exactly was the Mercedes owner? The video only revealed the license plate and the car emblem, not the driver's face. Unless they asked the Shanghai traffic police, who surely knew but would never disclose it. Yet the power of netizens proved formidable. After several hours of online sleuthing, they managed to uncover the owner's identity. Tianhong Group. That Mercedes G-Wagon with plate number 8888 belongs to the president of Tianhong Group. I can vouch for it. That G-Wagon with that plate is indeed the car of President Lin from Tianhong Group, because I used to be a security guard there. A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. The former security guard's statement was virtually a confirmation of the Mercedes owner's identity. Suddenly, all netizens knew that the person who had sped over 100 kilometers per hour and executed a stylish drift on the commercial street was none other than the president of Tianhong Group. At that moment, Lin Chen was unaware of the online storm. In fact, he seldom paid attention to internet news. That day, Lin Chen visited Tianhong Group at Xia Yuli's request. A document required his personal signature as president, which her assistant couldn't handle. "President Lin, did you race on the commercial street yesterday?" After signing the document, Lin Chen was about to head home when Xia Yuli suddenly asked, "How do you know about that?" Lin Chen was puzzled. "Netizens exposed it," Xia Yuli said with a smile. "Your license plate is just too flashy. 8888. After your racing video went viral, someone tracked you down." "What? My racing video went viral online?" Lin Chen was bewildered. How had he become famous again? "President Lin, you didn't know." Xia Yuli was taken aback. She had assumed he was already aware. Then she opened Douyin and found the video of Lin Chen's race, which had garnered over 2 million likes. "Here, President Lin, take a look." Lin Chen glanced at the video and confirmed it was true. Unbelievable. They even exposed my identity as president. Lin Chen marveled at the netizens' prowess. He had already kept a low profile. He rarely came to the company. Yet his identity as president had still been leaked online. "President Lin, please don't race next time. Stay safe," Xia Yuli said with concern. Though she didn't know why he had raced. But she knew Lin Chen must have had his reasons. Based on her understanding of him, he wouldn't engage in such dangerous behavior without cause. "I will," he replied, then turned and left. Xia Yuli wanted to say more, but she hesitated as she watched his retreating figure. At the company gate, Lin Chen slowly drove out in his G-Wagon. Just then a group of reporters who had been waiting rushed forward. Seeing this, Lin Chen had to break immediately. "Hello, we're reporters from Shanghai Daily. Are you President Lin?" A cute female reporter looked up and asked. Leaning against the car window, Lin Chen replied, "Yes, I am. What's the matter?" "Hello, could you please give a direct response to Mr. Jin Min-jun's challenge?" The female reporter pressed on. Lin Chen was startled. Jin Min-jun. Wasn't he the Korean racer who had beaten Li Yuanhao yesterday? Challenging him. Had the video gone viral and prompted a race invitation? "Sorry, I'm not interested," Lin Chen said, stepping on the accelerator and driving off. The reporters, annoyed by his aloofness, were quite displeased. After waiting so long at the gate, this was how he brushed them off. So upon returning, they sensationalized the story. Shock. Mercedes owner Mr. Lin rejects Jin Min-jun's challenge, claims he's unworthy to compete. Whoosh. As soon as this news was released, Lin Chen was thrust into the eye of the storm. Since posting that challenge on Weibo, Jin Min-jun had been glued to online updates, eagerly awaiting Lin Chen's response. But what arrived was this very headline. Unworthy. Jin Min-jun was instantly enraged. In his 7 or 8 years of professional racing, he had never encountered such arrogance. So he dropped all pretense and directly attacked Lin Chen online. "I didn't expect Mr. Lin to outright reject my challenge. However, since Mr. Lin claims I'm not worthy to compete with him, can I take that as an admission of fear? Forget it. It seems China's racing standard is just mediocre. Mockery. Naked mockery." Not only did he insult Lin Chen, but he also trampled on Chinese racing. Subsequently, many Korean fans flocked to Weibo to support Jin Min-jun. After all that fuss, he's just a coward. The Chinese are always bragging. The Mercedes owner was hyped up so much, but now he won't even accept the challenge. So laughable. Truth be told, Chinese racing is indeed inferior to ours in South Korea. I wonder where that Mercedes owner gets the confidence to say our Minjun Appa isn't worthy. Chicken. Seeing these posts, Chinese netizens naturally couldn't stay calm. So they fired back. For a time, the internet was ablaze with heated arguments over this matter. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was at home, changing the diaper for his eldest child, Lin Xinhua. Suddenly, Li Ziren entered the room frowning. Honey, did you give an interview to Shanghai Daily? Yes, Lin Chen recalled the reporters at the company gate. Let me show you a news piece, Li Ziren said. I don't think you would have said something like that. She then found a news article and handed it to Lin Chen. Shock. Mercedes owner Mr. Lin rejects Jean Minjun's challenge, claims he's unworthy to compete. Damn. After reading it, Lin Chen was speechless. What I actually said was that I had no interest in competing with him. How did it turn into he's unworthy to compete with me? These unscrupulous reporters, so good at taking things out of context. Li Ziren was also exasperated. Exactly. Because of that report, you're being vilified all over the internet. Forget it, let them be, Lin Chen said helplessly. If you argue with netizens, you lose. Li Ziren suddenly smiled and said, Honey, why don't you race this Jean Minjun? Lin Chen smiled back. Wifey, do you want me to race him? Of course not. Li Ziren shook her head. Racing was perilous. What if Lin Chen got hurt? Honey, I was just speaking casually. You don't have to race him. Li Ziren cautioned. Lin Chen nodded. Yet Lin Chen's resolve soon shifted. He stumbled upon a torrent of vitriolic comments online, particularly from netizens with South Korean IP addresses. They not only ridiculed him as a coward, but also dragged his family into the mud. In an instant, Lin Chen felt his composure crack. For Lin Chen, insults aimed at himself were tolerable, but slandering his family was something he could never abide. Thus, after consulting with Li Ziren, he decided to accept Kim Minjun's challenge. Lin Chen immediately logged into Tianhong Group's official Weibo account and reposted Kim Minjun's challenge post. I accept. Whoosh, his three-word response ignited a storm across the internet. Countless netizens could scarcely believe their eyes. None had anticipated Lin Chen's sudden acceptance. Meanwhile, upon receiving Lin Chen's reply, Kim Minjun broke into a smirk. Good, very good. I was afraid you'd dare not show up. This time he'll silence every Chinese spectator's arrogance. Kim Minjun promptly posted a Weibo update. 3 days from now at the Shanghai Racing Arena, 4 p.m. He'll be waiting for you. He then tagged Lin Chen in the post. After sending it, Kim Minjun tossed his phone aside and pulled the woman beside him into an embrace. 3 days later. Today was the day of the race against Kim Minjun. Li Ziren accompanied Lin Chen to the arena while their 4 children stayed home with Wu Yanfeng. Honey, are you nervous? Li Ziren asked, sweetly clinging to Lin Chen's arm. Lin Chen chuckled. What's there to be nervous about? Having weathered many grand occasions, he felt an unshakable calm. Even his college entrance exams hadn't left him this composed. Good, no nerves then, Li Ziren said with a radiant smile. Honey, if you win today, I'll reward you handsomely tonight. Deal, you said it. Lin Chen pinched her cheek, and suddenly his motivation surged. As for the reward, let your imagination wander. Lin Chen. Suddenly a voice interrupted their stroll. Lin Chen turned to see his old classmate Li Yuanhao. Seeing Li Yuanhao, Lin Chen recalled the race he had lost to Kim Minjun. Lin Chen, what a surprise running into you here. Li Yuanhao beamed with delight. They had been close friends since middle school, yet nearly a year had passed since their last meeting. Yet what a coincidence. Lin Chen was equally surprised. But he knew without asking that Li Yuanhao was here to watch the race. Lin Chen, is this your wife? Li Yuanhao glanced at Li Ziren and asked. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Yes, my wife. Li Yuanhao felt a pang of envy. He envied Lin Chen for finding such a stunning girlfriend. Why couldn't he manage the same? As China's top racing driver, he could snap his fingers and have countless beauties flock to him. But Li Yuanhao knew those women weren't genuine, they were after his wealth and fame. A beauty like Li Ziren who sought nothing from Lin Chen was a pipe dream. Thus his envy ran deep. Hello, I'm your husband's middle school classmate. Li Yuanhao greeted Li Ziren, who responded with a polite smile. Then he asked Lin Chen, you're here to watch the duel between the Benz god of speed and Kim Minjun, right? Come with me. I've got front row seats. Lin Chen checked the time. The race wouldn't start for a while. He took Li Ziren's hand and followed Li Yuanhao to a prime seat. Honey, would you like a drink? Li Ziren spotted a beverage stand nearby and asked. No soda, just get me some water. Sure, honey. She rose to fetch the water. By the way, Lin Chen, have you seen that video of the Benz god of speed racing? Li Yuanhao suddenly inquired. Lin Chen smiled. I have. Why? Nothing, just think he's impressive. As one of China's elite racers, Li Yuanhao could count on one hand the drivers he deemed truly skilled. The Benz god of speed was among them. Lin Chen chuckled, intrigued. So who do you think is stronger, the Benz god of speed or Kim Minjun? Li Yuanhao laughed. Why ask me that? Lin Chen grinned. Don't play coy. I know you're a racer now. I saw your race against Kim Minjun on TV the other day. Damn, you caught that. Li Yuanhao was thrilled. Had hoped to show off in front of his old friend, but since Lin Chen already knew his identity, there was no need to pretend anymore. Honestly, I think. Li Yuanhao dragged out his words. The Benz god of speed is formidable, clearly a professional, but beating Kim Minjun, that's a tall order. As he spoke, he recalled the terror of being dominated by Kim Min-jun. Li Yuanho's skills ranked among China's top 3, yet Kim Min-jun had utterly crushed him, leaving him over 150 meters behind. The defeat had been hopeless. Knowing Kim Min-jun's terrifying prowess, Li Yuanhao doubted the Ben's god of speed could triumph. I wouldn't be so sure, Lin Chen countered with a smile. Li Yuanhao said nothing more. After all, Lin Chen knew nothing about racing and had never faced Kim Min-jun. How could he grasp the man's fearsome strength? Speaking of which, I'm curious what the Ben's god of speed looks like. Li Yuanhao smiled. But we'll find out soon. The race starts in 10 minutes. Lin Chen chuckled. Actually, you already know. Just then the announcer's voice boomed across the arena. Mr. Kim Min-jun and Mr. Lin, please come to me for pre-race warm-up. The competition is about to begin. Thunderous cheers erupted through the venue. Hearing this, Lin Chen rose and strode toward the announcer. Lin Chen, what are you doing? Li Yuanhao asked, bewildered. He assumed Lin Chen was heading to the restroom and kindly called out, Lin Chen, that's not the way. The restroom is— Lin Chen, that's not the direction to the restroom, it's on your left. Upon hearing Li Yuanho's words, Lin Chen replied with a faint smile, I'm not going to the restroom. I'm going to compete with Kim Min-jun. With that, Lin Chen continued walking toward the stage. Compete? Li Yuanho's face suddenly twisted with astonishment. Could Lin Chen be the legendary Mercedes god of racing? No way. Since when did Lin Chen know anything about racing? Li Yuanhao found it hard to believe. Just then Li Ziren returned with the drinks she had bought. Li Yuanhao quickly asked, Sister-in-law, did you come here today with Brother Chen to watch him compete against Kim Min-jun? That's right, Li Ziren said with a smile. To be precise, I'm here to cheer for my husband. By the way, where is my husband? Li Ziren looked around, but couldn't spot Lin Chen. He's already gone up to the stage. Li Yuanhao pointed in a direction, his smile tinged with bitterness. He had never imagined that Lin Chen was the Mercedes god of racing he had wanted to meet. No wonder he said I'd already met him. Li Yuanhao recalled Lin Chen's earlier words and couldn't help but find it amusing. However, he quickly accepted the reality and silently began cheering for Lin Chen in his heart. He hoped Lin Chen would defeat Kim Min-jun and avenge him. Meanwhile, on the stage, inside the lounge, when Lin Chen walked in, Kim Min-jun immediately spotted him and recognized the internet-famous Mercedes god of racing and his opponent. Hello. Kim Min-jun, holding his helmet, greeted politely. Hello. Lin Chen responded. A staff member nearby handed Lin Chen a professional racing suit and helmet. Pointing to the changing room, the staff member said, Mr. Lin, please put on the racing suit. The race is about to begin. No need. Lin Chen shook his head. He wasn't keen on wearing such heavy clothing. Of course, it was mainly because it was too troublesome to change. Are you sure you don't want to change? The staff member frowned. Lin Chen said calmly, Is there a rule that says I must wear a racing suit? Well, there's no such rule. The racing suit wasn't mandatory, but it was primarily for safety. Since racing suits usually come with wrist guards, knee pads, and helmets, they can protect the driver to some extent in the event of an accident. Therefore, most racers wouldn't refuse to wear a racing suit. After all, while the race was important, it paled in comparison to one's own life. So pretentious. Kim Min-jun couldn't help but mutter in disdain. In his 7 or 8 years of professional racing, this was the first time he had encountered such an arrogant opponent. He wasn't even wearing a racing suit. Wasn't he afraid of death? Or did he simply not take him seriously? Did he think his car couldn't catch up and wouldn't harm him? Thinking this, Kim Min-jun's face darkened. Kid, I'm going to wipe the floor with you. Since Lin Chen refused to wear the racing suit, the staff didn't force the issue. Can we start now? Lin Chen asked. He was in a hurry to get back to take care of his child. On the other side, Kim Min-jun had finished his warm-up and nodded to the host. The host then stepped onto the stage and announced passionately, Thank you all fans and audience for coming to watch the race. Good afternoon, everyone. Now our race is about to begin. Let's welcome the 2 racers to the track. As the host finished speaking, Lin Chen and Kim Min-jun emerged from the lounge and walked toward the track. Appa, my brother is so handsome. Fighting my idol. The scene erupted with the screams of countless female fans, all shouting, Appa, clearly supporters of Kim Min-jun. In contrast, the cheers for Lin Chen were pitifully sparse. After all, Lin Chen was an ordinary person who kept a low profile, and only a few recognized him. Holy crap, the Mercedes god of racing is a physics prize winner. No wonder he looked so familiar. He's this year's physics prize winner. Hey, a physicist racing a professional driver. I don't get it. It's just asking for humiliation. I also think he's 100% going to lose, sigh. The audience who recognized Lin Chen immediately lost faith in him. As the saying goes, everyone has their own expertise. You might be unmatched in the field of physics, but racing isn't physics. Moreover, his opponent was Kim Min-jun. Kim Min-jun, who had just won the S12 Racing League Championship, the most famous racer in South Korea. However, even if everyone doubted Lin Chen, Li Ziren continued to silently cheer for Lin Chen. Is everyone ready? After Lin Chen and Kim Min-jun got into their cars, a referee came between the 2 vehicles and asked, Okay, ready? Hearing their responses, the referee raised his paintball gun and fired a shot into the sky. Bang! Amidst the cheers of a group of sexy car models, the two race cars shot forward like arrows from a bow. Appa fighting. Wow, Appa is far ahead, so strong and amazing. Oh no, Appa is being caught up. Suddenly Kim Min-jun's fangirls' faces changed. On the track, Lin Chen, who had started slower, quickly caught up to Kim Min-jun after accelerating through the first corner. Not bad, pretty fast. Even after being overtaken by Lin Chen, Kim Min-jun remained unfazed, constantly accelerating using his extensive racing experience. However, Lin Chen, eager to get home early, didn't hold back either. From Kim Min-jun's perspective, he seemed on the verge of catching Lin Chen. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen's speed suddenly increased by a notch, widening the gap between them again. How is that possible? Kim Min-jun couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This was way too fast. In his 7 or 8 years of professional racing, he had never encountered such a terrifying opponent. Lin Chen's strength was suffocating. It's the second lap now, and we can see Mr. Lin Chen is far ahead. What strategy will Mr. Kim Min-jun use to catch up to Mr. Lin Chen? The commentator announced passionately from the stage, making Kim Min-jun's female fans anxious. Appa fighting. I believe in my brother, he can do it. Right? Appa is just letting his opponent have a head start, he'll overtake him soon. Only the last lap remains. Kim Min-jun was now frantic. Only one lap was left. If he didn't find a way to catch up, he would truly lose. Suddenly another corner appeared ahead. Kim Min-jun's eyes lit up as if he saw the only hope of victory. Vroom vroom. Kim Min-jun continuously accelerated. Normally everyone would slow down slightly when approaching a corner. However, Kim Min-jun chose to accelerate. Moi. Lin Chen could see Kim Min-jun relentlessly pursuing him through the rearview mirror. This guy he isn't thinking of. Lin Chen's train of thought was cut short as Kim Min-jun's car kept edging into his lane, trying to push him off the track. Sorry, I win. A smile curled at the corner of Kim Min-jun's mouth. Slight contact during a corner isn't considered a foul unless it causes an accident. However, Kim Min-jun, with his extensive competition experience, could perfectly control the balance to make everything look natural. The two cars were getting closer and closer, on the verge of colliding. But suddenly, Lin Chen's car tilted sharply. Kim Min-jun was instantly dumbfounded. What kind of godly maneuver was this? Lin Chen executed a side drift. Without giving him any chance to make contact, the entire car tilted and performed a graceful drift. Holy shit. Kim Min-jun was astounded. He never imagined Lin Chen could pull off such a move. Even he didn't know how to perform a side drift. Besides being difficult to learn, it was simply too dangerous. A slight mistake could lead to a rollover and a fatal crash. I lost. Watching the car disappear into the distance, a bitter smile spread across Kim Min-jun's lips. At this moment, all his fighting spirit had vanished because he knew he had lost completely, even after resorting to underhanded tactics. While Mr. Lin Chen has crossed the finish line first. He has won this race. On stage, the host and commentator were equally thrilled and incredulous. At the same time, the entire racing arena erupted in cheers, mostly from Lin Chen's supporters. Kim Min-jun's female fans looked grim, unable to believe their Appa had lost. Oh my god, brother Chen actually won. He defeated Kim Min-jun. At this moment, Li Yuanhao was also shocked, followed by overwhelming excitement. Lin Chen's victory over Kim Min-jun meant he had avenged him. Li Ziren was also very excited, but not surprised, because in her heart Lin Chen was always the best. Finally, I can go home. Lin Chen got out of the car. He didn't bask in the joy of victory, but looked in Li Ziren's direction and walked toward her. Mr. Lin, wait. Suddenly Kim Min-jun's voice sounded from behind. What's up? Lin Chen turned around and looked at him. Kim Min-jun asked reluctantly, that side drift you did earlier, how did you manage that? Lin Chen smiled upon hearing this and said, what? Want to learn it? I can teach you. These words caused Kim Min-jun's face to freeze instantly. At that moment, he finally realized that he had not only lost in driving skill, but also in character. Lin Chen's integrity and magnanimity deeply moved him. Mr. Lin, I acknowledge my inferiority and accept defeat. Thank you for teaching me a lesson. After saying this, Kim Min-jun gave a slight bow to Lin Chen. This was a way of showing respect in South Korea. Don't mention it. Your driving skills are quite impressive too. Lin Chen returned the compliment, then turned and walked away. Meanwhile, the result of the race between Lin Chen and Kim Min-jun quickly became a trending topic on various platforms. Countless Chinese netizens felt a surge of pride. Just a few days ago, Kim Min-jun had won the S12 Racing League Championship, winning the championship on Chinese soil, defeating a Chinese competitor. What a humiliation that was. But now some face had been saved. For a time, Lin Chen's name even spread to South Korea, becoming a hot topic of discussion. Lin Chen naturally wouldn't bother with the online chatter. After leaving the racing arena, he intended to take Li Ziren straight home. But in the end, Li Ziren dragged him to a nearby snack street. Honey, I haven't had stinky tofu in ages. I want some stinky tofu. Li Ziren hugged Lin Chen's arm and said sweetly, Lin Chen, do all girls like stinky tofu? Lin Chen himself wasn't particularly fond of it, but since his wife liked it, he would definitely buy some for Li Ziren. Boss, give me one serving of stinky tofu. Coming right up. 10 yuan. Young man, scan the code here. After paying and waiting about half a minute, Lin Chen took the stinky tofu from the boss and handed it to Li Ziren. Here for you. Hee, thank you, honey, Li Ziren said with a sweet smile, looking as happy as a child, which made Lin Chen feel both helpless and fond. Wait, your shoelace is untied. Suddenly noticing something, Lin Chen crouched down in front of Li Ziren. Li Ziren looked down and saw that her shoelace had come undone at some point, and Lin Chen was carefully tying it for her. Moved by the gesture, Li Ziren pulled out her phone's camera and recorded the scene of Lin Chen tying her shoelace. Hey, look at someone else's boyfriend. A group of girls and a few guys happened to pass by and witnessed Lin Chen tying Li Ziren's shoelaces. While other people's boyfriends are so good, unlike my boyfriend, a total straight guy who never takes the initiative. My ex was the same. If he had been a bit more proactive and thoughtful, I wouldn't have broken up with him. Whoa, I'm so jealous. I wish I could experience having a handsome guy tie my shoelaces. Several girls fantasized, whispering among themselves. The three guys nearby heard the girls' comments and found them ridiculous. Come on, if I had a girlfriend that good-looking, I'd not only tie her shoelaces, but also wash her socks every day. Wash her socks. Your ulterior motives are so obvious, I'm embarrassed to call you out. Wait, does anyone actually think washing your girlfriend's socks is a punishment? Whether it's a punishment or not depends on the face and legs of the girlfriend. Haha, I love listening to Brother Chong talk, it's too real. After tying Li Ziren's shoelaces, the two strolled aimlessly down the snack street. After a while, Li Ziren found it boring. Checking the time, she suggested, honey, why don't we go see a movie? A movie? Lin Chen thought to himself that it had been a long time since he had watched one. More importantly, he had never watched a movie with Li Ziren. So Lin Chen nodded and said, sure, is there any good movie playing lately? Yes. Peach Blossom Hero vs. Chrysanthemum Monster. Zhou Huiman has been recommending it to me, saying it's really good. Alright, let's go see that one then. Okay. Subsequently, Li Ziren bought 2 tickets, and they went to a nearby cinema. 20 minutes later, they settled into their seats in the theater. The movie began shortly after. Lin Chen glanced around and noticed there weren't many people. Most were sitting in the front few rows. The row where he and Li Ziren sat was completely empty. After the movie started, they watched normally for half an hour, only to find it quite boring. Honey, this movie isn't good at all. Li Ziren leaned into Lin Chen's arms, and he wrapped an arm around her. Then what do you want to watch? Lin Chen gave Li Ziren a kiss and asked out of the blue. Off. Li Ziren thought of something, her pretty face, flushing, growing warm. Instantly, an atmosphere of intimacy rapidly intensified between them. As an indescribable scene unfolded inside the cinema at the first hospital of Modu, a woman adorned in jewels asked a doctor with agitation, Doctor, how is my chainer doing? The doctor let out a deep sigh. The situation is dire. Although his vital signs are stable, the brain injury is severe. He may never wake up. In simple terms, he will likely be a vegetable. The doctor's words struck Qin Jingfen like a thunderbolt, exploding in her mind. A vegetable. Upon hearing this, Long Boss face turned pale, as he couldn't bear the thought that his son might never awaken. Doctor, is there really no hope? The doctor sighed, shook his head, and left the ward. Who did this to my son? Long Bo was furious, his body exuding a fierce, murderous intent. A butler said fearfully, Master, according to Long Chen's friends, they were chatting up a beautiful woman on the roadside when her husband showed up. He dared not continue. The implication was clear. Long Bo raged, fine. Very well. Beating my son like this'll tear you apart. Just then a helpless voice sounded at the door. Second brother, I'm afraid this revenge cannot be taken. A dignified middle-aged man walked in. Big brother, Long Bo called out. This man was his elder brother Long Hua, the head of the Long family in Modu. Big brother, what do you mean by that? Can't the Long family rule with an iron fist in Modu? Long Bo frowned in confusion. Long Hua sighed, I investigated. The one who beat Long Chen is no ordinary person. He's likely from the Lin family of the capital. The Lin family of the capital. At these words, everyone present showed a look of dread. Modu had 4 top-tier families, and the Long family was one of them. However strong as the Long family was, they were not the most fearsome in all of Huaxia. That title belonged to the Lin family of the capital. The Lin family was the sun that never set over Huaxia, with influence over every inch of land touched by the morning sun. It was unimaginably powerful. To put it bluntly, before the Lin family, the Long family was nothing but a mere junior. Long Bo protested, so what if it's the Lin family? There are so many of them, can the authorities really keep track if I kill just one? Long Hua replied helplessly, if it were an ordinary Lin family member, killing them might be manageable. But that person is a direct descendant of the Lin family. As a top-tier family, the Long family quickly uncovered Lin Chen's hidden identity. What? A direct descendant of the Lin family? Long Boss' face changed, and he was struck speechless. He never expected that the one who harmed his son was a Lin descendant. It seemed this revenge was truly impossible. If he sought it, the Lin family would not stand idly by, and the Long family couldn't bear their wrath. In a fit of rage, they might even annihilate the entire Long family. Damn it, why did it have to be a Lin descendant? Long Bo felt a chill run through him, forced to swallow his anger. Son, I'm sorry. Your father can't avenge you. I'm sorry. Long Bo spoke to Long Chun, who lay in the hospital bed, filled with self-reproach. Why can't we take revenge? Just because he's a Lin descendant. Chen Jingfen gritted her teeth. No, this revenge must be taken. Longbo snapped at her. Shut up. What do you know, you foolish woman? Do you understand how powerful the Lin family is? Seeing her husband's cowardice, Chen Jingfen exploded, shoving him hard. Longbo, I look down on you. Your son is a vegetable, and you're willing to tolerate it. Do you even deserve to be a father? Chen Jingfen ranted like a shrew, her face harsh, as she berated Longbo. Longhua spoke up. Sister-in-law, let this go for now. As the head of the Long family, all had to heed him. Chen Jingfen was disappointed that even Longhua was so spineless. If you want to take revenge, I will. With that, she rushed out in agitation. Sister-in-law, Longhua said helplessly. Brother, go after her. Don't let her do anything rash. Longbo immediately gave chase. Sometime later, Chen Jingfen hid in a secluded corner of a park and made a call. Cousin. She sobbed, her voice tearful. Cousin, what's wrong? Tell me who bullied you. Ji Kun's heart ached at the sound of her crying. Cousin Chainer has been beaten into a vegetable, Chen Jingfen said, on the verge of collapse. What? Ji Kun's face turned ashen. He felt immense pain and anguish, even more intense than Long Bo's reaction. This was because Long Chun was actually his son. Yes, over 20 years ago, he had cuckolded Long Bo. He had made Chen Jingfen bear him Long Chun. However, Long Bo remained in the dark, a hapless fool unaware of the green hat atop his head. Who did this? Ji Kun gritted his teeth. Tell me, an ill-avenged Chainer. The next day, the weather was pleasant. Lin Chen brought all 4 babies downstairs to bask in the sun. However, due to some company matters, Li Tianhong and his wife were away, and Li Xiren had gone out to buy groceries. At home, only Lin Chen and the 4 babies remained. The 4 babies crawled around on the outdoor mat. At 4 months old, though their limbs weren't very agile, they had started to crawl slowly. Congratulations, host, for taking the babies to sunbathe. Reward blueprint for mechanical guard. Suddenly, the father's system chimed. A blueprint appeared in the system inventory. Lin Chen took it out and examined it, a look of awe on his face. The mechanical guard could be understood as a robot bodyguard, but it was 100 times more formidable. Ordinary bodyguards were no match for it. Crucially, the mechanical guard also had domestic functions. It could do laundry, cook, mop floors, and even repair appliances. It was like a free all-purpose nanny with martial arts skills. This reward is amazing. Lin Chen was satisfied. It was the most gratifying reward he had received in a while. However, developing a mechanical guard was costly, and the materials were very hard to find. So Lin Chen had to set the blueprint aside for now. Just as Lin Chen put away the blueprint, the villa's front door was kicked open with a loud bang. A burly middle-aged man strode in. It was Ji Kun. These are your kids, aren't they? Good, very good. He'll make you taste this pain too, ha ha ha. Ji Kun swept a glance at the 4 babies and laughed maniacally, exuding an evil aura. Who are you? Lin Chen asked cautiously as the man approached. The babies continued crawling and playing, not even glancing at Ji Kun as they were too young to understand. Lin Chen, you turned my son into a vegetable. Today I'll avenge him. Ji Kun brandished a dagger and charged at Lin Chen. With a thud, Lin Chen, though not an expert, had stepped into the realm of martial arts. He kicked Ji Kun back, sending the dagger clattering to the floor. How is this possible? Ji Kun's face changed. He hadn't expected Lin Chen to be a trained fighter. Ji Kun had served a few years in the military and earned the title of Warrior King in his unit, making him exceptionally skilled. That was why he had boldly come after Lin Chen with a knife. Suddenly, several figures leaped in from the yard, standing before Lin Chen. Young master, are you alright? Who are you? Lin Chen asked. Lung Xian explained. Young master, we are Lin family guards secretly arranged by old Mo to protect you. I am Lung Xian. I see. Lin Chen nodded, unaware that old Mo had assigned guards to watch over him. In that case, help me throw this man out. Lin Chen pointed at Ji Kun. Ji Kun, quick to react, and realizing the situation was against him, turned to flee. Stop. As he reached the door, Lung Xian subdued him, pressing his head to the ground. You'd better kill me now, or else. Huh. Ji Kun laughed in fury, completely unhinged. Lung Xian, take him away. My wife will be back from grocery shopping soon, Lin Chen said calmly. Li Xiren would return shortly. Lin Chen didn't want her to witness such a violent scene. Understood, young master. Lung Xian ordered the other guards, take him away. Don't frighten the young master's family here. Yes. In an instant, Ji Kun was taken away by Lung Xian and the others, and the villa fell silent again. But Lin Chen's heart was not at ease. He felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, he had been home today. If he hadn't, and Ji Kun had come with a knife for revenge, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Although the Lin family guards were watching from the shadows, they weren't on 247 personal protection. The guards didn't live in the villa. It seems I need to develop a mechanical guard to station at home, Lin Chen thought. Having an intelligent robot guard at home could not only serve as a nanny, but more importantly protect the family around the clock. That way, if he had to leave for a few days, he could rest easy. Lin Chen had initially put this matter on hold, but Ji Kun's appearance forced him to prioritize family safety. With that thought, he immediately picked up his phone and called his assistant Xia Yuli. Hello, President Lin. Xia Yuli's voice came through. Do something for me, Lin Chen said. They'll send you a file with some mechanical materials and parts. Collect them for me. Some materials may be expensive, so use the company account. No matter the cost, make sure to buy them all. Hearing this, Xia Yuli realized Lin Chen was likely gearing up for another research project. The first time he developed the Tianhong sports car, he had sent her a similar file to procure materials and parts. Understood, President Lin. Xia Yuli replied without hesitation. Good, that's all for now. They'll send the file shortly. Hanging up, Lin Chen carried the 4 babies to the second floor of the villa. He then brought a laptop from the room to the living room, keeping an eye on the babies while typing on the keyboard. 10 minutes later, he had written down the materials and parts needed for the mechanical guard. He converted the content into a document and sent it directly to Xia Yuli, who immediately got to work. Buzz. His phone rang. Lin Chen glanced at the number. Though unmarked, he recognized it as Mo Shenggus. Young master, are you alright? Mo Shengu asked with concern. I'm fine, Lin Chen replied. Mo Shengu added, good. Young master, I've investigated. This matter is related to the Long family. Rest assured it'll make them pay. The Long family. Lin Chen asked, is that the rich kid I beat up last time? He's from the Long family. Yes, young master. Then they should indeed pay a price, Lin Chen said calmly. Last time his wife had narrowly escaped harassment, and he had arrived just in time. He had slapped Long Chen away thinking that was lenient enough. He hadn't expected Long Chen's father to seek revenge. Lin Chen usually didn't stir trouble and kept a low, easygoing profile, but that didn't mean he was a saint without a temper. After finishing the call with old Mo, he tossed his phone aside and continued playing with the babies. Meanwhile, at the Long family. What's going on? Longting Group is facing a debt crisis. Are you joking? Longbo listened to his subordinates report, utterly bewildered. Longting Group, part of the Long family, was the cornerstone of their power. Though the family had countless assets, all were run through Longting Group. Without it, the Long family would be finished, completely finished. What happened? Go find out. Long Hua roared, unable to accept this fact. The subordinate said fearfully, masters, we've already found out. The Lin family struck from behind. They targeted our business system, forcing all our partners to break contracts. Bang. At these words, Long Bo and Long Hua's minds reeled, and they could barely breathe. The Lin family. Why the Lin family? Long Hua was both aggrieved and confused. Turning Long Chen into a vegetable isn't enough. Now they want to wipe us out. Then realization dawned on Long Bo. He whirled around, his sharp gaze fixed on Chen Jingfen. Tell me, did you send someone to seek revenge against that Lin descendant? Tell me, did you send someone to take revenge on that Lin family descendant? Hearing Long Bo's interrogation, Chen Jingfen sneered coldly. So what? He turned my son into a vegetable. How could I let him off easily? You fool. Long Bo roared in fury. Slap. Long Bo dealt a heavy slap across Chen Jingfen's face, causing blood to trickle from the corner of her mouth. Long Bo, you coward, how dare you hit me? Chen Jingfen's face twisted in rage like a shrew as she lunged at him, and they tussled together. Enough. Long Hua spoke coldly. What's the use of quarreling now? The key is to deal with the Lin family's retaliation. Big brother, do you have a plan? Long Bo pushed Chen Jingfen away and asked Long Hua. Long Hua's eyes sharpened as he said, there's only one way. To apologize to the Lin family and seek forgiveness. With that said, Long Hua wasted no time using every connection at his disposal to contact Mo Shengu. Although the top-tier family was on the verge of collapse, its foundation still remained. Before long, they managed to reach Mo Shengu. However, upon learning it was the Long family head, Mo Shengu retorted with a single sentence. What use is apologizing to me? You've offended my young master. Mo Shengu said coldly, then hung up the phone without another word. On the other side, the two Long brothers' hearts sank. They had exhausted every effort to contact Mo Shengu only for him to utter a single sentence and hang up. Big brother, what do we do now? Long Bo asked anxiously. Long Hua, being astute, immediately pinpointed the crux of the issue. We should go apologize to that Lin family descendant, since Mo Shengu is merely his servant. The Lin family descendant? You mean Lin Chen? Long Bo had already gathered some information about Lin Chen, including his status as president of Tianhong Group, but had been unable to use it for fear of retaliation. Now, however, this information proved useful. At least they knew Lin Chen's address and company location. Yes, let's go apologize to Lin Chen. Long Hua cast a cold glance at Chen Jingfen and said sternly, you're coming with us. Apologize? Impossible. Chen Jingfen gritted her teeth. Apologizing to the enemy who had turned her son into a vegetable was something she couldn't do. It was worse than death. You dare refuse. With that, Long Bo slapped Chen Jingfen again, fuming. If it weren't for your reckless actions, would the Long family be facing such a life-or-death crisis? At that moment, Li Ziren had returned home after buying groceries. Honey, after lunch, could you go to Tianhong Group? Li Ziren said to Lin Chen. Lin Chen asked, what's up? Why go to the company? Li Ziren replied, it seems there's a big deal. My mom said she's not sure if she has time to negotiate it. If she doesn't, you can handle it. Lin Chen nodded, understanding now. Alright, I'll go check it out after lunch. Before long, Li Ziren had prepared the meal. 3 dishes and a soup. Braised pork trotters, stir-fried clams, spicy chicken, and seaweed egg drop soup. After lunch, Lin Chen put the babies to sleep, told Li Ziren, and headed to the company. At Tianhong Group, Wu Yanfang was chatting with a major client. The other party was the general manager of Tianrui Technology, but he was only in his early 20s, truly a young achiever. Zhou Hong's gaze swept over Wu Yanfang. Chong Sam stockings high heels. A hint of covetousness flickered in his eyes. Zhou Hong was also a scoundrel preferring older married women with a rather depraved taste. President Zhou. Sensing Zhou Hong's lingering gaze, Wu Yanfang felt deeply repulsed. This Zhou Hong was the same age as her son-in-law, yet he leered at her so lasciviously, causing her physical discomfort. But as a business partner, she could only force a strained smile. Oh. Zhou Hong snapped back to reality and said with a smile, regarding the collaboration with Tianhong Company, I see no issues. Alright, since there's no problem, let's sign the contract now. Wu Yanfang said, handing him the contract. Wait, I only said there's no issue, not that I'm willing to cooperate with your company. Zhou Hong suddenly changed his tone, staring at Wu Yanfang. Of course, if Aunt Wu is willing to spend a night with me, I think our cooperation will go very smoothly. Upon hearing this, Wu Yanfang's expression instantly changed. You're dreaming. Wu Yanfang was furious, feeling a sense of humiliation, as she never expected Zhou Hong to be so perverse. Well, it seems we can't cooperate then. In that case, I won't force it. Zhou Hong smiled, rose from his seat, and left. Wu Yanfang did not stop him. At that moment, she was extremely angry. In her 40 years of life, this was the first time she had encountered such a depraved client. Zhou Hong walked out of Tianhong Group. He happened to run into Lin Chen at the entrance. Zhou Hong was slightly taken aback. Wasn't this his middle school classmate? Lin Chen. Zhou Hong called out. Lin Chen turned his head and saw Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong. It's me, old classmate. Long time no see. Zhou Hong said with a smile that seemed insincere. At that moment, Lin Chen's mind recalled his impression of Zhou Hong. Back in middle school, Zhou Hong was the most mischievous and troublesome student in the class. Fighting, smoking, sleeping in class. He was constantly causing trouble at school. In the second year of middle school, Zhou Hong was expelled after a group fight. After that, he didn't continue his education and went home to inherit the family business. Lin Chen, why are you here? Are you working at this company? Zhou Hong suddenly asked. Seeing Lin Chen at the entrance of Tianhong Group, he assumed Lin Chen worked there. Yeah. Lin Chen replied modestly. Zhou Hong then asked, aren't you a graduate from a 211 university? Yes. Lin Chen nodded. Shanghai Normal University was indeed a 211 university. Zhou Hong felt a secret thrill upon hearing this. So what if he graduated from a 211? In the end, he was just a low-level employee at a company. As for himself, though he only had a middle school education through his own relentless efforts and the 100 million his family had funded, now he was the president of a large company. He and Lin Chen were from completely different worlds. Lin Chen, how about you come work at my company? Zhou Hong said with a smile, for old-time sake, I can look out for you. Of course, Zhou Hong was just being polite, making it sound like he was extending an olive branch. In reality, he simply wanted to show off how well he was doing. However, Lin Chen directly refused. Sorry, I'm doing fine here. I'm not interested in switching jobs. This immediately annoyed Zhou Hong. But just then, a black Maybach pulled up at the entrance. Three figures stepped out: Long Bo, Long Hua, and Chen Jingfen. Seeing them, Zhou Hong was momentarily stunned. He then waved at them and asked, Uncle, second uncle, Aunt, what are you doing here? However, Long Hua only glanced at Zhou Hong indifferently. Then his gaze shifted to Lin Chen. Excuse me, are you young master Lin Chen? Approaching Lin Chen, Long Hua asked excitedly. What's the matter? And who are you? Lin Chen looked at him calmly, a puzzled expression on his face. Thud. The next moment, Long Hua knelt down directly, leaving Zhou Hong completely stunned. Uncle, what are you doing? Get up. Zhou Hong was dumbfounded, even wondering if he was still dreaming as he kept rubbing his eyes. His uncle Long Hua was the head of the Long family. Zhou Hong owed much of his current success to his uncle Long Hua's support. Yet how could his esteemed uncle kneel before Lin Chen, a mere employee? Young Master Lin, I'm sorry, please spare our Long family. Long Hua knelt before Lin Chen, pleading humbly. Lin Chen immediately understood. They were from the Long family. Thud. As Long Hua's words fell, Long Bo also knelt before Lin Chen. Young Master Lin, my son Long Chen offended you inadvertently. I hope you can be magnanimous and let it go and spare the Long family. Long Bo begged bitterly, as humble as a dog. You wretch, come over and apologize to young Master Lin at once. Long Bo turned and shouted at the still-dazed Chen Jingfen. Chen Jingfen gritted her teeth. The atmosphere had reached this point, and it would be improper for her not to kneel. Thud. The next moment, Chen Jingfen also knelt before Lin Chen. At that instant, Zhou Hong felt his mind buzzing incessantly, nearly fainting. Uncle, second uncle, Aunt. What are you doing? Why are you kneeling to a low-level employee? Zhou Hong was utterly bewildered and confused. To use an internet meme, he couldn't figure it out even after inhaling a tank of gas. Shut up. Long Hua barked sternly. Zhou Hong immediately fell silent. Young Master Lin, my nephew is ignorant, please don't take it to heart. Long Hua said to Lin Chen with a fawning smile, afraid that Zhou Hong's words might anger Lin Chen again. All of you get up. Lin Chen said calmly. Regarding the Ji-Kuan incident, Lin Chen had already investigated and confirmed it had nothing to do with the Long family. Because Ji Kuan was hired by Chun Jingfen, the two Long brothers were unaware. Old Mo had already informed him of this. Young Master Lin, does this mean you forgive our Long family? Long Hua's face lit up with joy as he asked. Did I say that? Lin Chen fixed his gaze on Long Hua, who was momentarily at a loss for words. Then Lin Chen asked Long Bo, you said earlier that Long Chun is your son. Yes, young Master Lin, Long Chun is my son. Long Bo nodded repeatedly with a flattering smile. That's strange. Lin Chen suddenly recalled that when Ji Kuan had sought revenge on him, he had claimed it was for his son. But now Long Bo said Long Chun was his son. Whose son was he? Surely he couldn't have two fathers. Lin Chen vaguely sensed something amiss. He glanced at Chun Jingfen, then said to Long Bo, let me give you some advice, go get a paternity test with Long Chun. You might have been cuckolded. Go get a paternity test with Long Chun. You might have been cuckolded. Lin Chen said indifferently. Long Bo's face changed. He had been cuckolded. Long Hua and Zhou Hong were also stunned, never expecting Lin Chen to suddenly blurt out such a statement. Long Bo, don't listen to his nonsense. How could I possibly cheat on you? Long Chun is your biological son. At this moment Chun Jingfen was the most flustered, trying to defend herself. She knew better than anyone whose child Long Chun was, but she couldn't let anyone know, especially Long Bo. Otherwise she would be dead for sure. Young Master Lin, are you joking with me? Long Bo's face twitched as he forced a smile at Lin Chen. His wife had cuckolded him. He, the second-in-command of the Long family, had been made a cuckold. He too couldn't believe it was true. Whether it's a joke or not, won't you know by getting a paternity test? With that, Lin Chen walked away. Long Bo didn't chase after him. At that moment, only one thought echoed in his mind. Had he really been cuckolded? Long Bo, you have to believe me. I would never betray you. Don't listen to his wild accusations. Chun Jingfen gripped Long Bo's hand emotionally. Long Bo looked at her panicked face, and a sudden, ominous premonition arose in his heart. It better be false what young Master Lin said, or else. Long Bo said coldly, his face dark and gloomy. Long Bo. Long Bo. Chun Jingfen hurried after him. Meanwhile, at the Huagua Aerospace Academy, in the vast conference room sat a group of authoritative experts. What does everyone have to say about the failure of this faster than light spacecraft development? An elderly man over 60 spoke up. His name was Li Chong. He was the dean of the Huagua Aerospace Academy and a pioneer in Huagua's faster than light spacecraft project. Unfortunately, after 3 years of effort, the faster than light spacecraft development had failed. Dean, I believe current technology is insufficient to support our development of a faster than light spacecraft. Perhaps we should shelve this plan for now. An elderly man spoke weakly. At these words, the many scientists present all chimed in. Yes, with current aerospace technology, developing a faster than light spacecraft is simply too difficult. Dean, I think we need to face reality. According to current theory, it's impossible for humans to surpass the speed of light. Currently, the fastest spacecraft from the United States travels at 39897 kilometers per hour, while light travels at 1.08 billion kilometers per hour. To bridge this gap with current technology feels impossible. Dean. Everyone spoke up to persuade him, their faces filled with helplessness. In truth, 3 years ago when Li Chong first presented the spacecraft development plan to them, they had already been skeptical. They thought it was too fantastical. It could never be achieved. Yet driven by a spirit of scientific exploration, they could only cooperate. After 3 years of effort, as expected, it had indeed failed. Dean Li, an authoritative professor, began. I believe that to develop a faster than light spacecraft, we first need to solve the issue of infinite energy, and that might require waiting another few decades. Wait another few decades. Hearing this, Li Chong sighed deeply in his heart. In a few more decades, to put it bluntly, he would already be in his coffin. How could he wait that long? Is my lifelong wish truly impossible to fulfill? Li Chong said with despondency. At the age of 16, Li Chong had become fascinated with the vast universe. He was curious about the scenery on other planets. He wondered if aliens truly existed in the cosmos. And he was even more curious about what lay at the end of the universe. Driven by this curiosity and passion, Li Chong abandoned his expertise in mathematics during college to study physics. After graduation, he directly devoted himself to aerospace research. He delved into it for decades. Now he was 65 years old. Through unremitting efforts, he had even ascended to the position of dean. Yet the childhood dream of traveling the universe in a faster than light spacecraft remained unfulfilled. Thinking of this, Li Chong's face was full of desolation. But just then a scientist suddenly stood up as if struck by an idea and said, Dean, I believe there might be someone who can offer us some help in developing the faster than light spacecraft. Li Chong's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, who? Which person? This year's Nobel Prize in Physics winner, Mr. Lin Chen. By this time Lin Chen had already returned home. Li Ziren was bathing the 4 babies and Lin Chen proactively went to help. Honey, I feel like you're getting more beautiful. Lin Chen gazed at Li Ziren's face and complimented her with a smile. Am I? Li Ziren smiled in surprise. Haven't I always been like this? Of course, though she said this, Li Ziren was delighted inside. After all, which woman doesn't enjoy being called beautiful by her husband? After bathing the babies, Li Ziren and Lin Chen dressed them in clean clothes and carried them into the bedroom. The freshly bathed babies seemed in a good mood, babbling and laughing incessantly. Suddenly, "Honey, look at the third baby." "What's wrong?" Lin Chen turned around and saw the third baby, Lin E, lying on the bed. While not fully lying down, he was on his knees with hands propped on the bed. "Honey, why is the baby making that move? Did he accidentally see us last night and mimic us?" Li Ziren blushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Of course not." Lin Chen chuckled knowingly at the little one's pose. "This movement is common for babies just starting to crawl. Actually, the baby is trying to stand up, but can't, so it looks awkward." Lin Chen explained with a smile. "Generally, when a baby makes this pose, it means they'll soon be able to stand on their own." "So that's it." Li Ziren suddenly understood. She had been overthinking. "Honey, you're so naughty. Why do you always think of that when you see something?" Lin Chen teased. "Are you always thinking about those things in your mind?" Li Ziren. She was baffled. What did he mean by her always thinking about those things? Wasn't it him? "I don't. You bad guy." Li Ziren punched Lin Chen with her little fist, puffing angrily. "But honey, it's been a while." "Stop, what do you mean a while? It's only been a day. That's still a long time." Lin Chen smirked wickedly, his hands starting to wander. Today Li Ziren wore a floral dress with her hair simply tied in a bun, revealing her fair and slender neck. Moreover, Lin Chen felt that Li Ziren's figure seemed even more voluptuous. "Not now. Put the babies to sleep first." Li Ziren pulled Lin Chen's restless hands away and shot him a glare. "Hee okay, honey." An hour later, Lin Chen sat on a chair on the balcony to rest while Li Ziren washed the clothes the babies had changed out of after their bath. Buzz buzz. Lin Chen's phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw it was a call from Xia Yuli. He answered immediately. "President Lin." Xia Yuli said, "The materials and parts you asked me to collect are mostly gathered now." "That fast?" Lin Chen said with a smile. His assistant's efficiency was as always remarkably high. "Yes, but President Lin, there's one crucial material that I've checked through many merchant channels and none of them have it for sale. A boss told me that material is non-saleable. It's simply unavailable on the market because it's a military-grade item used for scientific research and is extremely scarce." Xia Yuli said, helplessly wondering if the boss would blame her. "Alright, I understand." Lin Chen nodded. He wasn't surprised. When he first listed those materials, he had a feeling they might not be available on the market. "It's fine. If you can't buy it, forget it." Lin Chen said. "President Lin, maybe I can try looking again to see if I can find it." Xia Yuli didn't want to give up. She was a very dedicated assistant. "Okay, thank you for your hard work. It's fine if you really can't find it." Lin Chen said casually. "Okay." Then the call ended. Lin Chen shook his head. Oh well. It seemed he couldn't research the mechanical guard for now. "Honey, why are there two people standing outside the yard?" Just then Li Ziren spoke up from nearby. Because she saw two figures standing outside the villa's yard. Lin Chen stood up to look and saw that it was indeed true. "Honey, are they your friends?" Li Ziren asked curiously. "No, I don't know them." "You don't know them? Then who are they looking for?" Li Ziren was puzzled as she didn't know them either. "Honey, you'll go down and check." With that, Lin Chen went downstairs. The two people standing outside the villa were none other than Li Chang, the dean of the Hua Aerospace Academy, and his assistant. Is he not home? Li Chang saw the doorbell above and pressed it. Ding ding ding, coming. A voice sounded and Lin Chen walked over. Li Chang and his assistant's eyes lit up. So young. Seeing Lin Chen in person, Li Chang couldn't help but sigh. If he hadn't already seen Lin Chen's photo on the official website, he would have found it hard to believe that such a handsome young man was a Nobel Prize winner in physics. "Who are you? Looking for me?" Lin Chen didn't open the door immediately, but asked first. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am the dean of the Hua Aerospace Academy." As he spoke, Li Chang slipped a business card through the gap in the iron gate to Lin Chen. Lin Chen took it and glanced at it, growing even more curious. Why would the dean of the Aerospace Academy be looking for him? So Lin Chen opened the iron gate and let Li Chang and the other man in. "Mr. Lin, I've admired you for a long time. Seeing you in person today, you truly are a talented and handsome man." Li Chang said politely, though it was also his heartfelt sentiment. Lin Chen smiled and asked, "Dean Li, what brings you to me? Is there something you need?" "Of course." Li Chang didn't want to beat around the bush, so he said frankly, "Actually, I came to see you today to ask for your help." Lin Chen furrowed his brows upon hearing this. He had guessed that such uninvited visits never boded well. "What favor?" Lin Chen asked. "Mr. Lin Hayrace, the thing, our Aerospace Academy is building a superluminal spacecraft, but we've failed. We don't want to give up and sincerely invite you to join us in conquering this technology." Li Chang extended his invitation earnestly. Lin Chen was curious. Dean Li, why me and not someone else? With so many scientists across the nation, why seek him out? The key point was that he wasn't even an expert in aerospace. Li Chang smiled and said, "Because our academy needs a talent like you, Mr. Lin. At just 23, you've won the first Nobel Prize in physics in Hua's history. This is an unparalleled achievement, unprecedented, and unlikely to be repeated." Lin Chen frowned again, clearly unconvinced by this reason. So he directly refused. "Sorry, I'm not interested in joining the Aerospace Academy." A superluminal spacecraft. If he put his mind to it, he could indeed develop it. But why should he help the Academy? Lin Chen was no saint, nor was he that selfless. Besides, he had no connection with this Li Chang. Thus he declined without hesitation. Mr. Lin, if you're willing to join us, name any condition you wish. Li Chang had fully committed himself, determined to win Lin Chen over at all costs. Forget it. Lin Chen shook his head, but suddenly a thought struck him. He asked, Dean Li, can you procure alloy chips for me? What? Alloy chips? Li Chang was momentarily stunned. What do you need those for? Lin Chen replied, don't worry about what I'll do with them. Can you get them for me? Li Chang answered without hesitation, of course. Although alloy chips are quite rare, our academy happens to have a batch. Before he could finish, Lin Chen interrupted. How about this? Give me half of the alloy chips, and it'll help you develop the superluminal spacecraft. Alloy chips were crucial for developing mechanical guards, a material that Xia Yuli had mentioned was unavailable on the market. With them, Lin Chen could construct mechanical guards. Mr. Lin, are you serious? Li Chang's eyes lit up. Alloy chips were indeed scarce, but for scientists like them, they were hardly in short supply. Deal, Mr. Lin, you've said it. Li Chang was overjoyed. Absolutely. Li Chang quickly added, Mr. Lin, I'll head back now and have a batch of alloy chips sent over. By the way, let's add each other on WeChat first. Fine. After exchanging WeChat contacts, Li Chang and his assistant left fully satisfied. Back in the living room, Li Xiren was feeding the babies. Seeing Lin Chen enter, she immediately asked who the visitors were. Lin Chen didn't hide it, saying they came seeking his help. Honey, I think a superluminal spacecraft is too far-fetched. It probably can't be developed. Li Xiren remarked, not out of disdain for the Academy, but because current technology just wasn't there. Such a thing couldn't be conjured up by sheer will. Wife, what if they actually succeed? Lin Chen chuckled. Li Xiren said, if a superluminal spacecraft were ever built, I'd want to ride it to the moon, to Mars, to explore the entire solar system. Before Lin Chen could respond, she added with a bitter smile, but that's probably just a dream. Lin Chen smiled. A dream? Not necessarily. Just then a baby's cry came from the bedroom. Lin Chen hurried in to pick up and soothe the crying second child. That afternoon, Lin Chen stayed home with the kids while Li Xiren went to a famous mall with her best friend Zhou Huimin. Since Lin Chen's birthday was approaching, Li Xiren had asked Zhou Huimin to join her in shopping for a gift. Xiren, your stockings feel amazing. I want a pair too. Can you send me a link? Zhou Huimin spoke, her eyes fixed on Li Xiren's legs, thinking the stockings looked stunning on her. They probably look great on her too, right? Well, Li Xiren felt a bit awkward at the question. My husband bought them for me, though I don't have a link. Li Xiren said, but if you really want the link, I'll ask Lin Chen for it and send it to you. Zhou Huimin's expression turned mischievous, a sly smile curling her lips. Xiren, so Lin Chen is into that kind of thing. I guess it's true what they say online, to win a woman you need looks and money, but to win a man all you need is a pair of black stockings. Li Xiren's face flushed crimson. She didn't know about other men, but Lin Chen did indeed enjoy seeing her in stockings. Xiren, how is Lin Chen in bed? Zhou Huimin asked with a grin. Despite her pretty innocent appearance, she was just as naughty as most girls. What do you mean? Oh, you know what I mean. I have no idea what you're talking about. Li Xiren's cheeks burned. She couldn't believe her best friend was asking such a question. It was too embarrassing. She shot Zhou Huimin a glare and said helplessly, Huimin, rein it in. We're in a mall, not a deserted place. Alright, I'll stop. Look how red your face is. Zhou Huimin laughed. From Li Xiren's shy expression, she could tell Lin Chen was definitely good in that department. Hello beautiful, can I add you on WeChat? A voice suddenly rang out. A young man with a mullet, dressed in trendy clothes, jeans and fake AJs, appeared. His gaze fell on Zhou Huimin, clearly asking for her WeChat. Though Li Xiren was slightly prettier, he found Zhou Huimin's outfit more provocative, and he liked that. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to ask for Zhou Huimin's contact. No, don't you have your own WeChat? Zhou Huimin refused outright, pulling Li Xiren away quickly. The mullet-haired youth was stunned. How could he so handsome be rejected? Damn, this was an injustice. With that mullet, he looks like a thug, and he wants my WeChat. Zhou Huimin couldn't help but grumble, while Li Xiren said nothing, used to such encounters during their shopping trips. Xiren, didn't you want to buy Lin Chen a watch? How about this store? A watch shop appeared before them, and Zhou Huimin immediately suggested it to Li Xiren. Sure, let's go in and take a look. A hostess in black stockings at the door bowed slightly and greeted them warmly. Welcome to the best watch store in all of Modu. The two entered the watch store, where rows of transparent glass counters displayed a dazzling array of expensive timepieces, each priced at least tens of thousands of yuan. Ordinary people simply couldn't afford them. Li Xiren's eyes were overwhelmed by the sight, but she was a novice when it came to watches, knowing nothing about them. Xiren, come over here. Zhou Huimin called out, pulling Li Xiren to the men's watch counter. Hello, you two beauties looking for a watch. You might want to check out this newly arrived Patek Philippe. The pretty saleswoman pointed at a timepiece in a glass case, her smile warm and enthusiastic. Patek Philippe. Li Xiren had heard of this watch brand. Yes, Patek Philippe, one of Switzerland's top watch brands, and the foremost among the 10 most famous watches. Founded in 1839, The brand has a history of nearly 200 years. The saleswoman, beaming, gave Li Xiren a brief introduction. As she spoke, she took out the Patek Philippe and gently slid it toward Li Xiren and Zhou Huimin. With her keen eye, she could tell the two women exuded an air of wealth. Frankly, Li Xiren and Zhou Huimin both had the aura of affluent ladies. Thus, she wasn't worried they were just browsing. She believed these two beauties had the means to make a purchase. Xiren, what do you think? Patek Philippe is indeed a good brand, Zhou Huimin said. After examining it, Li Xiren wasn't satisfied. I don't think it's quite right. The style doesn't suit Lin Chen. Do you have anything else? Li Xiren asked the saleswoman. The saleswoman paused briefly, then quickly smiled. Yes, of course. How about this Rolex Submariner? As soon as the saleswoman finished, Li Xiren gave a helpless smile. Let's skip the Rolex. Show me this one. Li Xiren pointed at an exquisite timepiece. She had no prejudice against Rolex, but she felt it was a bit too common. Too many people wore it, so she wasn't keen on buying that brand. The saleswoman took out the watch Li Xiren had indicated. What brand is this watch? Li Xiren asked. The saleswoman smiled. This is Bulgari, one of the best-selling watch brands in China. Celebrities like Hu Guli Bingbing and Lin Junjia have all worn this brand. Li Xiren scrutinized it carefully. Compared to the Patek Philippe, she felt this timepiece's design suited Lin Chen better. Huimin, what do you think? I think Lin Chen would look great wearing it. I agree. So Li Xiren asked the saleswoman, excuse me, how much is this Bulgari? Miss, this Bulgari is 5600 yuan. Since this is our boutique, we can't haggle or offer discounts, but any single purchase over 300 yuan comes with a complimentary gift, the saleswoman said with a warm smile. 5600 yuan. Hearing the price, Li Xiren thought, that's way too cheap. Too cheap, completely unworthy of her husband's status. She wasn't showing off or being extravagant. Their joint assets now amounted to at least several billion yuan. Because both the Tianhong sports car and the children's clothing and rhinitis medicine were selling exceptionally well. Last month alone, the Tianhong sports car brought in hundreds of millions in net profit. So she and Lin Chen were far from short of money. In Li Xiren's view, since they had the means, she should buy the best for her husband. She couldn't be stingy. So when she heard the watch was only 5600 yuan, she immediately lost interest in buying it. Let me look at other brands, Li Xiren said. The saleswoman was momentarily taken aback. Was she put off by the price? But the next second that thought vanished. Because Li Xiren pointed at a watch worth millions and asked, what brand is this watch? Can you take it out for me to see? Of course, absolutely. The saleswoman immediately bent down and retrieved the timepiece Li Xiren had indicated. Miss, you have excellent taste, she introduced. This brand is Richard Mille, and this particular model is a collaboration with Ferrari. Its case thickness is only 1.45 millimeters, making it the thinnest mechanical watch in the world to date. As the saleswoman explained, Li Xiren examined the Richard Mille. Its titanium alloy case exuded a strong metallic aura, looking both classy and grand. She could already imagine Lin Chen wearing this timepiece. It would undoubtedly look very handsome. Xiren, go for this Richard Mille. It's so cool. Your husband will definitely love it. Zhou Huimin chimed in, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the Richard Mille. Wow. So it's for her husband. A male salesperson standing beside the saleswoman, who had remained silent, was stunned by Zhou Huimin's words. Why couldn't he meet a sugar mommy like that? I'd love to be a kept man. I wish there was a sugar mommy who could see through my stubbornness and say, stop struggling, sis, we'll take care of you. Excuse me, how much is this watch? Li Xiren asked the saleswoman, deciding to buy the Richard Mille as a birthday gift for Lin Chen. Miss, this timepiece is a bit more expensive. It's 12.6 million yuan. The saleswoman's voice trembled with excitement. She had been working here for 3 months with little sales success. Selling this Richard Mille would earn her a commission of over 100,000 yuan. Alright, I'll take this watch. Please wrap it up for me, Li Xiren said, pulling a bank card from her bag. It was the card Lin Chen had given her earlier. She didn't know exactly how much was in it, but it was surely at least tens of millions of yuan. Please swipe your card here. Beep, beep. Transaction successful. Meanwhile, in the villa's basement, Lin Chen was developing a mechanical guard. After several tens of minutes, Lin Chen put down his tools. Before him stood a white robot about 1.2 meters tall, successfully developed by Lin Chen. In the future, when he didn't feel like cooking or doing housework, it could serve as a butler. When a dangerous person approached, it could intelligently identify them and enter a defensive and attack mode. With this mechanical guard, he no longer had to worry about the safety of his home when he was away. Let me give you a name. How about Shark Pepper? Lin Chen looked at the mechanical guard's head, which resembled a shark's, and came up with the name. Yes, master. Shark Pepper replied in an electronic voice, a flicker of electric light flashing in its eyes. Buzz. Just then Lin Chen's phone vibrated. He quickly opened it to see a call from his wife. Lin Chen asked, honey, what's wrong? Li Xiren said, honey, come quickly. My car was hit by someone on the road. What? Upon hearing this, the smile on Lin Chen's face instantly froze, and he asked worriedly, what happened? Is it serious? Nothing major, just that an electric scooter rear-ended us. Zhou Huimin and I are fine, but the other person fell. The traffic police are here now asking if I want to go through the insurance process. On the other, Li Xiren's voice carried a hint of anxiety. Alright, I understand. Send me your location, I'll come over right now. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the issue wasn't too serious. Okay, honey. After the call ended, Li Xiren immediately sent Lin Chen her location. At that moment, oh, that really scared me just now, what a close call. Zhou Huimin kept patting her chest, still looking shaken. Just moments ago, she and Li Xiren had bought watches and were leaving the mall planning to head home. Unexpectedly, while driving smoothly, they suddenly heard a loud crash from behind. Li Xiren got out of the car and saw that a delivery driver had rear-ended them. The delivery driver had fallen over and the back of the G-Wagon was dented in. It was Li Xiren's first time dealing with such an accident. With the traffic police arriving, she didn't know what to do, so she immediately called Lin Chen. Before long, a Tianhong sports car pulled over by the roadside. It was Lin Chen who had rushed over. Honey, Li Xiren called out sweetly. The moment she saw Lin Chen, she suddenly felt at ease. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean it. Seeing the husband had arrived, the delivery driver kept apologizing to Lin Chen. He was 18 years old and had just graduated from high school. Since he didn't get into a bachelor's degree program, he gave up on further education and chose to work. His first job was delivering food, but he had been at it for less than 3 months when this happened. Hello, I just checked the surveillance footage and found that the electric scooter rear-ended you. A traffic police officer came up to Lin Chen and said, moreover, the scooter ran a red light, so it bears full responsibility for this accident. Hearing the officer's words, Lin Chen nodded. Since it was the scooter's fault, and neither party was seriously injured, the other party would need to cover the repair costs for his car. Lin Chen took a look. The rear bumper of the G-Wagon was dented, and one of the taillights was cracked. Repairs would cost at least tens of thousands of yuan. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, I'm sorry. The delivery driver apologized again. Though new to society, he recognized that Lin Chen's car was a Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon. For a luxury car like that, even minor repairs would be expensive. Tens of thousands of yuan were naturally a trivial matter for a car owner like Lin Chen. But he was just a delivery driver. He had less than 10,000 yuan on him, saved up from 2 months of delivering food. Despite all the hype online about how much money delivery drivers make, earning tens of thousands a month buying a house after a few years, in reality, delivering food isn't as lucrative as people imagine. Just as all the onlookers expected Lin Chen to demand compensation from the delivery driver, Lin Chen said calmly, forget it, be more careful next time when you're riding. What? The delivery driver was stunned, wondering if he had misheard. I said you don't need to pay for it. Just be more careful in the future, Lin Chen said with a composed expression. The reason he didn't ask for compensation wasn't out of saintly kindness, but because he saw a reflection of his former self in the young man. Back in his freshman year of college, Lin Chen had also delivered food to earn living expenses. He worked diligently, treading on eggshells. That's why he could particularly empathize with the driver's situation. Of course, the main reason was that Lin Chen wasn't short on money, and the Tianhong Group had its own auto repair center. He could just have the G-Wagon towed to the repair center to fix it. It wouldn't cause him any trouble. Thank you, big brother, thank you. The delivery driver was nearly moved to tears, repeatedly thanking Lin Chen. He never expected Lin Chen to be so generous and not demand compensation. Meanwhile, the onlookers were also extremely surprised. They thought this young man was incredibly generous. As for Lin Chen's handling of the matter, Li Xiren naturally had no objections. In fact, she fully agreed. Lin Chen, why didn't you ask him for compensation? After getting in the car, Zhou Huimin asked. Lin Chen said calmly, because there's no need. No need. Zhou Huimin savored those words and found them quite profound. If it were her car, she might have made the same choice as Lin Chen. Then the three of them drove away. After Lin Chen and the others left, a passerby uploaded a video they had recorded to Douyin. The video quickly went viral online. The title was, Delivery Driver Rear-Ends G-Wagon Owner Refuses Compensation. Damn, with that mindset, no wonder he drives a G-Wagon. That's the noble character of the truly wealthy. Wishing this G-Wagon owner endless success and a safe life. Now you know why he can afford a G-Wagon. Kind-hearted and broad-minded, it's impossible not to get rich. Comments like these numbered in the tens of thousands. However, Lin Chen didn't pay attention to this news. After returning home with Li Xiren, Lin Chen called Xia Yuli and asked her to come and take the car for repairs. Soon Xia Yuli arrived at the Bun Villa. President Lin, you said the G-Wagon was rear-end. Are you injured? Xia Yuli asked with concern. I'm fine. With that, Lin Chen handed the car keys to Xia Yuli. Could you take it to the company for repairs? Sorry for the trouble. Okay, sure. Xia Yuli took the keys. Just then Li Xiren saw her and quickly smiled, saying, Yuli, you're here. Come in and sit for a while. All right. Instead of leaving immediately, Xia Yuli accepted Li Xiren's invitation and went up to the second floor of the villa. Yuli, have some water. Li Xiren poured a glass of water for Xia Yuli, who thanked her. Xiren, I haven't been here for a while. How have the babies grown so much? Xia Yuli noticed the babies on the sofa, her eyes lighting up as she walked over. Li Xiren said with a smile. Yeah, they've grown quite a bit lately. The babies were almost 5 months old now, having grown considerably, and their old clothes were becoming too small. Staring at the beautiful big sister before them, the four babies gazed wide-eyed, seemingly curious. You're the third one, right? Come, let Annie hold you. Xia Yuli smiled gently and picked up the most active one. Lin Yi held in Xia Yuli's arms. The third baby neither cried nor fussed, but instead showed a joyful smile. That smile instantly melted Xia Yuli's heart. Oh my, so adorable. This is truly the baby of my dreams. Suddenly Xia Yuli felt a strong desire to find a man and have a child. Babies were so small, cute, and heartwarming. As Xia Yuli was lost in her fantasies, the third baby's tiny magical hand reached up and climbed onto her ample bosom. For a moment Xia Yuli was slightly startled. Indeed, as they say online, men's fondness for such things knows no age. You little rascal. Xia Yuli blushed a little, but didn't move the baby's hand away. She knew the baby didn't mean anything by it. After all, he was so young and didn't understand anything. Xia Yuli naturally wouldn't hold it against an infant. Walk. Just then the sound of crying came from the bedroom. It was the fourth baby. Li Ziren then remembered that the fourth baby Lin Yue was still sleeping in the bedroom. So she said to Xia Yuli, "I'll go check the bedroom, the fourth one is awake." Xia Yuli replied, "Okay." Li Ziren went into the bedroom, and just then Lin Chen came upstairs. Seeing Lin Chen come up, Xia Yuli suddenly remembered something. Lin Chen's birthday was approaching. "President Lin." Xia Yuli called out. "What's up?" Lin Chen walked over to her. Xia Yuli picked up her phone and found a saved photo in her gallery. Then she showed the photo to Lin Chen and asked, "President Lin, what do you think of this watch?" "President Lin, what do you think of this watch?" The image showed a Vacheron Constantin, one of the world's most renowned watch brands. However, the one Xia Yuli had chosen was not from the brand's high luxury collection, but a rather ordinary piece. Of course, even the ordinary series cost 200,000. If circumstances permitted, Xia Yuli would naturally have opted for the high luxury line. Only that would befit Lin Chen's status. But she did not have the means. After all, her monthly salary was only 100,000. Moreover, that 100,000 salary was only given to her 2 months ago after Lin Chen took over Tianhong Group. Before becoming Lin Chen's assistant, Tianhong had paid her just over 20,000 a month. It was precisely because of this that Xia Yuli thought of buying Lin Chen a watch worth 200,000. On one hand, it was a birthday gift for Lin Chen. On the other, it was a way to repay his favor for recognizing her talent. Not bad, what's up? Lin Chen looked at the picture and smiled. Do you want to buy it? He knew Xia Yuli's salary. Purchasing this 200,000 Vacheron Constantin might still be a stretch for her. No. President Lin, I was just showing you. With that, Xia Yuli put away her phone, a smile blooming on her face. Just then Li Ziren emerged from the room, carrying the crying for treasures. Seeing this, Xia Yuli smiled at Lin Chen and said, President Lin, I'll take my leave now. Call me if anything comes up. All right, Lin Chen replied. Li Ziren quickly asked, Yuli leaving so soon? Xia Yuli smiled and said, yes, there are still some matters at the company. Okay. Li Ziren did not insist further. Tap tap tap. The crisp sound of high heels hitting the floor echoed. Lin Chen couldn't help but gaze at Xia Yuli's retreating figure. This did not escape Li Ziren's notice. After Xia Yuli left, she immediately asked with a sly grin, Honey, was that a nice view? Lin Chen collected himself and asked in confusion, Dear, what view? The office lady uniform. Yuli's work attire. Li Ziren shot him a glare. A white blouse, black stockings, high heels, and a Western-style pencil skirt. That was the classic office lady uniform typically worn by female white-collar workers or secretaries. It's not bad. Lin Chen smiled and said frankly, What do you want to wear one? I can buy you a set if you like. Before Li Ziren could speak, Lin Chen added, Li Ziren. Goodness. I was just asking you, I didn't say I wanted to wear it. Li Ziren was exasperated knowing exactly what was on Lin Chen's mind. So do you want to wear it or not? Lin Chen asked with a grin. Truth be told, he was also curious to see Li Ziren in an office lady uniform. She would surely look exceptionally beautiful and alluring. If you dare buy it for me, I dare wear it. Li Ziren said, her face flushed. Babe, you said it. Delighted, Lin Chen immediately picked up his phone and opened a shopping app. He then searched for office lady uniforms. Many styles appeared. Lin Chen glanced through them and asked, Dear, come take a look. Which one should we buy? You choose yourself. Li Ziren replied, her cheeks burning, then quickly carried the 4 treasures back to the bedroom. Li Ziren, why do you always give in to that big pervert? Meanwhile, at the Lin family estate in the capital, within the vast manor, Lin Xianer was taking a stroll. Behind her followed an elderly man, none other than Old Mo. Miss, the young master's birthday is approaching. Old Mo suddenly spoke. Birthday? Lin Xianer's beautiful eyes lit up with joy. When? Next week. Yes. Old Mo said with a smile. Miss, do you wish to give the young master something? Of course, he is my own brother. Lin Xianer said. But I have a very important matter next week and may not be able to go celebrate Lin Chen's birthday. Old Mo, why don't you deliver a birthday gift to Lin Chen for me? I can't go to Modu, but the gift must arrive. Hearing this, Old Mo nodded and asked, Miss, what birthday gift do you have in mind for the young master? At this question, Lin Xianer stopped in her tracks, lost in thought. Old Mo, you've stumped me. Let me think. Lin Xianer wanted to give Lin Chen a unique birthday gift. It couldn't be something he already possessed. Things like companies' villas, luxury cars. Lin Chen already had them all. Giving such things would be meaningless. As for other luxury items, he likely wasn't lacking either. Old Emo, what do you think of giving Lin Chen a yacht? Lin Chen spoke. A yacht? Old Emo was taken aback. Miss, do you mean to gift the divine vessel yacht to the young master for his birthday? That's exactly what I intend. Lin Chen smiled. The divine vessel yacht was a luxury yacht built by the Lin family at a cost of 3 billion. Its interior was entirely crafted from lavish materials and gold. Even its exterior was cast from top-grade diamonds and crystal. It was the most luxurious yacht in the history of all Huaxia. Moreover, the divine vessel yacht held the reputation of being unsinkable. Once the former Lin family patriarch sailed the divine vessel yacht to the South Sea, encountering severe weather where a nearby cruise ship was capsized by the storm. But the patriarch aboard the divine vessel yacht remained completely unharmed. This incident made headlines in the Global Times, sparking discussions across major Western nations. 3 years ago, the Lin family patriarch had gifted the divine vessel yacht to Lin Chen. Now the yacht was her personal property. Miss, are you serious? Old Emo asked hesitantly. Lin Chen smiled and said, of course I'm serious. Old Emo sailed the divine vessel yacht to Modu right now, dock it at the Bund, and hand the keys to Lin Chen. And please convey my wishes for a happy 23rd birthday. Old Emo nodded and said, understood, miss. Then Lin Chen handed the yacht keys to Old Emo. Old Emo took the keys and arrived at the Lin family's dock. There an incredibly luxurious yacht was moored. Its opulence defied description. One glance was enough to leave one utterly awestruck and forever unforgettable. Old Emo. Several Lin family guards bowed in unison to Old Emo. Old Emo nodded to them, and then boarded the divine vessel yacht. The guard's duty was to protect the yacht. No outsider was allowed within a step of it. But since Old Emo was the Lin family's steward, none of the guards blocked his way. Following that, under the watchful eyes of the guards, Old Emo sailed the divine vessel yacht away. Half an hour later, in the waters off Modu, a large fishing boat slowly cruised the sea with several burly men casting nets for deep-sea fish. But suddenly, rumble rumble, a roaring sound grew closer, as if the sea itself trembled. What's going on? Whoa, everyone look. What an incredible yacht. A cry of astonishment rang out. Instantly, all the crew members stirred, pausing their work. Then they stared in stunned silence at the yacht in the distance. Holy crap, that's breathtaking. Which tycoon's yacht is that? It's so epic. Why does it seem to reflect light? Could it be made of glass? Glass, my foot. It's diamonds. It's crystal. Oh my god. Every person on the fishing boat felt their eyes were about to pop out. Such a magnificent yacht was a first in their lives. Captain Roger immediately pulled out his phone and recorded a video. Then he shared the video in a WeChat group. His intention was simply to show it to his friends. But unexpectedly, someone in the group reposted the video on Douyin. Before long, the video soared to the top of Douyin's trending list, garnering millions of likes. The video's title read, "A luxurious yacht appears in Modu waters." Honey, I saw a diamond-built yacht on Douyin. It's so beautiful and magnificent. Meanwhile, at home, Li Ziren excitedly said to Lin Chen, "A yacht made of diamonds." Lin Chen's heart stirred. Honey, let me take a look. To be honest, Lin Chen had seen many yachts, but a diamond-made yacht was something he had never heard of. Here, darling, look. Isn't it luxurious? Li Ziren handed her phone to Lin Chen. In the video, a magnificent yacht sailed slowly across the Sea of Modu. As Li Ziren said, the yacht's exterior was crafted from diamonds. However, Lin Chen could tell that the exterior was not made solely of diamonds. There was crystal too. Though Lin Chen did not know the specific type of crystal, it was undoubtedly immensely expensive. In Lin Chen's view, it was less a yacht and more a priceless work of art. Moreover, and crucially, this was merely the effect captured on camera. As everyone knows, there is a certain perceptual gap between images taken on a phone and what the eyes see in reality. And Lin Chen believed that the yacht's real-life appearance would be even more breathtaking than in the video. It is indeed quite impressive. Lin Chen said, building a yacht like this must cost a fortune. I agree, it must cost a lot of money. Li Ziren nodded. Lin Chen smiled. What's the matter, honey? Do you want a yacht too? Currently, Lin Chen's net worth was several billion. If Li Ziren wanted a yacht, he would buy it for her, without hesitation. Hearing this, Li Ziren's face lit up with a flattered smile. Although she did not actually want a yacht, she was still very happy hearing this from him, feeling joy and contentment. Moreover, Li Ziren knew that Lin Chen was not just speaking idly. If she truly wanted it, he would certainly buy it for her. Honey, you misunderstood. Li Ziren smiled. I don't want a yacht, and besides, our family has no use for it. Why buy that? All right. Lin Chen said no more. He knew his wife. Though she was now a little rich woman, she rarely pursued luxury goods. Simply put, she was easily satisfied. Moreover, she was thrifty and managed the household well. She would never spend on unnecessary things. Just a few days ago, Li Ziren had proudly shown Lin Chen a cheap bracelet she bought from Pinduoduo, which she thought was very beautiful. Oh honey, I need to tell you something, Li Ziren said with a smile. I'm going to pick up a few friends later. Friends? Do I know them? Lin Chen asked with a smile. He knew most of Li Xiren's friends. They're my college roommates, you definitely don't know them. Li Xiren laughed. They said they want to come over to see me and the babies, and they'll probably stay for dinner. That's fine. Lin Chen nodded, having no objection to such matters. Then go pick up your roommates later. Half an hour later, Li Xiren dressed up a bit and drove off to fetch her roommates. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was at home, bathing the babies with his mother-in-law Wu Yanfang. Just then the phone in Lin Chen's pocket buzzed. He quickly dried his hands, took out his phone, and walked to the balcony. Glancing at the caller, it was old Mo. Hello. Young master, do you have time now? Mo Xingu asked respectfully. Lin Chen said, what's the matter? Young master, your birthday is coming soon. The miss asked me to bring you a birthday gift. Can you come over to the bund now? After all, it was a yacht, and old Mo could not deliver it to Lin Chen's home. So he had to ask Lin Chen to come over. Old Mo, do you mean the gift from my sister is at the bund? Yes, young master. Lin Chen was now thoroughly curious. What kind of gift required him to pick it up himself? Old Mo, what is it? Young master, it's hard to say over the phone. You'll see when you get here. Old Mo chuckled, being deliberately mysterious, because he felt that revealing it over the phone would ruin the surprise. Alright, I'll come over now. Lin Chen smiled, helplessly hung up, and went to the bathroom. Mom, I need to go out for a bit. Lin Chen said to his mother-in-law. Wu Yanfang, while scrubbing the second baby Lin Curson, replied with a smile, go ahead, I've got things covered here. Okay, I'll be back soon. With that, Lin Chen grabbed his car keys and headed to the villa's garage. Over 10 minutes later, the bund of Modu. The bund was the most bustling area in all of Modu, especially at night, teeming with people. However, it was daytime now, so it was much quieter. At the edge of the bund was a river across which stood the Oriental Pearl Hotel, a must-visit spot for tourists in Modu. Whoa, what an awesome yacht. So sick. Made of diamonds, it's blinding my dog eyes. Which big shots yacht is parked here? Could it be Wang Sikong's? That's incredibly wealthy. As Lin Chen walked on, he suddenly saw a large crowd gathered ahead, all taking photos with their phones. He looked closely and saw a luxurious dreamlike yacht docked quietly at the bund pier. Huh, wasn't that the diamond yacht his wife had seen on Douyin? He hadn't expected it to be docked right here at the bund, surrounded by a crowd. Young master. Young master. A voice called out. It was old Mo beaming. Old Mo, where's the birthday gift my sister sent? Lin Chen asked directly. Old Mo smiled, faintly pointing at the nearby Shenzhou yacht, and said to Lin Chen, young master, that is the gift from the miss. For a moment Lin Chen was stunned. He had never imagined that his sister's birthday gift to him would be a diamond yacht. Young master, this yacht is called the Shenzhou. From now on, the Shenzhou is yours. Oh, and the miss asked me to give you a message. Happy 23rd birthday, young master. With that, old Mo took out the key to the Shenzhou and handed it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen took the key, a smile spreading across his face. So this is what it felt like to have a sister. It felt quite wonderful. Young master, let's go aboard the yacht and have some fun. Old Mo said. All right. Subsequently, Lin Chen and old Mo boarded the Shenzhou. Once on board, old Mo first had Lin Chen set up a facial recognition lock. This ensured that only Lin Chen's face could start the Shenzhou, guaranteeing safety and privacy. Then old Mo taught Lin Chen some basic driving knowledge. Since Lin Chen had never driven a yacht before, this was his first time. After a few minutes under old Mo's guidance, Lin Chen was able to pilot the yacht independently. He drove the Shenzhou around the bund once before returning to the pier. Young master, how do you like the gift? Old Mo asked with a smile. Lin Chen smiled gently. I quite like it. It's really good. This was Lin Chen's first time on a yacht, and the experience was excellent. It felt like speeding on water. Young master, look at the interior. This isn't paint, it's real gold. There are beds and a kitchen here, plenty of space. In the future, if the young master wants to go out to sea, you can bring Xiren and the babies. And this painting is Van Gogh's classic Sunflowers. The patriarch spent over 200 million to acquire the original back, then it's probably worth even more now. Old Mo continued, introducing the interior. After listening for a few minutes, Lin Chen had only one question. Old Mo, how much did it cost to build this Shenzhou? Old Mo chuckled upon hearing this. Young master, not much, just about 3 billion. Hearing this number, Lin Chen felt surprisingly calm. Indeed, 3 billion was an astronomical figure for any ordinary person. But for the Lin family of the capital, it was merely a trivial matter. Not even a drop in the bucket. Alright, old Mo, thank you for your hard work. Lin Chen said, I need to head back now. Will the Shenzhou be left here? Yes, it's fine to leave it here. The Lin family's guards will protect it. Old Mo said. The two disembarked from the yacht together. At that moment, the onlookers immediately stood on tiptoe. They all wanted to see what the owner of this luxurious yacht looked like. Lin Chen had some fame in China, and many people recognized him, but he wasn't yet a household name. Most of these people didn't know him. Their first impression was simply that Lin Chen was very handsome. However, a young man in a peaked cap was stunned upon seeing Lin Chen. He immediately ran towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen. Hearing someone call his name, Lin Chen turned around. Li Yuanhao. Lin Chen was surprised. The person before him was his middle school classmate Li Yuanhao, a nationally renowned racing driver. He had lost to Kim Minjun in the S12 Racing League, and Lin Chen had later avenged him. What are you doing here, man? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Li Yuanhao said, I was out buying something and saw a crowd talking about some yacht. So I came over to join the fun. Lin Chen, I saw you coming off that yacht. Is that diamond yacht yours? Yeah. Lin Chen nodded, not hiding it. Damn, Lin Chen, you're incredible. Instantly, a deep sense of admiration welled up in Li Yuanhao. He knew Lin Chen was doing well now, but he hadn't expected him to be doing this while even owning a diamond yacht. It's nothing. You could afford a yacht too if you wanted, Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Li Yuanhao was a famous racer in China worth over 100 million. He could certainly buy a yacht, but only an ordinary one. The 3 billion diamond yacht was still far out of his reach. Lin Chen, don't put me down. How could I compare to you? Li Yuanhao said with a wry smile, then remembering something he added. Oh, Lin Chen, there's a middle school reunion tonight. Why don't you come and have dinner with us? Middle school reunion? Lin Chen asked curiously. Who's going? If it was people he wasn't close with, he wouldn't go even if they were old classmates. Mi Zhongwei, Lu Kaifeng, and the others. Lu Haobai might come too, Li Yuanhao said. Lin Chen thought for a moment and replied, alright, I'll see if I have time tonight. If I do, I'll come. Great. Li Yuanhao knew Lin Chen had kids to take care of, so he understood. After parting with Li Yuanhao, Lin Chen returned home. The house was buzzing with activity as Li Xiren's roommates had arrived. Xiren, your husband is back, a girl said. Immediately the other two girls' eyes lit up, and they all looked towards Lin Chen. The three of them already knew Lin Chen as they had been present at the wedding, being Li Xiren's close friends. Honey, come over and have some oranges. Li Xiren carried a fruit platter filled with freshly sliced oranges. Hearing this, Lin Chen walked over to the women. Lin Chen, long time no see. Do you still remember me? Wang Kaming smiled. A little hint, I was your bridesmaid at your wedding. Lin Chen smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I remember you, but I've forgotten your name. My name is Wang Kaming. Wang Kaming said, a little exasperated. Good grief, it hadn't been that long, and had already forgotten his bridesmaid. Oh, I remember now. With her reminder, Lin Chen finally recalled who she was. Then everyone started chatting. After some small talk, Lin Chen learned the names of these girls. The one with a mature, elegant look was named Wang Kaming. Like Zhou Huimin, she was a minor influencer with over 2 million followers on Douyin. The one with a pure look was named Chen Shaili. Lin Chen knew of her because Li Xiren had mentioned her before. He remembered that Chen Shaili's parents were both officials holding some power and status in Modu. There was also a girl with a very cute Lolita look wearing a JK uniform. Her name was Zhou Yuanyuan. Honey, where did you go? How did your pants get wet? Li Xiren asked curiously at that moment. She noticed a damp spot on Lin Chen's pant leg that hadn't dried yet. Water. Is there? Lin Chen looked down and saw that his pant leg was indeed wet. He wouldn't have noticed if Li Xiren hadn't pointed it out. Oh, it might have happened when someone accidentally splashed me at the Bund Pier earlier. Lin Chen thought of a possibility and explained. The Bund Pier. Li Xiren was taken aback and asked curiously, what were you doing at the Bund Pier? Lin Chen smiled, driving a yacht. Hearing what Lin Chen said, Li Xiren couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. She wondered if Lin Chen had actually bought her a yacht. Seeing his wife's bewildered expression, Lin Chen smiled and explained, it's that diamond yacht you saw on Douyin, it's mine now. What? At this, all the women were stunned. The diamond yacht. Could it be the Shenzhou yacht? Chen Shaili couldn't help but exclaim. Before coming here, she had heard news that a yacht from the capital had docked at the Bund, and she knew its name was the Shenzhou yacht. Yes, it's the Shenzhou yacht. Lin Chen looked at Chen Shaili and nodded. Now Chen Shaili was utterly curious. Wasn't the Shenzhou yacht a possession of the Lin family from the capital? Perhaps others didn't know the connection between the Shenzhou yacht and the Lin family, but Chen Shaili was well aware. Because her father was the mayor of the Magic City, she often heard news that others didn't. Yet Lin Chen now claimed the Shenzhou yacht was his. Could it be that Lin Chen had bought the Shenzhou yacht from the Lin family of the capital? But that was clearly impossible. How could the Lin family be short of money? Moreover, the Shenzhou yacht was once a symbol of the Lin family's wealth. How could they sell it? At this moment, Chen Shaili was puzzled. She boldly guessed that Lin Chen was likely lying. Honey, are you serious? Li Xiren found it hard to believe that Lin Chen had actually bought the diamond yacht. She instinctively wanted to ask how much he had spent, but with so many friends around, she hesitated and held back. Yes, Lin Chen said with a smile. They'll take you out on the yacht another day. I just played around with it earlier. It's quite fun. Hearing this, Wang Kaming and Zhou Yuanyuan were filled with envy. Oh my, with a husband like that, Xiren was so lucky, wasn't she? Their family backgrounds were decent with assets of a few million, but a yacht was still far too luxurious for them. Xiren, I'm so envious of you. Wang Kaming said with admiration. I've grown up never even living in a villa, let alone riding a yacht. Me too, me too. Xiren, do you have any other handsome guys like Lin Chen around? Introduce me to one. Zhou Yuanyuan chimed in immediately. Their words left Li Xiren feeling helpless. It felt as if they were trying to take Lin Chen away, but Li Xiren could understand. After all, how could she blame them when her husband was so outstanding? But taking him away was impossible, because she was Lin Chen's wife. Alright, you girls chat. They'll go cook dinner. Lin Chen ate a piece of navel orange, then got up and headed to the kitchen. The women continued their cheerful conversation. Before long, Wu Yanfang brought the 4 babies downstairs. Wang Kaming and Zhou Yuanyuan immediately went over to the babies playing with them. Only Chen Shaili pulled Li Xiren aside and asked curiously, "Xiren, I remember you mentioned that Lin Chen grew up alone." The implication was clear. She wanted to know if Lin Chen was an orphan. Li Xiren was surprised that her good friend would suddenly ask this. But upon reflection it didn't seem like an unspeakable secret, so she nodded and said, "Yes, wife. Nothing, just asking." Chen Shaili changed the subject. "I just think your husband is really impressive, achieving so much while growing up alone." "Yeah, I think so too." Li Xiren's face lit up with an appreciative smile. "Shaili, I'm going to feed the baby." "Sure, go ahead." After Li Xiren went to feed the child, Chen Shaili's expression grew complicated. She was now 100% certain that Lin Chen had lied. Initially, she had suspected that Lin Chen was connected to the Lin family of the capital since they shared the same surname. If so, it would make sense that Lin Chen was linked to the Shenzhou yacht. But the facts proved Lin Chen was lying. Chen Shaili couldn't believe that Lin Chen would deceive Li Xiren. Yet what puzzled her was why he would lie to Xiren. Why would he claim the Shenzhou yacht as his own? Could it be that Lin Chen wanted to satisfy his vanity in front of everyone? At this thought, the perfect image of him in her mind plummeted significantly. Indeed, there was no such thing as a perfect man in this world. Chen Shaili shook her head and then went over to play with the babies alongside Wang Kaming and the others. She did not expose Lin Chen's lie, because if she did, Li Xiren would learn that Lin Chen had deceived her, which would surely break her heart. Time slowly drifted into the evening. Wang Kaming and the others had essentially spent the entire day at the Bund Villa. What amazed Lin Chen was that after lunch they had stayed in the room playing with the babies and chatting. Suddenly Lin Chen's phone vibrated. He glanced at it. The caller was Li Yuanhao. "Lin Chen, the gathering starts at 6. Can you make it?" Li Yuanhao asked. Lin Chen suddenly remembered that Li Yuanhao had mentioned the middle school reunion earlier that morning. "I should be able to come. Great, I'll wait for you at the hotel entrance." "Come early," Li Yuanhao urged. "All right, sure." After the call ended, Lin Chen went to the bedroom, told Li Xiren, and then headed out. After Lin Chen left, Wang Kaming stretched lazily and said in a languid tone, "Ah, so boring. Xiren, we've been sitting at home all day. How about we go out for a walk tonight?" "Sure, where to?" Li Xiren also wanted to get some fresh air. But as soon as she spoke, Li Xiren noticed a set of keys on the table. "Are these your keys?" Li Xiren picked up the keys and asked the other women. "No, not mine either." All the women shook their heads. The brand new keys weren't theirs. At that moment, Li Xiren fell into thought. The keys weren't hers, nor were they Wang Kaming's or the others. That left only one possibility. The keys belonged to Lin Chen. "These look like the yacht keys," Chen Shaili remarked, suddenly puzzled. Could it be that Lin Chen had actually bought a yacht? "Are these the keys to the Shenzhou yacht?" Wang Kaming smiled and suggested, "Xiren, why don't you take us to see your husband's yacht? We have the keys after all." "Yeah, Xiren, I want to experience your husband's diamond yacht too. I've never been on a yacht in my life." Zhou Yuanyuan chimed in. "Well," Li Xiren said helplessly, "but I don't know how to drive a yacht and Lin Chen is out having dinner with friends. Are we just going to take a tour?" "Xiren, it's fine. Shaili knows how to drive it," Wang Kaming said. Li Xiren turned to Chen Shaili and asked, "Shaili, can you drive a yacht?" "Yes, I can." Chen Shaili nodded. Her family had owned a yacht since she was 6, so driving one was a piece of cake for her. "All right, let's go have some fun then." Li Xiren agreed. She too wanted to experience her husband's newly purchased yacht. After leaving the babies in Wu Yanfang's care, Li Xiren drove the 3 women out. The Bund. When they arrived, they immediately saw the luxurious yacht docked at the pier. A group of Lin family guards were stationed around it, keeping unauthorized people away. However, since Li Xiren was Lin Chen's wife, the guards recognized her. Thus, when Li Xiren, keys in hand, led the 3 beauties onto the yacht, the guards not only refrained from stopping them, but also became more vigilant in their protection. "Oh my god, this is way too extravagant." The 4 were stunned speechless by the interior of the Shenzhou yacht. They were all somewhat worldly, but the yacht's exterior and interior luxury far exceeded their imagination. Chen Shaili in particular owned a yacht worth over 10 million at home, but compared to the Shenzhou yacht it was like trash, utterly incomparable. "Here, Shaili, the keys are yours." Li Xiren handed the yacht keys to Chen Shaili. "No problem, watch me." Chen Shaili took the keys to the cockpit and without a word inserted them into the ignition. She was eager to find out whether the Shenzhou yacht truly belonged to Lin Chen. Whether he had lied to everyone and deceived Xiren. She would know soon enough. The next second, Chen Shaili frowned slightly, revealing an expression of expected realization. The keys wouldn't turn at all, just as she thought. This Shenzhou yacht was not Lin Chen's. "Moi, Sally, what's the matter? Doesn't the key work?" Li Xiren asked curiously, watching Chen Shaili's movements. Chen Shaili pulled out the key with a helpless expression. "Xiren, this key is useless. It won't start the engine." "Oh, that's impossible." Li Xiren was bewildered, puzzled. Could it be that this isn't the yacht's key? Oh, no way. After all this, it's not the yacht's key. Wang Kaming and Zhou Yuanyuan looked visibly disappointed. They had arrived at the yacht only to find the key couldn't start it. How utterly disheartening. "Xiren, there's actually something I need to tell you." Chen Shaili hesitated for a moment, then decided to reveal what she knew. If Xiren hadn't noticed, she wouldn't have spoken, but now that Li Xiren had seen it too, she had no choice. This yacht doesn't belong to Lin Chen. He must have lied. Hearing Qin Shali's words, Li Xiren, Wang Keming, and Zhou Yuanyuan were all stunned. This yacht actually wasn't Lin Chen's. No way, I heard him clearly this morning. Lin Chen said the diamond yacht at the Bund was his. Exactly. Sally, why would Lin Chen need to deceive us? Even if he fooled us, he'd never lie to Xiren. Zhou Yuanyuan glanced at Li Xiren's expression and said, Sally, that's impossible. Lin Chen has never lied to me. Li Xiren felt a twinge of displeasure inside, but didn't show it. Sigh. Qin Shali sighed. She knew that speaking the truth would make everyone, including Xiren, refuse to believe her. But the key point was that she wasn't falsely accusing Lin Chen. Then let me ask you this, if the yacht really belonged to Lin Chen, why can't this key start it? Qin Shali said helplessly. In truth, she too was reluctant to believe Lin Chen had deceived everyone. Yet the facts were right before their eyes. Lin Chen had indeed lied. Wang Keming and Zhou Yuanyuan's faces stiffened. Yes, why couldn't the key start the yacht? Sally, let me try. Li Xiren extended her hand. Qin Shali handed her the key, and Li Xiren inserted it directly into the ignition. Then Li Xiren attempted to turn it, only to find it wouldn't budge. How could this be? Li Xiren frowned. Let me ask Lin Chen. Maybe this isn't the yacht's key. Yes, ask him. Perhaps he grabbed the wrong key. Zhou Yuanyuan agreed. Li Xiren held the key in her hand, took a photo, and sent it to Lin Chen via WeChat. Honey, is this the key to the yacht you bought? Just as the message was sent, Wang Keming chuckled. Xiren, just call him directly. Who knows when he'll reply to a message. Li Xiren nodded, finding Wang Keming's suggestion reasonable. Just as she was about to call, unexpectedly Lin Chen replied promptly. Yes, what's wrong? Hearing the phone's chime, the women all leaned in to see the message. Upon reading Lin Chen's reply, Qin Shali immediately said, See, Lin Chen himself said it's the yacht's key. But why can't the key start the yacht? Could it be that we boarded the wrong yacht? Hearing this, Li Xiren's brows furrowed slightly. She sensed something amiss in Qin Shali's words. Sally, why are you so distrustful of Lin Chen? It's not that I don't trust him, but I know some truths really. Qin Shali said with a helpless expression. Li Xiren asked instinctively, what truths do you know? This yacht actually belongs to the Lin family of the capital. Xiren, didn't I ask you this morning if Lin Chen grew up alone? At that time I already had my suspicions. Because I wanted to know if Lin Chen is connected to the Lin family of the capital. Qin Shali spoke. Hearing her words, Li Xiren, Wang Keming, and Zhou Yuanyuan were once again jolted. The Lin family of the capital. They didn't follow the affairs of prominent families, but as Chinese citizens they had all heard of the Lin family. Because the Lin family was the never-setting sun family of China. Their industries spanned education, healthcare, daily necessities, and transportation, covering the entire nation. Any Chinese person would inevitably encounter the Lin family in their lifetime. That's impossible. My husband grew up in an orphanage and has nothing to do with the Lin family of the capital. Li Xiren shook her head. No one knew her husband's background better than she did. Lin Chen was an orphan who grew up in a welfare home. Even his tuition for 9 years of compulsory education was sponsored by the state. Later, when he got into university and the sponsorship ended, he started working to pay his own way. Moreover, after being married to Lin Chen for so long, she had never met any of his family members. Thus, Li Xiren believed her husband had no connection to the Lin family. Although Lin Chen shared the same surname, there were countless people with that name in the world. What did that prove? Sally, you say this yacht belongs to the Lin family of the capital. Who told you that? Li Xiren asked. Qin Shali replied, my father told me. When the Xinzhou yacht first docked at the Bund, he received the news. Sally's father is the mayor of Magic City. This information is likely accurate. Wang Keming said, so this yacht really does belong to the Lin family of the capital. Oh my god, then we should get off quickly. This is the Lin family's yacht. Zhou Yuanyuan said fearfully. What if the Lin family found them and mistook them for thieves? With such a luxurious interior, if anything went missing or got damaged, they would be bankrupt trying to compensate for it. Yuanyuan is right. Let's go outside to talk. Qin Shali agreed. Subsequently, everyone disembarked from the Xinzhou yacht feeling somewhat dejected. The Lin family guards nearby found this odd. Why had the young mistress come down so quickly? They had assumed the young mistress was showing her friends the yacht, not expecting such a short visit. She must have just been giving a tour, otherwise she wouldn't be down so fast. The guard captain thought initially intending to greet them, but Li Xiren and the others had already walked far away. Xiren, don't be angry with Lin Chen. Seeing Li Xiren's dejected look, Qin Shali felt a pang of regret. She shouldn't have pointed it out. Now she had upset Li Xiren. Yes, Xiren, don't be mad. Since this is the yacht's key, it means Lin Chen did buy a yacht, just not this diamond yacht. Yes, there must be some misunderstanding. Maybe the yacht he bought isn't docked at the Bund. Ask him when he gets back. Wang Keming and Zhou Yuanyuan both tried to console Li Xiren. Though they weren't married, they understood that deception was the greatest taboo in a marriage. They couldn't be 100% sure if Lin Chen had deceived them, but it was a fact that the Xinzhou yacht wasn't his. I think so too. He'll ask my husband when he gets back. Li Xiren smiled lightly, letting the matter not dampen her spirits. Unlike Wang Kameng Zhou Yuan and Chun Shaili Li Ziren was certain the yacht belonged to Lin Chen. She just couldn't figure out which link had gone wrong, causing the key to fail. Meanwhile, at the Jintai Grand Hotel, a group of young people stood at the entrance, about a dozen of them, both men and women. "Brotherly, how about we go in first?" A bespectacled young man spoke up. Li Yuanhao shook his head. "No rush. The most successful person from our class hasn't arrived yet." The most successful person. Hearing this, everyone felt a surge of excitement. "Brotherly, aren't you the most successful among all our old classmates? Is there someone even more successful than you? Brotherly, you're now the most famous racer in China, worth over 100 million. Is there really someone better off?" The classmates all chimed in, curiosity piqued. "Of course there is. Compared to him, I'm just a small fry," Li Yuanhao said with a rueful smile. Hearing this, everyone's curiosity was thoroughly ignited. "Brotherly, who is this person better off than you? Was he in our class before? Brotherly, what's his name?" Li Yuanhao smiled mysteriously. "He was in our junior high class. As for who it is, you'll know when he gets here." Beep beep. Just then the sound of a car horn rang out, instantly drawing everyone's attention. "Whoa, it's a Rolls-Royce." Looking at the little golden figure on the hood and the doubler emblem, a young man exclaimed. Under the gaze of the crowd, the car door opened and a handsome man stepped out. "It's Liu Haobai." Holy cow, Liu Haobai is so successful, now driving a Rolls-Royce. Hey, back in junior high, Liu Haobai's grades were worse than mine, and he was always in trouble. But now, years later, he's driving a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Amid the crowd's fervent stares, Liu Haobai parked the Cullinan, pulled out the key, and got out of the car. He was dressed in a sharp suit, walking toward everyone with an elegant demeanor. "Why are you all standing here? Go on inside." Not at all intimidated by the attention, Liu Haobai flashed a smile. "Brother Liu, I have a question. How much did this Cullinan cost?" An old classmate who had been close to Liu Haobai couldn't help but ask. Liu Haobai chuckled. "Not much, just over 7 million. Over 7 million. Hearing this figure, everyone felt a surreal sense of disbelief. After all, this wasn't a novel. They were all just over 20, some still preparing for graduate exams, not even formally employed. Even those who had jobs earned only about 7 or 8,000 a month, and their companies didn't provide room and board. Yet Liu Haobai, an old classmate of the same age, was already driving a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Over 7 million. Spending over 7 million on a car. It just showed how poverty limited their imagination. To many of them, a car costing several $100,000 was already impressive. And being able to spend over 7 million on a Cullinan. What did that imply? It meant Liu Haobai's net worth was even more staggering, likely tens of millions, or even over 100 million. Thinking this, the classmates felt a huge sense of disparity, a feeling of failure. "Brother Liu is truly awesome. Brother Liu, after dinner, can I touch the steering wheel of your Rolls-Royce? Brother Liu, can I take a photo with your Rolls-Royce? I dream of owning one someday." So the most successful old classmate Li Yuanhao mentioned must be Liu Haobai. Everyone chimed in, showering Liu Haobai with flattery. Just then, Lin Chen drove his mother-in-law Wu Yanfang's Audi A6 to the hotel entrance. Since Lin Chen's G-Wagon was in for repairs, and Xia Yuli hadn't brought the car over yet, he had no choice but to drive his mother-in-law's Audi A6 instead. At home, there were currently 4 vehicles: the G-Wagon, a Tianhong sports car, his mother-in-law's Audi, and a BMW 5 Series that his father-in-law rarely drove. In Lin Chen's eyes, cars were merely simple tools for transportation with no hierarchy of value. Thus, he didn't feel that driving his mother-in-law's car would diminish his status in any way. "Lin Chen, you're finally here." Li Yuanhao rushed over to greet him as he parked and stepped out. Lin Chen. At the sound of the name, all the old classmates turned their gazes toward him. A handsome figure soon came into view. 7 years have passed, and Brother Chen is still as handsome as ever. Some of the male students sighed inwardly. Back in middle school, Lin Chen had been the most handsome boy in the entire class. Back then, girls from neighboring classes would often slip him love letters in secret. Wherever Lin Chen went, he would draw the attention of the female students. Without exaggeration, he was considered a campus heartthrob. Even senior female students from higher grades would secretly keep an eye on him. "Brother Chen, I've been waiting for you for ages. I almost thought you'd stood me up," Li Yuanhao said with a sheepish grin, walking over and patting Lin Chen on the shoulder. Hearing this, some old classmates couldn't help but feel bewildered. Could it be that Lin Chen was the one Li Yuanhao had been waiting for? The old classmate he claimed was the most successful. But Lin Chen didn't exactly look like the most accomplished one. Instead, Liu Haobai seemed to fit that description, especially since he had even driven a Rolls-Royce. Lin Chen's car, on the other hand, was just an Audi A6. Of course, there was no mockery or disdain intended toward him. After all, even an Audi A6 was far better than what most of them had. Many hadn't even bought a car yet, and had taken the subway to get here. "Sorry about that. Rush hour traffic was a bit heavy. Sorry to keep you all waiting," Lin Chen said with an apologetic smile as he looked at his old classmates. "No worries, we just got here ourselves. Since everyone's here, let's head in for dinner." Right, let's eat. I'm getting a bit hungry." Shortly after, the group entered the hotel and made their way to the pre-booked private room. Upon seeing them arrive, the beautiful female manager in black stockings promptly instructed the waitstaff to serve the dishes. Lin Chen and Li Yuanhao sat in a corner while the other classmates found their own seats. As for Lu Haobai, having arrived in a Rolls-Royce, he had undoubtedly become the center of attention. Brother Bai, I'm really curious. How did you turn your life around? Brother Bai, if you ever find a way to make money, don't forget your old classmates. Would love to follow your lead. Brother Bai, why do I feel like there's a TikTok influencer who looks just like you? Suddenly, a fairly pretty girl fixed her gaze on Lu Haobai and spoke. Lu Haobai smiled, faintly surprised to have been recognized. What if I told you that influencer is me? Huh. Hearing this, the girl was stunned. Was that influencer really Lu Haobai? The other classmates were also taken aback. Lu Haobai was now a TikTok influencer. Brother Bai, what's your TikTok handle? A male student immediately asked. Lu Haobai didn't hide it and revealed his username. Everyone quickly pulled out their phones and searched for it, and the results left them utterly astonished. Over 10 million followers. Oh my god, Brother Bai, you have that many followers. Amazing. So this is Brother Bai's account. I've seen it before. Damn. So Brother Bai is a big influencer now. No wonder he can afford a Rolls-Royce. At that moment, all their doubts were finally resolved. In this day and age, an influencer's ability to rake in money was undeniable. Even many former A-list celebrities had stopped acting and singing, flocking to TikTok for product promotions. The reason was simple. It was incredibly lucrative. However, while being an influencer was profitable and had a low barrier to entry, it wasn't easy to stand out. Gaining fame required immense luck. Lu Haobai had seized the trend, and with fortune's favor had skyrocketed to fame on TikTok. Now Lu Haobai had become a live streaming sales host, earning millions a month. Over 10 million followers. That's not really that many, is it? Lu Haobai said modestly, then added, if any of you want to try your hand at TikTok, you can learn from me. I'll teach you for free. Upon hearing this, some old classmates grew excited. Their gazes toward Lu Haobai were filled with admiration and reverence. Meanwhile, Lin Chen remained silently in the corner, not uttering a word. He knew that today's spotlight wasn't on him. Besides, having not seen these middle school classmates for so long, he felt he had little to say. So Lin Chen just wanted to finish the meal quickly and leave. Before long, dishes were brought to the table by the waitstaff. Everyone ate and drank together, chatting about their recent lives in a harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, someone brought up a topic. By the way, did you all know there's a diamond yacht docked at the Bund in Shanghai? Have you seen it? A male student said, unable to hide his excitement. Diamond yacht? The Bund. I saw it this morning. It's incredible. Its exterior is entirely made of diamond and crystal, like a dreamy castle from Frozen. I wonder how much it costs to build such a diamond yacht. Just asking. Wouldn't a yacht made of diamond and crystal shatter at the slightest touch? Of course not. They don't use ordinary diamond and crystal. Even glass comes in tempered and bulletproof varieties. I saw it on TikTok. It's truly luxurious. I wonder which big shot owns it. Brother Bai, could that diamond yacht be yours? Someone joked. Me? How could it be? I wish it were mine, Lu Haobai said with an awkward smile. He was indeed wealthy, with savings in the tens of millions. But he knew well that there were far richer people in Shanghai, and compared to them he was nothing. He had also seen photos of the diamond yacht in chat groups. It was simply beyond his imagination. Ah, you don't know? Li Yuanhao suddenly spoke with a grin. This yacht belongs to the person sitting next to me. What? Instantly the expressions on everyone's faces froze. Lin Chen, who was eating, nearly choked. He hadn't expected Li Yuanhao to throw him under the bus. It's not mine. Don't look at me, said the chubby guy sitting to Li Yuanhao's left, looking embarrassed. He was just a nerdy guy earning 3,500 a month. He couldn't take the blame. At this, everyone's eyes turned to the right of Li Yuanhao, where Lin Chen sat. Lin Chen, is that true? Is that diamond yacht really yours? Lin Chen, is it true? Is that diamond yacht really yours? Asked Lu Kaifeng, an old classmate, his face filled with shock. Yes, it is, Lin Chen nodded, making no attempt to conceal it. Seeing Lin Chen admit it so frankly, everyone present gasped in astonishment. They never dreamed that the owner of such a luxurious yacht would actually be their own old classmate sitting right there face to face with them. It seems Li Yuanhao was right. Lin Chen is indeed the most successful among us old classmates. Some classmates thought to themselves, for, as the saying goes, the poor play with cars, the rich with watches. When one reaches a certain level of wealth, their luxuries become private jets and opulent yachts. Lu Haobai's Rolls-Royce was indeed impressive. But the appearance of the diamond yacht created a feeling that even a Rolls-Royce paled in comparison. At this moment, no one felt more unsettled than Lu Haobai. He was envious, unable to believe that an old classmate could be more successful than he was. More critically, he found it hard to believe that the yacht truly belonged to Lin Chen. After all, the car Lin Chen drove was merely an Audi A6. Though an Audi A6 wasn't an exorbitantly expensive vehicle, it still cost around 400,000 yuan. Yet even a 400,000 yuan car didn't match Lin Chen's supposed status. After all, if you owned a diamond yacht which Lu Haobai estimated to be worth at least several billion yuan, driving a car worth mere hundreds of thousands was utterly unbelievable to him. He couldn't believe that a wealthy person could be so frugal. This defied Lu Haobai's understanding of the rich. In his view, truly wealthy people couldn't possibly live frugally. The stories online about successful entrepreneurs wearing cheap shoes or living simply were nothing but crafted personas. The life of the truly wealthy was so extravagant it defied imagination. They wouldn't even glance at a car worth under $1 million. Of course, this was merely Liu Haobai's perspective, his viewpoint as a successful man. Lin Chen, you're amazing. You're so low-key. If Li Yuanhao hadn't mentioned it, I'd never have known that diamond yacht was yours. Oh, you guys are so out of touch. Lin Chen is the CEO of Tianhong Group. Why make such a fuss over buying a yacht? That's true. I almost forgot Lin Chen is the boss of Tianhong Group. Everyone chimed in, for Lin Chen's identity as the president of Tianhong Group was no secret among their circle of classmates and friends. But they hadn't expected Lin Chen to make money so quickly, considering Tianhong Group had only risen to prominence a little over 2 months ago. Let's just eat or the food will get cold, Lin Chen said, helplessly not wanting to dwell on the topic. The others tactfully refrained from asking further. Right, let's eat. Lin Chen cheers. If I ever can't make it at Alibaba, I'll come to you for a job. Bro, buy a toast to you too. May everyone strike it rich. Half an hour later, everyone was nearly full and satisfied. It was still early, only 7 in the evening, so someone suggested going to a KTV or a bar to relax. What's the point of singing or going to a bar? Lin Chen, why don't you take us to experience your yacht? At this suggestion, everyone's eyes lit up. Yes. Lin Chen, take us for a ride on your yacht. I want to go too. Lin Chen, let us see the world. Oh, I've never been on a yacht in my life. Lin Chen, say something. Can you take us? All eyes were on Lin Chen, awaiting his response. Of course, Lin Chen said, not one to be stingy. But not today. Oh, I forgot to bring the yacht key. Let's do it another time. At his words, everyone felt a pang of disappointment. They hadn't expected Lin Chen to have forgotten the yacht key. What a pity. What a shame, such a shame. Let's do it next time when we're all free and experience Lin Chen's yacht together. Right, we're all in Shanghai anyway, there'll be plenty of chances. So are we still going to the bar? Of course, going home this early would be so boring. Everyone then decided to head to the bar while Lin Chen excused himself, saying he needed to go home and take care of the kids. After Lin Chen left, a strikingly beautiful female classmate named Pang Xinran lamented, if only Lin Chen had brought the yacht key. I dream of experiencing the joy of a yacht. Zhang Wei said. Yeah, but there's nothing we can do. It's not his fault. Lu Kaifeng added, indeed. It's not like it's a house key, he wouldn't carry it around. The old classmates could understand Lin Chen, but suddenly Liu Haobai's voice rang out. You don't actually believe that yacht belongs to Lin Chen, do you? Huh. Everyone was taken aback. Pang Xinran immediately asked, bro, by what do you mean? I don't mean anything. I just think that yacht isn't Lin Chen's. Oh, why would you say that? Pang Xinran was dumbfounded, and the other classmates were equally shocked. The diamond yacht wasn't Lin Chen's. How was that possible? Hadn't he already admitted it was his? Do you even know how much it costs to build a yacht like that? Let me tell you, at the very least, it's tens of billions. And that's tens of billions from over a decade ago. After Liu Haobai's words, the classmates were even more stunned. Good heavens, tens of billions. That was an astronomical sum. Wait, bro, bye. That's not right. Lin Chen is the president of Tianhong Group. In theory, he could still come up with tens of billions. Right, Tianhong Group has a market value of tens of billions. That amount should be a drop in the bucket for Lin Chen. Although Tianhong sports cars only sell for $1 million each, their incredible cost-performance ratio has made them a huge hit. Lin Chen must be making a lot of money. Tens of billions might be a lot to us, but it's a small matter for him. The classmates spoke up, not believing Lin Chen's financial capability was an issue. A small matter? Do you think money grows on trees? Liu Haobai was exasperated. These old classmates had no concept of what tens of billions meant. How many listed companies only make a few billion in annual profit? Lin Chen's Tianhong Group claims a market value of tens of billions, but anyone who knows finance understands that's just market capitalization. Lin Chen himself couldn't possibly have that much cash. Besides, how long has Tianhong Group been around? Don't you have any idea? Lu Kaifeng replied weakly, seems like a little over 2 months. Exactly, only 2 months. The Tianhong sports car craze started just 2 months ago. Liu Haobai said dismissively. Simply put, Lin Chen has only been making money for the past 2 months or so. Even if hypothetically he earned that much in 2 months, how could he possibly shell out tens of billions all at once? What kind of concept is that? Unless Lin Chen sold his company to cash out, it's impossible. After Liu Haobai's explanation, all the classmates furrowed their brows, feeling his reasoning seemed somewhat plausible. Could it be that the diamond yacht really isn't Lin Chen's? He lied. Pang Xinran was astonished, and the other classmates were equally bewildered. That's the only possibility. As for not having the key, I think that was just an excuse, Liu Haobai said flatly. Pang Xinran pouted, confused, but I don't get it. Lin Chen is already so successful, why would he still need to brag? It's not hard to understand, Liu Haobai said with a smirk. He wants to show off in front of us old classmates and make us all think he's the most successful. Of course, in reality, he really is the most successful. But claiming the diamond yacht as his own, that's a huge boost to his image. After all, that yacht is worth tens of billions, elevating his status by several notches. Bro, please stop, let me process this, Pang Xinran said, frowning. Liu Haobai's words shattered the perfect image of Lin Chen in her mind. Lin Chen had always given her a good impression. Young yet so successful in his career. Handsome too. And crucially, he was low-key exuding a sense of maturity and steadiness in his words and actions. To be so mature and steady at just over 20 was truly rare. But now Pang Xinran realized she might have misjudged him. She knew many guys like to show off, and she despised that trait. She never expected Lin Chen to be one of them. From this perspective, Lin Chen wasn't mature at all. Thinking this, Pang Xinran shook her head, feeling disappointed in Lin Chen. The other old classmates, though silent, harbored a similar sense of disappointment. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had driven home. As soon as he got out of the car, Li Ziren walked over. Honey, what's wrong, babe? Why do you look so upset? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Li Ziren held up a key and asked, is this really the key to the yacht? Yes, it is, Lin Chen said. But why can't it start the yacht? I took some friends to the yacht on the bund earlier, and this key didn't work. Li Ziren looked at Lin Chen, deeply puzzled, hoping he would explain. Got the key. Still can't start the yacht. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then a knowing expression dawned on his face. Honey, I forgot to tell you. Since I set up facial recognition, just having the key won't start the yacht. You need to pass facial recognition first before the key can activate it. Off facial recognition. Is that so? Li Ziren hadn't expected a yacht to feature facial recognition. It seemed she was indeed ignorant. Yes. Do you want to go on the yacht now? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Li Ziren shook her head. Forget it, maybe another time. I need to feed the babies soon. Although she yearned to experience the yacht immediately, she knew the babies would wake up craving milk. If she weren't home, they'd cry loudly. Afterward, Lin Chen and Li Ziren went up to the second floor of the villa. Shortly after they left, a delivery driver from Jingdong rode a tricycle up to the villa's entrance. The driver got off holding a package and pressed the doorbell at the villa's gate. Coming. Hearing the doorbell, Wu Yanfang, who was sweeping the first floor living room, immediately went out. Spotting a delivery driver, she wondered if the pajamas she had ordered a couple of days ago had arrived. Hello, your package. Please sign for it. The driver said politely. Sure. Wu Yanfang walked over with a smile, took the package, and signed her name on the driver's phone. Done. Thanks. The driver turned and left without lingering. Wu Yanfang carried the package into the living room. Let me try it on and see if it fits. She thought cheerfully. If the pajamas didn't fit, she'd return them. She tore open the outer packaging, revealing another layer of black wrapping that seemed quite private. She wondered, since when were pajamas packed so discreetly? Without overthinking, she opened the second layer. When she saw what was inside, she was utterly stunned. The package wasn't the pajamas Li Ziren had bought her, it was a sexy office lady uniform. Even an erotic version. Pantyhose so thin they could easily be torn. Good heavens. Instantly, Wu Yanfang's face flushed crimson, and she was thrown into utter confusion. Her first thought was that the driver must have delivered the wrong package. She quickly picked up the torn outer packaging and checked the recipient's name, Lin Chen. Wu Yanfang was dumbfounded. Lin Chen. This package was actually for Lin Chen. In that instant, her face burned even more. Who Lin Chen intended to wear such a uniform was beyond doubt. A strange feeling crept over her. In that moment, she felt truly old, unable to keep up with the younger generation. Unbeknownst to them, the events downstairs unfolded. On the second floor's sofa, Li Ziren was breastfeeding the first child, Lin Xinhua. Honey, the day after tomorrow is your birthday. I have an idea. Li Ziren suddenly beamed. Lin Chen asked, what idea? How about celebrating your birthday on the yacht? Throw a birthday party there. What do you think? Celebrate on the yacht. Lin Chen found the idea novel, but not impossible. Sure, but keep it simple. No need for anything too lively. Li Ziren nodded, though she had other plans in mind. Soon Li Ziren finished feeding the first child, who quickly fell asleep. Lin Chen checked his phone and saw a notification that his package had been delivered and signed for. It must have been signed by his mother-in-law. The package was likely downstairs. Although his mother-in-law had signed for it, Lin Chen wasn't worried. Over time, he had often shopped online, and whenever he wasn't home, she would accept his packages and never open them. Honey, the thing we ordered has arrived. Lin Chen smiled, growing eager. Huh? Li Ziren couldn't recall. What thing? Lin Chen chuckled. The office lady uniform I ordered a couple of days ago. Hearing this, Li Ziren shot him a playful glare, her cheeks flushing slightly. It arrived that fast? Yes. Has it been signed for? She asked. Lin Chen nodded. Yes. Honey, go downstairs and get it. Mom must have left it on the chair. Lin Chen lounged lazily on the sofa, legs crossed like a lord. His dominant position in the family was unmistakable. Li Ziren rolled her eyes at him. Seriously, you want me to fetch it? So you just enjoy the perks, eh? She gave him a reproachful look, but said nothing, obediently heading downstairs to retrieve the package. Mom. Once downstairs, she called out, but found her mother wasn't around. Her eyes swept the room, spotting a package on a nearby chair. She hurried over. But when she picked it up, she was dumbfounded. The package had been torn open. Someone had already opened it. Could it have been Mom? There were only 4 people at home. Dad hadn't returned, and she and Lin Chen had been upstairs. It had to be Mom. Realizing this, Li Xiren's face burned with shame and embarrassment. Mom saw it. How careless. She had always been the good girl in her mother's eyes from childhood to now. But now that her mother knew she and Lin Chen had such adventurous tastes, what would she think of her? Li Xiren was filled with regret, but since it had already happened, regret was useless. So she picked up the package and returned to the second floor of the villa. Honey, something terrible has happened, Li Xiren said to Lin Chen as soon as she came up. The package was opened by Mom. She might have seen what we bought. No way. Lin Chen was quite surprised, never expecting his mother-in-law to have opened his package. How could his mother-in-law see that? How embarrassing. Wife, it's okay, so what if she saw it? Lin Chen said with confidence. What's wrong with a married couple adding a little spice to their relationship? Then Lin Chen began to comfort Li Xiren. He could understand her embarrassment. After all, she had always been the good girl in her mother's eyes. Now with this contrast, he wondered what his mother-in-law would think. Of course, in Lin Chen's view, what his mother-in-law thought didn't matter. After some soothing words from Lin Chen, Li Xiren also let it go, thinking the same as Lin Chen. Since she had seen it, so be it. Soon night fell. Li Xiren put on an OL uniform, and after they were intimate, they quickly fell asleep in each other's arms. The next day, Lin Chen stayed home to take care of the child, while Li Xiren went to the Bund in Shanghai under the pretext of visiting Zhou Huimin. Her reason for coming here was simple. She wanted to decorate the yacht. After all, it was her husband's birthday, and more importantly, this was Lin Chen's first birthday since they got married. So Li Xiren took it very seriously, and even called Zhou Huimin to help with the decorations. A few hours later, in a room in Shanghai, Wang Fei was a short video blogger who often shared little-known secrets and news on Douyin, earning him millions of followers. At this moment, Wang Fei had set his sights on the Shenzhou yacht, wanting to ride the wave of its popularity. Does everyone know who owns this luxury yacht at the Bund in Shanghai, which costs billions? Wang Fei's opening words instantly captivated the audience. Perhaps friends in Shanghai know that recently a very luxurious yacht has been docked at the Bund. According to experts, the yacht costs at least 3 billion, making it the pinnacle of yachts worldwide. For such a luxurious yacht, aren't you curious about who owns it? Who is this mysterious figure who can possess such an extravagant yacht? After some research, I finally found some clues. I discovered that 10 years ago, the head of the Lin family in the capital once sailed this yacht to the South China Sea. So without a doubt, this yacht must belong to the Lin family. The current user might not be the head of the Lin family, but it must be a direct descendant. There's also a rumor that someone saw two beauties decorating the yacht this morning, suggesting the owner is celebrating a birthday tonight. Once Wang Fei posted this video, it immediately caught the attention of netizens. Soon the likes exceeded 100,000. Many people in Shanghai came across this video. Meanwhile, Lu Haobai also saw Wang Fei's video, saved it, and posted it in a WeChat group. Everyone look. It's confirmed the yacht is not Lin Chen's. That guy was definitely lying. Soon several group members watched the video and chimed in. Lu Kaifeng, wow. The Lin family from the capital. Pang Xinran. So this yacht belongs to the Lin family from the capital. Lu Haobai, definitely. Zhang Wei, Lin Chen really lied. I remember he said he was an orphan raised in a welfare home, so he can't be from the Lin family of the capital. Seeing this, everyone in the group concluded that Lin Chen had lied. Because this video was practically solid proof. Lu Haobai, the yacht owner, is having a birthday tonight. Why don't we go to the Bund and join the fun? Pang Xinran, sure, let's go together. I'm also very curious about what the yacht owner looks like. Li Kaifeng, okay, I'm free anyway during the break. Zhang Wei, I have time too. The group quickly agreed and decided to meet the yacht owner tonight. By then, Li Xiren and Zhou Huimin had already decorated the yacht. Knowing Lin Chen didn't like anything flashy, they kept the decorations simple. Xiren, isn't this yacht too extravagant? How much did it cost? Zhou Huimin asked, looking around. I don't know. How can you not know? Because I forgot to ask my husband. Li Xiren said sheepishly. She had planned to ask Lin Chen that day, but later forgot. All right. Zhou Huimin said it was fine. Then the two left together. Zhou Huimin went home, planning to return in the evening, while Li Xiren went to the cake shop. Xiren, is it your husband's birthday today? Wang Jiahui had her hair in a bun today, wearing a pink neck sweater paired with fitted jeans that accentuated her curves, looking elegant and charming. Though she was already 38, time seemed to have left no trace on her face. Standing next to Li Xiren, she looked like her older sister. Yes, Aunt Wang. Li Xiren smiled slightly. It's his birthday tonight, so I came to the cake shop to make a cake. Sure, do you need me to help? Wang Jiahui asked. Li Xiren shook her head with a smile. No, I can do it alone. I don't want to interrupt your business. This cake was for Lin Chen's birthday, and Li Xiren wanted to do it all herself. If someone else helped, she felt it wouldn't truly represent her feelings. All right, then go ahead and make it. Wang Jiahui understood Li Xiren's thoughts and had no objection. Besides, over these days, whenever Li Xiren had free time, she would come to the cake shop to learn cake making from Wang Jiahui. Wang Jiahui had witnessed Li Xiren's progress. From a complete novice to someone who could now independently make a cake. Without exaggeration, Li Xiren was the most talented student she had ever seen, because Li Xiren's learning time was actually short. She would leave after half an hour each time. Many of her previous students had spent a long time learning while staying by her side every day. Even after learning, when they made the same cake, there was still a gap compared to Li Xiren's. Perhaps it was the power of dexterity or the strength of love. Wang Zhehui thought to herself, watching Li Xiren's busy figure lost in thought. It took Li Xiren half an hour to make a black forest cake. Such a cake wasn't expensive in stores, but this one was made by her own hands, unique in the world. Then Li Xiren used cream to write 23 on the cake, as it was Lin Chen's 23rd birthday. After finishing everything, Li Xiren admired the black forest cake, before her a faint smile on her lips, showing satisfaction. Xiren, this cake you made is amazing. Wow, this is fantastic. Boo-hoo, Xiren, your husband is so lucky to have such a smart and capable wife. In the cake shop, several employees looked at the exquisite black forest cake, their eyes sparkling with praise. Although they had never met Lin Chen, they envied him, thinking that if they were men, they would want to marry a wife like Li Xiren. Not only is she incredibly beautiful, but she's also dexterous, and this cake is full of thoughtful details, showing how much effort Li Xiren put in. Thank you, you're making me shy with all this praise. Li Xiren laughed. Xiren, happy birthday to your husband. Wang Zhehui smiled warmly. Thank you, Aunt Wang, for teaching me how to make cakes all this time. You're welcome. Keep in touch. Okay. Then Li Xiren carried the cake out of the shop, feeling a little reluctant to leave. Soon it was evening. The Bund in Shanghai was bustling with activity. The crowded streets were filled with fashionable men and women, as well as many couples. Numerous sports cars were parked along the streets, and luxury stores dazzled the eyes. An elderly woman walked her dog, and coffee shops were quietly filled with business elites. Shanghai was the most bohemian city in all of China. Not far from the Xinzhou yacht, a crowd had gathered. These people had mostly seen Wang Fei's video and knew the yacht owner was celebrating a birthday on board tonight. So they all wanted to see what the yacht owner looked like, who this mysterious figure was. Among those waiting in the crowd were Lu Haobai, Pang Xinran, and Lu Kaifeng. With the same purpose as those around them, they were idly curious to catch a glimpse of the yacht's owner. At this moment, Lin Chen had just parked his car on the Bund, while his father-in-law and mother-in-law pushed the stroller ahead. As for Li Xiren and Zhou Huimin, they also walked on either side of the stroller. Xia Yuli had also been summoned by Lin Chen. Those must be the yacht owner's family. They look so harmonious, such a happy family. All three beauties are stunning. Which one is the yacht owner's wife? The yacht owner is truly blessed with good fortune. How enviable. Amidst the whispers of the passers-by, Li Xiren and her group arrived at the Bund Pier. The Xinzhou yacht lay quietly anchored there. Bathed in moonlight, it resembled a resplendent palace, radiant and magnificent. Huimin, Yuli, help me carry the babies up first. As they reached the yacht, Li Xiren immediately spoke. To board, one had to ascend a flight of stairs, and the stroller could not manage it, so they had to carry the babies up one by one. All right. Hearing this, Zhou Huimin and Li Xiren both bent down to look at the babies in the stroller. Goo goo. Each baby seemed spirited and lively, in good cheer, their dark glossy eyes fixed on the starry sky, as if in wonder. Second treasure, come, let big sister hold you. Xia Yuli scooped up the second baby, Lin, curse in her face, brimming with tender affection and smiles. The baby offered no resistance, remaining perfectly content in her arms. Then Li Tianhong, Wu Yanfeng, and Zhou Huimin each carried a baby aboard the yacht. Li Xiren prepared to lift the stroller herself. Just then a burly man with an imposing presence approached her. His name was Wei Yin, a captain of the Lin family's guard. The last time Li Xiren brought friends to tour the yacht, he had stepped away briefly and missed the chance to greet her. This had weighed on his conscience for days. But this time he finally seized the opportunity. Wei Yin smiled slightly and greeted her respectfully. Greetings, young madam. Li Xiren was taken aback. Young madam. Had he addressed her correctly? She instinctively thought he had mistaken her, since Lin Chen was not a young master, so how could she be a young madam? As for his identity, Li Xiren assumed he was a security guard from Tianhong Group. After all, after Lin Chen purchased the yacht, he must have hired guards to watch over it. Hello, Li Xiren replied with a slight smile. Wei Yin added respectfully, young madam, if you need anything, feel free to call upon me. There'll be standing guard below. All right, Li Xiren nodded. Then Wei Yin, showing good sense, helped her carry the stroller onto the yacht. After disembarking, he and several guards stood quietly at the entrance. How strict, they even have bodyguards watching. Lu Haobai, Pang Xinran, and the others watched Wei Yin from a distance, making such remarks. Lu Kaifeng said, it's only natural to have security. Such an expensive yacht can't allow just anyone aboard. Zhang Wei added, exactly, this yacht cost billions. Oh, what if someone damages it? But speaking of which, why hasn't the yacht owner shown up yet? Pang Xinran wondered, could the yacht belong to one of those three beauties? The yacht owner is a woman. Lu Haobai responded, probably not. Didn't you see they have kids? The children's father should be the owner. As the four chatted, a figure slowly approached the yacht. Everyone look, isn't that Lin Chen? Suddenly Lu Kaifeng exclaimed. The group perked up, watching Lin Chen's figure, surprised to see him there. Lu Haobai murmured, what's he doing here? Lin Chen. Lin Chen. Pang Xinran called out. Hearing his name, Lin Chen stopped and turned around. Seeing it was Lu Haobai and the others, his old middle school classmates, he found it quite coincidental. Lin Chen, are you here to see the yacht owner too? Pang Xinran approached and asked. She could think of no other reason for his presence. Lin Chen was taken aback. No, the yacht owner. I know myself. Of course not. Lin Chen shook his head, unable to understand why Pang Xinran would ask such a question. His identity as the owner of the Xinzhou yacht had already been exposed by Li Yuanhao at the last gathering. Logically, Pang Xinran and the others should know the yacht was his. So why ask such a strange question? Not here to see the owner. Pang Xinran was puzzled. Lin Chen, then why are you here? I'm here to celebrate my birthday, Lin Chen said with a smile. I'm heading up now, I'll take you all for a ride on the yacht another time. With that he walked straight toward the yacht. Lu Haobai, Lu Kaifeng, and the others exchanged glances, stunned by his words. Did I hear that right? Lin Chen said he's going to celebrate his birthday on the yacht. Lu Haobai sneered. He doesn't think the yacht is his, does he? Could the yacht really be Lin Chen's? He didn't seem to be joking. Zhang Wei spoke up. He wasn't foolish, nor did he think Lin Chen was. Pang Xinran's expression shifted as she watched Lin Chen's retreating figure. She shared Zhang Wei's thoughts entirely. Lin Chen is the yacht owner. How is that possible? I bet the security will throw him out any second. Lu Haobai still refused to believe it, but in the next moment his face froze. Wei Yan and the guards bowed in unison to Lin Chen, shouting, "Young master." Lin Chen nodded, stepped onto the gangway, and boarded the yacht. At that moment Lu Haobai was petrified. Pang Xinran, Lu Kaifeng, and Zhang Wei, though mentally prepared, were also stunned, speechless. Lin Chen truly was the yacht owner. He hadn't deceived them. How is this possible? How is this possible? Lu Haobai couldn't accept it. Wasn't the yacht said to belong to the Lin family of the capital? Why could Lin Chen board it? And the guards called him young master. Could it be that Lin Chen was? Realizing this, cold sweat broke out on Lu Haobai's forehead. As Lin Chen boarded the yacht, his appearance and build were somewhat exposed. The onlookers, whether waiting or just passing by, were filled with deep sighs. Why can someone be both handsome and rich? Isn't it said that possessing just one of the three, height, wealth, or handsomeness, is lucky enough? How can one person have them all? Which window did God close for him? Truly the world is unfair. Amid countless envious gazes, Lin Chen's figure soon vanished. He had now entered the yacht's interior. The moment he stepped inside, the entire cabin's lights suddenly blazed on. Lin Chen was surprised to see Li Ziren pushing a large cake out from the kitchen. Beside the cake was an exquisite spinning music box containing several miniature figures, a man, a woman, and 4 children. A faint smile curved on Li Ziren's lips as she discreetly pressed a button on the music box. Instantly, a melodious and pleasant song began. "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." As the music box played, Li Tianhong and his wife, along with Zhou Huimin and Xia Yuli, joined in singing the birthday song while clapping. "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." Everyone's faces were filled with smiles, creating a warm and tender atmosphere. By now, Li Ziren had pushed the Black Forest cake before Lin Chen. With a radiant smile, she said sweetly, "Happy birthday, darling."